Brooke. No one can hear me. No one knows I'm here. I'm only allowed to come out when they are here. I'm their slave. I'm their punching bag. I can't talk. I never have, not since that day, the day the rogue killed my mother. Time to come up and clean, she shouts. I can hear her through the door at the top of the stairs. I have been sitting on the mattress as a bed on the floor, staring into the nothingness of the room. They put me in the basement. No one is allowed down here, but I'm not allowed in the house unless they are with me. I have nothing down here, just a few things like the mattress, a bucket, a few clothes items, and 2 reading books. I heard the door unlock and open. I know they are up there. I slowly get up and make my way up the steps to the door. Move it, she shouts as she grabs me from behind by my hair and throws me into the kitchen. I landed with a thud. All 3 of them are there. Great, that would be bad. Well, 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 she says. I couldn't help but look down at the floor. I can't look at her. She has already caused many of my scars and injuries. Look at me, slave, she says. I looked up and saw her, my stepmother, Aubrey. My dad married her about a year after my mother was killed. He left my stepmother for another woman, leaving me with her. She took it out on me for what he did. Her children, Madison is 17 and Austin is a year older, 18. He doesn't live with us, but he comes back now and then. You need to clean the whole house while we are out. I want it spotless. Once you are finished, you go to your room, Aubrey says with a snarl. She reminds me of the evil stepmother in Cinderella. Also, wash my clothes too, loser, says Madison. I want them all done before we come back. I have a hot date tonight. I nod. I get slowly up to my feet, but Madison pushes back down again, laughing. I haven't told you to move yet, she said. Brother, is there anything you need doing? The slave can do it for you. I looked at Austin, who had a blank expression on his face. He doesn't look at me. No, I should stay here anyway. I have to finish an assessment for college. I can keep an eye on her while you both go out. Make sure she does what she's told, he says. Very well then, son. You need to pass that assessment to go to that university, Aubrey says. She turns to me. Get the f*** up and start your chores now, she shouts. I slowly got up and grabbed the washcloth. I make my way to the kitchen counter and start to clean, but I can still hear Aubrey talking. So, Maddie, who are you going on a date with? She asks. Madison has also brought boys to the house all the time. Her mother doesn't know about most of them. She sneaks them in. I have no voice to say anything, so I can't do anything about it. Well, Mother, his name is Hudson, she says, but Austin snorts in response. You mean the new guy who hangs out with that weird crowd? They are not weird, they are all hot, and Hudson likes me, she says with a whine. I start to wash the dishes that they all left in the sink for me to do. I block everyone out. After a few minutes, the door slammed shut. I could hear Aubrey and Madison's heels on the ground as they walked to the car. I will help you, Brooke, said Austin. I turned to look at him. Austin looked back at me while leaning on the doorframe. I smiled at him. I will sort out the clothes, put them in the washer, and tackle upstairs. You clean the kitchen and living room, okay? He says. I nod. I'm just about to turn around to get back to the dishes when he continues speaking. We have to get you out of here. You look skinner than the last time I saw you. And that bruise under your eye is bad, he says. I shrugged and looked at him. His eyes are full of pity for me. I turned and got back to the dishes. Austin is the only one out of the 3 who is nice to me, only when no one is around. He helps me when he is there, and he also sneaks food down to me. I have lived in this situation for a long time, and I don't know how to get out of it, let alone leave. Austin sighs and leaves. I got back to my job. I do the dishes, sweep up the floor to the kitchen, and place all the rubbish in the bin. I set up the bucket to mop the kitchen. Then I took the trash to the bin outside. I walked to the front door and opened it. I walked down the driveway, getting to the end where the bins are kept. I placed the bag in the bin and closed it. I looked around at sight. A forest surrounded us. This is the only time I'm allowed out. We are in the middle of nowhere. The house is on the outskirts of the village and away from anyone. I could have done that, says Austin, suddenly behind me. He made me jump. I clutched my chest in fright, but turned to glare at him. I shook my head and pointed to the view around us. He looks at me and smiles. Yeah, it is nice out here. He turns around and heads back into the house. "Come on, we're nearly done. I will make some food for you when we finish," he says. I look back at the view one last time, as I probably won't be able to see it again for a few days. I turned around to head to the house, but I suddenly felt like someone was watching me. I stopped and looked back, but I didn't see anyone. I shrug and head straight back inside the house. Austin was right. We were both nearly done, and the house was spotless after another few minutes. Madison's clothes were all washed and were now in the dryer. I emptied the mop bucket at the back end of the house and went back inside to see Austin with a plate of food in front of him. He smiles. "Have some," he offers, handing me a small plate of pasta and meatballs. I can't help as my mouth waters at the sight of the food. Austin clears up the mess he made and sits next to me at the counter to eat the food he has made for himself. After 20 minutes, everything is back spotless, and I am full as an egg, thanks to the food I ate. I looked at the clock and moved to grab Madison's clothes out of the dryer. Then I set up the ironing board and ironed them. Most of her clothes don't need ironing, as they are not meant to be ironed, but they are all done. Austin takes the clothes upstairs once I have ironed them and places them on her bed. Once everything was done, I looked towards the basement door. "Take this," says Austin. He hands me 2 apples. I smiled and nodded. "Oh," I grabbed an old blanket from my room in college. "You can have it," he says with a grin. I looked at him. I was about to step onto the basement steps when suddenly the front door burst open. Aubrey and Madison stumble in with bags and bags full of stuff. It was hard to make heads or tails of what they got. I was about to go down, until I hear, "What the hell are you doing with that?" screams Aubrey, dropping the bags on the floor and running straight towards me. She pushes me down the stairs. I tumble down and land on my wrist in a heap on the floor. The pain in my wrist shoots right through me. I can feel tears prick behind my eyes. "What the hell, Mother?" shouts Austin. I was giving her my old blanket from college. It is supposed to be cold tonight, and I don't need it anymore. Aubrey glares at me as I look up at her. Tears are now spilling out from the corners of my eyes. "I decide whether she has anything or not," she says and looks at him, but he cuts her off. "Well, if she dies down there due to frostbite, you won't have anyone to clean your then, will you?" He shouts at her and throws the blanket down at me. Aubrey slams the basement door. I can hear her shouting, but I can't tell what is happening. I slowly get up. I forgot about my wrist, and pain shot through it. I held it to my chest. I picked up the blanket, but 2 things fell onto the floor. The apples that Austin tried to give me earlier. I picked them up and stagger over to the mattress. I fell on it. Then I placed the blanket over me. I lay there, looking up at the ceiling once again. My life hasn't been the best. Both my parents have left me, even though one passed away. It hurts that my father would leave me with such a vile woman. I'm on my own. Well, except for Austin, when he is here. Aubrey blames me for my father leaving. So does Madison. Both of them used him for his money, but his cash was left too when he left. He sent money to me, but I didn't see any of it. They took it all. I'm 17 years old, and I have never been to school. The only form of education I had when I was a child was when Austin taught me a few things, such as reading and writing, as he would give me a book and I would copy the words out of a book onto paper. I can't talk. I have tried, but nothing came out. I have long black hair. It goes down past my backside and my eyes are blue. I have scars all over my body from the beatings that Aubrey and Madison have given me over the years. I have a big scar on my neck, but that is due to my mother's death by a rogue, as I was there at the time. I wish for a better life. I wish someone would save me from this hell, unknown. I have to make sure she is still there. I have to keep watch. I know the pack will help me as they know what happened to my first mate. "Is that her?" whispered Alana, looking at a girl putting a bag of rubbish in the trash bin. I looked at her, hoping for some sign that it was her, till I saw it. It's her. She looks ill, pale, and skinny too. I know it is her only because she looks so much like my first mate. "Yes, it is," I said to Alana. She looks back at the girl who is looking around as she walks back towards the house. Thank God for Austin being there. What the hell has that woman done to my baby? The door shuts and I sigh. I looked over my shoulder to see Alpha Marcus looking at me. He gave me a sad smile, but looked back in the girl's direction. "She is human, Jackson," he says and looks back at me. "We don't normally let humans in the pack. But since she is your daughter, we will have her. She should have been in our care from the start." "Does Hudson know Alpha?" I asked him, and he nodded. "He knows that she is in there, just told him through MindLink. He will help. He is taking that human on a date tonight, so we might have a chance of getting her." "What about that wicked asks Alana with a hint of anger. Alpha Marcus looks back at her with a smirk. "Alana, are we jealous or something?" Alana growls, but I keep my laugh in as I watch my second chance mate. I was happy to find out that I had a daughter, but Aubrey kept her for the money. I have been fighting for her, but I don't know what Aubrey has done to her. She is not the same girl I left. I'm not jealous, but I want the girl to be safe, and Aubrey and Madison are not the nicest people, she says. Clara heard how the two women treated her. It's not good. A pang of guilt hit me. Hard. Tears are trying to make their way from my eyes. "Jackson, I'm sorry, my darling," Alana says as she places her hand on my arm. "Alpha, the women are coming back now," says Beta Logan. We all look back at the shiny new car she has. They pull up into the driveway, and they look horrendous. Both have high heels with short skirts that barely cover their asses and tops low. I know it is a sunny day, but all that, for what? They make their way to the door, but moments later, as soon as the door closes with our werewolf hearing, we hear shouting and someone falling. I growl, but Beta Logan holds me back. "That woman has hurt my baby." Alana glares at the house. "We need to get her from there," she says, looking at Beta Logan and Alpha Marcus. They nod. I can see the intense hatred they have for the people in the house. Suddenly, Austin leaves the house, slamming the door behind him. He walked down the path. "Can you hear me?" He says in a whisper, but only loud enough for us to hear. "Yes, come to the path. We will meet you there," Alpha Marcus says. We all turned to leave and headed towards the path. Austin is pissed. He would have steam coming from his ears if he could. "Jackson, Brooke needs to leave now. That hurt her, and I think she might have broken her wrist when she pushed her," he says. Growls escape everyone. "How is she?" I asked. "How is my Brooke?" He looks at me and gives me a sad smile. "She is okay. Still doesn't talk. I don't think she ever will. She hasn't eaten in days, but I did make her something even though she couldn't eat it all. She did eat some," he says. He then looks at Alpha Marcus. "What's the plan, Alpha?" "Hudson is picking Madison up and taking her out. Your mother is going out with another wolf, but she doesn't know that part yet," he says, with a look at Beta Logan, who looks like he's going to throw up. "Once everyone has left, you can go and collect her." Austin nodded, then looked at me. "What are you going to do, Jackson?" I smiled at him. "I will be waiting at the pack house with Alana." Austin smiles but turns to look at the house he came from. I cannot believe that I'm related to both of them. They are monsters. They should be put down for what they have done to Brooke. He looks back at me and smiles. "Thank you for reaching out to me. I have wanted to help Brooke since you left, and not only that, I wouldn't have met my mate, Tasha." I chuckled. "No worries, my boy. I'm glad that my daughter has one good person in her life." I know Alana can feel what I feel through the mate bond, but she smiles at me. But the guilt of leaving her there is hard. "She will forgive you, darling, but you need to tell her the truth about everything." I looked at the house. The house that Aubrey took over was my house with my first mate. Then we had Brooke. She was perfect, but that stupid fight Danica and I had led to her ending her life and nearly taking Brooke's. I hate the wolf that did that. A tear escapes my eyes and rolls down my cheek. Alana's hand gently takes my tear away and smiles up at me. "Come, we must leave now," says Alpha Marcus. "Hudson is on his way." We all turn around and shift into our wolf forms, heading back to the pack house, about 40 minutes away from where my daughter has been living. Austin made his way back to the house as he was going to let us know when it was safe to get Brooke. That stupid cooker of me, and told the court I was unfit to be her father. I need her back in my life. I'm coming to get you, my baby girl. Brooke. The house shook as whoever left the house slammed the door hard. There was shouting for 20 minutes. Music blasts right through the house, which indicates that Madison is getting ready. I am still lying here, staring at the ceiling. My wrist is hurting badly, and I think it might be broken. I drift in and out of consciousness. I'm exhausted. I pulled the blanket up over my shoulders. It is a thin blanket, but it covers me. I know it won't keep the cold away from me. Within a few seconds, I was asleep. Darkness is the only place I know. Hudson. I'm all ready for this stupid date with this human. I look at my beta, who has a funny smirk on his face. You look handsome, he says. I let a low growl slip through. Shut up, Rex. I'm doing this to help Jackson. His daughter needs our help, I said through gritted teeth. I hate that I have to date this stupid human just for them to get her out. Rex laughs. Bet she would be a sweet though, he says. I smirk, knowing that he might be right. She is the school's slut. Everyone has had her. You should have taken her instead of me, I said. Nope can do, Huds. I have to help Austin bring her back. And anyway, she has a big thing for you, he says, grinning. But it changed straight away with a stern look. Your sister would chop my nuts off if I ever went near her. I can't help but laugh, but I'm soon frustrated again. How long do I have to be on this date? I asked with a whine. He laughs again and turns to walk out. Ask the alpha is all he says as he heads to his room. I glance at myself in the mirror. I am wearing a button-down black shirt and dark jeans. I have gelled my brown hair back. I'm wearing my sneakers too. I am a big guy. I have muscles and a six-pack, but that is just the werewolf part of me. I think this is supposed to be the look for my mate when I find her, but she hasn't come to me yet. Well, you look handsome, says a sweet voice with a hint of a laugh too. I smile as I look back at my sister Daisy. Laugh it up. What are you doing while I'm on this stupid date? I asked her. She smiles. I'm going with Rex to help him and Austin, she says. She might need a woman's touch. I look at her. She's human. I think she will be fine, I say, but her eyes change when I look at her. You don't know anything about the girl, so before you judge her, know the facts first, she says and turns away. What the hell was that all about? Daisy is Rex's mate, so obviously they would be together. Many wolves in our pack have their mates, but I'm still waiting. I sigh and glance to make sure I look okay. Even though this is a fake date, I still need to look the part. I headed out of my room and straight down the stairs. Rex and Daisy are waiting for me. Rex has a stupid smirk, but Daisy has a frown. What the hell have I done now? All ready to get the girl? Rex smirks. I growl. Daisy steps away from me and walks into the next room. What the hell have I done now? I asked Rex, and I looked back at him. He looks back at me, not smiling now. Let's just say Daisy has a sweet spot for Brooke, he says. Never judge a book by the cover, dude. That girl has been through hell and back. I look back at him. I don't know anything about this human girl. Jackson said she was human like her mother, but he never cared about that. He loved her, but that stupid woman he married took her away, declaring him an unfit father. I shrug and head to my car. I got in and started the engine. I speeded away and headed to the house to pick up Madison. It took me 20 minutes to get there due to my speed. I got there in half of the time it should have taken. As I came closer to the house, Asher, my wolf, was restless. What the hell is wrong with you? I said through our mind link. Nothing. We shouldn't be on this stupid date. We need to find our mate, he says with a snarl. He never liked the idea of the date, but he understood the situation about the human girl needing to be freed. Look, it's only one stupid date. Trust me, we won't be long, I tell him. He groans. I pulled up to the house. The house is small, but it looks nice. It even has a driveway. I place my car behind their car in their driveway. I headed to the door and I rang the bell. The door opens to a woman I know as Madison's mother. I smile. Hello, I'm Hudson. I'm here to pick up Madison, I said. She looked me up and down, smiling. Did she just check me out? Oh God, I need to get out of here. Asher laughs inside my head as he notices what just happened. She is too old. She is like an old woman, he roars. I ignore him. Please come in, Hudson. Madison won't be long, she says as she opens the door wider for me. I stepped inside and walked into the living room. It had been cleaned recently, as you can smell bleach. Someone comes running down the stairs, Austin. He looks at me and doesn't say a word, but he does send me a message through the mind link. God help you, man. I glared at him. Austin, this is Hudson, Maddie's date, the old woman said. Nice to meet you, he says. Would you like a drink? I looked at him and smiled. Yes, please. Could I have a Coke? I will see what is taking Madison so long, says his mother. She looks at me and smiles. She turns and heads upstairs, calling Madison. Austin looks upstairs and then back at me. Come into the kitchen to get the drink, he says. We both turned and headed straight into the kitchen. It's small, but there is a door on the side. Austin looks at the door. I can sense the guilt and sadness. She's in there, he says through the mind link. I sniff, but what catches me off guard is my wolf. He is bouncing around like a mad dog. The smell is really sweet, and the scent of vanilla. Mate, shouts Asher. I looked at the door and then back at Austin. I must have given him a funny look as he looked at me and mouthed, "What's wrong?" I take a step closer to the door. The scent of vanilla is powerful, and my wolf is going nuts. Go to your mate. Go to her right now, he roars. She's in pain and hurting. I place a hand on the door handle, but a stale perfume smell floods my nostrils. I scrunched up my nose and removed my hand to see Madison standing in the doorway. I let a growl slip through. Oh my goodness, she looks like a slut. She is wearing a small black dress that barely covers her ass and high heels. Her long, bleached blonde hair is curled and hanging down by the side. Don't get me started on her makeup. You look beautiful, I said as I walked toward her. I place a kiss on her cheek and she blushes. But the perfume was strong and made me feel sick. I had to move away quickly. We had best make a move, she said to me. I nodded, but looked towards the door to the side of me. We need to go to mate now, roars Asher. I have to block him. I need to stick to the plan. No, I know who is down there. I have to help them get her out. I recovered quickly. Let's go, I said quickly. Madison looks at me. Her face goes a bit pale, but she recovers and smiles at me. She grabs my hand and takes me straight to the front door. We are out of there before anyone can say anything. Where are we going? Asked Madison as we got into the car. Oh, I thought some food, I said through gritted teeth. Anywhere else? She asks. I look at her. I'm not dealing with her all night. No, sorry. I have to help my father with some work, I said, and I'm technically telling her the truth as I will soon be the alpha of the pack. Her face falls. Oh, I thought this would be a long night, she says. I opened the window and started the engine. I didn't say anything to her. I looked in the mirror at the house where my mate was. I drive, but I go slow as I need to get hold of my father through the mind link. Dad, I said through the mind link. You left, son, he says. Yes, please tell me I can just leave her there at the restaurant, I asked. My father laughs through the mind link. It's that bad. Hey, son? She is wearing too much perfume, but I have to ask something, I asked. You mentioned to me about finding my mate after this. Yes, son, he says. What's up? What if my mate is human? I asked. You will accept her as your mate, he says. Please tell me it's not her, the slut. No, it's not her, I said quickly. I was just asking, as I know an alpha needs their lunas to be strong, but human mates are not strong. They are weak. Son, your mate will make you strong, whoever or whatever she is, he said. I looked at the road ahead of me. I will see you in a little bit, and please contact me in an hour saying there is an emergency at work or something, I said. My father laughs through the mind link again. You might enjoy yourself, son, he says and closes the mind link. You okay, Hudson? Asks Madison. I gave her my award-winning smile. Yes. She smiles back at me and then looks toward the window. I know who my mate is. I have to wait till later. I get back to driving as we head to the restaurant. I don't know whether or not I should tell people, but we will see. Brooke. I have been sleeping for ages. Well, for what feels like ages. I opened my eyes to the sound of a car speeding away. I looked at the ceiling again. My wrist is aching once again. Suddenly, the door opens and someone is standing on the top step. I know that smell. It's her. Well, don't you look cozy? Aubrey snarls at me as she heads down the steps, staring at me. She grabs the blanket from me and throws it to the side. She grabs me by my hair and drags me to the corner. Oh no, I know what's going to happen. The wall is where she tortures me. The corner wall has shackles where she wants to teach me a lesson. She loves torturing me as I can't say a word or scream. I move around as she drags me over to the corner. I know what's going to happen to me. Mother, what are you doing down here? Shouts Austin down the stairs. I can hear him making his way down. I'm teaching this a lesson. she says. She pushes me down to the floor with me facing the wall. She grabs one of my wrists and places it in the shackle. She tightens it up. She grabs the wrist that I landed on earlier. The pain is getting worse. She shackles it to the wall. I'm now facing the wall and crying. I know what will happen to me. She likes using her belt. I already had a whipping from her last night. She rips my t-shirt, exposing my back. "Mother, don't do this," Austin shouts. "Austin, get back upstairs now or I will hurt you," she said, snarling at him. Austin takes a step closer to her, but Aubrey grabs something and hits him over the head with it. She holds a taser that she sometimes uses on me, and she tasers her own son. "That should keep him down for a little while," she says, and turns back around with her belt in her hand. She's not gentle about it, and she puts all her energy into whipping me. I close my eyes and let the pain take over. I don't know what's worse, my wrist or my back. She hits me repeatedly. After the 6th time, she stops only to hear the doorbell. She looks up and then looks at Austin. She places her belt back around her waist. She looks upstairs, but before she makes her way, she grabs my hair and slams my head into the wall. I'm completely knocked out, and I am sent into complete darkness. Austin. I heard my mother running back up the stairs. I opened my eyes and started to move, breaking what she tied me up with. "Beta Logan, you better be outside," I snarled through the mind link. "I just got here," he says. "Why? What's wrong?" I opened my eyes. I looked over to Brooke. Oh my God. Her back is completely covered in slashes, her wrist is broken, and she has blood coming from her head. The woman tortured her. "Get that out of here, now," I growled through the mind link. I shut the link down to him and opened a new one. "Alpha, you had best get the pack doctor ready. My mother has tortured Brooke," I said. I hear a loud growl. "She did what?" he shouts. "How bad?" I got up and looked at Brooke. She is barely breathing, but hanging on. "Bad, Alpha. We need to move her now," I said frantically. "Daisy and Rex are there now. Beta Logan just took your mother," he says in a roar. I break the shackles from Brooke's wrists as I hear 2 sets of footsteps come running down the stairs. Daisy gasps at the sight of Brooke. "What did she begins. I growled. "We haven't got time, Daisy. We need to get her out of here. Now," I said through gritted teeth. I looked at my stepsister as she was unconscious and barely holding on. We can all hear her heartbeat, but it's slow. "We need to kill that," snarls Daisy. All 3 of us ran upstairs towards the front door and straight towards the van. Rex slams the front door and presses a button to open the van. I went to the back with Brooke in my arms with Daisy next to me. Rex climbs into the front to drive. "Hold on tight," he shouts, then he starts the engine and we begin moving. I looked down at Brooke. I could feel blood running down my leg. Her wrist is broken. A bone is sticking out of the side. "She must be in so much pain," says Daisy as she looks at her, feeling sadness and guilt for her. I looked at Daisy and gave her a weak smile. "She'll be okay," I said. "She has to be." Daisy takes off her jacket and places it on Brooke. She moves the collar of her t-shirt away, revealing Brooke's huge scar. Daisy looked at it. I can't help but look at it too. I know Rex is also looking in the mirror as we both hear, "How did that happen?" He looks between Daisy and me. I look at Daisy, who closes her eyes. She was there when they found Brooke. She was barely holding on then. A tear slipped down her cheeks, sadness and heartache for her friend. "It happened the night her mother was killed. The wolf sliced her throat. We found her barely holding on. She was 5 years old," she says quietly. I knew the story Jackson told me when I met Tasha. Danica, Brooke's mother, argued with him that evening as he wanted them to move to the pack house, but she didn't think it was safe for Brooke. She left running with Brooke at her side. That was the last time he saw his first mate. "I never knew that," says Rex quietly. Daisy looked at him. "She was my best friend." He looked back at her, and then back onto the road. We were in the van for 20 minutes as Rex took the roads fast. Soon enough, we pulled up to the pack house. The pack doctor was standing by with a stretcher and 3 nurses waiting for Brooke. Jackson and Alana look on with worried looks on their faces. Alpha Marcus runs to the van and opens the door. His face was shocked at the amount of blood covering the floor and me. "Give her to me," he says. He takes her out of my arms and rushes her onto the bed, and the pack doctor shouts out orders to the nurses and other wolves. Brooke is white as a sheet. Both Daisy and I step out of the van, and Rex comes to Daisy's side. She is now in complete tears. "What the hell happened?" asked Alpha Marcus, looking at me. My mother waited until Hudson left with Madison. She told me that she was going upstairs to find something. I went into my room, but she locked me in there when I was about to turn around. I broke down the door and fled to the basement stairs to find Brooke shackled to the wall. My mother had her taser and belt out. She forced Brooke's wrist into the shackle because I heard the snap as I was coming downstairs. Brooke was crying. My mother looked at me. She tased me with the highest voltage and knocked me out with a metal pole which I didn't see coming. I came around when Beta Logan was banging on the door. I repeated the night's events. Growls could be heard in response to what I was telling them. "Also, Alpha, this is not the first time my mother has done this to her," I said quietly. Jackson looked at me, anger sweeping through him. "What do you mean, not the first time?" "She has scars all over her back, and there was a mark on her collarbone. It looks old but has been frequently opened. Looks like a taser mark," I said, looking at him. "He looks like he wants to kill someone. I know who, my mother. Many people are standing outside now. Wolves came from whatever they were doing, and they must have smelt the blood." "Austin," says a sweet voice. I looked for where to come from and spotted her, Tasha, my mate. Tasha runs straight up to me and places a kiss on my mouth, but quickly pulls away to look at me. I'm entirely covered from my waist down in Brooke's blood. Tasha goes white. "Whose?" She tries to ask, but I shake my head. "Not mine, Brooke's," I say. She looks back in shock. "That's a lot of blood." "I need to be with my daughter," Jackson mutters. He turns and looks at me. "Austin, go get showered and change. You can come with us." I nod. I look at Alana as she is trying to comfort her mate. Rex and Daisy are heading inside. Alpha Marcus looks at me and nods. "I will let Hudson know. He wanted to come back anyway," he says. Both Tasha and I walked into the pack house and headed to our room. Tasha gets me a change of clothes as I walk into the bathroom and have a quick shower. It took ages to get all of Brooke's blood off me, but I managed to. I got dressed straight away, and we both headed back to the pack hospital to wait to find out what was going on with Brooke. When we got there, everyone was outside, waiting. Alana, Jackson, Alpha Marcus, Daisy, and Rex all stand in a line, waiting patiently for the doctor to come out. "Hudson, Asher and I are on edge, and we would rather be with our mate than on this stupid date. I can feel the anger and anxiety coming through my wolf. I want to get out of here. I want to find out more about my mate, who she is. I can't remember anything about her. I'm pulled from my thoughts by a mind-linking opening up. Son, you need to come home at once, says my father. He sounds upset but also angry. What's going on? Did they get her out? I asked. Something didn't feel right. Yes, but it's not good, son. Madison's mother tortured her badly, and now she is fighting for her life in the pack hospital, he says with a snarl. I'm pissed. This slut's mother tortured my mate. I look at Madison, who has been on her phone with her friend Selena for 10 minutes. I was glad for the phone call as she was getting frisky, touching my crotch under the table. She had no self-control. Everyone could see what she was doing. Asher was coming close to the surface and wanted to rip her throat out. Send me a message on my phone saying there is an emergency at work, I said to my father. Within seconds, my father sent me a message. I saw Madison looking at her phone, but I could feel her fear and wonder what was happening. Oh, baby, can you take me home? My mother says someone has broken into our house, she says, cutting me out of my thoughts. I looked back at her. She just lied to me. Okay, let's go, I said. I look at the waiter and pay for the food. We headed back to the car, and then we headed straight to her house. What happened? I asked her while looking at the road ahead. Oh, my mother went out only for half an hour with someone, but had to come back for her purse. When they arrived, the front door was left open, and she thinks they have stolen something, she says. Never, I said, trying not to sound sarcastic. Madison looked out of the window. My thoughts went back to thinking about my mate, but I also wondered what that told Madison. She was freaking out. I opened a mind link to my father. He needed to know what was going on. Dad, that just texted Madison to come back home as there was a break-in and told her someone had stolen something, I said through the mind link. Stay with her for a few more minutes. Beta Logan just said she was going crazy, especially when she noticed the basement door was wide open, he says. A hint of a smile crept onto my face, but I quickly let it go. We're nearly there, Madison, I said. After a few more minutes, I could see Beta Logan looking around and that crazy running around like a headless chicken. We pull up, and Madison runs out, straight to her mother. Mother. But she is cut short. Say goodbye to Hudson, Aubrey says with anger fueling her voice. We need to wait for the police. I looked back at her and smiled. I will see you in school, Madison, I said and turned to walk to my car. Beta Logan says his goodbyes and walks up the road. He will wait for me when we know we are out of sight. I walked towards my car, but I couldn't help but listen to what that Bach was saying. She has gone. She has gone, I can hear that woman say. Austin isn't here either. He must have taken her. I stepped toward the car and got in. But I listened to them. Mother, we need to leave now. If anyone sees her, they will send us away, Madison says, sounding frightened. I smirk. But a scent catches in my nose. Vanilla. But it was mixed with another scent. I looked around to find blood on the ground. What the hell happened to my mate? I climbed in and started the engine. I didn't stay around and drove away, heading straight up the road to where Beta Logan was waiting for me. He climbs in, and we head straight to the pack house. We stayed quiet for a while, but we were both thinking about what the hell went on there. Did you smell the blood? He asked suddenly, pulling me from my thoughts. I looked at him and nodded my head. There was blood on the driveway. What the hell happened to her? I asked him, but his face was stern. I don't know, but the blood was coming from the basement when I got to the house. Asher is roaring in anger. We should have helped our mate earlier, he growls. I blocked him as his anger was getting too much. I speeded up so we could get to the pack quicker. After a few more minutes, we were back at the pack house and running towards the pack hospital. We ran into the waiting room where everyone was waiting. I couldn't help but look around the room. Everyone was full of concern and anger. I breathed in and caught the vanilla scent. I followed my nose and headed toward the room where the smell was coming from, and there lying on the bed with bandages and tubes sticking out of her was my mate. I stared at her, and I removed the block down from Asher. Asher whines as he looks through my eyes. I want mate, he says and cries as he looks at her. I couldn't keep standing there, and I needed to go in to be next to her. I was about to open the door, only to be stopped by Jackson. Hudson, you can't, he says, but I cut him off. Mate, I said in a whisper. He looks back at me stunned. You what? He says. What did you say? I couldn't help but glance around. Everyone was standing behind me, staring but all silent. I looked back at the girl on the bed. She looks familiar, but I don't know where I have seen her before. I close my eyes and a tear escapes. I open them, still looking towards the girl in the bed without looking at anyone. Mate, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone gasped. Hudson. I kept my eyes only on my mate. There were a lot of gasps coming from behind me. Are you sure? Asked Daisy. I turned to look at her. She had been crying a lot. I could tell by her face being blotchy, her eyes red and swollen. I would never lie about finding my mate. She is my mate, I said. She gives me a small smile. She's part of the family now, for real this time, she says. I looked back at her, confused. What do you mean? I asked. Daisy looks at me and cocks her head to the side. She studies me for a moment. Hudson, please tell me you haven't forgotten who she is, Daisy said. I look at her blankly. Who? But Daisy growls at me. You are such a man. That's Brooke. I was friends with her when I was 5 years old. We were always hanging around together. She used to call you her alpha, she says. I look at her blankly, but Daisy goes to her pocket and pulls out her wallet. She retrieves something, a picture, and hands it to me. Here is an old photo of the three of us, she says. I look at the photo. In the picture, I sat with a little girl on my lap. She has gorgeous black hair and the brightest blue eyes staring at me. I look back at my mate. She has the same black hair, but her eyes are shut, so I can't tell if they are blue. I look closer, but I notice something else, the scar on her neck. Flashback. We need to hurry, shouts Jackson. I can smell blood. We were running in the forest. We all ran to find them. Danica ran off with Brooke. We wanted her to stay in the pack, but we were having problems with rogues. Danica thought it wasn't safe for her or Brooke to be there. I kept up with Jackson as I wanted to find Brooke. She was all I could think about while I was running. We came to a circle made in the forest. This is where the borders cross into the human town. 2 bodies were lying in the middle of the ground. We all stopped in our tracks trying to figure out what had happened, but my eyes went to the small body. A heartbroken roar came from the side of me, and I looked over to see Jackson running. He picks up one of the bodies. It was Danica. She was dead. I walked over to the little body lying next to her. No, she can't be. My Princess Brooke. I ran and looked at her, and her throat was cut badly. I placed my hand over her wound, applying pressure to it. I leaned down towards her chest, praying I could hear a heartbeat. There were too many people walking. Quiet, I yelled. Everyone stopped moving and stayed quiet. We all listened very carefully, and there it was. Thump, thump, thump. She has a heartbeat. I looked over to Jackson. I couldn't believe that she was alive. Jackson gave me a small smile. Our princess is okay. Take her back to the pack hospital. Get her out of here. She needs to get better, he says. I don't think twice. I picked up her tiny little body and ran straight back to the pack hospital. Flashback. I looked back with tears in my eyes. How could I forget about my little princess? You remember now, don't you? Says Jackson as he looks at me with a small smile. I think we all knew you both were mates, but when I had that breakdown and married that evil woman, everything changed and we all moved on. You went on with your life. I looked back at him, a little hurt at what he said. Brooke was supposed to be with me from the word go. I was to protect her and be her prince. But I forgot all about her. How the hell did I forget about her? Alpha, Jackson, calls the pack doctor. We all turn to see him coming towards us with some folder, and he stares back at us. How is she? Asks Jackson, worry coming from his voice. She is stable for now. She needed a blood transfusion. She had many cuts on her back, and I had to stitch the wounds up. There are a lot of scars all over her back, arms and legs. She looks like she has been abused and tortured for years with her scars. She has a bad break in her wrist, which we have set and placed in a cast, he says, sympathy sweeping through him. Why isn't she awake? Asks Daisy, looking through the window. The pack doctor looks at my mate through the window of the door. We had to put her in an induced coma for the time being. She is in a lot of pain at the moment. We will leave her under for a few days and see how she heals, he says. I'm concerned, though. The head wound she received tonight might cause a few problems, but we won't know until she wakes up. We all nodded and stared at him. I think only one person should stay with her at a time. Everyone else can go and rest, he says. I will let you know how she is doing in the morning. I will be here all night, and I will give her the best care possible. I will stay with her, I said suddenly, scaring a few people. Jackson looked at me, but before he could say anything, she's my mate. I need to be with her. My wolf needs to be with her. Jackson looks at me and nods. I will go, but I will be back later this evening. Before turning away with everyone, he stops and hands me a notebook. She can't talk. Ever since the rogue's attack that sliced her throat, she hasn't spoken. I take the notebook and nod. Everyone leaves, and I turn and head through the door to be with my mate. Her scent hits me hard, but it calms Asher down straight away. I go to the chair next to the bed and sit. I looked at Brooke. I sat there in silence, looking at her. How could you forget who your mate was? Asher asks suddenly. That's a good question. How could I? I don't know, but I remember her always around the house. She would constantly talk and follow me around. I say, slowly remembering more things about her. You're a dummy, he says. I snorted. Why would you call me that? You are. Hopefully she remembers you. If she doesn't, I will laugh my ass off, he says. It hurt a little that he said that, but I wish she would remember me. I look at her. I'm sitting on the other side of the bed where her cast is, but I look at her arm. Scars go up to her elbow, one deep and thick, while others look like cigarette burns. I can't help the anger that fills me. I took her hand into mine and looked at it. How could someone be so cruel? I said to Asher, who was growling, but he howled when he looked at the scars. He howls for his mate. I ran my hand over some of the scars. I can feel the tingles of the mate bond working between us. I look at her, but she never moves. She looks peaceful. I hope she wakes up soon and remembers me. I want her. I want my mate, Hudson. 4 weeks later. It has been a whole month since finding my mate, and she still hasn't woken up. She looks a lot better as they feed her through a feeding tube. Her wrist wasn't healing the way the doctor hoped it would. They had to do an operation on it. She has another 6 weeks with another cast. Her back is healed, but full of scars. I had to be held back by my father and Rex when I saw them. I wanted to kill Madison and Aubrey. Once we knew more about Brooke's injuries, we held a pack meeting to locate Madison and Aubrey. We sent guards to the house, but they had already left. They left without a trace, and nothing was left. They must have had a plan put in place if something ever happened. We have been hunting for them, but there have been no sightings. I won't stop until they are found. They won't get away with this. While we were in the meeting, Austin told us more about what happened and what he knew about before he came to the pack. Austin made documents of Brooke's injuries when they first started hurting her when he was younger. He hid them under a floorboard in his room. We have been helping the police, as apparently Aubrey, I found out her name from Jackson, hiding from the police on fraud charges. A few humans called the police when her mugshot was shown around by us. So now a few people are looking for them. They will be brought to justice, whether by the police or us werewolves, whoever gets to them first. We contacted the neighboring packs, and many are our allies. We told them what had happened and explained Brooke's story. They have all agreed to search and have been looking around for us, going to sightings when people tell us they have seen them. I have even told them about Brooke and I being mates. We have left mugshots of both women, so they have to tell us if any of them locate them. Some of the alphas are my closest friends who already have mates. They would do the same for their mates. I have already lined up some of my best men to retrieve them when we locate them. Jackson has been to see Brooke every day. We have both been sitting with her, as well as my sister Daisy too. She tells her stories about everything she has missed since she was away from the pack. Daisy and Rex were going to school, but I finished school early as I had already graduated. I wanted to stay with my mate. Everyone knows that Brooke is going to be the new Luna. They are all happy for me. Many have come to visit her, and some have even sent gifts. My father has also been to visit her too, as well as my mother. She came almost every day to see Brooke. She has been telling me all about Brooke's mother, about how close they were. I'm currently sitting on a chair. It is late evening, and everyone who came today has left, and now it is just my mate and me. I slowly start to fall asleep on the chair, like every night. Every night, I sleep next to her on the bed or the chair. I fall into darkness as sleep takes over. Brooke, I'm in complete darkness, and I can hear voices. I couldn't open my eyes. They are heavy. The voices, I have heard them every day, but I can't tell who they are. I don't know who they are. They are not Aubrey or Madison. Whoever they are, they tell me stories. They are all heartfelt and happy ones, nothing sad. There is one voice I hear. I don't know who it is, but he is someone that makes me feel weird, especially every time he touches my hand. I need to open my eyes. Why can't I open my eyes? I looked around, but there was nothing. I can hear beeping. I can feel things. I know I'm alive, but I don't know where I am. But I need to wake up. I keep trying until I started to move my eyelids. They are still heavy, but I can move them. I can move my head slowly, but not much. I flicker my eyelids open. There is a ceiling, a white ceiling. I look around as my eyes adjust to my surroundings. It's not bright here, but there is light coming from somewhere. I can hear beeping noises coming from the machines that are by the side of me. I look at my arms. Wires and tubes are sticking out of me. There is something on my wrist that is big and heavy. I probably look like a monster. I move. Suddenly, someone's hand is on mine, calling my name Brooke. You awake? I look at the person. It is the voice I have heard in my head. The person standing next to me is handsome, very handsome. I try to move my hand away from him, but he holds it tightly. You're awake, thank God, he says, looking at me with a small smile. I don't know him. Where am I? Who is he? I wiggle away, no noise coming out of me. I get away as much as I can from him. I get scared as he tries to hold on to me. I struggle and the beeping gets louder. I feel funny, my head is getting lighter, and I start to breathe faster. All of a sudden, 3 people came running into the room. "Luna, please calm down," says a man wearing a white coat who I assume is a doctor. He places his hand on my shoulder, but the growl that I hear scares me. A sudden image of the wolf, the one with bright yellow eyes, comes into my mind, and it makes me worse. I want to get out of here. I opened my mouth. I wanted to scream, but nothing. "Young Alpha, she is having a panic attack. Whack. You need to step outside, please," says the doctor. Before the man can say anything, another voice comes in through the door. Someone I remember, but I thought never wanted me. "Hudson, let the doctor do his job, please. She needs to calm down," he says. I look at him. Tears well up in my eyes as I stare at the man who left me with them, the man who is supposed to be the one to protect me. I start to shake, and my breathing gets harder and faster. Tears are in my eyes as I stare at both men. I need them to leave. I can feel someone place a hand on my shoulder. "Both of you, please leave," yells the doctor. I don't want either of them near me. They both look back at me with sadness, but I don't want them. I want them gone. Both of them leave. I can tell that they are just on the other side of the door. My shaking slows down as a nurse holds my hand and does breathing exercises with me to get my breathing back to normal. I take deep breaths in and out, following her every move as she shows me. "That's it, Brooke. Deep breathes in and out," says the doctor, holding my good arm and checking my pulse. After a few moments, the nurses leave. It is just the doctor and me. "Are you okay?" he asks, looking at me and taking the chair next to me. I nod. "Do you want me to get—" he says, but I shake my head instantly to stop him. I notice the notebook at the side. I point to it. The doctor grabs it and hands it to me with his pen. "Where am I?" wrote. The doctor smiled. "Ah, I forgot you can't talk. You are in a safe place, but it's not for me to answer that question." I looked at him, confused. "Why not?" I wrote underneath. He smiles. "I'm going to let your father in." I shook my head and started writing again. "No, I don't want to see him, and I don't know who the other man is." I handed him the notebook. He stares at it, then looks back at me. "Why don't you want to see your father?" he asks. "He was the one who came to save you." I glare at him, and he hands me the notebook. "He never came back for me. He left me, and so did Austin. I won't forgive him," I wrote. He looks at the notebook. He looks taken back. "What about your mate?" he asks. I look back at him even more confused. I don't write anything as I turn my head away from him and close my eyes. I don't want to see anyone. I have never had anyone help me before. Why should they now? The doctor sighs and walks away from me. "I will talk to your father and your mate," he said. He turns to leave, but stops just before he opens the door. "Brooke, your father has been fighting to get you back from that horrible place. He never wanted to leave you, but he had no choice at the time as it was a different time back then," he says. I keep my eyes closed. He had no choice? Everyone has a choice. I don't want to see anyone. He sighs. "Your mate is a good man, and you need him," he says. Then he opened the door. "I don't want to be here anymore. I want to leave this place. Hudson." I can't help but feel hurt by the way Brooke acted. I know it must have all been scary, but I was there to help her. The fear on her face when she looked at me was hard to bear. Even Asher was breaking his heart watching how our mate was acting. One thing is for sure, she doesn't know who I am. It was like a knife just twisted in my heart, her confusion when she stared at me. Both Jackson and I left her room and were in a daze. I'm standing outside the door, leaning on the wall opposite the door to my mate's room. Jackson crouches down next to me, head hanging low. His daughter also doesn't want anything to do with him. I can feel his pain. I know he has tears in his eyes. After a few moments, the door opens and the doctor walks out. Jackson moves his head and gets up quickly. We both straightened up and moved closer to him. He closes the door and looks at us. He holds the notebook that we left. His expression carried a lot of emotion. "I'm sorry, Alpha and Jackson. She doesn't want either of you with her," he says. He hands the notebook over to Jackson, who takes it from him and looks at it. The doctor moved the book to a few pages that had writing on them. Jackson reads what she has written. The tears he was holding back are now flowing freely down his face. He doesn't look up from the book. "She hates me," he says in a whisper. Alpha, I don't think she knows who you are, the doctor says to me. I think you both need to wait until she is ready. A growl escapes my lips as Asher is slowly coming to the surface. He doesn't like that our mate doesn't know us or understand that we need her. Alpha, she may have another panic attack, the pack doctor says with worry in his voice. I stared at him, not saying anything. We need mate, says Asher in a whine in my head. I close my eyes to calm my wolf. I know, we will soon, but we don't want to scare her off first. She has been through so much, I said to him. He gives me his puppy dog eyes. I will stay away to keep my mate safe, but not too far, he says. He knows the extent of her injuries, and we still don't know how far the abuse or torture went with her. We can see the physical scars, but the mental and emotional scars are the ones that are worrying us. I'm pulled from my thoughts as I hear Jackson sob next to me. I place a hand on Jackson's shoulder as he cries. Alana arrives to see the state of Jackson, which made her run over. What happened? She asks, but Jackson doesn't say anything. He just hands her the notebook as he looks toward the door. I can see what was written. She blamed him for leaving her behind. Alana looks at us. I am sorry, boys, she says, and places her hand on my arm. I gave her a small smile. I think we should give her some space. Let her come around. Alana says, she needs time to process everything. She just woke up, and not only that, but both of you smell like you have not showered in days. She scrunches up her nose as she looks between us. We both have been sitting with her for days. I have only been going to get food and showering when I can. We both gave a slight laugh. I think we should maybe start small, Hudson, Jackson says as his eyes never leave the door. I feel for him. Aubrey took away his daughter by calling him a bad father. We have been hunting for Brooke but never knew where to locate her. Austin was the only key we could use, and when we found out that Tasha was his mate, we knew we had a way to get her. But it was a long process, especially as they kept moving around a lot. I shake my head and pull myself together. I will, but I can't be too long, or Asher will take control. He doesn't like that we have to stay out here because she is scared of us, I said. Jackson looks at me and gives me an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Hudson. Everything's my fault. I can see guilt written all over his face. I shook my head and frowned. No, Jackson, it's not. We all know whose fault it is, and we will get them. You will talk to her, and you just have to wait till she is ready. All pack members know what happened. We know the truth, and Brooke will too, I said to him. Jackson stares at me, but I know he doesn't believe a word I just said to him. After a few moments, we all say goodbye to the doctor and leave. But we all suddenly stop when we hear a smash coming from the room. We all looked at each other. Mate, go to mate, roars Asher in my head. I moved quickly to the door and pushed it open. I looked around the room and the window looked broken. I rushed over to it without a sudden thought, and I instantly smelled blood. I looked down at the blood trickling down the wall, but looked out and noticed the running person. She was fleeing. My mate is running away from us. I quickly jumped out of the window and shifted mid-air into Asher. Our paws landed on the ground, and Asher ran straight towards her. She stumbles and falls over, and she looks back at us. Her face goes pale. Her mouth opens, but nothing comes out. The fear in her face makes my heart break. She is scared of us. I know if she had a voice, she would be screaming, Brooke. I can hear talking from outside the door, even someone crying. I know it's my father, but I don't want to be here. I look down and take all the tubes out of my arms, and everywhere else I have them. I looked at my arm with the metal poles sticking out. I can move it, but it is sore. I slowly get up out of bed. I'm in a hideous hospital gown. I don't care, as I don't own much clothing. I looked behind to see I was wearing underwear, which to my relief I was. I stood and tried to take a few steps at a time. The pain was manageable. I looked around the room, but I was taken back by the stuff I found. Many people must have been to see me, but I don't know who, as I don't know anyone. I looked towards the window, walking over. I noticed I was on the second floor. I know I can't go through the door as everyone is out there. Then a thought came to my mind. I could smash the glass and run for it. I looked around the room and noticed a portable fan on the unit by the bed. I could use it. I walked over and unplugged it. I grab and throw it through the window, making the window smash completely. I know people heard the glass breaking. I knew I didn't have long, as they would have heard the window smash. I climbed out of the window, only to cut my leg. I run. I can feel blood trickling down my leg from my wound as I do so, but I know I can't stop. I didn't get that far before I heard something pounding behind me. I turned to look, only to trip over my foot. I looked up, and my eyes grew wide. A giant wolf stood a few feet behind me. I'm so petrified that I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. I can feel tears prick behind my eyes. I pray to God that the wolf doesn't hurt me, or even worse, eat me. The wolf stops and stares at me. He cocks his head to the side, sniffs the air, then a low growl escapes him. I move back as he moves forward. He stops and whines. I can hear people around, but my eyes never look at them as I keep them focused on the wolf in front of me. No one's going to help me. "Brooke!" shouts my father. I look back at him as tears escape my eyes. I don't want him anywhere near me. The wolf just stands there looking at me, not moving. "Brooke, he won't hurt you," says my father as he comes closer to me. I shuffled back away from him, shaking my head. He stops suddenly, hurt in his eyes. "Brooke, look at me," someone says softly. I look towards the woman who just spoke. "Your dad is right. The wolf won't hurt you." I turned my attention to the wolf that had now laid down, moving slowly towards me in a crouching position. I tried to get up onto my feet and move back, but fell as my leg hurt me. "You're injured, Brooke. Let me help you," the woman says. She takes a step closer to me. I looked at her, and then at the wolf. I don't know whether to trust her or not. "My name is Sophia," she says in a soft voice. I look at her as she steps closer and bends down by my side, my eyes not leaving the wolf. She puts a strand of my hair back behind my ear, making me look at her. She looks at me and smiles. "He won't hurt you, Brooke. He is a big softy of a wolf," she says as she looks towards the wolf and smiles. The wolf comes closer, and I quickly grab her hand. "It's okay. He wants to make sure you're okay," she says, looking down at me. I feel the warmth from her. The wolf edges closer to me, and he sniffs my leg. He is enormous, but he crouches down further, so he is not towering over me. I held onto Sophia's hand tighter. The wolf doesn't do anything. He just lies there with his nose pressed against my leg. He looks at me, and I keep my eyes on it in return. My heart is beating fast in my chest. "See, I told you, he is a big softy," she says. She moves towards my injured leg and sees the blood. "You have a cut that might need stitches. We need to take you back to the hospital." I start to panic. I look back at where I ran from, and my heart races again. I don't want to go back there. "It's okay, and I will stay with you. Dr. Frank is amazing," she says. I look towards the people that have gathered. I hear a growl coming from the wolf. I move closer to Sophia as the wolf looks at the people. I start to shake. Sophia looks down at me. "He is making sure no one comes near you," she says softly. I looked towards where my father and another 2 men were standing. My father holds a woman's hand. She looks at me and smiles. I turned my head away. That's who he left me for. He left me for her, and he left me with that monster. A tear escapes my eye as my mind has so many dark thoughts running around. Sophia looks down at me. "No one else will come. Only me. Okay?" she says as she stands up and holds out her hand to me. I look back at the wolf as it stares at me. I grab her hand and lift myself up, only to fall again, but the wolf moves and catches me. His thick black fur is all silky. He's really warm to the touch. I move my hand away from him and stumble back, but Sophia catches me. "I've got you, Brooke," she says. She places her hand around my waist and leads me limping away. I could feel eyes on me, but I looked over my shoulder and noticed the wolf walking toward my father and the others watching me. I looked forward as Sophia guided me back into the big building, and once we were inside, she led me to a different hospital room. When we get inside the room, she places me on the bed, grabs a seat that is next to the bed, and sits down. After a few moments, the doctor from before walks in. Sophia, can I look at Brooke's leg, please?" he says. He looks at me and smiles. "I won't hurt you. I brought you this too, so you can talk," he says as he hands me the notebook. I smile. The doctor gets to work and cleans the wound, then stitches it up. I have another scar on my leg. I look at my bare legs, which have many scars. Once the doctor leaves and closes the door behind him, Sophia places a blanket over me. "Let's make sure you're nice and warm," she says. I lean back on the bed, which is soft. I looked at her and grabbed the notebook. "You look familiar to me," I wrote. "How is that?" She reads the page and gives me a huge smile. "Brooke, what do you remember before living with that horrible woman?" she says, looking at me. I stare at the notebook and only write what I know. I only remember the wolf that attacked my mother, nothing else. I remember leaving a big house as my father left me in my room because he was heartbroken about my mother. Then he married Aubrey. I wrote and handed it to her, her eyes looking over my written words. She looks at me and gives me a small smile. "Well, you used to live here with your parents. This used to be your home until that night. We were having some trouble, and your mother was scared. She wanted to protect you. I was best friends with your mother," she says and holds my hand in hers. "You were best friends with my children, Daisy and Hudson." I looked at her blankly. "I can't remember anyone from here. How is that?" I shake my head and take my hand out of hers. She looks hurt. I grabbed the pen and the notebook and then started writing again. "I don't remember, sorry," I wrote. I turned over onto my side, away from her, but I don't want to remember where I lost the one person I missed the most. Sophia stands up and moves the blanket up to my shoulders. She leaves her hand on my shoulder for a little while. I could feel her warmth. "I'm sorry about everything, Brooke," she said sadly. "I will go outside the door to talk to your father as he is worried about you." I don't look back at her. I need to be on my own. My thoughts were running wild, but one thing was on it more than anything. Why couldn't I remember being here? Jackson. She completely hates me. She couldn't even look at me. She thinks I abandoned her. She doesn't know the whole story. After Luna Sophia takes Brooke inside, Hudson shifts back into his human form. I looked at him. "She has been scared of wolves ever since that night," came a voice from one side of us, Austin. "She's scared of any form of dog. My mother tormented her. When we were in school, she would bring the most evil-looking dog in and make it bite her," he says in a hateful tone. Both Hudson and I growled. "I didn't think she was that bad," says Hudson. I didn't shift back in front of her as her heart rate was through the roof. "Thank God, my mother came when she did." I smiled. Well, Luna Sophia knew Brooke when she was a child, but she knew what was happening to her, too. He looks back at me, confused. "What do you mean?" I looked back at both of them and sighed. Luna Sophia knew about the panic attacks she had after the attack. She would take her back to the pack house. She would sit with her for hours as I was. I stopped as a tear slid down my face. A hand moves it away, and tingles go through me. Alana smiled up. "You were a mess, honey. Everyone knew that." I smile but don't say anything. I look towards Alpha Marcus and Beta Logan, who give me sympathetic looks. We move closer to the hospital door, only to see Luna Sophia looking through the door window where Brooke was staying. "Mum, why aren't?" Hudson says, but he stops when she looks at him, tears in her eyes. "She doesn't remember being here," she says in a small voice. Alpha Marcus goes to his mate and consoles her. "She only remembers the attack on her mother and herself," she says, and turns to Hudson with sadness. "She doesn't even remember being close to you or your sister." Hudson looks defeated, and his shoulders go lower. "How?" he asked. Pain and sadness were written all over his face. "I don't know, Hudson. It feels like she blocked everything out due to all the pain she suffered at the hands of that horrible human," she says, letting a growl slip. I looked towards the door, listening in on my daughter. She had fallen back asleep. I look at Luna Sophia. She smiles at me. "Jackson, she will need time." I sigh. I want my daughter back. "Wait, I want to kill that for what she has done to her." "Calm down, honey," says Alana, holding my arm. I look down at her. "I'm trying, but I want answers to why that did all that to my daughter," I say, earning a growl from Hudson. "Me too," he says. "Something must have happened for her to be a monster and even hurt a human child too." We all nod in agreement. Hudson turns to Alpha Marcus. "Any news from the other packs?" he asks with a hint of hope. Alpha Marcus looked between us, but it was Beta Logan who spoke. "Yes, they have been seen traveling north," he said, but looked towards the Alpha. "They're with rogues," says Alpha Marcus. We all looked back at them in disbelief. "How?" I tried to form a sentence, but I couldn't. Alpha Marcus looks behind us. I turn to see Austin and Tasha standing. Austin seems pissed at the Alpha's statement. "What do you mean they are with rogues?" he shouts. Alpha Marcus presses a finger to his mouth to tell him to keep quiet due to Brooke as he looks toward the door. Alpha Marcus moves away, and we all move out of the hospital and head outside to talk. But when we were outside, a few guards were approaching us. "Alpha, a woman is standing on the pack borders wanting to talk to you," one said. "Who is she?" Alpha Marcus growls. The guard looked like he would piss his pants, but recovered quickly. "She says she needs to talk to you in Jackson," he said, looking between us. No words were exchanged. We all shifted into our wolf forms and headed to the border where the guards told us to go. When we all arrived, I shifted back and looked at the woman. "How the hell did she know about this place?" "How did you know where to find me?" I asked. Everyone looked back between us, confused. "Honey, who is she?" says Alana from my side. "Honey, huh?" she says, smirking. "So you had a second chance, mate, then?" "Why are you here?" I asked her. I haven't seen her since my first mate gave birth to Brooke. "Is that how you greet your sister?" she says, and looks toward Alpha Marcus. "The big bad Alpha has his Luna, but you forgot about me too." Shaking her head at him. He looks at her but smirks at her. "Leslie," he says, "how the hell are you here? You left the pack to find adventures," he says. Luna Sophia looks at her and smiles. "Leslie Parker." Leslie looks at her and smiles. Luna Sophia. Luna Sophia grabs her and pulls her into a hug. Alpha Marcus looks on and smiles. The terrible three. I looked at him, but sadness hit my heart as we all used to call my mate, my sister, and Luna when we were younger, and all waiting to find our mates. Suddenly, my sister sniffs the air and glares at Beta Logan, who has a stupid smirk on his face. "Hello, mate," he says. We all looked back, stunned. "You knew who your mate was?" I asked him. He had a stupid smirk on his face and nodded. "Yeah, I found out the day she left as her scent was driving me crazy, but she didn't know until now," he says. I looked back at my sister, glaring even harder at Beta Logan. I chuckled. "My mate had to be you," she says in a snarl. She looks at me but stops. "Where's my niece?" she asks suddenly. "She doesn't know about everything. She's been gone for a long time." "What's wrong?" says Leslie, looking at the sad, painful faces staring back at her. "We need to talk." "It's a long talk, but you need to know," I said with a sigh. "We will leave you both to talk," says Alpha Marcus, but Leslie looks at Beta Logan, who looks like a lost puppy or something, like he doesn't know where to go. "You go with him. I will find you in a little bit. I want to know about my niece," she says, and Logan looks with sad eyes, but he knows she needs to know. While everyone moves back to the pack house, we stroll back. I had to explain everything from the rogue attack to the stupid mistake of marrying someone else. Leslie looked like she would kill me once I explained everything to her. "How could you marry a horrible piece of trash like that? You knew you could have had a second chance, mate," she says. "When did you meet Alana?" I laugh but grimace at the memory. "I was leaving the house to go to the market. I bought the first house outside the pack grounds as it would be closer to the pack. I went into the market and she was there. I was amazed to find my second chance, but then things went to hell," I say. "Where are the humans now?" she asks. I looked at her with a hint of anger. "We are searching for them. We have other packs looking around too." Before I could say any more to Leslie, Luna Sophia comes running up to us in wolf form, and she shifts straight away. "Brooke, she's gone," she says, with worry coming from her voice. "No, she can't be gone again." "What do you mean she's gone?" yells Leslie. We all start to run back to the pack hospital. "She wasn't in her bed, she was left on her own. Only her scent was in the room, but no one knows where she is," she says. Hudson and Rex are in wolf form looking around for her. I can't help the guilt and worry slipping in. Where the hell did my daughter go now? Brooke. I pretended to sleep. I knew they were all outside the door. I don't want to be here anymore. I hear them leave. They seem to have left the corridor as it is really quiet now. As before, it seemed there was talking and even some shouting. I sat up and looked around. There was a pair of leggings and a t-shirt with underwear on the chair. Sophia must have put them in there earlier or before she left. I got up and moved away from the bed. I quickly got dressed. I try to be careful of the stitches on my leg and watch the cast on my arm, as the metal things are annoying me. I looked through the door window to check to see if no one was around. I needed to get out of here. I walked out of my room and moved towards the front of the hospital. I opened the door. The whole corridor was quiet, and no one was around. I looked towards the window by the front door and noticed no one was there. I looked back behind me to make sure no one was around to check on me like the doctor. I opened the door quietly and squeezed past, slipping outside. I have nothing on my feet, but I look in both directions. There's a car with its back door open. Maybe I can just hide in the back, and I can just get out when they stop. I walked over and quickly climbed into the back seat. I sat in the footwell on the driver's side, as the space was bigger for me. I placed the blanket thrown over the back seat, pulling it over my head and body. It covers me. Luckily, I'm skinny. After a few moments, a woman climbs into the car but shouts out to whoever she was with her. "I will be back later. I'm going to the village." After a few more words were exchanged, she got into the car and the smell of perfume hit me hard. It wasn't nice at all. I can feel my body ache and my arm starts to throb. She starts the car and leaves, playing her music very loudly. I have to sit back and wait till she stops. I just hope it doesn't take too long, I thought. After what seemed like ages, she stops and gets out. She doesn't lock the car but leaves it open. "Finally, I get to see you, baby," she says in a husky voice to whoever she sees. "Come on, come inside," says the person who I think sounded like a man. I moved the blanket from my head and looked around. The coast was clear, and I opened the door and slipped out, closing the door quietly behind me. I looked to each side of the car. It was parked by a row of houses. I knew where I was. After moving around again, the house wasn't far from here when we moved to the house. I walked away from the car and placed my injured wrist across my waist. I walked as fast but quietly as I could, checking over my shoulder to make sure no one was behind me. I don't want people to know where I was, especially from that place. I looked around, noticing the house in the distance. As I approached, I walked up the driveway, scared that they might be there. It looked dark inside. There were no lights on, no movement. I opened the door to find nothing. No furniture, nothing whatsoever. Where the hell was Aubrey and Madison? Hell, where was all the furniture? I walked inside. It was freezing. By the looks of it, no one has been here in a few weeks. I could tell due to spider webs and the dust collected in places. I think I'm safe here. I stood there, looking around until my eyes landed on the door. A shiver runs down my spine as I look at it. I walk towards the door, the horrid door that kept me prisoner for years, the door to my torment and torture. I couldn't help but rub my arm where the scars were left behind. I opened the door, and I appeared down the steps. I made my way down the steps and looked around. The room still looked the same, and the mattress was still there. But I glanced at the corner where dried blood was on the floor, where the last torture occurred. I shudder at the sight. I looked around and saw the blanket that Austin gave me. That was the only thing that gave me trouble. Aubrey never wanted me to be safe or to be warm. I walked over and picked up the blanket. I placed it around me. I walked back up the steps and towards the door, but something was blocking the doorway. Oh no, it is enormous and it has big brown eyes. It was the wolf from that place. How the hell did it find me? I opened my mouth but closed it quickly. The wolf looks at me and its head at me. He moves back. I watch as the wolf moves away and out of my sight. I shake badly, but I need to get out of here. I pull the blanket closer to me, trying to keep the cold off me. I slowly walk up the steps and prepare myself for the wolf, but when I get to the doorway and look around, it wasn't near the door or even in the room. I looked towards the front door, and it was sitting with the front door closed behind it, watching me. I stepped out, looking at it. My eyes never leave the wolf. I know my nerves are getting the best of me, and I start to shake more. I closed the basement door behind me and slid down the door, still watching the wolf. He watches my every move. He never takes his eyes off me. He took a step closer, but I shook my head, opening my mouth. "No, stay," I mouthed to him. The wolf stops and cocks his head to the side, looking at me, but suddenly he slides down. His paws are outstretched in front of him. They are massive paws. I keep looking at him, and he does the same to me. A tear slides down my cheek, and I wipe it away. It feels like hours go by as I watch the wolf. I watch as the wolf places its head on his front paws and closes his eyes. I started to feel tiredness setting in. I want to sleep, but I don't want to. I look at the wolf once more, but his head is down, softly snoring. There is a good few feet between us. Sophia said he wouldn't hurt me, and I needed to believe that. My eyes were getting heavy, and I knew I would soon drift into the darkness of sleep, as my eyes still looked at the wolf as they drew to a close. I fell asleep hard, and I was exhausted. Hudson. It wasn't hard to find her. Layla smelt her when she got out of her car. She mind-linked me to say she watched her get out of the car and told us which direction she was heading in. When she told us the directions, I was surprised that she would go back to where she was tormented and tortured. But I guess it must have been hard for her when you only know one place to go back to is the one that caused more harm. Asher ran as fast as he could, with Rex following in suit. As we got to the house, we could hear her heartbeat, and it was racing so fast. "What should we do?" asked Rex through MindLink as he shifted back into his human form. I didn't say anything but stare at the house. "Mate's scared," says Asher quietly. "He's worried about her, and so am I." She ran away now for the second time from us. Asher looked toward Rex, who was staring at us. But I talked to Asher first. "Asher, stay as you are. We will slowly go in," I said to him, and then I talked to Rex through the mind link. "Rex, head back to the pack house. Tell them we found her," I said. "Asher and I will watch over her and bring her back when she calms down." He nods and turns to leave. "Oh, Rex, actually bring a car in the next hour," I say to him. "She may be tired or even hurt." He looks at me and nods with a smile. He turns and runs off, but shifts into his wolf form again. "Right, we will take this slow, Asher. Remember, she doesn't like wolves," I say to him, and he lets a little whine. "I will try, but I want Mate," he says. We walked toward the house and walked in, moving through the front door and looking around. The house looks abandoned. You wouldn't believe a family lived here. They left in a hurry. They planned everything if she was caught or missing. Asher scans the lounge, but we look towards the door in the kitchen, the basement. The place where we smelt her scent when we came here. We walked over to the door and looked down, only to meet her scared blue eyes staring back at us. We don't move or do anything but just stare at her. I could hear her heartbeat, and it was going a little faster as soon as her eyes landed on us. "Asher, step back and walk back to the front door slowly," I said. "But Mate," he started to say, but I didn't let him finish. "Now, Asher, she's scared. Listen to her heartbeat," I said. He stares at her and listens. He looks back to the front door, and we back up. We walk backward and sit back at the door. "Why is she so scared of us?" asks Asher as he keeps his eyes on the basement doorway. "A rogue attacked her and her mother when she was a child, killing her mother. That scar on her neck is from the attack," I said. Feeling Asher's anger rise. "Asher, you need to keep calm. She will faint or something if she sees you angry. You don't want to scare Mate," I said, his ears picking up some movements from the basement. We stare and listen as Brooke's shadow comes up. She's making her way to the doorway. As she comes closer, Brooke looks around, but her eyes land on us. She's cold, wrapping a thin blanket around her, but she only stops once through the door. She closes the door with her foot, but her eyes never leave us. Once the door was closed, she slides down to sit and leans against it. She never takes her eyes off us. She looked tired, her eyes were droopy. Asher takes a step closer, but she mouths no stay. Asher stares at her. "What do we do now?" asks Asher. "Pretend to get comfy and sleep," I say, looking through his eyes at her. "She's tired," I say. Asher stretches out his massive paws and lies down, resting his head in front of him. Brooke keeps her eyes focused on us, but her eyelids were slowly closing and getting heavy. A mind link opens up. "We are on our way, Hudson," says my mother. "How is she?" Asher stared at her. She was falling asleep. "She's okay. She's calmer with Asher at the moment. We just lay down a few feet away from her and pretended to fall asleep while she closed her eyes," I said to her, as I looked through Asher's eyes. After a few seconds, Brooke was flat out sleeping. Asher walks over to her and lies by the side of her. She feels ice cold. I can feel her cold skin on his fur. "Warm made up," he says to me as he rests his head on her lap and inhales her scent. Vanilla's hers, and I love it. Asher and I don't close our eyes. We watch our mate sleep. Suddenly, the door slowly opens to my mother and Rex, who scan the house and stare at me. Rex walks over to me, slowly and quietly. "Let's take her home," he says in a whisper. Asher growls at him. I could tell he didn't want to move her. "Hey, dude, come on, let's get her to the pack house. Let me shift back," I said to him. Asher reluctantly lets me take over, and I slowly shift back into my human form. Rex hands me a pair of shorts. I stood up and put them on. I bent down and picked up my sleeping mate and made our way to the car. I glance to the driver's side and see Jackson in the driving seat. He turns in the seat and looks at his daughter in my arms, his eyes full of sadness. I gave him a small smile. Rex opens the door for me. I climb in and place Brooke on my lap, wrapping the blanket around her. Rex gets in the front while my mother takes the next seat next to me in the back. Brooke never moves, silently snoring. She sends tingles all over me. Asher is purring, which is unheard of. Being close to her helps him settle down. "When we get to the pack hospital," starts my mother, but I shake my head. "No hospital. She stays in the pack house." She looks back at me. "Hudson, she has serious injuries." "I know, but I don't think she likes it there. We place her in a room on her own near my room, on my floor. She will feel safe. Make sure Daisy and Jackson are close by too. Also you and Dad too," I said, smiling. "She won't run away again. Asher will be with her too." "What do you mean Asher will be with her?" says my mother with a smirk. I shake my head. "Asher won't leave her, but I also think she is getting used to him. I will slowly come into the picture, but at the moment, I want her to be okay with my wolf." She looks at me and smiles. "Has the big bad alpha wolf turned into a softie?" "Hey, I'm not a softie," says Asher in my head with a low growl, but I can't help the chuckle. "You have become a little softer when it comes to mate." My mother doesn't say anything, but I think she knows how Asher is. "Hey, dummy, I get to be with our mate more than you now," he says with a smirk. I groaned. "Don't remind me," I said to him. "I have to win her over the human way." Asher laughs at me. "This will be fun to watch," he says. I groan. The car was silent for a while, but I know everyone is worried about Brooke. Jackson looks back at me in the mirror. "How is she?" he asks through an open-minded link. "She's okay. I think she wanted some normality. I mean the house, not those bastards. That's why she went back to the house. It's the only thing she knows," I said. He nods. I looked down at Brooke, who had now become warmer. I move her hair out of her face and can finally see her face. She's gorgeous. Asher comes closer and looks through my eyes. "We love mate," says Asher. I can't say it to her, but I know how I truly feel for her. Well, I think I do, or it could be the mate bond working. "We do," I said back to him, not letting him know that I think it's too soon to think like that even though it would lead that way. I stared at her for a moment, but soon I leaned back on the seat. The journey to the pack house took a bit longer as Jackson was taking his time. He wanted to make sure Brooke was safe and okay. Hudson. We arrived back at the pack house, and everyone was waiting for us on the top step. As we stop, Rex climbs out and walks around to open the door for me as I climb out with my sleeping mate in my arms and carry her through the pack house. As we get to the top steps, "I made a room up on your floor for her, as Mum told me too," says Daisy, looking towards Brooke. I smiled. "Thank you. Show me which one." Daisy looks away from Brooke and takes the lead, and I follow her. We get to my floor, and Daisy points to the door that she has set Brooke up in, and I can't help but smile. She picked the room that joined my room. Daisy opens the door, and I walk in. Daisy moves to the bed and pulls the blankets back as I place her down on the bed. I moved the blankets back into place over her, but the blanket she was still wrapped in was thin and still around her. It looked old. I was about to take it off her, but someone spoke quietly. "Don't take it off her," says Austin, standing by the door. That was the last thing I gave her before the... But he couldn't finish his sentence as tears escaped. We all know how he feels. I leave the blanket over her, looking back at my mate. It was so quiet, I could feel someone move closer to me. I looked to see Daisy nodding toward the door. I knew I couldn't stay as she might freak out if she found me there. I walk through the door, and Daisy follows me. I bought some clothes for her too," says Daisy in a whisper as she shuts the door behind us. "Thank you," I said. I couldn't help but look towards the closed door. "I think Asher should stay with her, but on the floor. She might feel safe if she sees that he's there with her and she's not on her own." blurts Daisy. I look back at her, stunned. But Asher was happy and jumping around in my head. He liked the idea. I smiled and nodded. I walked backwards and shifted to Asher. Asher shakes out his fur and looks between Austin and Daisy, grinning. Daisy opens the door and lets us in. We stepped inside, and Daisy closed the door behind us. We looked at our sleeping mate and stood by the door. We slide down till our body lands on the hard surface, and we rest our head on our paws. It wasn't long till sleep took over us, but after a few hours, I hear something and we open our eyes. We looked up to see a frightened mate looking at us. Her eyes are wide as she looks around the room, but her eyes land on us again. Asher, don't move, I said to him. He kept looking at our mate. Brooke slowly moves, still watching us, and we keep our eyes on each other. Where am I? She mouths, no sound coming from her. Asher his head to the side. She stands up and walks to the window. She looks outside, realizing that she is back at the Packlands. She tenses. Asher stands up and moves slowly, moving closer to her. She doesn't realize that we are right behind her. We went up just over her shoulder, but our head was way above hers. She stiffens as she stares at our reflection in the window, turning around slowly and looking up at us. I can feel her fear. She's scared. Don't move, I said to Asher, looking through his eyes. He listens to me. He knows and senses his mate is scared. She steps to the side a bit, but hits our paw. Asher stared at her, and he didn't flinch at the movement. She stiffens again, still watching us. Sorry, she mouths. She steps around us and goes back to bed, her eyes never leaving us, making sure we never move or checking to see what we do next. Asher turns and watches her. She climbs back into bed and pulls the covers over her, her eyes never leaving us, watching us. Asher moves closer to the bed, lowers his head and places it on the mattress where her hand is. He sniffs her hand and looks at her. Her eyes went wide, looking back at us. She moves her hand in the cast, but Asher nudges it with his nose. She leaves it on his nose. Brooke looks at us and never moves her hand. She leaves it there. Brooke moves down the bed and places her head on the pillow. She turns toward us and slowly drifts back off to sleep. Once she was back asleep, "Mate is so cute," says Asher. I chuckle in his head. "Yeah, she is, you big softy," I said. Asher frowns, but his eyes never leave Brooke, who was back silently snoring. Asher lies back down. We are so tall and big that we can maneuver ourselves to get comfy. He stayed like that, with her hand on his nose all night. Her scent was intoxicating, but it calmed us down. We close our eyes and fall back to sleep. It was the best night's sleep we have had in ages. However, it doesn't take long to feel the sun sweeping through the curtains. It blares down on Asher's back, but he doesn't move. Asher opens his eyes and stares at our mate, not moving. Suddenly, Brooke slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes adjust to the light but go wide at the sight of us. She quickly moves her hand to her chest, resulting in her whimpering in pain. Asher whines when he sees her in pain. He doesn't like seeing her in pain. Suddenly, the door opens, and my mother stands in the doorway. She stares at me, and then back at Brooke, but a smile goes on her face. "Ah, you're awake. I see the big softy stayed with you." Asher glares back at her, earning a chuckle from my mother and me. Brooke looks between the both of us, looking slightly confused. "How did I get here?" she mouths. My mother looks at her and smiles. "Hudson found you and this big softy here. He carried you back. Hudson will be, here soon," she says. "Would you like some food?" She looks back at her. She seemed to be thinking about what to say. Asher lets out a bark towards my mother to get her attention. "Give her the notebook to write in," I say through MindLink, remembering that she had written in it before. The bark scared Brooke as she looked at Asher, but he looked back at her and lowered his head to her. She stared back at him. My mother smiles and places her hand into her back pocket to retrieve a notebook. Brooke looks back between the book and my mother, who walks over to her and hands it over. My mother smiles at her as Brooke takes the notebook. She opens it up and starts to write. "Yes, I want some food, but can I eat it here, please?" she writes. My mother nodded. "Yeah, that will be fine. I will let the wolf out first," but Brooke shakes her head and writes back in the book. "No, he is okay here." My mother looks taken back at the written statement, but smiles. "Okay, Asher can stay," she says, but Brooke gives her a weird look. My mother shakes her head. Where are my manners? The wolf's name is Asher. He's Hudson's wolf, she says. Brooke looks back at us and smiles, mouthing, Nice to meet you, Asher. Asher is happy. He wags his tail at her and licks her hand. She shakes her shoulders as if she giggles without a sound, and so does my mother. I think you made him happy, Brooke, she says. You know, you made everyone worry yesterday when you ran off, she says. Brooke looks worriedly back at my mother, but my mother shakes her head. She looks at Brooke. I'm not angry, and I won't hurt you. I promise that no one will, Brooke, not here, she says. Brooke looks back but gives her a small smile. My mother smiles. Once you have had some food, you can have a shower and change into some fresh clothes. They are over there in the wardrobe, she says, pointing to the wardrobe. Brooke looks at where she is pointing and nods. My mother turns around to leave, but she looks over her shoulder at her before she does. Brooke, you need to talk to your dad. There are some things you need to know. He's not a bad man, I promise. Talk to him when you are ready. He's hurting too, she says. Brooke looks at her hands and grabs the book. She writes in the book once again. She held it up for my mother to look at, and my mother had to walk back over to the bed to read. My mother reads it aloud. I will, but only when I'm ready. My mother nods but doesn't say anything. She was about to leave, but Brooke held her finger up and mouthed, Wait. Thank you, Sophia, she wrote. I will try, but I find it hard when it comes to people, as Aubrey never let me be around other people or anyone. My mother's face turned sad. You won't be going back to her. I promise you that, Brooke. I will kill her if she ever comes near the ground, or you. Also, she has to go through your father and Hudson. She looks taken back, but my mother leaves us. Brooke looks confused, and she looks back at us. She leans back on the bed and watches us. Asher wants to get closer to her, but he doesn't want to scare her again. Brooke lifts her good hand, slowly moving it towards us. Asher stared at her and was about to move closer, but I stopped him. She's being brave. Let her make the first move, I said to Asher, as I could feel his excitement. Brooke. I moved my hand slowly towards the giant wolf. I wanted to pet him. He did, after all, look after me through the night. But a sudden thought came to mind. What did Sophia mean Hudson would kill Aubrey? He doesn't even know me. I had loads of questions running around in my head. I slowly moved towards Asher as he places his head on the bed. I put my hand on top of his head. He's massive, and my small hand looks weird against his fur. I smoothed his coat, which was soft to the touch. I could tell he liked it as his tail was wagging. Actually, it wagged a lot. I keep doing this for a while till I see out of the corner of my eye the door open again to find Sophia and another girl who looks like her staring back at me. She looked at me, then at the wolf. I think Asher needs to run now, she says with a blank expression on his face as he turns to look at her. Asher looks at me and then stands up. I forgot how big he was, and he moved towards the door and left. The girl shuts the door and looks at me. Hi, Brooke, she says. I'm Daisy. I looked back at her but didn't do anything. I moved my eyes to Sophia, who just placed a tray full of food. I didn't know what you liked, so I grabbed everything, she says as she moves the tray into the middle of the table. I stared at the food, but I could still feel Daisy's eyes on me. I stared at her, then back at Sophia. Brooke, do you remember me? Blurts Daisy. I stared blankly at her but shook my head. I can honestly say I can't remember her or anyone from this pack. Her face looks hurt, but she recovers quickly when she realizes that I was looking at her. It's okay, I have some photos to show you. Maybe they will help you remember, she says and smiles at me. I give a small smile back, trying not to be scared of everyone. I looked at the food, removed the covers, and slid over to the bed's side. I slowly got up and walked over to the table where the tray was. There is a whole load of food, my stomach growls, but I know I can't eat all that. It's okay, Brooke, only eat what you can, says Sophia. I glanced at her, but she was giving me a knowing smile. I smile, move from the bed, and walk over to the table. I sat down, grabbed a few items, and ate some food. I couldn't help but watch what Sophia and Daisy were doing. Sophia goes to the wardrobe and gets out some clothes, and she looks at me. I think you should wear a dress. What do you think? I stare back at her. I haven't worn a dress in so long. Well, not since I was a little girl. My mother would always put me in dresses when I was a child. I could feel Sophia's eyes on me as she stared at me, looking confused. You don't have to. I just thought you would like to wear something more comfortable. Your stitches might be okay with coming out too, the ones on your leg, I mean. I looked down at my leg, and I could feel the stitches through my leggings. I can't believe I did it, just from cutting myself on the glass when I jumped out of the window. It's okay, we will sort it out later, Mum. I think Brooke just wants to have some food, says Daisy, sensing my discomfort. I couldn't help but look at her. She was sitting on the bed with her leg over her other one. I couldn't help but smile back at her. Okay, I will leave you both to it. Daisy will stay with you and show you around. The grand tour, if you will, but if you want to come downstairs, we will all be there waiting for you, says Sophia, with a hopeful smile on her face. She looks toward Daisy for a moment, but turns and leaves. After a few moments, I heard movements from the bed and glanced over to see Daisy get up and walk toward a chair. She takes the chair next to me and grabs some food to eat. We ate in silence, with Daisy looking at me every so often. I wanted to talk to her, but having no voice, it would be so hard, and I didn't want to write in the notebook. Well, not when I was having food. After a few minutes, I could only manage a few bites. Have you finished? Daisy asked, looking at my plate. I turned to stare at her and nodded. Okay, I will put the shower on and you can get freshened up, she says as she moves from the chair. She walks into the bathroom. I got up from where I was sitting to grab the notebook and pen. I could hear the water run and hear Daisy's movements. She steps back into the room and she smiles at me. I write in the notebook. Thank you, Daisy, and I'm sorry for being confused. I can't remember much from before my mother's death, only since my dad left me with Aubrey, and due to what happened to me there, I can't remember much of anything due to the beatings. I had to stop, and I could hear a growl slip through her lips, and I knew what part she had just read, but she didn't look back. She carried on. You will have to give me time, but I would love to see your photos, I wrote. Daisy looks up from the notebook, her eyes shining with happiness. No worries, Brooke. We will help you get them back, she says, and sits back on the bed. You go in the shower. I will wait here for you, she says. I moved away from the table and walked toward the bathroom. I headed to the shower. Oh, Brooke, take all the time you need. The shower is amazing. I looked over my shoulder as I got to the door and smiled at her. This was going to be the first shower I ever took. Hudson. I had to leave the room. Daisy was going nuts in my head through MindLink, wanting to see Brooke. As soon as I got out of Brooke's bedroom and went into my room, I shifted back. I glanced at the joining room. I was right next door to Brooke's room. I quickly got in the bathroom and showered. I made sure I wasn't too long, and once I was out, I got changed. I left my room and headed downstairs to the lounge, where I found my mother and father with Leslie, Jackson, Alana, and Beta Logan. My mother turns to me and smiles. It seems Brooke has taken a shine to Asher, she says. I noticed the smirk on her face. I smiled back, and I felt happy that she had taken to my wolf. I could feel Asher feeling happy too. How was last night? Asks Jackson, sensing his worry about his daughter. It hits me hard. She was fine. She did wake up once, but soon fell asleep again, I said. She seems to be coming around a bit, Jackson. Yet I would give her some time, and she may want to see you, says my mother. Jackson smiled at her. It seemed to be giving him some hope, knowing there was a chance with Brooke. Suddenly I hear, Hudson Morris, says a squeaky voice behind me. Oh crap, why is she back? I don't turn around. Kelsey comes straight over to me, turns me around, and plants a kiss on my mouth, but I am soon hit with the vanilla scent. I tried to move away, but I was too late. Brooke stood in the lounge doorway with Daisy. She looks at everyone, but her eyes land on me for a brief moment, which makes me want to move over to her. Daisy lets a growl slip, and I could feel her eyes piercing a hole into me. I couldn't help but take Brooke in, and she looked stunning. Brooke is wearing a dress that was making my mouth water. Asher was pissed and started growling in my head when Kelsey kissed me, but as soon as he saw our mate, especially in that dress, he howled like a horny dog. Who is that? Says Kelsey, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced over at her, and her eyes were set on Brooke. I looked back at Brooke, who didn't say anything, not even her mouth opened. She just looked at her. Brooke, you came. my mother starts to say, but Brooke starts to back away from the doorway, turns around, and runs away. Daisy looks toward her friend and follows after her. "What a weird girl," says Kelsey, making my mother and Jackson growl loudly towards her. Kelsey looks shocked and taken back, but my father speaks next. "What the hell are you doing here? I thought you were never coming back," he says with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Kelsey was sent away by my father to another pack to find her mate, as she wouldn't leave me alone. Judging by this, she is still the same and hasn't found her mate. "Oh, Alpha, the Blood Moon pack was supposed to call you about my return. I didn't find my mate there, so they sent me back," she says calmly. Alpha Josh was happy to help. He would have called. "Something is up here." I opened a mind link to my father. "Dad, phone Alpha Josh, see what he has to say." I said. "What about her?" "She won't leave you alone," he says. "You need to be with Brooke. I will sort something out, and I will make sure Kelsey is dealt with, but you need to contact Alpha Josh now," I said. My father shuts down the mind link and turns toward everyone. "I will be off. I need to be in my office," and says my father. He glares at Kelsey, but she just smiles back at him. Her perfume is horrendous. It hurts my nose, and I can't help but scrunch my nose up. Kelsey turns to me and smiles. "Come, Hudson, tell me everything I have missed since I've been away," she says, trying to sound sexy. "Hudson," says Jackson warns. "What about—" But Kelsey cuts him off. "He'll be back. We need to catch up first," she says. Jackson growls, but Kelsey grabs me by the hand, and we leave the pack house. Once we are outside, Kelsey pulls me to the clearing by the forest entrance, where there is a log that was torn down. She moves toward it and sits, but I stand a few feet away from her. "I think we need to talk about your mate," she says. I looked back at her, stunned. How the hell would she know about Brooke? She had only just walked through the pack house moments ago, and not only that, I hadn't announced her to the pack yet. How the hell? But before I could say anything, there was a smirk on her face. "Oh, you didn't think I would find out. Alpha Josh told me all about your mute little human mate." But something clicked in my head. I only told the Alphas a few days ago to help in the search to find them. Damn humans. He wouldn't have told her, would he? I growl. "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Alpha, my Alpha," she says as she stands up. "Remember that night? I left when we f***ed hard against that tree," she says, pointing to a tree. "That was the night I conceived your child." I look back at her blankly. "We f***ed, but we never." "Oh, you have come inside me many times, Alpha," she says with a smirk. "Now you will make me your Luna, and that mute is leaving." I glared at her. "Why would I do that?" I snarled at her, catching her off guard. "Well, we don't want that mate of yours to find out, don't we?" she says. "Also, by law, if a werewolf, especially when an alpha gets a she-wolf pregnant, he takes her as his mate." I look back at her. "That's bullshit, and we never did anything." "I certainly didn't come inside you," I snarled back. Asher's on the verge of ripping her out. "Funny, I know your father abides by the law. Alpha Josh knows about it, and I bet he is telling your father now," she says with a smile. After a few seconds, my father's voice comes through the mind link. "You better get your arse in this office now," he roars. I glared at her, but I knew I needed to get to the office to sort this shit out. I ran back, leaving Kelsey where she was. How the fuck did that happen? I never went anywhere near any other she-wolves. She was the first, only because I was drunk. We did hook up, but that was at the beginning. But that was years ago. She started to follow me around and stalk me, turning up at places I had to ask my father for his help. I went straight into the office. I didn't have time to think as my father grabbed me and threw me over the couch. "You stupid boy, you got her," he says, but I stop him. "It's not mine, Dad. It can't be. It happened long ago," I shouted back. He looks at me. "But she is claiming." "I know what she is claiming. I never went near her before she left, not even when I found her in my room that night," I shouted. "I don't sleep with any she-wolves, Dad. Ask Rex." My father looks back at me blankly, obviously mind-linking someone. But a few seconds later, Rex walks in. "Did this ever sleep with Kelsey?" asks my father through gritted teeth. Rex looks taken back by the question, but he recovers quickly. "Alpha, Hudson never went near her, only once when he was drunk. You gave me a command to never let them near her, as he knew she was trouble. I was always with Hudson, He only slept with human girls anyway, he says. Why human girls? My father looked at Rex, ignoring me. Hudson thought it would be a good idea as they wouldn't cause any problems for us as they never knew what we were, he says. My father looked at me. Alpha Josh, did you hear everything? Yeah, that lied to me, says Alpha Josh. I was shocked to hear Alpha Josh talk. I didn't even realize he was on the speakerphone either. What do you mean? I asked suddenly, coming to my senses. Alpha Hudson, God damn it, she has a mate, he snarls. They were happy for a while until word got out that you were looking for the humans who tortured your mate. She started acting differently. They only mated but never marked each other, he says. She rejected him 3 days ago. I have been looking for her since. Her mate is my brother Todd. You do realize that she is claiming that I'm that baby's father, I said with a snarl. Alpha Josh is silent. I think we can sort this out, but you need to play a game with her, he says suddenly. Todd and I will make our way to you. We will come to you and sort this matter out in person, he says. Don't touch her, though. Why would I touch her? I said through gritted teeth. She was the pack's slut. I only went near her once. If she is with anyone, it won't be with me. I'm trying to be with my mate. Alpha Hudson, I know what Kelsey is like and was like back in your pack as she was like it here. Keep her busy. We will be with you soon, says Alpha Josh as he hangs up the phone. My father looks at me. We need to make sure she never goes anywhere near Brooke, he says. She will make her life hell. I know what Kelsey was like before. She made everyone's life hell, especially if a girl ever showed interest in me. She knows about Brooke, and I need to protect my mate. Brooke, that wasn't very pleasant. Everyone was staring at me. But that girl, she was so rude and evil. She reminded me of Madison in some way. You okay, Brooke? Asks Daisy from behind me. I ran back to my room and lay on the bed. Daisy walked in behind me and sat on the bed with her head leaning against the headboard. I rolled onto my back and glanced at her. She stared at me, and I couldn't help but smile at her. I pushed myself up and sat for a moment. I turned my head to the window and noticed the sun was out. It was bright. I got up from bed and walked to the window. I saw the guy with the rude girl. After a few moments, the guy ran back into the house, but she was still there, staring at him with a smile. I looked at her. She looked familiar, but not like Daisy did. Something about her made me feel uneasy. Suddenly, she looks at the window I'm staring from. She stops smiling and glares at me. What's wrong, Brooke? Asked Daisy. She walks over to me and looks out the window. She sees that girl looking toward us. Daisy stares back, and I can sense her getting intense, but she growls loudly. Stay away from her, Brooke. She's bad news, she says. I looked at Daisy. I leaned over to the dresser and took the notebook and pen. Why? I wrote. She smiles. She is just bad news. She likes causing trouble and other stuff. You stick with me or someone you know, she will leave you alone, she says. After a few moments, Daisy looks blankly at the window but shakes her head. I have to go and see my brother for a few minutes. Will you be okay on your own? She asked. I nod to her. She leaves, leaving me with my thoughts. I walked over to the table and sat down. I was still holding my notebook. I take a blank page from the back of the notebook, place the pen on the paper, and start drawing. I used to draw as a child, and my mum told me I was like an artist. Austin bought me a drawing pad, which I used to leave under my mattress, not for Aubrey would find. I must have been drawing for a while, as there was a knock at the door. I walked over and was about to open it when the person pushed back on the door and came inside, making me stumble. The door slams shut behind them as they grab me before I fall on my arse and push me up against the wall with their hand around my throat, squeezing slightly. I looked back on seeing the girl from earlier. Well, you must be the stupid mate, she said, the one who can't speak. I looked at her in shock. I started to shake. What the hell have I ever done to her? How the hell does she know about me? She starts to laugh. Pathetic, pathetic human, she says with a snarl. I could feel her tightening her hand around my throat. The pressure on my throat got tighter, and it was getting harder to breathe. I shake my head, but it only makes her laugh even more. Scream, she laughs. Oh yeah, you can't. You have no voice, she says. She lets me go. I slid to the floor, gasping for air. She kneels, so she is at eye level with me. Now listen here, stupid. I'm with Hudson, not you. I will have him, not you, she says through gritted teeth. She pulls me by my hair, so I am thoroughly looking at her. The pain coming from my head is unbearable, but I can feel some of my hair coming out with her grip. You are nothing, a no one. No one wants you here. She holds my hair back as she gets up, making me get to my knees. She pulls her hand back and pulls it into a fist. She punches me straight in the face. I fall back onto the floor. She starts to laugh. She kicks me in the stomach and throws more punches at my head. After a few minutes, she stops and heads for the door. Remember, he's mine, she says as she leaves the room. I stared at the door as she had just left. I slowly got up, but I quickly moved to the door. I lock it, but slide down it till I hit the floor. Why would I want to go near Hudson? He doesn't want anything to do with me, and he doesn't even know me. I stayed there for a while and sat behind the door, but a few tears slipped down my face. I never wanted any of this. I never wanted to be here, and I don't know anyone. Only a few people have been friendly to me, but that doesn't change anything. A knock at the door startled me, but I didn't open it. Brooke, it's me, Daisy. Can you let me in? She asked. I don't move. All I do is close my eyes and lean my head on the door. My face started to hurt. I stayed calm and waited for her to leave. After a few more knocks and asking to open the door, she leaves with a heavy sigh. I will see you later, I guess, she says as she walks away. I heard her footsteps drift away from outside the door. I slowly get up and head to the bathroom to assess what's been done to me. I looked in the mirror and noticed a bruise forming under my eye. I pulled up my dress to see the damage from the beating. I have a few bruises on my side, too. My body was starting to look like a rainbow of colors. I can't help but think the girl's right. I am pathetic and weak. Who would want me around? They would have to protect me all the time. I am helpless, as I have never been taught how to fight. I pulled my dress down and tried to make sure I looked decent, but I couldn't even cover up the bruise on my eye. I sigh, but a tear slides down my face. I need to get out of this house and away from these people. I need to plan my escape. Then an idea formed in my head. Daisy. That's strange. Why won't Brooke open the door to me? I could feel her sitting right behind the door. I could tell something was wrong. I should have broken the door down, but that would have made her more scared of me. I left her alone and walked down the corridor, taking the stairs and heading into the lounge. But I turned the corner to the dining room, where Kelsey and Hudson sat by the table. Hudson told me what Alpha Josh said, and he had to entertain Kelsey till Alpha Josh and her mate Todd came. All I know is that they are on their way. He looks at me. I can sense his anger through him. Where is Brooke? He says through the mind link. I can't help but look annoyed. I look at Kelsey, who doesn't care that I'm in the room. Anyone can see what she is doing to him. She was grouping him under the table in full view of everyone. She won't come down. Are you enjoying yourself there? She's getting frisky, I said, but I received a snarl back. She needs to f*** off now. Asher is pissed, and I'm having trouble controlling him as it is. Why would Asher be pissed? I asked. He groans, making me look at them. Hudson's face is red. You can tell he doesn't want anything to do with her. He wants her off me now, he snarls loudly through the mind link, which startles me. I shut the mind link down and opened a new one for Rex, my mate. Rex, baby, Hudson needs help now. Rex is down the stairs within a few seconds, staring at Hudson, but gets Asher's eyes instead. His wolf is pissed, but something set Asher looking in a different direction, and I followed his direction. And there stood rooted to the spot was Brooke, her face looking at the sight. Hudson closes his eyes and opens them. He meets Brooke's eyes. Brooke turns away from him and goes out through the door. Brooke doesn't look right. She never had a black eye, and I am sure I can see more pain in her eyes. What the hell happened when I left her? Daisy, stop her, Hudson snaps in my head, taking me out of staring at the open door that Brooke just ran through. I stared back at my brother now, who had forced Kelsey off. She looks pissed and stares at the door that Brooke ran from. He is growling, furious. I ignore him. I turned and ran in the direction of where Brooke ran too. But when I got outside, she had vanished, nowhere to be found. Rex comes behind me. Where the hell has she gone? He asks, looking around everywhere. I try to hear her heartbeat or something, but can't hear it. It is like she has disappeared into thin air. I think Kelsey went to Brooke or had something to do with this. I snarled and headed back the way we came. Kelsey is still bugging my brother. I have had enough of this. I grabbed her by the hair and threw her onto the table, which she hit with her back. Please don't, I'm pregnant, she says with a cry. I growl loudly, making my father, mother, Jackson, Alana, Beta Logan, and Leslie come out to find out what the hell is going on. When they approach, they watch me stoke Kelsey as if she is my prey, and I don't care. She looks scared. What is the meaning of this, Daisy? Snaps my father, who is pissed, but I can't tell if it is with Kelsey or me. This buck pushed me onto the table, she snaps, but I step closer, making her more scared of me. I don't give a What the hell did you do to Brooke? I snapped at her. Her mouth closes, and she glares at me. I know you did something. She didn't have a black eye when she came here, so it must have been you. She was looking at you when she came downstairs. I growled, but there was a louder growl behind me, which I knew my brother. What the did you do to my mate? He shouts, but I look back to see him being held back by Rex, Jackson, and my father. If they let him go, she will most likely be ripped apart. I step forward. We had best find Brooke, or I will. But I'm interrupted by a deep voice behind me. You will do what to my mate? He snarls. I spun around to see a tall man who looked like the beast from something you would find in an underground fighting ring. He steps closer to me, but he is not looking at me. He was looking straight at Kelsey. I turned my head over my shoulder to see Kelsey looking white. She might even pass out from shock. How are you here? I thought. She says, stumbling over her words. You thought wrong, little mate, he says with gritted teeth. I was happy to find my brother knew where you were and where to find you, as you have been running from me since I marked you. I have felt every dirty deed you have done with others, he growls loudly. That baby better be mine, or you will find when it's born. I will rip you both apart if it's not, he snarls and stokes Kelsey like she's his prey. I smirk, but he looks at me. What would you do to my mate, he says. I look at him, but my brother steps in front of me, holding me behind him. Your mate punched my mate. She has been claiming that I'm that child's father. I only touched her once, and ever since I have never been with another she-wolf because they might have mates out there, he says. My mate has run off for whatever reason your mate has said and done to her. She is human and fragile as we rescued. But before Hudson could finish, the man stops him. I think your mate is with my brother. We found her running in the forest. She was scared, so he was trying to calm her down. Without warning, Hudson runs off, and I follow after him, leaving the man to deal with his mate. We run, but we stop in our tracks at Alpha Josh, strolling with Brooke. She looks up at us. I don't think she can understand me, he says, slightly confused and concerned. I ran down the steps to them, leaving Hudson rooted to the spot. She can understand you, she just can't talk, I said. Brooke looks up at me and mouths, thank you. Brooke lets go of Alpha Josh and runs into my arms. We hug, but I keep my hand around her. I want to make sure she is safe. Ah, I see. How come she can't talk? Asks Alpha Josh, but he was met with a loud growl from Hudson. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. We saw her running in that direction, he says, pointing. I looked at the direction she went in. No wonder we couldn't sniff her out. That part of the forest is full of wildflowers. They mess with even the best werewolf's senses. I look at Brooke, who is now looking at Hudson. He is standing there like a lemon. Alpha, Josh stands back amazed, but suddenly we hear a loud, piercing scream coming from the house and Kelsey running towards Hudson. The man from earlier came out and was running after her. Come back here, you little He snaps. Hudson moves away from her, but Kelsey runs straight into Alpha Josh's arms. He holds her there in place and smirks. Do you know what you have done, you stupid little You have upset my brother. He will punish you. Give her back, brother, says the man. Hudson is watching them both, but Brooke, who has stood beside me with my arm around her waist, starts to shake violently. I held her close to me. Kelsey shakes violently in Alpha Josh's arms as the man who is her mate comes closer to her. She screams. They told me about her, she says, suddenly pointing directly at Brooke. What do you mean? Shouts Hudson. Who told you about her? She looks at him. I will only talk to you, no one else, she says with a shaky voice. No, you will speak now, or I will have your mate take you to the cells where he can punish you however he sees fit, he says with a snarl. Tell me, who told you about her? He's pissed, and I could sense Asher was on the verge of coming out. Brooke is rooted to the spot. Tell him, mate, or I will drag it out of you myself, her mate says through gritted teeth. Todd, please, no, she says, begging. Tell Alpha Hudson what he needs to know now, or I will make your life a living hell, as well as my brother will, snarls Alpha Josh in her ear. Jackson is now standing at the bottom of the steps, looking back at Kelsey, watching everything unfold. Kelsey looked around. She notices a crowd. Her attitude changes, and she starts laughing. All this because of her. They want her. She was theirs, not yours, and they will come for her. What the hell are you talking about? Shouts Hudson. Kelsey looks at him. Why her? She says, pointing to Brooke. She is nothing but a human. She can't give you what I can. There was a loud growl coming from Todd, and he surely knew what she was like. Kelsey looks back and smirks. Madison likes to run her mouth off about everything, she says. Aubrey made a deal with a rogue to have her. She made loads of deals with them, she says, but she turns her attention to Jackson and smirks. The rogue in question is the one who killed your first mate and nearly killed her. He wants his prize back. Jackson growls, but Kelsey roars back. Nope, old man. There are a few things more you never knew. Aubrey is that rogue's mate. She enjoyed torturing her endlessly, she says with an evil grin. She made her weak, and he wanted her that way. He was shocked to see a small little human survive a vicious attack, so he wanted her. He arranged with his mate, but you were too weak to look after her. He sent his mate to become yours. The rogue wants her back, and he will do anything to get his prize back. We glared at her, but the person by my side shook uncontrollably. I turned to look at Brooke, and she went pale. But something is different about her. She looks like herself, but her scent's different. Suddenly, she closes her eyes but opens them, but her eyes are now entirely black. She slowly moves away from me and walks toward Kelsey. Kelsey looks stunned, but when Brooke comes closer to her, fear takes over. Nobody moves, as we are all rooted to the spot. Brooke stands in front of Kelsey and opens her mouth. You threatened my human, she says. Kelsey stutters. What are you? Brooke smirks. I am someone who has been trying to get out since that night, she says to Kelsey. Brooke turns to Todd. Take your mate away, or I will kill her for harming my human. Todd doesn't say anything but nods to her. He grabs Kelsey and takes her to the cells, but Kelsey moves away, screaming at him, but he didn't give in. He even threw her over his shoulder. The rest of us are all rooted to the spot, looking at Brooke. Brooke looks at all of us individually. How the hell? What the hell? I don't know whether I should be afraid or not. Brooke, I had enough of this room. I needed to get out of this place. I headed down the stairs. Everyone was glaring at something. I couldn't help but look at the sight before me. The girl from earlier, the one who came to my room and who beat me up, she was on her knees under the table doing something to that man. I couldn't help but look at him. His eyes constantly changed from brown to black. What the hell? It freaked me out. I didn't know what was happening. I turned on my heel and ran out through the front door. I didn't look in which direction to go in. All I knew was I needed to get out of there. I ran toward the forest and headed in between all the trees. There were loads of wildflowers scattered around the place. Suddenly, a big wolf was running towards the pack house. It jumped over me. I couldn't help but stumble back and fall on my ass hard. I can't help but feel scared. Why are there so many damn wolves around here? Are you all right? Someone says from behind me. I looked over my shoulder and noticed a good-looking man staring at me with a smile. I smile, but obviously can't say anything. He holds out his hand and helps me to my feet. Hi, I'm Alpha Josh, and you are? He asks. I didn't do anything but nod at him. I look around. I want to get out of here, but the man places his hand on my lower pack and guides me back to the enormous house I had just left. I wish I could speak. I'm here human, someone says in my head. I looked around and looked at the man, but he wasn't even looking at me. He looks ahead. Who are you? I asked. I lose my mind if this person doesn't answer me back. The voice in my head giggles. I can see two black orbs staring at me. You're not going, Maddie. I'm your counterpart, and I can't tell you who or what we are later, but not just yet, as I can sense danger. But I am here to help, she says. I stared back at the black orbs. I didn't feel danger, but only warmth from whoever she was. I felt safe and at ease with her. Alpha Josh looks at me. You are very quiet. Can't you speak? He asks. But I notice we are nearing the steps to the big house and see Daisy running towards me. She explains everything to Alpha Josh that I can't talk. Alpha Josh looks back at me, and I can't help but smile back at him. Suddenly, I was pulled into a hug. Daisy holds me for a few moments. When she lets go, I can feel her arm around my back. Ah, a human wants to protect you, says the voice. She is a good friend. I don't say anything, but I can't help beginning to shake, primarily when a high-pitched screaming comes from the house, and a girl comes running out and heads to a man. He was the one she was trying to do something to under the table. That will have to deal with me if she touches him again, says the voice in my head, sounding angry. I shake a little more. I think Daisy could tell as her hold on me tightens. It's not even for the girl who is shouting. I realize that a crowd of people is forming in sight. Even the girl notices. Her attitude changed quickly, and she wasn't petrified of the man glaring at her anymore, who I just now noticed was stalking her. I have to say, he looks mean with all the scars on his face, but you can see he was handsome before whatever happened to him. The girl looks straight at me. All this because of her. They want her. She was theirs, not yours, and they will come for her, she yells. What the hell have I done? It's not to do with you. She wants our mate, says the voice. I can sense she is close. She is looking through my eyes at the whole show. What do you mean, mate? I asked her. No one told you about shifters or mates, have they? She asks, but she goes quiet for a few moments, but comes back into view. Her eyes showed sorrow and guilt. I'm sorry, human, I didn't know what happened to you. I should have come back sooner, but after that night, I had to rest. You needed me, she says in a whisper, but we are both brought back to the conversation when the girl mentions Madison's name. I can't help but shake. She tortured me like Aubrey. The black eyes look through as the girl recalls everything. Madison likes to run her mouth off about everything, she says. Aubrey made a deal with a rogue to have her. She made loads of deals with them, she says. But she turns her attention to my father and smirks. The rogue in question is the only one who killed your first mate and nearly killed her. He wants his prize back, my father growls, but the girl roars back. Nope, old man, there are a few things more you never knew. Aubrey is that rogue's mate. She enjoyed torturing her endlessly, she says with an evil grin. She made her weak. He wanted her that way. He was shocked to see a small little human survived a vicious attack, so he wanted her. He arranged with his mate, but you were too weak to look after her. He sent his mate to become yours. The rogue wants her back, and he will do anything to get his prize back. I'm done with listening to this, shouts the voice in my head. She will be killed for endangering my human. Suddenly, I could feel myself being pushed back into my body. I couldn't help but close my eyes. I can feel her take over my body. She wants to kill. I can't see what she is, but all I can feel is love, and she wants to protect me. That's a new feeling, something I never had, not since my mother. Unknown. They all stared at me. They have been trying to protect my human. I'm here now. I will protect her. Brooke hasn't got a voice, but I will be her voice. Who are you? Asks Hudson. I looked back at him. He is our mate. Shocked to hear me, mate, I said. No, but you're not Brooke. Who are you? He says, looking confused but turning his head to Jackson. Did you know? But he's white as a sheet and looks more confused than our mate does, which is amusing to me. Everyone is silent but looking at me, stunned looks on their faces as they are trying to figure out who or what I am, some sniffing the air to pick up a scent, but we won't have one. I can feel Brooke, and I know she is watching. She didn't know I was here only moments ago. I had been in hiding and holding on. That fatal night that took her mother, I saved her with the little power I had, which made her not have a voice anymore. I was so young and stupid, but I'm her protector, her counterpart. Her mother should have told her what we were, but she was too young to understand, and I know she certainly didn't tell that of a mate what we were. I am something that saved Brooke back when that rogue attacked her. I'm her counterpart, shifter part, I said. Hudson scrunches his eyebrows together. What shifter are you? You have no scent. The only scent I smell is Brooke, he says with some frustration in his voice. I sighed. The thing is, I can't tell you what I am just yet. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I could feel Brooke, scared to death in fear of that stupid she-wolf earlier. But I have been around more times when she needed me. You have no idea what that woman did to her, what both of them did to her, I said with a hiss. Why can't you tell us what you are? Says the girl Brooke was standing next to. I like her. She is lovely and feisty too. They were really good friends in the past. I can't just yet, but I have a name. My name is Willow, I said. Oh, and don't bother asking Brooke. She doesn't even know what I am either. Can she talk to you or sense you? Asked Hudson. He's still trying to figure out, poor mate. I could feel his wolf trying to connect with me, but I blocked him. I think they will be shocked at what I am. Well, what Brooke and I are. As much as I want my mate, I have to wait. She can sense me a few times, but she put it down to her mind playing tricks with her. She can speak to me too, I say, which startles them. How can she talk to you? Why can't she talk to us? He asks with a whisper. It must kill him that he couldn't hear her voice. I sighed, sensing Brooke being there. She isn't afraid of me. She knows I am her savior and protector, but she needs to hear this too. You see, I was not supposed to be there when that rogue killed her mother, but I could feel her slipping away. I had to help her. I helped, but her voice box was too badly damaged to save. I couldn't help her gain that back, I said. I looked at everyone. I used my own voice box to talk. I had enough power to help her, but I kept her alive till you came. She was more alive when you touched her, I said, now looking at our mate. I knew you were our mate back then, and I knew you would protect her. You loved her. But my attention turned to the stupid father. And you, I glared at him, making him quiver in shame. You didn't protect her. You left her in their hands. Why? I shouted. You do realize your daughter feels rejected by you. He looks at me with sadness in his eyes. I was in a bad place, and I didn't want to leave. Aubrey made it hard for me, he says, stumbling over his words. I hissed at him. So many lies, so many to choose from. I closed my eyes and pulled Brooke back to the front. Brooke. I opened my eyes to see everyone staring at me. Brooke, whispered Hudson. I look at him. He takes a step closer to me, but I step back, making him stop. He is our mate, Brooke, says Willow in my head. So you were there all this time, I asked. I can feel her smile. I have, not all the time. All the times they hurt you, I was present. I tried to take some pain away, but they were torturing you many times. I had to watch you suffer. I can feel her guilt. You couldn't help me all the time, but I am glad you are here with me now. Even though I don't know much or anything about you, I said. She seems happy with that. She looks at everyone through my eyes. They all care about you, Brooke, even the 2 alphas that have come for that stupid she-wolf. Do you know why I can't remember much from that night or being here? I suddenly remember Sophia asking me how Hudson and Daisy looked at me, as if they knew me. She looks at them both. I don't know. You did lose a lot of blood that night, Brooke. I think there might be some trauma you had from that night. You have been abused for years. You needed time to heal, and I will help, she says with a smile. By the way, our mate is looking pretty hot. I blush at her words, taking in everyone around me. Some have been watching me. You were talking to Willow, says Daisy. I looked at her and smiled, nodding. Your one eye goes black when she comes closer while the other stays blue, she says. It's a little scary, but so cool. She lets a little laugh slip through. I look at Hudson, who is smiling back at me. I agree with Daisy. It looks cool, he says with a grin. I smile. He comes closer to me, only a few feet away. I'm Hudson, he says to me. I nodded. I know, I mouthed to him. He chuckles. I know you don't remember me, but I hope I can work on that, he says. I smiled and nodded. I wish I had my notebook to write in. Sophia looks at me and smirks. I think you were looking for this, she says as she approaches me, handing me my notebook. The page shown was a sketch of Asher. I look at it. He seems so familiar, when I look at Hudson. Asher is Hudson Wolf. He is a werewolf, Brooke, says Willow. I looked at him in shock, fear coming through, but she continued, Don't panic, his wolf loves you. He won't hurt you. He will protect us, Brooke. Sensing something within me, Hudson looked at me with a little worry coming through his eyes. I looked at the sketch once again, but turned it around. Asher, I mouthed, showing him the drawing. You. I mean werewolf, I said, mouthing the words to him. He looked at the sketch, and he smiled. You drew this. I looked at him but smiled. It's amazing, Brooke. Asher is my wolf, and I am a werewolf. All of us here are werewolves, he says, looking around at everyone standing around. I look back at everyone standing around us, and I look at everyone in awe. Willow giggles in my head. They won't hurt you. They like you. You are Hudson's mate. He will be Alpha, and you will be his Luna, she says. Luna, what's a Luna? I asked, looking back at her. Luna is the soulmate of an Alpha and his equal, she says. Sophia is a Luna, and Marcus is an Alpha. He is the Alpha of this pack, she says. I looked back at Hudson, who was watching me with awe, but I turned to Sophia. I moved to a different page of my notebook and start writing. I ripped the paper out and handed it to Sophia. It read, You are a Luna. Why didn't you say? I would have called you Luna Sophia. Willow just explained to me. She looks back at me and smiles. I would never ask you to call me Luna Brooke, she says. You don't need to, and I'm here for you. I smiled and mouthed, Thank you, Luna. She laughs. Hudson is looking between us with a weird look on his face. I look at him, but I look back at the wolf sketch I drew. I pulled the paper back and turned it over. I write on the back. He looks at me, wondering what the hell I'm doing. Willow comes closer and sees what I'm writing. That's sweet, Brooke, she says, and I smile. I handed him the sketch and walked over to my father. I need to talk to him. Willow, I need to find out stuff. Can you be close by if I need you to say things to them? She looks at me and smiles. It would be my honor, Brooke. I handed Hudson the piece of paper and smiled. I know he has read what I wrote. Daisy laughs, but I don't turn around. I walked over to my dad, standing with the woman he left me for. She is his second chance mate, says Willow, sounding weird, looking at both of them. My father looks at me, stunned, but recovers. Brooke, he says. I looked at him. Can we talk? I mouthed to him. He looks at me in shock, but it's the woman who says, I will leave you both to talk. I looked at her and shook my head. I grabbed my notebook and pen and began to write. I handed them the book, and they both read the message. No, I want to talk to both of you. We need to clear the air. My father smiles and nods at me. So does the woman. She holds her hand out to me. I'm Alana, she says. I shake her hand and smile. We walk to the forest clearing. There were no other people around. Everyone has left to do whatever, even though I can sense someone's eyes on me. Brooke. As we made our way to the clearing, a log was flat on its side. I sit on it with Alana beside me while my father leans against the nearby tree. I looked at my father and he seemed nervous. You look like your mother, blurts Alana. I turn to her, confused. She shakes her head. We have a photo of her in our house, she says. When I met your father, he was a mess. He was unhappy being with that awful woman. She was a piece of work. She always brought up your mother and made his life hell. But when we got together, we moved into our little house. Before he left and moved in with her, he left all of his stuff from his previous mate behind in an old storage locker, like old furniture and photos. Some pack members helped us move in. We sorted the boxes until we came to the box with all the photos. He told me all about her and you. Alana told me to put them up around the house, so when you came back home, you had photos of her, my father says, cutting her off. I looked at him. Brooke, I never meant to leave you with Aubrey. She was awful and even played a good game when I was heartbroken. She was caring and supportive at the beginning. I thought I was doing right by you at the time. I thought you needed someone. You loved Austin as your brother. But as soon as we moved away from the pack, she became crueler with snide remarks about your mother here, arguing with me if I had to leave to do any pack business. I thought she was human and never knew about our kind. She was sweet, but of course we recently learned that she's mated to the rogue, he says, but the last word slips into a growl. I put my hand to my neck, running along my scar. Alana looks at me with sadness in her eyes, but gives me a small smile. The day I met Alana, I went out to the market, and there she was. I never thought I would get a second chance mate in a million years, but I did. I fell head over heels in love again, but I had to keep her a secret. I told Alana everything. She agreed to keep our secret. I needed to get you out of the house. We made a plan, but Aubrey somehow figured out what was happening. She followed me one night and saw us together. She was hell-bent on making my life hell. She left Alana and me on a date. She went home, packed, and took all of you with her. I only found out that you left by the sick, twisted letter she left me," he said. "He's telling the truth," says Alana. "He phoned me saying they had gone. I didn't know what he was on about, so I went to the house only to find your father on his knees crying. I made him come to the pack house with me, but he was in no shape when he returned. We had to explain everything to Alpha Marcus and Luna Sophia. We searched for you. The only things they left behind were your things. They took everything else, but your father lost the most precious thing he had, you, Brooke," Alana says, a tear sliding down her cheek. They both looked sad. "They are telling the truth, Brooke," says Willow, watching on in the distance of my mind. "Can you talk for me, Willow?" I asked her. "I need to tell them what happened to me that day, and they might not understand if I mouthed or even wrote it down." Willow nods. I closed my eyes, moved my head to the side, and opened them. Willow is forward. My father looks at me with wide eyes. "Why are you?" But Willow cuts him off by putting her hand up. "Brooke wants me to talk for her, as she doesn't want to mouth this or write it down." He shuts his mouth and nods while Alana looks on. I relayed everything to Willow. "That night she followed you. Madison had come home from her dad's. She was only in the house for a few seconds till she received a text from Aubrey," she says. "Madison was pissed. She came to my room, grabbed me, and pushed me down the stairs, blaming me for everything, but I couldn't make out what she was on about. Aubrey came back a few moments later. I was on the ground, shaking. While Austin was trying to get Madison off me, Aubrey did. She stared at me for a while, but told her kids to pack what they needed as they left. She even made Madison pack her bag too. While they were doing that, she kneeled in front of me and said that she would take me away as I was the only thing my father loved, even more than her. She said nothing about what you did or what happened, only that I was going with them. It only took them a few minutes, and they packed the car up. She grabbed some rope and bounded my arms together. She made me travel in the boot. I stared at my father and Alana. They were both angry at what they were hearing, but I needed to tell them more. I had nothing, only the clothes on my back. When we got to the first house, there were 5 men there. They were family, they said. They threw me in the basement and left me for days. Austin and Madison were put in another part of the house. No one came for me or even visited me until I had to stop talking. I knew what they did, but I never had to explain it to anyone before. Willow looks at my father. "Can you bear with me 1 sec? Brooke has gone quiet." "Brooke, you okay?" she says, her black orbs staring back at me. I stopped talking as the next part was hard for me to talk about. No one knows, not even Willow, but she can sense there is something. "Tell me, and I will relay it back to them the best I can," she says. "I will tell you, but can you tell them once I have told you?" I asked her. "Please, this is going to be hard." Willow's eyes looked at me. "What are you hiding? Tell me." I looked back at her and closed my eyes as I recalled everything. When someone finally came to see me, Aubrey came down the basement one night while everyone was out. She had this machine that was brought down by one of the men. She started to ask me questions about the pack. I didn't know anything, but I think I worked out why I lost most of my memories about the pack and other things. She used to stick some things to my head that were attached to the machine. If I told her I didn't know, she would use them. "It would send some electric current through," I said. Willow gasped. "That is called electroconvulsive therapy," she says, angry. "Why would she use that?" she snapped. I opened my eyes, but a tear slipped down my cheek. I never told them anything, as I never knew anything. She only did that one night, but ever since then, I haven't been able to remember anything about pack life or even werewolves. Willow looked at me, but she turned and went back to my father, who was now staring at her with anxiety running through him. "What's wrong? What's wrong with Brooke?" he begged. "That piece of filth used electroconvulsive therapy on Brooke. She wanted to know pack secrets," she says in a hiss. "She did what?" he roars. "That explains why she can't remember the pack of werewolves," she says. Alana stands up, anger rippling through her, but she walks to my father to calm him down. "Willow, I need to get back," I said. She doesn't waste her time, and I move forward. She closes my eyes as I come forward. I opened my eyes and looked at my father. He struggled to keep his wolf at bay. Suddenly, I hear cracking, and my eyes widen as my father shifts into a gray wolf. He howls and growls. Alana looks at him. "Honey, you need to calm down," she says, but it doesn't work. "You need to go to him," says Willow. "His wolf is pissed because someone hurt his pup. He won't hurt you." I could hear people running towards where my father was roaring and growling loudly. I stood up and ran straight towards the gray wolf, flinging my arms around its big neck. I squeeze him. I want him to know I'm here. I closed my eyes and couldn't help but cry. The tears flow down my cheeks onto the wolf's fur. Suddenly the wolf stops and, sensing my tears, starts to calm down. I know a crowd of people around us, but I need my father. I need him to calm down. The wolf stops growling and sits back on its hind legs, resting his chin on my head. He purrs into me. After a few seconds, big arms wrap around me. I looked up to see my father's face staring back at me and tears in his eyes. Alana hands him something, but I look at him. "Brooke, my princess," he says quietly. He lifts his finger to wipe away my tears. "Shh, it's okay, princess," he says. I hugged him once again. I can feel his wolf near, but he stays back. "His wolf is happy. He says you are pup. He will protect you," says Willow quietly. After a few more seconds, I moved away from my father. My father looked up to see all the familiar faces. They all had smiles. He smiles. "You won't believe how long I have been waiting for that," he says with a tear sliding down his cheek. "One catches my eye, Hudson." He's grinning. I think he was mind-linking with someone because he had a blank expression on his face until we heard, "She did what?" shouted Alpha Marcus, which startled me. He looks angry but soon realizes that I'm shaking a little. His face softens. "I'm sorry, Brooke. I didn't mean to scare you," he says. I gave him a small smile. "I think we should give you three some more time," he says. "It is so nice to see my friend with his daughter once more." I looked at my father, who had the brightest smile. "Do you still want to spend time with your dad?" he asks, looking at me. I nodded. "Yes, please," I mouthed, earning a chuckle from him. "I will help Luna Sophia with the food," says Alana, smiling back at us. They all turn around and leave. Hudson hoovers, but smiles. My father smiles at him. "I think Hudson would like to join us, princess," my father says. I looked back at Hudson. I blushed and nodded at him. He smiled brightly. Hudson. I was on cloud 9. The sketch Brooke drew of Asher captured all his details. She's amazing. Asher loved everything about the drawing, and her. When we read the message on the back, it made our hearts melt. "Hudson and Asher, this is for you. I want to get to know you both. I know Willow does too," it had said. I stared at Brooke as she walked away with Jackson and Alana. She had come a long way in the last few days since getting her out of the clutches of that horrible woman. "You look like the wolf that got the cream," says Daisy with a smirk on her face. I handed her the sketch. She read the message and smiled at me. "I'm so happy she is willing to take a chance on you both." I smiled at her. "It's weird to think that Brooke is a shifter, but why won't Willow say what she is?" she asks, stunned. I knew her mother was a shifter, but she never showed me or any of us what she was. "She said it was a family secret," says my mother, who comes to the side of Daisy, looking at the message and sketch in Daisy's hand. "She is talented," she says and smirks at me. "You have to make sure you win her over now." I chuckle. I think I can manage that. Asher was doing a happy dance in my head. "Mate's happy. I like the picture. I want to mark and mate with Mate," he says. I laughed. "Hang on a second. Let's take our time. She is still nervous around us." "That was impressive," says Alpha Josh. "I wonder what shifter she is." I forgot that Alpha Josh and Todd were still here. I looked at him and smiled, but Todd came over to the rest of us with a scowl on his face. "That is hard work," he said with a grunt. He looked in the direction of my mate. "You have a mate who is special," he says suddenly. I looked at him. "I know. I would like to make sure Kelsey doesn't leave here. She is in the cells, and I can't deal with her now. Is it okay if we stay for a few days till we get transport? But as she has been in contact with the people you are looking for, and maybe they are probably looking for her." Todd says, and looks at his brother, "Maybe, little brother, you may find your mate here." Alpha Josh laughed. "I don't want a mate just yet, but we will stay if it's okay with you." He looked at me. I nodded at him. Everyone was talking and laughing. I moved away and stood by the steps. "My brother needed this, didn't he?" says Leslie, looking over at her brother and his family. I looked back at her as she was standing beside me. "I wish I had stayed. I would have kicked his ass for leaving this pack, and maybe nothing would have happened to Brooke," she says with a hint of guilt. Leslie might be good-looking, but she was the life and soul of the party back in the day. I smirked. "Then you would have been marked and mated to Beta Logan," I said, but she shoves her elbow into my side. "Less of that, young alpha." "I heard my name," blurts Beta Logan, grinning. Leslie pulls a face at him. "Why are you here?" she says with a frown. "Well, you are my mate, and I have been waiting for 4 years for you," he says. "I think I deserve something." All of a sudden, all I hear next is a loud slap. Leslie's hand slapped his face so hard that a handprint was left on his cheek. "Don't think I forgot about the you were with," she says and walks off. Beta Logan watches Leslie walk away. I knew she was my mate when she left, but she came home to find me with another woman. She never rejected me. She just left, he says. I looked at him, confused as he rubbed his red cheek. I can feel the guilt coming off him. I looked back at him. "Well, that was stupid," I said. "Your cousin never left my sister's side when he found out she was his mate." "Yeah, but my cousin is a love-sick puppy. He has loved your sister since she was young," he says and turns to walk away. But we hear the loud growl and roar coming from the direction where Jackson, Alana, and Brooke were. I sprinted over to them with Beta Logan hot on my heels. As I got to the clearing, Jackson had shifted into his wolf, Drake. Drake had been on edge before when we were looking for Brooke. He wanted his pup back. Brooke looks scared. "Willow is telling her to," says Asher Begins, but what we see next is Brooke running straight to Drake, wrapping her arms around his neck. He stops shaking violently as soon as she touches him. We all stare back at the sight before us. Brooke was scared of wolves, even Asher. "Willow told her to do it," says Asher in shock, looking through my eyes. "You can hear Willow?" I asked him, and he nodded. "Yeah, she let me in, but I still don't know what she is, but she is fantastic." "You are one softie, aren't you?" I said to him with a slight smirk on my face. "I am when it comes to mate. I love them both," he says, watching Brooke. After a few heartbreaking moments, I noticed she was looking at me. I smiled at her, but she blushed. God, she's damn cute when she blushes, I thought. But suddenly my father's aura comes through. "She did what?" roars my father. He turned to me, opened a mind linked to me, and told me what Jackson had just told him. "That used electroconvulsive therapy on Brooke," says my father. Both Asher and I growled loudly. "We need to find that and that rogue soon," I said. "We will, my son," he says, closing the mind link between us. Jackson looks at me and smiles. "I finally have my princess back," he says through the mind link. "Come with us for a walk, please." I nodded my head with a smile on my face. I know Asher wants to spend time with Brooke and Willow. Jackson asks Brooke about me coming with them. To my surprise, she agrees with it, which makes me happy. Asher howls and starts to act like a horny dog in my head. It is hard to calm him down, but I admit I can't help but feel the same. Austin. I watched as my sister walked away with her father. I hope they reconcile, as it has been many years in the making, even though Jackson caused all this and my mother. Jackson was in a bad place when he came into our lives. He was always drinking heavily, but one day he vanished, leaving Brooke in the care of my mother. I always cared about Brooke and tried to fight her corner, but my mother would beat me even if I went anywhere near her. I did little things to help her, such as helping her read and giving her something to write. When I went to college, I thought I would find a way to help Brooke. Even though I had to leave her behind, I had to leave. But I admit I was happy to be out of that toxic place. There were always different men roaming around the house. My father would have been so ashamed of the man I was. He would have wanted me to save Brooke, or find a way to keep her safe, or even get away from my mother. I was a weak man, but when Tasha came into my life, she made me the person I am today. When Tasha marked me, I became a werewolf. It was the most amazing but scary thing to be part of. I knew nothing about werewolves until Tasha told me, which was a shock. When I first heard my wolf, I thought I was going crazy. I moved in with Tasha into the pack house. But the biggest surprise was seeing Jackson with another woman in the pack. Jackson explained to me that he had found his second chance mate and that she had saved him. But my mother made up the story that he was an unfit father, so he couldn't get anywhere near Brooke. I remember a few months after moving into the pack, my mother rang me out of the blue, telling me they had all moved closer, as she wanted to be closer to me. She sent me their address, and I was shocked to see that it was only a few miles away from where the pack ends. I told Jackson that they had moved close by, and he was so happy. But I had to tell Alpha Derek and Jackson all about her abuse by my mother and Madison. Both the Alpha Derek and Jackson came up with the plan to save Brooke, even roped in Hudson to help, even though he was hell-bent on not doing anything. But after Jackson begged him to help him get his baby girl back, Hudson could only agree to help. I never told anyone in the pack that my mother and the rogue were mates, as I never put the two and two together. I'm not his son anyway. My mother had a first marriage with my father, was human, and my mother didn't want to divorce him, so her mate killed him instead. She became pregnant with Madison not long after, and then also went on to have another son called Cody, but when he turned 9, her mate placed him in an orphanage. Apparently, her mate never wanted him. When I realized he was gone, I was going to look for him. It was not his fault that our mother was a horrible person. I have been looking for him ever since. I have been looking into places and found an organization that helps care for orphans. I found someone who helped out there or knew more about it. I found her on Suddenly, a ping came on my phone, taking me out of my thoughts. A message from Amy. Amy Harrison. I think I know your brother. A few orphan children came through my pack. I can meet you by your pack. I live about an hour away. If you can, could you pick me up from the bus stop as I have my baby sister with me? I look back at the message. I knew it was a long shot, but I had to ask. Amy has been helping me for the last few days looking for Cody. But Tasha has also been helping me look into other packs, and she knew of a pack that would take orphans in. The pack would train the children to be warriors at a young age, but the young ones would be placed in homes till they became the age of 10. My brother only had 1 more year till that happened, and I wanted to find him beforehand. I knew he would be a wolf due to his father. I wanted to ask Jackson for help, but I don't think he would have helped me, especially if he knew who his father was. But Cody's just a child, and he has nothing to do with any of this. I quickly replied to Amy, saying I would meet her by the bus stop. I ran inside the pack house to find my mate. When I got to our room where she was, I explained everything to Tasha that was going on, and she agreed that I should meet Amy and that she would stay here. Tasha frowns. She was going to help Luna Sophia with the meal, as she wanted to make Brooke feel welcome here at the pack house. Okay, I will stay here and help Luna Sophia. Be careful, babe, she says as she kisses my lips. I let go of Tasha, grabbed my car keys, and headed out. But there was a crowd forming. Everyone was over where Jackson and Brooke were. I wonder what the hell that is all about. I wanted to go and see what was going on, but I needed to get to Amy. I have to leave now to bring Amy here, and to find out what Amy knows. I haven't explained anything to anyone yet, as I don't see how they would react to my brother, especially when they find out who his parents are. Tasha and I discussed it when I told her about him, and she is more than happy to help me raise my brother. I would happily take Cody on as my own. I climbed into the car and drove down the pack road, straight out through the pack gates. I headed to the bus stop, a few miles away, where Amy wanted me to pick her up. I arrived there a few minutes before the bus arrived, and I had my phone in front of me, so I knew when I saw Amy. But after a few people got off, I noticed her. She had 2 bags with her, and also a car seat too. I climbed out of the car and headed toward her. Amy smiled and looked at me. She handed me the car seat, where I spotted a sleeping little girl. She fell asleep about 15 minutes ago, she says. We walked to my car, and I placed her sister in the back seat. Once her sister was safely placed in, I climbed onto the driver's side. I drive off and head back to the pack house. But after a few moments, Amy sighs loudly. Is Hudson there in the pack? She asks. I turn to look at her, stunned. I didn't say anything to her. How the hell does she know Hudson? Hudson. Everyone leaves us, and we walk further into the forest, all three of us silent. Both of us men know each other, but Brooke can't talk, so it's hard to converse with her. I wish I could hear her voice. I could hear Asher sigh in my head, and he felt the same. We came closer to a boulder, but Jackson had other ideas. "Brooke, did you go to school?" asks Jackson, but soon regrets asking that question because the face Brooke gave us was heart-wrenching. Brooke stopped suddenly, which made us both stop in our tracks. She shook her head and mouthed, "No, never allowed." Both Jackson and I looked at her stunned, but it didn't surprise us, especially with everything that had done to her. "What do you like doing?" he asked. "Sketching," she mouths and looks at me with a smile. "What about you?" she mouths, pointing to both of us. "I love training," he says. "Your mother loved sketching and painting too." Her face lights up at the mention of her mother. She turns to me. "I like sports. I do a lot of them, but I do like to play the guitar," I say. She looks at me stunned and mouths, "What can you play?" "I can play anything, but I mainly play on my own as I am nervous about what other people will think," I said to her. "But I can play for you, maybe sometime." She nodded and smiled. "Brooke, can I ask a personal question?" Jackson asks. "Where and who did most of the scars come from?" She looks at him, but her eyes go straight to the ground. Jackson hands her the notebook and pen. She opens it and starts to write. We watch her as she starts to scribble down something. "Why did you ask her that question?" I asked him through the mind link. He looked at me. "Hear me out. Willow mentioned that she was being held in a house with 5 men. I wanted to know if any of them hurt her. Not only that, I think the rogue that killed her mother might have been one of them." I looked back at him, but turned to see Brooke staring at us with the notebook facing us to read. Most of the scars were done by a belt by Aubrey, but the thick one on my arm was done by one of the men. He entered the basement and tried to take advantage of me, but Austin hurt him. He left him a nasty scar under his eye. That one incident made Aubrey throw Austin out that night, and I didn't see Austin till we moved into a new house. Some man tried to take advantage of my mate. When I read that, Jackson and I growled. Asher was up on all fours, growling loudly in my head. "Did you see him again?" "I mean the men," asks Jackson. She looked at him for a moment, trying to remember, but she shrugged and wrote in the notebook, "I can't remember when Aubrey did that to me." She pointed to her head. "I think I lost most memories of being with them too, but I do remember the house we stayed in." We looked at her. She looked around till her eyes landed on the boulder to our side. Brooke walked over, sat with her notebook on her lap and pen, and began to move the pen over the notebook. Both Jackson and I looked at each other. "What is she doing?" I asked. "Brooke is sketching the man and the house that she can remember," came a voice from Brooke. Black orbs looked straight at us for a moment. Willow. "She remembers some things, but not a lot," she says, and Brooke closes her eyes, and when she opens them, her blue eyes look at us. I couldn't take my eyes off Brooke. "I will go and make sure everything is set up for food," blurts Jackson. I looked at him, confused. "She will be here for a little while if she is anything like her mother when she sketches. But you both need to be with each other too," he said. I smiled at him and nodded. Jackson took off, and I turned to face my mate, who was looking at me. She smiles and points to the boulder next to her. I walked over and sat next to her. My arm accidentally touches hers and tingles adventure up my arms and down my spine. Brooke looks up at me shocked. Did she feel them too, I wonder? I sat on the side and looked over her shoulder to see a man's face. The scar is deep like hers on her arm was featured under his eye as she told us. Her plaster on her arm looked like it's seen better days. I guess it will be ready to come off now. I wondered if Austin knew anything about this. I opened a mind link to him. "Austin, do you remember a house with 5 men when you first left with Brooke?" I asked. "Yeah, I do. It was a shabby house. They put Madison and me in the big house but stored Brooke in an outhouse, and it had a basement of some kind. We were never allowed to go there. Does Brooke remember them?" he asked. "Yeah, she is sketching one of the men now. He took advantage of her, but you stopped it," I said. I went into the house as most of them were out except for him. I found him down in the basement with Brooke, and he was on top of her. She was struggling to get him off her, he says as I hear a snarl come through. I grabbed him and sliced him with a silver blade. I got him deep too, under the eye, sounding satisfied with himself. Hudson, the man that did that, was Madison's father. What do you mean Madison's father? Isn't he yours as well? I asked, but he returned with a growl. No, that monster is Aubrey's mate, the rogue. He killed my father when I was young. I found out about him and everything when I left for college. Aubrey was happy to tell me about my father and what happened, he said. I think we should meet in my father's office and talk about it, I said. You can see the sketch of the man that Brooke has drawn and make sure it is the rogue. I think it might be a bit of a shock for her to know she has met him before. He was the one that gave her that scar on her neck. Hudson, that man knew who Brooke was. I remembered something when you just mentioned her scar. That scar was his masterpiece. I remember sneaking to the outside of Aubrey in his bedroom. They talked about the night he attacked her mother and Brooke. They were horrible people, Hudson, and I want to kill them, he says. What about Madison? I asked, as I knew she was his sister, but I wondered if it had changed. He laughs through the mind link. She will be the first to die. I discovered that night we were rescuing Brooke that Madison was mated to another werewolf, but she rejected him as she didn't want him. He was more than happy to accept her rejection as he thought she was too high maintenance for him. I chuckled, which earned a look from Brooke, who had been looking at me for a while, but she quickly turned the page over and carried on with the sketch of the man. Hudson, we need to find out who that mate was, he said suddenly, which confused me. Why would we want to? I think he might be able to tell us something. The rogue and Aubrey were always planning schemes. They might have done something against him. He might help us, he says. I feel like he is not telling me something. Austin, what aren't you telling me? I asked. The mind link goes quiet for a few moments. Hudson, while you have been dealing with Kelsey and looking after Brooke, everything basically, I found someone on who had been looking for Madison. She contacted me through Messenger, and we have been talking. I have just picked her up now, he says. I thought at first it might be Madison or even the rogue or Aubrey trying to reach out to me, but it was her. She's human. Her name is Amy. I'm bringing her back to the pack house, and Hudson, she knows about our kind, but she also knows you. I stared out. I didn't know Amy. I search my mind till something clicks in my head. Wait. It can't be her, surely. Austin is her full name, Amy Harrison, I asked him. Yeah, you definitely know her, he asked. Don't bring her here. I will meet you at the pack gates, I said. In 20 minutes. I looked at Brooke, who had now closed her notebook, looking back at me. Let's go back. Someone's mind linked me saying food is almost ready, and I have to meet someone, I told her. She smiles and nods, jumping off the boulder. We walked next to each other. The pack house wasn't far from us. I opened a mind link to Rex. Rex, can you meet me by steps and tell Jackson to meet Brooke? I said. Yeah, sure. What's going on? He asked. We went to the clearing, and I spotted him outside with Jackson. Amy Harrison, I said. He turned and looked in my direction. I could tell by the look on his face he was not happy to hear that name. As we get to the pack house, Jackson is waiting, smiling at his daughter. Brooke, I will be back soon. I have to do something with Rex, I said, turning to her as she walked towards Jackson. She smiles and nods, and she waves at me. I turned in the direction of the pack gates. Hudson. Rex and I made it to the pack gates just before the car pulled up with Austin and Amy in. Both of them opened their doors and climbed out at the exact same time. Amy looked the same, her blonde hair and green eyes, her long legs in some cut-off shorts with a tank top. She smiled. Hello, stranger, she said as she came up and planted a kiss on my lips. Asher growled in my head, and I pushed away from her. She looked at me, startled by my reaction, but recovered quickly. She looked me over before something registered in her head. You have a mate, she says to me quietly. Yeah, I have, I said. Amy looked at me with those bright green eyes. Oh well, I knew you would sooner or later, she said. What brings you here? Blurts Rex with caution. Amy looked at him. Well, Rex, you haven't changed much either, she said, but she didn't get closer to him. Well, if you must know, I needed help finding Madison. I found out that Austin here is her brother. He is helping me. I have a personal grudge against her, she says with a hint of anger sweeping her voice. What did she do? I asked. Amy looked at me but sighed. Well, as you know, my brother and parents are the only werewolves except for me. Madison came to town a few months ago. She was Tristan's mate. She rejected him, and he accepted it. All was fine until 3 weeks ago. We started getting rogues into the pack. They were slaughtering everyone, but they were looking for someone. They kept calling her name, but no one knew who she was, she said. Well, a rogue with bright yellow eyes killed my brother and father. My mother is back at the pack house, heartbroken. She died 2 days ago. She gave birth to another daughter before she died, and my baby sister is all that is left besides me, she says as a tear slides down her face. I could smell a baby's scent coming from the car, but there was no movement, only silent snores. Her sister was sleeping. Amy looked at the car and smiled, but turned her head back with a hatred expression on her face. I hid when it happened. The rogue was Madison's father. Both were in my house. My mother and I were hiding underneath the floorboards. She was pregnant. The rogue kept on about the girl that they needed to get. Madison stabbed my brother as he was lying there, dying on the ground in the heart. But before that, she wanted information about a 9-year-old. She wanted to kill him as she was the queen of the rogues. The rogue I recently learned was her father. He is not the baby's dad. He is someone else. I looked at Austin, who looked up at me, a tear escaping. I only stayed with them for one reason, not just for Brooke, but also to find him. They hid my brother from me, he said. He was placed in a bunker away from the house we stayed in. Aubrey gave birth to a son just before moving in with Jackson. He was just a baby then. She never wanted him. The rogue, Madison's father, Damien, never wanted him. He always made Aubrey sleep with other men to get what he wanted. He refused her as a mate, but when they fled, he must have taken her back. He wanted to drown him at birth, but Aubrey said she found him a home. We never saw him again. What has that got to do with everything? Asked Rex. Well, Madison was looking for her brother. I know where he is. I'm going to take Austin to get him after here. He's a wolf. He came into the pack after being born. A priest knew he was a werewolf, but they couldn't find him a home in a human town, so they sent him to an orphanage in our pack. Before the rogues attacked, about 3 weeks before, they sent all the boys and girls who needed homes to neighboring packs. I don't know which one he will be in, but I think you could ask around. My brother died protecting the kids. I want to make sure he is safe, and Madison and her lunatic father don't get to him, says Amy. I stared at them both. I needed answers. What girl were they on about? I asked, suddenly remembering what she mentioned before. They never said a name, but it might be to do with who was taken from them. As Madison said, she was going to leave the best scar on her back with the rest, Amy said. Madison was on about my mate. She's on about Brooke. I looked at Austin and Rex, who seemed to realize who she was on about it. Amy looked at all three of us. You know who she is, she said. I looked back at her. She's my mate, I said with a slight growl slipping through my lips. Amy looked back at me with widened eyes. You need to protect her, she says. Hudson, can I stay here for a few days? Maybe you could contact some alphas to see who had the orphaned children sent to them. I frowned. I don't want her here. Hudson, I need to see my mate, says Austin. Rex looked at me warningly. Okay, but you will stay in one of the houses. Austin will take you and the baby to the house by the clearing on the south side. It is quiet for you both, I said, trying to wrap my head around all this. Austin looks shocked. Why there? He says through the mind link. We have history, both Rex and I, with her, I said, leaving out the information that would cause more problems when people find out. Austin looked back, but nodded. They got back into the car and headed to the gates to get inside. I needed to tell my father we had a guest, but I needed to tell him about Amy. Rex and I look on as the car goes into the pack lands. You know Daisy is going to kill me, says Rex. Brooke won't like it either. She may not be close to you yet, but we need to tell them who she is. I looked back at him. How can you tell my sister and mate that we both slept with the same human girl? I said. He glared at me. Well, we need to tell your father. He will kill us both, he says. I'm going to be in Creek with Daisy. She won't accept it, he says. I have a daughter with her. She put her up for adoption with another werewolf pack. Why would we do such a stupid thing? I only slept with her a handful of times, I say, but Rex shakes his head. You fell for her, bro, and you fell hard. I sighed. I know he's right. I was returning to Amy after we helped Jackson get his daughter. I was going to make her my chosen mate after all this, but I found Brooke. Now my head is so confused. I know Asher has blocked me. It was due to the kiss Amy planted on my lips. I could feel it going up, knowing he was pissed at me. He never knew I slept with Amy, as I would block him whenever we were together. Rex sighed. We had best get this over with. Your father will kill me, and so will Daisy. I would be lucky if she stayed with me after all this, he said with a slight gulp. I don't say anything as we both headed back toward the pack house. Brooke. The food they served was lovely, there was so much of it. I sat between my father and Daisy. Food was finished, but there was no sign of Rex or Hudson anywhere. I walked back to my room alone. I wanted to carry on with the sketch I started to draw earlier when Hudson was linking someone. I grabbed my pen and notebook and wandered to the table to start sketching. For what felt like hours, no one came to the room to see me, not even Daisy. Suddenly, there was a roar coming from downstairs in the house. "You did what?" shouted a man, who was clearly angry at someone. Leaving my sketch on the table, I opened the door to head down the stairs, but I stopped on the corner and looked around to see what was happening. There was a crowd of people at the bottom of the stairs. I noticed Daisy crying on the steps with her head in her hands. The sight before me was Rex being held by Alpha Marcus by his throat. "I'm sorry, Alpha, it was before dice," he says, struggling to breathe. I was about to take a step out onto the stairs when Alpha Marcus turned his head and faced Hudson, who had his head hanged low. "And you slept with the human? You fell for a human that wasn't your mate," he roared. My heart breaks. "He fell for someone else," I said to Willow. Willow was listening in on the shouting, but didn't say anything. I leaned against the wall, but made sure no one saw me. "I know, but I fell for her," Hudson said. "I was going to make her my mate." There was a growl. "I didn't think I would see her again, but she had news about Madison," he says through gritted teeth. "We needed to know." I looked through the mirror opposite me, which was at the top of the stairs. It was quiet for a moment, but someone got slapped. Daisy had slapped Rex hard across the face. That would leave a mark, I thought. "Don't you dare come anywhere near me," she snarled, anger sweeping through her. "And you," she turned to Hudson, "you have Brooke now. You supposed to love her, not some human girl from another pack." "She was not some human girl, Daisy. I loved her," he says. "I wanted to be with her, but I had to come back here to help rescue Brooke. If I didn't know Brooke was my mate, I would have made her my Luna." Daisy looks at him, shocked, but anger sweeps in. "What you don't have feelings for Brooke now, is that what you are trying to say?" She says with a growl escaping through her lips. I don't know her, and it is hard to get to know her because she can't talk," he says. I moved around the corner away from the mirror just in time as I could sense his eyes looking towards the stairs. A tear slides down my face as realization sets into my mind. He won't accept me. He loves someone else. I'm broken. I have no voice, and I have loads of scars. Who would want me? More tears escaped my eyes. I moved slightly so I could look up at the mirror on the wall in front of me and catch myself. Why would he want me? He could have another human, the one he loves so much. I don't want to be here anymore. I ran quietly back to my room, closing the door behind me. I looked around the room. This is not even my room. Nothing is mine. I could feel Willow stir inside me, and I moved to the mirror in front of the wardrobe, my face showing signs of tear stains on my cheeks. My one eye turns black. I know Willow is coming closer to the surface. "I'm sorry, Brooke. I thought our mate would want us," she said softly. I could feel her pain. "What do we do now?" I asked. "I don't want to stay here, not when Hudson loves another person." Willow looks back without hesitation. "We will leave tonight." I looked back with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" "We will leave tonight," she said. "No one will know. I will make sure to mask our scent, pack a bag, but play dumb when someone comes in." I nodded. I needed to get out of here. Was it? I looked in the wardrobe. A black rucksack was on the floor next to some shoes. I placed some clothes and a few essentials into the bag. I left the bag by the wardrobe door. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I ran to the bathroom to freshen up to hide the fact I was crying just before the door opened. "Brooke," called out Daisy. I could feel her anger and sadness sweeping into the room. I washed my face and headed back to the door, and Daisy stood by the notebook I was sketching in, looking at the sketch I was drawing. She sensed me in the room and looked up, her eyes glassy and tears still rimmed to the surface. "You heard everything, didn't you?" I looked back at her, but moved to the bed to sit. She moved the chair to sit. She looked at me. "I'm sorry you heard that," she said, looking at her hands. "Rex slept with her too. They had a child together, but the child was put up for adoption." I couldn't help but notice a tear escaping down her cheek. My heart aches for her. "Hudson is a moron, the girl. He isn't in love with her. He loves." But she stops short when she looks at me. I was shaking my head violently. Don't say it. I didn't want to hear anything when it came to Hudson. I don't want to hear it. I closed my eyes and let Willow through. She had heard enough. "I'm sorry that your mate hurt you in the worst possible way, but we don't want mate," says Willow with a hiss. Daisy looked up at us, stunned. "Why?" "You are a shifter. You need your mate," she says, but Willow laughed. "I'm no shifter that you know, and we don't need a mate. Our mate hurt us. He doesn't want us, and he wants that other human." "Willow, you didn't hear it all. Hudson wants," Daisy says, but Willow shakes her head. "He broke Brooke's heart. We want to be left alone now." Willow moves off the bed, stands right in front of the window, and waits for Daisy to leave. We could see Daisy's reflection in the window. She is hurting, but also dealing with what Rex has done to her. She sighed and turned to leave. "I am sorry, Brooke and Willow. I never thought my brother was such a dick." She walked toward the door and went through, closing the door behind her. My eyes were glued to the window, and I could see Austin with a girl who was carrying a baby at her side. She looked up and saw me, and she smiled. "That's her," Willow says in a hushed voice. I could feel her pain running through me. I didn't smile back at her and turned around to sit at the table. I started to write. "I know we're leaving later, so I want to leave a note for my father. I don't want him to think I don't want anything to do with him. I do, but this is not my home. How could I stay here when someone who is supposed to be my mate wants someone else?" After a little while, I went to lie on the bed, and I needed to be alone. I fell asleep a while after without realizing it. It must have been due to my crying and the silent tears afterward when I was on my own. "Brooke." I woke up in darkness. I sat up on the bed. The pack house was so quiet. Everyone must be asleep. Willow stirs in my head but opens her eyes and she comes closer. "Everyone's asleep," she said. "We should go." I looked around. I changed my clothes into something more suitable and comfortable. I grabbed the bag and placed it on my shoulder. "I've masked our scent. No one will know we have gone," she said. We headed downstairs and I looked around. No one was about, and I continued to walk toward the front door, but I spotted some money on the side of the front door as I came closer. I feel bad, but I have nothing to my name. I grabbed it, placing it in my pocket. It's not much, but hopefully it can get me out of here, maybe on a bus somewhere. I turned and opened the front door to the pack house. I closed it quietly behind me. I looked around, only to be in front of Alpha Josh, who was standing at the bottom of the steps to the pack house. I must have startled him, as he slightly jumped when he looked at me. He smiled when he realized it was me in front of him, but then he looked at me more closely. He must have realized that I was leaving. "Where are you going, Brooke?" he asks me quietly. "Away," I mouthed. He looked at me with a smirk. "Hudson doesn't know, doesn't he?" I shook my head. He looked at me as his expression changed into something else. "I think you should go. You must figure stuff out for yourself. Not what everyone expects you, especially regarding matters of the heart," he says softly. "Alpha." Josh stared at me for a few moments, but he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. He looked at me and held it up to me. "Here, you can't go far without any money," he said. I looked at him, and I scrunched my eyebrows together. "Why are you helping me?" I mouthed at him. He smiled. "You have been through a lot. Hudson wants to be mated to that human. Then let him, but I won't let you stay because of the mate bond. I think mates are overrated myself, but you can choose to be happy," he said as he walked up the steps towards me. He stopped by me. I kept my eyes on him, and Willow was close by too. "You need to be careful," he said, placing a card in my hand. "Here's my card with my number. I'm well known around most places. Have someone to ring me, and I will help you in any way I can." He said. "Brooke, I won't tell Hudson you left, but I would be quick about leaving before someone sees you," he said, walking through the door. Alpha Josh turned around and walked back towards the front door, but stopped. I couldn't help but keep my eyes on him as he walked away. I stared at the door for a few moments, but knew I had to leave. I turned around and carried on down the steps. I glanced at the wad of cash and card in my hands that he gave me and placed them both in my hoodie pocket. I needed to be free from all this. I had never been free before. I was constantly abused by the people I thought were my family and men. I know I shouldn't leave my father again, but I did leave a note in the notebook saying why I had to go this time. I had to tell him. I couldn't leave without him knowing how I felt and that I would miss him. I ran through the forest and found a dirt road in the clearing. The walk didn't take long. It was led to the road, and I believed I had met Alpha Josh around here. As I got closer to the top, a car was waiting on the other side of the road. Fear radiated through me as the window went down. My heart hammered in my chest, but Daisy's face came into view. My heart beat faster, but she was smiling at me. "I knew you were leaving. I saw the bag in the wardrobe," she said. I looked back at her, stunned, but she smiled. "I read the note you left for your dad," she said. "I'm coming with you, Brooke. You will not be alone this time." I looked back at her, confused. "Why?" I mouthed. She shook her head. "You're my friend, and I'm not leaving you again. My mother knows we are going. She won't tell anyone that we are gone till they realize we are missing, hopefully in the morning, so you had best get in this car," she says as she turns to face the windscreen. I stared at her for a few more minutes but walked around the front of the car and climbed into the passenger side. As I placed my seatbelt on, I couldn't help but look back at her. "What about Rex?" I mouthed to her as she stared at me as I got into the seat. She looked sad at the mention of her mate, but she recovered. "I haven't rejected him, but I can't forgive him for the lies he has told. I haven't got a clue how to think or what I feel," she said. "What about Hudson?" she said as she looked at me. I looked back at her with a frown. "No mate," I mouthed. No words are said about our mates as she starts the car and drives away. But suddenly, "Hudson is a fool, Brooke. He will suffer now for what he has done, and I have to say he deserves it," she says. I didn't say anything as we drove for a little while, but I could feel her eyes on me, so I turned to look at her. "Where are we going?" she asked. I looked at her and shrugged. I didn't get that far. I didn't know where I was going. I pointed in the north direction, and she looked confused but soon realized what I was thinking. "You want to go on a plane?" she asked, shocked. I nodded. "I have never been one," I mouthed. I was getting frustrated with how I was trying to communicate with people. I needed to figure out how to communicate better. Maybe I could learn to sign. "That's a good idea," said Willow with a giggle. "We are going on a girly trip." I smiled. Daisy was hurting, and so was I. We both needed to get away and start fresh. It will take however long it takes for us to heal, but we also need to be safe. Daisy kept driving, but she was smiling. "I know someone who can help us. He is an alpha in the amazing pack," she said. "I will call him on our way to the airport as I know he is here on business in another pack. I'm sure he won't mind us crashing his plane ride home," she said with a laugh. I chuckled but stared out of the window. Daisy puts on the radio and we listen to songs. My mind wanders, but I'm happy to know I'm not alone. I have Daisy and Willow, something I never had before, Hudson. After the big uproar with my father and mother earlier and everyone hearing it, I am completely done. My mind was so confused. I shouldn't want Amy, but when I saw her earlier, my feelings came flooding back for a second. Even Asher was taken back by her beauty. I shouldn't be thinking about another woman while I have found my mate. I haven't seen Brooke. I don't think she knows, but you can never tell with this pack. Everyone likes to gossip. But since the shouting match, both Rex and I are outside. Asher has blocked me as he is angry that I have feelings for another and not my mate. I want Brooke, but it is hard to connect with someone who can't talk. I look towards the window, but she hasn't been there. Daisy won't talk to me, Rex says and sits on the ground under the tree. I sit next to him. What can I do, he asks, but I can't give him any advice as I have my own issues to decide, but he did hurt my sister. She left her hand mark on his face, which is only now starting to fade. I don't know. Give her some time and space, dude, I say. What about you? What are you feeling? He asks. I sigh. I really don't know. My emotions and feelings are all over the place. My mother isn't speaking to me as well as Daisy. Jackson doesn't know yet, but that is going to be hard to deal with. And Brooke, I say, but I stop and I look towards her window. I can see her. She is looking at someone. I turn my attention to who it was, Amy, with the baby, and Austin. What the hell is he doing bringing her to the pack house? Says Rex, as I was wondering the same thing. We both get up and run over, but I can't help but look at Brooke's face at the sight of Amy. Amy is smiling, but Brooke looks at her like she wants to kill her. She knows. I run straight over to them. What the hell are you doing here? I say with a snarl escaping, but neither of them says anything, but my father's voice comes over from the front door. I asked for her to come. I wanted to hear her side of the story, he says with anger spread across his face. They head into the office without even saying a word to us. Both I and Rex look at one another. We turn to head in with them, but my mother stops us as we get to the door. Nope, you two are not coming in. This is between us. Both of you go to the training grounds. Beta Logan is waiting for you, she says, and walks in. My mother is still clearly pissed at both of us. We huff and head to training, both wondering what the hell is going on in the office. The training was brutal. Beta Logan was punished severely. I also think he enjoyed it a little too much. After training, both Rex and I lay on the grass. Beta Logan left a few minutes ago. You both look like you trained hard, says a voice. We both look over to see Austin, Tasha, and Amy coming towards us. Where is your sister? I asked her. I left her in daycare. Your mother put her there, she says. She looks at me and smiles. We had an interesting chat with your father, the alpha, she says with a smile, but it soon goes away when she looks at both of us. Why would you tell everyone what happened between us, she says to Rex. It was a mistake. Rex growls. We both knew my sister was his mate, but she was too young to understand at the time. I had to tell. I knew Daisy was my mate when I was with you. I should have been more careful and never gotten you pregnant, he says. Austin looks at both of us as he had to hear about it in the office, but he has a blank expression on his face. You knew and still slept with me. No wonder she hates you, says Tasha. She is angry hearing, as I know she and my sister are really good friends, but she turns her attention to me. And you, Hudson, admitting to falling for a human who is not your mate to your dad. What about Brooke? I can't even look at her. Who's Brooke? Says Amy, looking between all of us. She's my mate. I had to come back to help save her. I never knew she was my mate, I say, which somehow I receive a howl in my head from Asher. She was our mate. You knew it too, but you forgot about her, he says before putting up a block on me again. I wish he would stop doing that. Just talk to me, you silly wolf. Amy looks at me and sighs. Hudson, you knew we weren't mates. We both agreed only to hook up and meet. I would never come between you and your mate, not even if either one of us had feelings for the other. Do you have feelings for me? I ask suddenly. No one is talking. They just listen to us. Amy looks at me. No, Hudson, I don't. I have a mate, she says and smiles. He is the beta of the pack I'm from, she says. But you kissed him yesterday when we met you at the gates, says Rex. I know, and I shouldn't have, she says, still staring at me. I had to tell my mate and apologize to him when I went to the cabin. No one talks for a bit, but Amy looks at me. Hudson, you don't have feelings for me. You have feelings for your mate, she says in a manner. By the way, she looks pretty. I smile. Thinking about Brooke makes me feel warm inside. She is pretty. She is awesome, says Austin. She can draw anything. Amy smiles. You will have to introduce me to her. Brooke has been through a lot over the years. She doesn't talk, I say, feeling guilty about how I have been. How come? Says Amy, looking at each one of us. She was attacked by a rogue who sliced her throat. She was barely holding on, but she survived. She lost her voice box, Austin says as he could feel my guilt sweeping in. Oh my goddess, what about her wolf? she asks, but I shake my head. We all thought she was human until recently when her counterpart appeared as Brooke was fearing for her life. I say her counterpart isn't Wolf. All her life she has been human, but not even Brooke knows what she is yet. Amy looks shocked. How is that even possible, she asks. I shrug. I don't know, but one thing is for certain. Whatever she is, I think it is rare. What do you mean? Asks Rex. Her scent is of human, but there is another scent that comes through, but I can't put my finger on it. Her scent is human, but her counterpart doesn't let her scent come through, I say, but Austin looks at me. Have you done any research on other shifters? I did when you told me, and let me tell you now, there are hundreds of different shifters. I sigh. I think we will wait till Brooke shifts and see what she is, but Willow is hell-bent on not showing us not till Brooke is ready, I say. Willow is her counterpart, says Amy. I nod. I have an uncle in the Library of History that is local around here. If you want, we could meet up with him and ask him if he knows any type of shifter that can do what Willow can do, she says. I nod. That'd be great. But Austin glares at me. You do realize that Brooke knows what you were saying back there on the stairs. She heard it all. I look back at him. She wasn't. Where was? But he cuts me off. She was hiding at the top of the stairs, around the corner. She has been in her room ever since. Alana just checked on her, but she's asleep, he says. Amy looks up at me with guilt and pity in her eyes. I'm sorry. I should have contacted you and asked to come here first, she says. I shake my head. It's okay. But I know I said some things that has hurt her. We all stay quiet for a moment, but I really need to be on my own. I need to think of a way to make it up to Brooke. I get up and run to the pack house, leaving everyone behind without a word. As I closed, my mother's standing on the steps. She looks towards where I came from and can see Amy. Why are you both together, she asks. We had to clear up the air, I say, running past her and heading to my room. I came to my floor but stop outside Brooke's room. I open the door quietly and look in. She is on her side facing the window, so I could tell she's sleeping by her silently snoring. I stand there looking at her. Her presence soothes me. Asher is looking through. I can feel the love he has for her through the bond we have. You need to make it up to Mate, he says in a whisper. I will, I tell him. Asher. I know he is there, but he doesn't even say anything back. Did you know back when we were kids that Brooke was my mate? I ask. Asher comes closer and looks at Brooke as I have never taken my eyes off her. I knew she was special and that I wanted to be with her all the time. But when she left, I felt broken, he says with a whimper. I was a young pup, and I couldn't tell you as the moon goddess said it was too early, but when we meet her again, she will need to find herself and heal first. He goes quiet, but suddenly, she also said that she is special. She is our fated mate and soulmate. I look at Brooke. She is special. Maybe taking a trip to see Amy's uncle might be a good place to start. I turn to leave, but look over my shoulder to see my mate one last time. I close her door quietly and head into my room. I needed a shower and rest. I will make things right in the morning with Brooke. I get undressed and shower quickly. Once I was sorted, I climbed into bed and I instantly drop off to sleep. Hudson, I woke up with a jolt. Something is wrong. I can hear people talking. It's coming from next door, Brooke's room. Something's wrong with a mate. Asher stirs and feels restless. See what is going on with Mate, he says and gets up to a stand-in my head. Something is wrong, he says with a sudden jerk. I get up and leap to the joining door to my mate's room to find Jackson, Alana, and my father sitting around the table. I look around, but there is no sign of my mate. I can't even smell her scent anywhere. Where is? I begin to say, but Jackson runs fast and grabs me by the throat and pushes me up against the door. She is gone, he snarls. She left in the middle of the night. I look at him. My father walks over to him and places his hand on his shoulder. Let my son go, he says, using his alpha tone. Jackson drops me, but I catch myself and lean on the door. What are you talking about? She was here last night. I checked on her before I went to bed, I said. Jackson huffs and walks back over to the table and grabs the notebook. He throws it at me. Read, he says, and sits back on the chair, glaring at me. I bend down to pick up the book. There is a message addressed to Jackson. Dad, I'm sorry I have to go. I didn't want to leave you again, but I have to. I don't know who I am anymore. Hudson is in love with another woman, and it hurts to be here. I need to figure out what I need and want. I have been trapped all my life. Please don't worry. I will see you again, but I need to do this for myself. Signed, Brooke. I look over to Jackson, who is still glaring at me. That human girl that came here needs to leave, he says with a snarl. It's not what you think. But Jackson cuts me off with a growl. What does it mean? I heard you say everything to your father yesterday, so tell me what I should think, he shouts at me. I had feelings for her. I left her to come back to help you to get Brooke back. I left things unsaid to Amy. I fell for her, hard. But as soon as I smelt Brooke's scent, I never thought about Amy again. I fell for my mate. When I saw Amy yesterday, some feelings came back and I was confused. When I was arguing with my father, I never thought Brooke heard any of it. I swear. I was going to talk to her this morning and explain to her. I said. But I know my words aren't enough for him. He has lost his daughter all over again. Suddenly, Brooke's door flies open and Rex runs in. Have you seen Daisy? He shouts. She is not here in the pack house. I have been looking for her. She never came to bed. My father looks at him. What do you mean Daisy has gone? Both Brooke and Daisy have gone. That can't be a consequence. Brooke has gone too, I say. I think they might be together. They look at me and seem the realization sets in on every face here in the room. We need to find them. No, you will not, says my mother's voice from the door suddenly, which startles all of us. We all look back at her, shocked. But Mum? I begin to say, but she holds her hand up to stop me. Now all of you here listen to me. I'm the Luna of this pack. Both girls have been through a lot, especially Brooke. She needs time away from everything and everyone, she says and looks between Rex and me. Both of you hurt them, girls. You might not have meant to, but you did. Brooke has already been through hell with that goddamn woman and that family. Daisy found out that you got a human pregnant, even though she is not in your life. You knew that Daisy was your mate at the time when you did it. She looks at all of us. I helped them. I knew they needed a break. She never wanted to leave you, Jackson, hence the letter. But she is lost and trying to figure out who she is. She has been held captive for years, abused. She says, you can't get to know someone who doesn't even know themselves, Hudson, as she looks directly at me. I look at her, but my mother stares. I don't know where they are going, but they left several hours ago, so there is no way of knowing where they have gone. There is silence in the room, but my father says, but it is not safe for them out there, not with the rogue and that horrible family. I know that's why they left when they did. No one knows that they have left. Daisy will let me know when they have settled, but it might take a while, she says. Then she turns to Rex and I. Don't look for them. Respect what they want to do, and have some faith that they will come back. Rex falls onto Brooke's bed, and I sit next to him, trying to let everything sink in. Everyone stays quiet for a moment. I look at the notebook I have been holding. I flick through it, but land on a sketch that she must have been working on. The sketch is of me with the words, my mate, by the side. A tear slides down my face. Asher has completely blocked me. He was howling in my head when we heard what my mother said. I wonder when they will be back, Rex says in a whisper. I look around and notice that it's just the two of us left in the room. I don't remember the rest of them leaving. I don't know, I said with a sigh. I think we should, he starts, but I shake my head. No, dude, we don't find them. We let them come back to us. They need a break. How can you be so calm, he says sternly. I'm not. Asher has blocked me. All I want right now is Brooke. But what my mother has said, Brooke went through hell, and I would like to know who she is, but how am I going to do that when she doesn't even know herself? I say. I turn to him. You need to let Daisy calm down and process everything. She found out that you got a human girl pregnant and that you have a child out there somewhere. She needs to come to terms with it. I can't help but look at my friend. He looks like a broken man but nods. You're right, but what we gonna do in the meantime? I look at the notebook with my sketch in front of me. We keep busy. We catch them bastards that tortured my mate. We make it safe for them to come back, I say as I stand up. Rex looks at me and gives me a small smile. That sounds like a plan. Where do we start? He gets up too. We both need a distraction. Let's get some food, change, and figure out where those bastards are, I say. We could always train more too. He nods. We both leave the room. He leaves but turns to look at me. I will meet you by the kitchen for food in 20 minutes, he says, and I nod as he heads back to his room. I look over the room once more, knowing that she is gone. This is going to be so hard for us, but we need to make it safe for both of them. Well, mainly Brooke. I hope she does find herself. I close the door to her room and go back into mine. Time to start hunting humans and rogues. Brooke. We have been traveling for hours but came to a deserted airport. I look at her, but she smiles. I contacted a cousin of mine. He has a pack abroad. We can stay with him. We will be boarding a private jet that he has, she says. Just then a small-sized jet comes in and land. The door opens with steps attached to it. A man walks down them and looks around like he is waiting for someone. Daisy steps out of the car. I follow. We grab our bags and head towards the plane. The man that is standing at the bottom turns and starts to smile at Daisy. Ah, my cousin, you made it. And this must be Brooke, Daisy has told us about, he says in a weird accent. I look between them as they hug each other. He offers me his hand to me to shake, which I do. Come, let's go. When we arrive, the sun will be up and it will be warm, he says, turning to walk back up the steps. We follow him up the plane. The plane is small, but it only has a few seats darted around. It looks like a private jet from some of the famous movies. There is no one else on the plane, just the three of us and the two pilots. Once we were seated and took off. Brooke, are you okay? Daisy says. I look at her and smile, but nod. You're quiet, says the man, but Daisy turns. Ah, cousin. Brooke can't speak due to an accident she had when she was young. He gives me a sympathetic look. Well, I must teach you to sign. It would be a good way to communicate with people, he says with a smile. I nod and mouth, thank you. He grins. My name is Adonis. Sorry for not introducing myself. It has been a long time since I have been back here, but we will be in the pack soon, he says. I look at Daisy. Where are we going? She smiles. Adonis has a small pack in Spain. He has been living here for 6 years. He is the alpha. He took over from my uncle 3 years ago, she says hesitantly, turning to look at Adonis, who has a smile plastered on his face. Yes, you have it right, 'cause I have been an alpha for 3 years. Spain is gorgeous this time of year, he says. I look out the window, Willow coming close to see out as well. It looks so beautiful outside, she says. She feels content. What are you? Asks Adonis, which gets Willow and my attention. Willow is close, so he can tell she is there, but I'm still in control. I shrug my shoulders. Brooke only found out she has a counterpart, Willow, Daisy says. I smile at her. But what is? Daisy doesn't let him finish. You keep cutting me off. You don't get all the facts. Willow and Brooke don't know. Willow said they will come together when the time is right. Adonis looks on and stares at me, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I close my eyes and Willow steps closer. Can you stop looking at my human, please? Says Willow, who startles Adonis, which makes Daisy smirk. Adonis, I would like you to meet Willow, Daisy says, introducing her. Willow smiles. Your eyes are black, he says. Willow chuckles. How can you talk but not Brooke? He asked in awe of Willow. Willow sighs. I am her counterpart. I have my own mind and voice like you and your wolf do. I can't tell you what I am as I'm still trying to figure it out myself, but also I will know what we are when the time is right, she says. I have been wearing a hoodie since I left. My body is getting hot. Willow takes off the hoodie. Adonis' eyes go wide but looks away. Crap, my scars. You notice the scars then, she says to him, which makes him turn to face her. The scar on her neck is due to something in her childhood, but the rest, she says. Brooke was abused by some very horrible people who pretended to be her family. She has more. She will show you them, but it is her decision. It is her body after all. But I would like you to not stare, as I will come forward, and when I do, you won't win wolf. Brooke, she says. She closes her eyes, and I am pushed forward. Thank you, Willow. You didn't have to do that, I tell her, but she shakes her head. No need, Brooke. I am your half, and we are as one. I will protect you. I look at Adonis, who is now smiling at me. Very impressive, Brooke. I smile. But he looks at my arm that has been in the same cast since I woke up in Daisy's pack. No doctor has checked it since the last time I was in the hospital. He looks at my arm in the cast. We will get the pack doctor to take that cast off. I think everything might be healed by now. I give him a big smile as I have been waiting for ages for someone to take this stupid thing off. After what seemed like hours, after eating and even falling asleep, we finally land back on the ground. As we step outside, the sun hits us and the warm air runs along our arms. Daisy takes a deep breath in, closes her eyes, and lifts her face to feel the sun on her face. I love this place, she says as she opens her eyes and looks at me. But before she walks, she takes my arm, then we head down the steps. A car is waiting for us. Adonis looks at the man standing there. Lou, this is my cousin Daisy and her friend Brooke. They're staying with us for a while, he says. Lou looks at both of us and smiles. It is so nice to finally meet you both. Both Daisy and I smile at him as he opens the door for us to climb into the car. We both slide in as Adonis and Lou enter the front. Lou drives away. We head out onto the road. The scenery here is breathtaking once we are off the highway. The sun is out and the sea glistens in the far corner. No one talks as we take it all in. We won't be too long and we will be at the pack ladies, says Lou. Daisy smiles and I nod. I look towards the two men in the front and notice how close they are together. They are mates, says Willow suddenly in my head. Adonis is the main alpha of the pack and Joe is his bodyguard. Well, that's what their wolves say, she says. Joe is looking at me through the mirror and smiles. Your counterpart is very impressive, Brooke. Thank you, I mouth. He looks at me. There is some kind of emotion in his face, but I don't know what it is. But his face goes blank for a bit. Adonis is telling him all about you. Willow says as she looks on, they are amazing. She seems impressed with them. I wonder why. Joe looks at me, smiles, but doesn't say anything. After an hour, we arrive on the grounds of the pack. There are 100 members. Adonis gives us the history of the pack as we drive through the door. My uncle became the alpha of this pack when he started to realize that some packs would not allow same-sex mates be together, bearing in mind this was years and years ago. He wanted to form one as your counterpart. Willow told you Lou and myself are mates. My father wanted to protect wolves that were shunned due to anything not just their sexuality. Some even been abused by their families and priors, he says. I smile. I think I'm going to like it here. Daisy takes my hand into hers. This is the best place for you, Brooke, she says with a smile. I nod in agreement. Brooke, when we arrive outside a villa, there are many villas on the pack grounds, but this one is bigger than all the rest. It is all on one floor and has a huge kitchen and dining room. We all come here to eat, says Adonis as he comes to my side as I step outside the car. We treat everyone like family. I nod. We head inside. There are 9 bedrooms here. Daisy and you will share one if that is okay, he says, but we smile at him. It would be like a slumber party. I never had one of those. Well, I don't think I have. Brooke, may I have a word? Says Joe, who is standing behind me. Adonis and Daisy take the bags and head to our room as I turn to look at Lou. He smiles and walks to the decking. There is a frecking pool outside, a big one. I need to learn to swim. I look over the banister to look at the scenery that is before me as Joe takes his place to the side of me. He sighs. Adonis told me all about you being abused by family members, he says and looks at my arm with the cast on. I just mind-linked the doctor to come and take the plaster off your arm for you. I look up and smile. Thank you, I mouthed. Joe smiles. You are very impressive, young lady. No one has a right to hurt anyone, especially someone who is young, he says, but turns to look in front of him. I can sense some emotions in him at the moment which are really too familiar to me. He removes the cufflinks on his shirt sleeve and rolls it. He stretched his arm outward in front of me. I can't help but look at it, a thick scar running from the wrist to the elbow joint. I look up at him with a stunned expression. My father used a silver blade when I was 14. He wanted to teach me a lesson for liking boys. He never understood me. He made my life a living hell. When I found Adonis nearly killed my father due to what he did to me. His father took me in and accepted me as part of his family and his son's mate, he says. I run my finger along the scar. He shudders under my fingertips but doesn't move them. I look up at him and mouth, "Sorry that happened to you." He smiles at me. I move my finger over the scar on my neck as if a reminder of the rogue. I was attacked by a rogue when I was 5, and he gave me this. I mouth to him. He looks at me with sorrow in his eyes, but I look away and show him my arms. They are full of all different kinds of scars from the monsters who did all this to me. I look back at him. They used everything they could find. I mouth, which makes him shudder, but recovers quick. I point to my back. I have more there, too. I mouth. I look back at the scenery and feel at peace. I close my eyes and breathe in the air. It is the first time I have done that since I got off the plane. Brooke? I know some sign language. Would you like me to teach you? He says suddenly. I give the best wide smile I can muster and nod. Great also, he says, and I can feel his eyes on me. I want you to know you can tell me anything and I won't repeat it to anyone. But most importantly, you are safe here. I won't let anything happen to you. I look up and for the first time I feel at peace and also love, especially from a complete stranger. I smile. I go straight into a hug with him, which startles him at first, but he soon hugs me back once he recovers. Well then, let's get you to your room so you can rest up, he says. He takes me to my room where we find Daisy and Adonis in a hug. Daisy has been crying as her eyes are glassy. I walk straight up to her and hug them. I don't like seeing my friend upset. I know she is hurting. Both men look on and we can feel some emotions, but when we break away, they both have composed themselves. We will let you both settle. Have a shower. We will send some food to your rooms as you both may be tired, says Adonis. Adonis looks at us with warmth in his eyes. We will get you back to the way you were and happy again. Them mates should have their eyes and checked, he says, which Daisy burst out laughing and I can't help but giggle. Joe chuckles. They both give us a kiss on our cheeks and leave. Daisy goes in the shower first while I sit on the bed. I can't help but feel so lost. I don't know who I am anymore. We will work on it together, says Willow, who is yawning in my head. I smile. I think I'm going to love being here, and it is the best place to work on yourself, I think. Not long after, Daisy comes out of the shower with a towel wrapped around her, but the door knocks. She looks at me. I was sitting on the bed reading a book that was left in the room. Daisy opens the door, and in walks a woman in a white coat with a big smile on her face. I'm here about taking that cast off your arm and see what is happening underneath it. I give her a wide smile. I have been waiting for this thing to be off. After what seemed like ages, my arm is free. I have a small scar on the wrist where they operated on it, but the rest of them are from the family. The doctor smiled. It has healed nicely. Now be careful with it, and I would reckon to mend a nice warm shower. I smile. We said our goodbyes to the doctor as she left the room. I quickly went into the shower as Daisy got ready. I wasn't long in the shower, even though it is the first shower I have had in years. It was amazing. Once Daisy was asleep on the bed. I can't help but giggle at her. I quickly dress into something and climb into the bed next to Daisy. I grabbed the book I was reading earlier. It is about all the different types of shifters in the world. Hey, Willow, do you think we could be in here? I ask her. She lets out a yawn. Maybe, we will have to look. But, Brooke, you need to sleep, she says as she closes her eyes. I can feel her gently snoring in my head, which is like a soft humming sound, which within seconds sends me into a peaceful night's sleep. Hudson. It has been an agonizing 2 weeks without my mate. My mother heard from them about 2 days after they left, but she never told us where they were. There has been no word mentioned to neither Rex nor I about them, but I know my mother has been having daily updates from them. She only says that they are happy. Amy and her mate, Shane, have moved to this pack. Their alpha agreed as Amy has only one living relative in her uncle, who works at the history library near here. Plus, he has been helping out a lot with her baby sister. Their old alpha was a little reluctant at first as he was losing his beta, but Shane's brother has stepped up to the position. I have made Shane one of my deltas, and Austin is also my gamma. Amy has been helping Tasha out with everything and making sure everything is ready for when my mate comes home. She has also been helping me find information about Brooke. Shane was a little reluctant at first with our history. Both Rex and I took him out for a few drinks and we talked it out. We have been still searching for the humans, but we did have word that Madison was near. She has been spotted by Alpha Josh. He is working his charms on Madison to get her back around here, as we all know that she wants to be Luna so bad. But nothing on Aubrey or her mate, Damien. We have been checking all airports. My mother said that they have someone watching them. I look out of my window like I do most mornings, as I think that Brooke and Daisy would walk up the drive, coming back home to us, but I don't know when that will be. I get myself ready, and I walk out of my room, head to my father's office as I have done since the girls left. I know the post comes around 10 every morning. I remember when Daisy wrote a letter to my mother, telling her everything that was going on, but she never showed me it. But I did sneak a peek at it when she was out of the room. I found out that they were staying in Spain with our cousin Adonis. I've told Rex, but we have been keeping it hushed, that we know. Daisy explained that Alpha Adonis's mate Joe has been helping Brooke overcome her fears, especially when it comes to her scars. She also promised that she would send some photos in the next letter to show her. Daisy did state that both Rex and I could have the photos if we wanted, but only if we didn't contact her, which has been really hard on Rex. He is hoping she will come back soon. I walk into the office, and my father is sitting on his chair, looking through his emails of the day. "Morning, Father," I say, trying to sound cheery, but it comes out all squeaky. I really need to start drinking coffee in the mornings, or a pint of water. My father looks up and smirks. "Good morning, son. Why are you up so early this morning?" he says, and looks towards a stack of letters that just arrived. I shuffle towards him, but he stops me in my tracks. "There is a letter from Daisy, but your mother has it." I stop and look at him. "Okay, where is she?" I asked. His face goes blank, and then he looks at me. "She is in the kitchen with breakfast for you," he says as I turn to leave the room. "Hudson," he says. I stop with my hand on the door handle, but turn my head to look at him. He has a smile on his face. "I have to say, you are really stepping up with taking on your alpha duties and making sure you are prepared for whatever that family has in store for us." I smile. "I want to make sure everything is ready and safe for when Brooke comes home," I say. He looks at me. "How are you anyway, son? I mean, you don't talk about any of it, and you have been keeping to yourself," he says and gives me a hard look. I know everyone is worried about me, but I'm doing okay. I have been keeping myself busy. Before I can say anything, "Please be honest with me, Hudson." I look at the door handle but sigh. "To be honest, Dad, I'm a mess. I want Brooke here with me. Asher is restless without her, but we both know she needs this. She needs to know who she is. I just wish I could have a letter or text off her so I know she is all right. It has been 2 weeks, but the only person who is getting any mail is Mum." I say, "I must admit that it felt great to get everything off my chest, even if it was not all of it." He looks at me. "Jackson had a letter this morning off her," he says and looks at me for a few moments. I feel hurt that Jackson had a letter. I know he is her father, but I feel like waiting for someone who doesn't want to know. "Instead of waiting for Brooke to write or get in touch with you, why don't you write a letter to her? Explain everything and how you feel. Your mother can send it to her for you," he says, looking thoughtful, a smile slide across his face. "You make the first move, son. You need to clear the air with her, and also writing it all down might help." I smile. "That sounds like a..." I stop myself. I think it is a good idea, but I don't know where to begin. "Hudson," my father calls, but I'm way in my mind thinking about what I want to write to Brooke about. He smiles. "You best go, son. By the look on it, you have a lot to write about," he says. I leave my father's office in a haze and head straight to the kitchen. As soon as I get closer, I can smell pancakes. My mother is sitting there on the stool, a stack of pancakes by the side of her. She is reading the letter Daisy has sent her. She looks up at me and smiles. "Good morning, Hudson." "Morning, Mum. What does the letter say?" I ask, sounding overly excited to know. She looks at me with a stern look. "It is off Adonis, not Daisy. He has been telling me all about the girls and what they are getting up to, but he also tells me about some rogues that have come to the borders," she says. I look at her startled. "They have rogues there. We have to." But she cuts me off and shakes her head. "Hudson, Adonis's pack can manage 1 or 2 rogues. He only been telling me as he didn't want anyone to worry." "But, Mum, what if they have to do with Aubrey and Damien's rogue clan?" I say. "They are still after Brooke." she smiles. I won't worry about that. Adonis has doubled patrols around the grounds and the girls are well protected, as they have Adonis, and Joe has not left Brooke's side since she has arrived. I can't help feeling jealous about hearing Joe being so close to my mate, and a low growl escapes. My mother smirks. I won't get jealous if I were you, son. Joe is a man in love with his mate, and he is Adonis's mate. They have helped her come a long way, and she even loves sign language. I look back at her with a bit of red on my cheeks. I didn't mean to be like that. I want to be with her so much. She looks at me with a hint of pity, but recovers as soon as she realizes what she is doing. Your father said you are going to write Brooke a letter, letting her know how you feel. I think it's a brilliant idea, she says and stands up, walks over to the counter and pulls out a pack of paper from the nearby drawer and grabs a pen. She hands them to me with a smile. Have it ready in the next 2 hours, and I will post it for you so she can have it over the weekend. I take the paper and pen, head up to my room. I need to have a clear head to write her a letter. I need her to know how I feel and explain everything. But as soon as I put pen to paper, everything came flooding out of me. Brooke, this is life, right here. I'm laying on a sun lounger with my book by the side of me and a cup of tea, looking at the sunrise as it comes into view on the balcony that we have. I have been awake for an hour. I'm in absolute heaven. Daisy is sleeping soundly in the room. I laugh a little. She's been restless for the last 2 nights, as she is missing Rex. I have a funny feeling she might go back home, but I'm not ready yet. I'm learning more about myself every day. I love the sun. I love the ocean. And I have sketched this amazing scenery twice. I drew a small one to send to my dad, which I know he has had. Luna Sophia rang Adonis to let me know. The other one is mine. I want to put it up when I get back, but I don't know when that will be. I know Hudson is my mate, but he hasn't exactly done anything to tell me how he feels. I wonder if he loves that other girl and that they are together. Don't think like that, says Willow. She has been awake with me. She loves getting up early to look at the sunrise with me. It is like heaven all the time, a brand new day that comes. Why shouldn't I? I say back to her. I know you want to be with him, Willow. I can feel your pain through the bond. She sighs. I know. I am trying to not let you feel it, as I know you are working on everything, but I do want our mate. I look out as the sun slowly comes up through the sea. Well, looks like it does from here. Joe has been helping me gain confidence with everything. I have even worn a bikini around the pool. That might not sound too bad to anyone, but it is when you have loads of scars all over your body, and when I did that the first time, they were all on show. I have a massive one on my arm. There were a few stares, but Joe said to ignore everyone and embrace them. They are a part of me. If I show that they bother me, someone will react, but if I don't acknowledge them, then no one will bat an eyelid. A few people have come up to me and have asked where they come from, mainly children in the pack, but once I explained to them what happened, they never bothered me again. I am still working on it, but when I do explain the story again and again, I feel like there is so much weight that has been lifted from me. I have become a lot healthier too. I have been training with Daisy every day, which is improving my ability, and some of my powers are slowly coming to the surface too. I can feel people's exact emotions, and also if you piss me off, I have more strength to fight back. Both I and Willow have been working together. We are slowly working out what we can do, but we still don't know what we are. You're awake, says a voice to the side of me. I look over my shoulder to see Daisy with her messy hair all over the place. She walked towards the sun lounger next to me and sits down. You really like the sunrise, don't you? She says with an amused look on her face. I smile back at her. You do realize that I am making up for lost time. I sign to her. She smiles back. I know you are. Also, you getting the hang of signing too, she says. We have been having a lesson every day for 2 hours on sign language in the last 2 weeks. I have picked it up really quickly. They have given me a sense of communication with people. Most of the pack can sign, and Daisy is picking up some too. She doesn't need to sign, as I am not deaf, but due to the no voice I have, it has helped me communicate with her. If she doesn't understand, I write it down, especially if it is too long to communicate to her about something. "Ah, the most gorgeous girls are awake," says a voice from behind Adonis. He walks around and gives us each a kiss on the cheek. We both smile. He has brought the post with him. He looks at both of us with his cheeky smile. "You both are popular today. You both have 2 letters each," he says. I look at him. I wonder who they are off. He hands them to us. I place mine down on the lounger as I look at Daisy, who has now gone a little pale. "This one is off, Rex," she says. She gets up and walks back into our room. "Aren't you going to read your letters, Brooke?" he says. "Why the rush?" I mouth to him. He smiles, leans down to pick them up again, and looks at them. "I think you might want read this one here off these people, especially your dad, but also your mate." My eyes went wide. Did he just say mate? I stare ahead of him, so I don't look at him, so I don't see his expression, even though my power tells me he is intrigued and happy. I don't give him anything. He sighs. "I think you should see what he has to say. You might get the answers you have been waiting for." He gets up to move but stops. "You are coming along so well, my princess. You need closure and to know what it is he feels too. I know you are scared, but you have people around you who love you and won't let anyone hurt you." He turns to leave. "I will leave the both of you to read. I will see you in a little while." He has now left our room, and I'm now staring at the letters that I have in front of me. I grab the letter from my father to read it. It is said that he misses me, but is happy to hear from me, and the sketch that I drew is up in the house. Alana has framed it. He mentioned about Aunt Leslie, who I still haven't met, tidy due to all the drama of me leaving, and her mate Beta Logan. They have finally mated and marked each other. Also, he told me the same stuff as before, and has asked the same question, "When am I coming home?" and that he misses me. I can't concentrate on the letter as I keep glancing at the letter behind it. Once I finish my letter, I place it back in the envelope and put it in my book. I hold the letter, but as I am contemplating on opening it, Daisy comes from the room. She sits down with her letters. She looks over to me. "Who are they off?" she says, but I don't answer. She must have seen the writing on the envelope as she whispers, "Hudson says," and I just nod. "Are you going to read it?" she says, but I still don't answer her. She looks at me. "Rex sent me a letter. He told me how sorry he is and that he is missing me so much," she says in a whisper. She stays quiet for a moment. I don't know what to think. How am I supposed to get over the fact that he slept with a human girl, even knowing that I was his mate and also getting her pregnant? "I thought we couldn't get pregnant by humans," she says. I let her carry on as I know she needs to vent, as she has been keeping everything bottled up since we got here. Joe looked it up for me, and they can get a human pregnant. The human must be in ovulation period to do so. Apparently, it is like when we are in heat for them, she says. She looks over at me. "Brooke, I don't want to go back just yet. I know you are not ready, but," she says and places a hand on my hand. I look up at her. "I will leave after next week. I will leave you here if you want, and you can come back when you are ready." I look back at her in shock. I never thought of being on my own for a while, but thinking about it, it would be nice to see and do things for myself. "I think you should leave tonight." I sign to her. She looks surprised. But before she can say anything, "I think you need to talk to him face to face. You need to be able to be with him and forgive him. But before you go, my Aunt Leslie went through something similar with Beta Logan. He knew about her being his mate at a young age, and he mated someone else. You should ask for some advice," I sign. She looks at me and smiles. I will ring her now and ask what she thinks I should do. I look back at the letter in my hand. "I think you should read what he has to say. You need answers, and they might be in there," she says. She gets up and leans forward and kisses my cheek. "I will ring your aunt, and I will let you know what I decide to do." I smile up at her and nod. She walks away, and I look back at the letter. Brooke. I can't help but stare at the letter. Adonis and Daisy are right. I need closure. I need to read it. I opened the letter and began to read. "To my Brooke, I thought I would write you a letter. I thought it would be the best way for me to get my feelings down for you to know, and also to explain everything to you about what happened. I'm so sorry that you found out the way you did about Amy. am going to be honest. I have been looking for my mate for the last 3 years and thought I would never meet her. I went to a local pack to travel around to look for my mate and came across Crescent Pack. I met Amy there. We became friends instantly. I never slept with she-wolves as they have mates, and I always wanted to make sure they were pure for their mates. Amy was a friend at first, but we slept together, and it kept happening. We both knew it was wrong, but we both had needed, so we both agreed it was only friendship and socks. When we found our mates, we would leave it there. But both of us were starting to worry that we would never find our mates. I have to admit, I started to develop feelings for Amy, the human way. I didn't tell her, as I thought I would get the chance to tell her when I got back after I saved you. But then you came into my life. You changed everything. I was completely in a mess because of you and forgot all about Amy. Well, until Austin brought her to the pack, as she had information for us. I never meant to hurt you, Brooke. I have feelings for you. I know it is weird for me to say that, especially as we haven't spent much time together as humans, but when I was Asher, I loved watching you sleep. The silent snoring you made and the softness of your hands in his fur. You made a bad alpha dog turn into a softie. Asher, and I know you need time to find yourself, especially after what you went through. But I want you to know that I am waiting for you to come back to me. I don't want anyone else, only you, Brooke. All my love. Hudson. I read through the letter 2 more times. He is going to wait for me. I placed the letter back in the envelope and put it on top of my father's letter. I need time to think. Daisy comes back onto the balcony. She looks at me and smiles. Well, that was interesting. Your aunt said that she took some time away to think about things. What she wants from the whole thing with Beta Logan, the whole relationship. She wanted to know all the facts, and once he explained his reasons, she took a little more time to work on it. She told me not to rush on it. But Rex has been moping around missing me, she says. She told me that Amy and her mate have moved to the pack as well. A lot has happened in 2 weeks, she says. I look back at her. Amy has moved to the pack with her mate. Why? Daisy looked at me. Hudson and Amy are friends. Her mate is one of his deltas, she says. I stare ahead. I need to process everything. Daisy has been looking at me, but she sighs. Brooke. I turn to look at her, and she smiles. I know you are not ready to leave, but I do think you need to write to him. Explain how you feel. At least he will know where he stands, she says. She stands up and looks at her phone. I'm going to go back tonight. Adonis is coming with me as he wants to talk to my father about something. Joe is staying with you. I nod. She turns on her heel and heads into the bathroom. While she is in there, I get up, walk over to the sketch pad that Joe had bought me. I have been sketching loads since I came here. I take a blank page and a pencil, and as soon as the pencil touches the page, our door opens. Ah, Brooke, says Joe, will you come with me? I think I found someone who can help you with your memory issues. I didn't have to think about it. I got up and walk out. Don't worry, Adonis will tell Daisy where you are, he says as I look at the door. He smiles and takes my hand. We head outside and walk south of the Packlands. It is a very warm day. We walked for about 10 minutes and headed to a small villa. There on a small deck was a woman with bright pink hair. She looks up from her book and smiles at us. Ah, you both came, she says as we step onto the deck. I smile at her. This Brooke, this is Sassy. She is a witch in this pack, Joe says. I look at her and she shakes her head. You are going to scare the girl, Joe, she says with a smirk. She looks at me, but is stunned when she senses Willow. What are you? She says, but she doesn't let me say or do anything. She looks at me and holds my hand. She closes her eyes for a moment, but as soon as she closes them, she opens them but smiles. You are a rare kind. I have heard of your kind, but there are not many left in existence. You don't belong to anyone, not even your mate, but if he is your true mate, then he will make you stronger, but also you will not be alone anymore, she says. But before you know who are you, my child, you need your memories back. She's about to walk into the villa but stops. Joe, you will wait here. She won't be long, but she is going to need you here when she has them. Some of the memories are going to be bad. Even the ones she has pushed down over the years to forget about are going to come back to bite her. I know you have been helping her, but after she has her memories back, she might be like she was when she came here, she says to him. She grabs my hand and leads me inside the villa. She makes me stand a few feet from the door as she closes it. Wait here, she says, and turns on her heels and heads straight into another room. The villa looks bigger on the inside. I'm standing in the lounge area. There on the couch is a black cat staring at me. That cat is freaking me out, says Willow suddenly. I haven't heard from her since I read the letter. I know she read it the same time I did, as I could sense her there. Willow, what do you make of the letter Hudson sent me? I ask her. She doesn't say anything for a moment, but then, I think we need to wait for your memories to come back before I tell you what I think, Brooke, she says in a stern voice. What the hell is her problem? Before I could question her again, Sassy came out, but as I turned to look at her, I realized that I was staring at the cat. While mind-linking Willow, she blows some sort of dust into my eyes. After saying a few words, I have gripped my head. My head feels like it's going to explode. Willow is in pain. I can feel and hear her. She screams out. I scream, but then all of a sudden, memories of the pack, my mother, the rogue, my father, the abuse, every single thing that I forgot is all coming back in sections. I fall on my knees, holding my head, all memories roaming around my head. After a few moments, everything goes black. Brooke. I slowly open my eyes. What the hell happened? I'm on something soft. I open my eyes slowly, open and adjust to the light, and even the sounds. I can hear people talking. She's awake, someone says. I open my eyes and come face to face with bright pink hair and green eyes looking at me. You gave us a fright, young lady, she says. She pulls me up to make sure I was sitting up and hands me a glass of water. Drink, she says. She gets up and walks to the chair she has by a small table and sits on it. I feel a hand on my leg. I look up to see Joe with a worried expression on his face. Are you okay, Brooke? He says. I stare at him. Memories are flowing around in my head, even all the ones I hide away, even the bad ones. But there are memories of Daisy which bring warmth to my heart. But there are at least 3 memories that I wish I never saw and remembered. Hudson knew who I was. Brooke, says Joe, who is still looking at me with concern. I'm okay. All the memories come back in one hit, I signed. Sassy looks at me and smiles. I am so glad you can sign. You picked that up quick. I give a small smile as memories after memories come through. My head is hurting. I can sense Willow. She is very tense. Then suddenly the conversation we had before my memories came back. You knew what he did, I said to her. She doesn't say anything back to me. Say something. I scream in my head. After a few moments, Willow breathes out a small breath. I'm so sorry, Brooke. I couldn't tell you. You needed to remember, as you vowed you would never see him again. He knew about you before. He knew, and he never came to help you. She says, but I have to block her. She knew what he said, what happened, everything. I look at Sassy, who is giving a pitying look. She couldn't tell you, Brooke. You needed to find your memories. You needed them all back. But now I would give you one bit of advice. Don't go back yet until you figured everything out in our pretty head. Use this one, she says, nudging her head towards Joe. He will help you. A tear slips down my face. Joe looks between Sassy and me. What the hell is going on? He asks Sassy. Some memories that came back have more hurt in them than she remembered. Her mate is the key to some, she said to him. I look at Joe. Can we go home? Back to the villa, I mean. I mouth. I am a shaky mess after having my memories back. He looks at Sassy for the go-ahead to take me back to the villa. She nods. Joe picks me up bridal style, and I lean my head against him. I will come and see you tomorrow, Brooke, she says. I just look at her and give her a small smile. Joe carries me back to the villa. I noticed a few pack members looking towards us, but they don't say anything. They must have heard me screaming. Some are the ones who introduced Sassy to Joe, but Joe smiles and nods at them, giving them reassuring smiles. Once back at the villa, Adonis is looking on with worry in his eyes as we walk through the door. Joe has a blank expression on his face. They must have been mind-linking each other. Joe takes me to my room, with Adonis following behind. Once he opens the door, Daisy is packing her things. She looks up and has a worried look on her face. What the hell happened? She says as Joe places me on my bed. Brooke, she says softly. I close my eyes. My head is hurting a lot. Suddenly, "Tell them what happened," says Willow quietly. "I will speak for you." I must put the block down due to the pain I was in. Everyone was quiet for a while. Daisy is still packing, but is looking at me with worry in her eyes. I know all three of them are worried about me. I can feel their emotions. I can tell them what I saw. Daisy will want answers. Joe places me down on the bed, as Adonis leans against the wall opposite me. They are waiting for me to talk, but I don't know where to begin. Brooke. I don't say anything for a little while. I look at my hands but look towards Joe, who hasn't said or moved an inch from me. I close my eyes. "Willow, can you speak for me, please?" I ask her. She nods her head. "I remember that pink doll you used to carry around with you all the time," she says softly, opening one eye to look towards Daisy, who looks back at me stunned. Willow has come through. "You named her Rose. You never went without her. I remember you giving her to me when I would get upset because my mother would leave me in the pack house while she would go to work or when Dad was training." I say, a tear slides down my cheek at the mention of my mother. Willow's voice is soft and gently tells them what I'm telling her. But fear strikes me. I can't tell her what happened that night that changed everything for me. It wasn't just my mother and father's argument that drove me away. Something else did too. I can't tell her, I say to Willow, but she looks at me. "You don't have to, but I will tell them about it instead." I nod. Daisy moves her suitcase off the bed and sits down next to me. The guys were about to leave, but, "Please don't leave," Willow says to them. I know we are both looking up at everyone. "There is something else, something that I need to tell you," she said. She looks at everyone before she speaks again. "I knew Hudson was my mate before he came to rescue me, as he put it," she said with a hiss. I can feel everyone's confusion. Their faces were saying so much. You see, I was still 15. No one knew my age, as Aubrey never bothered celebrating my birthday. Austin would buy a cupcake if he was around, but when he went to college, it stopped, I said. Daisy growled at the mention of Aubrey. We gave her a weak smile. I never thought anything of it, as I never knew about mates, as Aubrey never told me. I remember the basement door wasn't locked, and I knew I had to go up the stairs to get something, but I had to be quiet so I wouldn't get caught. I could hear something coming from Madison's room. The door was ajar. I looked in. I say, but Willow takes full control as I am bawling my eyes out in my head. I close my eyes and go back inside my head. My eyes shoot open and are completely black. Willow. Daisy needs to know, so does Adonis and Joe. Our mate was a Brooke just went back into our mind. She was crying. I will explain everything. I might be here for a while. She's broken once again. I say, looking towards all three shocked faces. Why is she crying? Asks Joe. I have grown attached to this man, and I know he helped bring Brooke out of the whole thing before. I might need his help after all this. It is about our mate, I say to him, but I turn to Daisy, but she looks at me. What did that jackass do? She says to me. I give her a small smile. The worst thing anyone can ever do. He found out that he was mated to a human girl. At least you didn't catch your mate having shocks like Brooke did, I say, and she gasps. What do you mean? Hudson said he never found his mate. He never... I have to cut her off, shaking my head. This needs to come out now. Stop, Daisy. Hudson knew who Brooke was. Everyone knew that Jackson had a daughter who was taken away, and there were no rescue attempts, not by anyone. Not even by her own father. Her reactions about her father at the hospital were justified, but she didn't know why. But we are not here to talk about him yet. We are here to talk about Hudson. Brooke watched Madison and Hudson hard, but he stopped when he smelt her scent, but it was faint. He made some excuse to Madison that he had to go, but he followed her faint to the kitchen where she was. All Hudson did was stare right at her. He told her that he would reject her if he ever saw her again. I said, Brooke didn't have any scars at the time that you can see now. She had them on her back, mainly. But the worst came... Madison overheard the whole thing. She told Aubrey once Hudson left. When Aubrey came home, she tortured Brooke for days and days. She was so broken. They beat her so bad that she went into shock. But when Aubrey did the whole memory wipe thing, she made sure no one brought up Hudson to her. Daisy looks angry. You are wrong. Hudson never knew Brooke was his mate. He wouldn't. I shake my head. Brooke, I am going to show them the new power we just got, I say, but Brooke is too far back to hear me. But I know she can still hear what I'm saying. I close my eyes and clench my hand into a fist. Golden sparkle flames come around my hand. I move my hand around and make a ball. It is a memory ball. All three of them gasp. I threw the ball into the air. It started to show the memory of what I told them. All three stare at the ball that is floating in the air. After it finishes, the ball disappears. Daisy is looking at where the ball was, but suddenly, I know what Brooke and I are. I am not going to tell you. Since being here, Brooke has been well rested till now, and I got my strength back. My power is coming back slowly, that there. I say, pointing to where the ball was, is known as a memory ball. I just showed you the memory that I just watched through Brooke's mind. Why would he reject her? Adonis says, looking angry. I'm going to kill him. Daisy snarls and looks back at me. I don't want to leave now. Knowing what he did, how am I supposed to face him? I think he rejected her because he thought she was human. I don't think he knew who she was really, as Brooke always covered up her scar on her neck. I said, turning to Adonis. He looks annoyed, but it is Joe's reaction I feared more. He looks like he wants to kill. He has become like a guardian to Brooke. I will kill him myself. Joe suddenly says, startling Daisy and Adonis. No one will kill him. I think he knew all about Brooke, even at the hospital, or he probably forgot the whole encounter with her like she did. But he did go back and be deep into Madison. That was a year before everyone knew where they were, I said. You said he knew about a year or so back. Was it before Jackson met Alana? Says Daisy. She is remembering something that Jackson said to Brooke. Brooke told Daisy everything from Hudson to Jackson, explaining everything that happened to her. I know where this is going. I close my eyes and listen to what she says next. Jackson would have known about the abuse, wouldn't he? He would have done anything for Brooke, wouldn't he? She says. I open my eyes with rage. I can feel all three of them get angrier and angrier with the look I was giving them. Willow, please tell me that ain't true, says Daisy through gritted teeth. I look at them, individually. All three of them have gained Brooke's trust. They have been helping her cope with everything, helping her to find herself. But now, she is in the back of our head where I go to sleep to think and rest. But she is there because of the hurt people have put her through. People she started to think about trusting again. I sigh. He was there at the time. I don't know if he knew about the abuse. But he was drinking. He must have stopped drinking once he met his second chance mate. I said, Hudson knew she was there for at least a year and a half, but he never helped her. Daisy moves off the bed, grabs her suitcase, and starts to unpack again. What are you doing? Says Adonis. You need to go and sort out stuff with Rex. But Daisy shakes her head. He can wait, my friend needs me, she says, but she grabs her phone and dials a number. She looks at me and smiles, but she goes quiet. Hey, Mom, can you come out here? She asks. I can hear the excitement of Luna Sophia on the phone, but when Daisy speaks again, Luna Sophia's attitude changes. Don't tell Hudson, Jackson, or Rex you are coming out here. Say that Adonis is coming to see the family, but us girls are sunning it up for a while longer, working on ourselves and on our tans. Daisy, why can't I? She says, but Adonis takes her phone from her and speaks. Please, cuz, you need to come here and don't bring any of the men. Your girls need you, he says as he looks at me with a weak smile. I will be on the plane tonight. Meet me at the airport in the north. I will be waiting for you. Adonis, please tell me what's wrong with the girls, she says. Adonis looks at me and hands me the phone. I take it, but sigh. Luna Sophia, I say. She sounds startled. Willow, are you on your own to talk? I ask her. Yes, she says. I can. She is telling the truth. Joe and Adonis found a witch that brought Brooke's memories back. They hit her like a ton of bricks. But there is a lot to take in, and most of them are of Hudson and her father. She has retreated into the back of our mind with a block up now, I say. I look back at all three people in the room. I don't think she will come back out. Daisy wants you here as you calmed Brooke down before, but I have to warn you, Brooke remembers every single thing that happened to her. Luna Sophia is quiet for a moment. When is Adonis coming? I look at Adonis, who shouts, I am leaving now. I will be there a few hours. I will message when I land. I will leave now, she says and hangs up. I hand Daisy her phone back to her. Adonis leaves the room and the villa to catch his plane. I lie back down on the bed and look at the ceiling. Daisy unpacks everything while Joe looks at me. His eyes are saying a lot more, but no words are being said. "I think I will make some food for us," he suddenly says. He leaves the room. Daisy sighs after unpacking her things, but stops to look at me. "Willow, is Brooke all right?" she asks me. I have been trying for ages to get through the block she has put up, but it is not budging at all. She is back to the scared girl like before, or she might be processing everything that she saw in her head, I don't know. There are a lot of answers there that she never knew she had, and she knows what we are. I look at Daisy. I don't know, she won't talk to me. I say with sadness filling in my voice. I miss my human voice. No one else can hear it, only I, and no one ever will again, but it is music to my ears. But all I am getting now is silence. Daisy. It has been 2 weeks since Brooke had her memories back, and Brooke still hasn't come back to the surface. Willow's worried as she hasn't even spoken to her. She looks pale, she hates the human form. My mother and Adonis have arrived. She left after the first time, but has now come back, as we are all concerned about Brooke. When she was here the first time around, Willow explained everything and even showed her the memory ball, which scared my mother half to death. But once it sunk in that Hudson knew where Brooke was a year or so ago, and also Jackson knew about the abuse. She was pissed like I was. She wants to kill him, but I think she might have to wait in line, as there are at least 3 other people here who would kill him first. We are all worried about Brooke. I want to speak to my friend. Willow and my mother followed me around, and I even printed off my photos to show Brooke when she had confidence. My mother was amazed at all the work that they did, but now it has all gone away. Willow is fast asleep, but I can tell she is dreaming. I look at her, but I step onto the balcony where my mother is looking at the view. "Your father wants to know when you are coming back," she asks softly, looking through the window, checking on Willow. "What did you say and tell him?" I asked as I sit on the chair on the opposite side of her. She looks back at the view. "I told him you will be back soon and that I would find out what the plan is. Adonis is coming with me when I leave, as he needs to talk to your father about a business plan." After a few moments, "I will come home with you," I say to her without looking at her. I know she is staring at me, but I carry on. "I'm missing Rex. I don't want to speak to Hudson. I will be giving him the silent treatment, but I need to see my mate." "You shouldn't give your brother the silent treatment," comes a voice from behind me. Willow comes around and sits in between us. "You want me to be calm and think nothing of it," I tell her, but she shakes her head. "You both tell him what I showed you. Brooke has all her memories back and what she remembers." Both my mother and I look back at her, but she has a blank expression on her face. After a few moments, Willow looks back at us with a big smile on her face. "Guess who has put the block down and wants to come back?" "Brooke," both my mother and I say at the same time. She nods. Willow closes her eyes and cocks her head to one side. Her eyes open, and they are not black orbs anymore. They are blue. "Brooke?" I say in a weak voice. God, I have missed my friend. I don't wait for her to say or sign. I grab her into a bear hug. All of a sudden, my mother's arms are wrapped around us both. All 3 of us are there huddled together, sobbing into one another. After a few moments, the door bursts open, and Joe wraps his arms around Brooke, like a lost brother. He is sobbing, and she is. Adonis looks on. We all have waited for Brooke to come back. After all the crying and hugging stopped, Brooke sighs and starts to sign. I translate for my mother. "I'm sorry I went. I was in so much pain. I had to wrap my head around everything I saw. Willow was telling you I had a block up, but I didn't most nights I was talking to her. I needed to think about things and everything I saw. I know more now than I ever had. I love you for so much, and Willow too," she says. We all look at her. We all can understand, but I need to know something else. "Brooke, can you tell us a little bit more of what you saw?" I ask. She looks at me and gives me a weak smile. She looks around, but Joe hands her a notebook. She starts to write. After 10 minutes, she hands me the piece of paper and I read it out loud. My stomach turns as I skim over it. My mother isn't going to like this. She says, "I remember loads, but there is so many to go through, and I will. But like Sassy said, I will tell Joe and we can work them out together." I look up and see Joe nod and smile at her. As for telling you something else, there was a reason why I didn't want to talk to my father. He was always drunk, but he used to say horrible things to me while he was in a bad state. He told me once before he went to that market day that he wished I was dead, not my mother. I look up at my mother, who has gritted her teeth. We all know Jackson had a drinking problem. Brooke, he didn't mean it, she says. He was drunk. But Brooke shakes her head and starts to sign. Joe takes over to tell us what she is saying. Yeah, well, he was drunk all the time in the house. He stumbled into the basement to where I was sleeping, but never said a word. He knew what Aubrey and Madison did to me, and but Joe stops there. A growl slips past his lips, but Brooke looks at him and stares, through gritted teeth. He was the one he stubbed out cigarettes on her. I snarl. He did what? My mother shakes her head. She doesn't believe her, but Willow comes through, and they are as one, and she sends a memory ball up to show us all. Once it disappears, my mother moves out of the chair and heads into the room. She is angry at me, signs Brooke, but Adonis shakes her head. She's not angry at you, dear. She is angry at your father. She just link me to tell me she is going for a walk to clear her head. After a few moments, both men leave the room to make some food. I grab my suitcase and start to pack my things. Brooke is sitting on her bed, writing something. Once I'm packed, my mother comes in and smiles at us. I am sorry about leaving, but I think Daisy and I will leave tonight, she says, and I nod. I look at Brooke, who has just placed a piece of paper into an envelope and sealed it. She hands it to me with the name on it, Hudson. I look at her and she starts to sign, my mother looking at her and then to me. She says that she wrote Hudson a letter which will explain things, and hopefully it will ease some of his concerns. But what she signs next has me torn. Once she stops, both of us are crying. Adonis and my mother is standing in the doorway. Adonis must have told my mother what she said. No, you can't stay here forever, she says in a whisper, but tears are flowing freely down all of our cheeks except for Adonis. He looks on. I have to stay here, mouths Brooke. She is broken. I will come back, but I don't know when. I will come back when you need me to, but only if you need me to. But Daisy, she mouths and points to me, is the only one who can get hold of me. I nod and look at my mother. Joe comes in and sits with Brooke on her bed. We all hug and say our goodbyes. I don't know when I will see my friend again, but I need to go home and see my mate. But I also have to make sure Hudson and Jackson get my full attention too. Adonis, my mother, and I head to the airport and board the plane. No one says anything. My mother and Adonis make small talk, but no one is in the mood to talk. We are all heartbroken for Brooke. Her memories come back hard for her, and she even hides away to deal with them all by herself. After 5 hours on the plane and another 2 hours by car, all three of us are back at the pack house. As soon as we pull up, Hudson is outside. I can't even look at him. Where's Brooke? He asks, but all three of us just walk past him. But he grabs my arm. Daisy, what's wrong? I look at him, but I only move to my pocket and pull out the envelope Brooke gave me. I handed it to him and walked away. He stared at me and opened the letter. My mother phoned ahead and told my father we needed to talk to him, but as soon as I got to the office door, Hudson let out a loud roar and ran out the front door. Rex comes out and notices I am there, but before I could say anything, the girl in question is standing next to him. Daisy, he says. I glared at him and walked into my father's office. I shut the door before Rex had a chance to register what has happened. Hudson. I am doing the same thing again. I am staring out of my window, but as I am about to walk away, there in a slight distance was a town car approaching. They are back. I run out of my room and run all the way down the stairs, straight to the front door. Once I'm outside, I only see Adonis, my mother, and Daisy. When they all look at me, they give me a frosty reception. What the hell? Where is Brooke? I asked, but no one talks to me. I grab Daisy by the arm, but she glares at me. I knew she is pissed. What the hell had I done? She hands me an envelope and heads straight towards my father's office. On the front was neat handwriting. I tore open the envelope to find a letter from Brooke. I sit on the last step of the pack house. Hudson, I'm writing to you to let you know that I am not coming back for a while. I recently had all my memories back. We found a witch who is local in the area who can clear foggy minds, so we tried, and it worked. I want to take you back to 1.5 years ago. You were at the house with Madison. You were having shocks with her. You also found out your mate that evening. Well, surprise, that skinny, ugly-looking girl you told that you would reject was me. I found out that you were my mate that night. My mother told me that my mate would be my soulmate and save me, but I guess she was wrong. You took one sniff and knew I was human. You didn't want me. Funny thing though, Madison heard everything, which led to me being tortured nonstop all night long after she found out. But it is not just that memory I remember. I remember another one when I was 5, the night my mother got killed. You hurt me bad that night. You were 7 and I was 5, but you hurt me. You made fun of me. You told everyone that you would never mate a human as they are weak. You told Rex that you were only being nice to me because of your mother and Daisy. I remember it all. I had a choice that night by my mother whether I wanted to stay with my father or her, but I chose my mother after what you said to Rex. Even then I liked you. I need time to think about all the memories coming through, which is the main reason why I'm staying here. But I will tell you now, if you come here, you won't find me as I am moving. As soon as Daisy has gone, you won't even know where I am. The worst part about this is I have read your letter more times than I can count and was willing to give us a chance to be mates. But you have some nerve telling me that you won't accept me as a mate because I was human back then, and yet you fell in love with a complete stranger who was born human. How am I supposed to feel and accept that? I hope you have a nice life. Brooke. Tears flow down my face as I read it again. She doesn't want me. Asher is roaring in pain. Our mate is not coming back, all because of me. I let out a roar and run. I can't shift into my wolf, as Asher has completely blocked me. I got up and run as fast as my legs can go. I didn't stop. I can't. The pain I'm feeling is everything that I have bottled up for so long. I thought I had a second chance with Brooke, but now I have completely broken her trust and she will never forgive me. I keep running through the forest till I trip over something and land with a thud on the ground. I land in a heap on the floor. I can't help but let the tears come flowing through. I am in pain. I can't blame anyone else. There is no one else to blame but myself. Hudson. I sit up from where I tripped over into a sitting position. I'm alone. Just the sounds of nature fill my ears. The tears I was crying have now stopped. I am still holding the letter in my hand. I look up through the trees. It is so quiet and airy here. I can't make out how far I ran, but it looks like no one comes here. But I know the guards patrol this part in the evening. Asher. I say through the mind link, but he's not there. He has blocked me. Not only did I hurt myself, but I hurt my wolf too. I wanted to apologize to Asher for being a fool. After a few moments I get up, but I hear some rustling in the bushes. I sniff the air. There is a foul stench in the air, rotten eggs and death rogues. Not one, but at least 3. But they're not alone. There is a human with them, a female. As the stench comes closer, I slip a growl. Asher is back. The woman is the one who tortured mate. He says in hiss and stands up on all 4s, "We need to kill them." I couldn't agree more, but all of a sudden, there is a loud growl and out steps 3 small red and brown wolves. The woman is in the middle, looking straight at me. She looks startled, but as soon as she realizes it is me, she's not afraid. She smirks. "Well, young Alpha, we meet again. I should tell my daughter I saw you. She misses you so much, but I think she won't mind if I kill you," she says. I place the letter that was in my hand and shove it into my back pocket quickly. "Alpha, we are close. Do you need help?" asks a voice through MindLink. I look back at the 4 people in front of me. "Yeah, come quickly, but wait until the 2 wolves pounce," I say. I make sure it looks like I have the undivided attention. But suddenly one of the wolves pounces towards me, but I caught him seconds by the throat. I glared at him and growl really loud. He whines, but I stare at Aubrey, the woman in front of me. Asher is forward with me. We snap the wolf's neck and his lifeless body falls to the ground. The other 2 rogues growl loud. Aubrey looks at the dead body and then back at me. "You think I'm scared of you, young Alpha? I have a monster as a mate. Kill him," she says to the other 2 rogues. but before the rogues could do anything, 2 guards came out of the bushes and attacked them. I knew they were there, but I made sure they held back. They informed me that only the 4 of them were here. While the guards killed the 2 remaining rogues, Aubrey was stunned, but turned and ran into the forest, but I used my speed and caught her by the back of her neck. She wiped out a knife from her pocket and started to move her hands all over the place. I had to keep my eyes on her, but I managed to dodge the blade. I grabbed hold of her arm and grabbed the knife. I growled aloud. Aubrey looked stunned at what I did. All my training over the last month or so, since Brooke left, had paid off. I won't tell you anything, she says in a hiss. I wrap my hand around her throat. You don't have to, I say with a snarl. I squeeze her neck. She gasps for breath. All I want is her death. After a few seconds, she starts laughing. Pathetic young alpha, you never knew what she was. You honestly think we haven't got anyone in your pack telling us what we want to know, she says as she struggles in my grip. I tighten a little harder, but she laughs and sputters a bit. You have a traitor in your pack, and someone close to it all. Tell me who it is, I say through gritted teeth. Where is the fun in that? Here's the thing. You knew about your mate for over a year, young alpha. Why now do you want her? You had a human you loved. Why not take her and let someone else have that stupid weak one, she says. I lost it. One of my claws came out and sticks straight into her neck, killing her instantly. Blood flowed over my hand. I stare at her lifeless body. Aubrey was dead, but we still had 2 more to kill. I pick up her body and carry it back to the pack house. Everyone gasped as I walked back to the pack house. The pack members were running away. Blood was coming from Aubrey, but I didn't care. As I got closer to the pack house, my father came running out, followed by everyone in the office. They all look at Aubrey's body with shocked faces. I was attacked by 3 rogues and this was with them, I say, dropping her body to the ground without a care in the world. Someone take this body and get rid of it, I say with a snarl. A guard comes running behind me. He bows and takes the body away. I realized he was one of the guards that helped me earlier. We need to talk now, I said to everyone who was staring at me from the top of the steps. Everyone has different emotions running across their faces, but someone has anger, my sister. She hates me for what I did, but I need to explain to everyone. I noticed Shane and Amy standing behind everyone. I walked past everyone and headed straight to my father's office where they all came from. Everyone followed me. This is going to be hard, but I need to explain my actions and everything. Most of them already hate me. Some things can be hard to hear as it revolves around someone close to us who had been banished from this pack about 2 weeks before the attack on Brooke and her mother. Hudson. Everyone finds seats around my father's office, and I know most are looking at me. But I know 2 are glaring at me, possibly more. I am covered in Aubrey's blood, but I need to get this out in the open. They need to know everything, even what that told me towards the end. I look around, but I don't give anyone a chance to talk, but my father says, Hudson, what's the hell is the meaning of this? You knew that Brooke was your maid all this time? He says, letting a snarl escape. I look at him and sigh. I did know she was my maid a while back, I said, which earned a few snarls, but I ignored them. I was a fool back then. I was led to believe that humans were weak by a man who I thought was a friend, but when you banished him, I didn't know what to believe anymore. I lost myself. All I wanted was fun before I found my mate. How did you know about Brooke? Asks Alana. You told us you never heard of her or forgotten all about her, at least. I look towards Alana, but Daisy's face is full of hate towards me. I was hooking up with Madison back then. We would have shocks in her house. I remember faintly sniffing a scent, but it was hard to make out. When I went downstairs, I saw Brooke. She had her neck covered up, and I never put 2 and 2 together, really. She never spoke. She kept her head down, but she was sniffling. Asher said mate, but when I sniffed the air, she was human. I was shocked that I was paired with a human for a mate. I told her I would reject her if I ever saw her again. I left that day to go back to the pack house, I said. There was a loud growl coming from Jackson. You knew I was looking for my daughter even back then. You didn't say anything, not a word, he says with a snarl. We could have saved her. I look back at him, but it is Daisy who catches us off guard. My brother is not the only one to blame in all this. You knew what was going on. You lived there. This was before you met your precious second chance mate, she says, walking towards him but turns to glare at me. You knew before then that Brooke was your mate. You knew when we were kids. I look stunned at her. How does she know that? No one knew what I thought back then. As if she was reading my mind. She glares at me. Brooke revealed a lot to me before I came back here. She told me that she remembers that you were in talks with my mate. She heard you tell him, she says. Rex tenses behind her and we both look at each other. She couldn't have heard us, he said. We were hiding in the... But Daisy growls loud and cuts him off. Brooke and I were playing hide and seek. She hid behind your secret den and she heard you every single word. She looks back and forth between the both of us. Everyone else in the room is glaring at us, but they stay silent. You know her mother gave her an option of staying here with us or going with her to leave. Brooke told me she was going to stay with us. But after what you both said, she must have put it in a PG version for me. She changed her mind. She went with her mother to leave this place. She says, I hold both of you responsible for her leaving and what happened to her. Brooke would have stayed, says Jackson in a weak voice. Her mother told me she would let her decide. When we asked Brooke, she looked like she had been crying. She told us that a weak human can't stay in this pack. Now it makes sense, he says, growling towards me. He turns and grabs me by the throat. My daughter would have had a voice. She would have been safe, but you scared her into thinking she was weak. Rex and Shane grab hold of Jackson and pull him off me. They stay in front of me. Austin looks up. He hasn't said a word about any of this, but his face says thousands of them. Both of you are to blame. He says, I know what Hudson did was wrong on so many levels, but you are a fine one to talk to. You were drunk all the time in that house. You made it a mission to torture her, as well as my mother, who actually thought she had a right to torture her as well. He shouts. He gets up, but Tasha touches his arm to calm him down, but he glares at Jackson. Did you ever wonder why she had cigarette burns on her arms? Did you know how they got there? He says with a snarl. Where is he getting at? Jackson looks at him, trying to think back to that time, but everyone in this room except Amy and Shane knew how his drinking was. He was really bad. Austin moves closer with Tasha still holding onto his arm. I will tell you, shall I? It was you, he says through gritted teeth. A few shocked gasps leave everyone's mouth, including mine. I glare at Jackson. His face goes white. I would never hurt her, he says through tears that are now flowing freely down his face. Austin doesn't back down. You did. You know how I know. I had to stop you from doing it. Brooke was in that basement, her living hell at the hands of Aubrey, but also you. You went down there and I followed you. You were screaming at her in her face, telling her that she should have died, not your mate. You smelled like a bar at the time, but you smoked. You placed the cigarette on her arm. She couldn't scream, but she was crying. You never batted an eyelid, but I stopped you. I made sure you went back upstairs and passed out on the couch. He says, that was not the first time you did either. Brooke had loads of burns all over her arms, and you kept putting them out on her. Even though my mother wiped her memories, even her self-consciousness was telling her not to forgive you. At the hospital, she didn't want anything to do with you. He shouts at him. Jackson's a mess. Alana is looking at him, but not doing anything to control the situation, which is odd. Everyone else was glaring at him. After a few moments, I think we all need to take a breather and rest. We should come at this in another light, says my mother, and without a glance, Jackson grabs Alana's arm and pulls her out of the room. Everyone stares at the door. I look down at my feet. I feel like an ass, a defeated ass. Everyone starts to leave. I leave, but I'm stopped by my mother. Son, what you did was completely wrong, but you need to find a way to work this out, she says. I give her a quick nod. I can feel everyone glaring at me as I walk past them through the door and head to my bedroom. Hudson. I walk through my door. I pull out the letter from my pocket. I throw it on my bed. I go straight in the shower to wash all the dry blood off. It is starting to go hard on my skin. After an hour of washing myself, the towel dries me off, and I slip my sweatpants on heading to the bedroom only to be greeted by Amy. She is sitting on my bed with the letter in her hand. She looks up at me, but before I can say anything, she slaps my face. Hard. I look at her. She glares back at me. "You're an asshole," she says through gritted teeth. I don't say a word. "Why me?" she says. "What did I do to help you see that humans are not weak?" She stares at me. I'm rooted to the spot. I sigh and make my way over to the chair by the window and sit. I glance up at her. "You taught me not all humans are weak, but I thought at the time it was because you came from werewolves and you had trained with them. You knew I never trained. I looked after the children there. What makes me different from Brooke?" she says flatly. "I got to know you. I started to realize that you were different from the other humans I knew. I thought Brooke was weak and fragile due to the way she looked. Her scent wasn't strong at the time," I said. "You showed me that loving someone without a bond, I didn't want to lose that. But when I left, I thought I would help get Brooke back. I was going to reject her and come back to you for you to be my mate, but when I got there, her scent was very strong, and Asher was all over it. He knew she was definitely our mate. I still had the same intention when I went to the hospital till I saw her, laying in that bed all scared and everything." I look at her. I was amazed at her. She was not the same girl I remembered. She was a lot like a woman, not a child. Over the month when she slept, I started to like and feel more for her. I thought that fate had given me a second chance with her, I said. "And what did you think about me afterwards?" she says in the same flat tone she gave me before. I looked at her with a small smile. "I never thought about you again. I knew that I wanted my mate." She stares at me for a moment and then looks back at the letter in her hand. "I met Shane the day you left to help your father. He came to the pack house for a treaty with his alpha. I fell for him hard. We went on dates, and then I told him about Rex and the baby, also about you too," she says, not looking at me. "He was angry at first, but once I explained everything about what we agreed and what I did to survive everything, we had to learn to heal. He helped me to heal Hudson," she says. "I did have feelings for you too, but I knew my mate was out there, and it wasn't you. I kept myself grounded," she says and looked up at me. "Hudson, Brooke is going to need you." I look back at her and smile. "I know, but I don't think she will want to see me," I said with sadness forming. "I hurt her by falling for you and rejecting her all those years ago." She looks at me and doesn't say anything. I can feel Asher come closer. "She is right, we need mate," he says suddenly. "We will figure it out, Asher," I said, but he goes quiet, but suddenly, "I'm sorry, Hudson. I should not have been a horny dog. I should have been more focused on our mate," he says in a sorrowful voice. "Asher, you have nothing to apologize for," I say. "I was a mess with the whole stupid beliefs I had." After a moment, "There is something else, though," he says. "That first time we saw our mate when we were with that slut, mate's scent was not like it was the second time. It smelled like vanilla, but it was very faint." I frown. While I have been talking to Asher, Amy was staring at me, but the frown on my face made her question. "What's wrong? What did Asher say?" she says, looking at me. I glance at her with an arched eyebrow, but soon realize something has been up with this whole thing. Asher mentioned the first time when we met Brooke. Her scent was faint, not as powerful like it was the second time around. It smelled off like something was keeping it at bay. "Do you think Willow hid her scent?" she asks. "I don't think so. Willow said the first time around that her magic was resting as she couldn't use it, probably after healing Brooke from that rogue attack when she was young." She goes quiet, but looks up at me. "They must use some sort of drug on her, something like they use on wolves when they can't change, like Wolf's Bane. That could be right, something to weaken her senses. But something came back to me. I remembered what Aubrey said. I let another frown slide on my face, which she notices. "What else?" she asks. "I know when something is troubling you. You make this funny face when you're trying to work it out on your own." I chuckle, but there is a knock at the door. Rex and Shane walk in. Shane walks over to Amy and slides his arm around her waist. He truly loves her. "What are the two talking about?" he asks, looking between the both of us. Before I can say anything, Amy tells him everything that we talked about. Everything that we just talked about, and I mean everything. Rex looks at me. "What else is wrong?" he says. Shane looks at me, but he stays quiet. Aubrey mentioned something about a traitor in the pack, someone who has been feeding them information about us. I mean everything about us, I say. Do you believe what she said? Asks Shane suddenly. Why would she lie? She was not pleading for her life, though, I say, but something was off about the attack. But something was off. The attack. There were 3 wolves and her. She was not even a wolf, just a human. Why send a human in? I ask them. Maybe she was meeting whoever it was in the pack, says a voice by the door. I look up to see Daisy leaning against the door. Rex looks at her. I think you were never meant to go in that direction, where you come from and where the guards patrol. That part was free for at least 4 hours before they checked it, she says, walking in and sitting on the bed. I look at her, but she doesn't look back. She turns to Amy. I think we all need to get some rest and also talk to our parents about things, she says as she gets back up and walks out, but turns her attention to Amy again. I think we need to talk, don't you? Brooke. I watch as the car drives away with the 3 of them from the window. Joe's standing behind me. You want to leave, don't you? He says, staring at the disappearing car. I turn to look up at him and give a small smile. Yes, I think people are going to come after me once they realize that I have my memories back. I sign to him. He nods. He looks around the room. Pack a few things. We will leave within the hour. I'm going to let Adonis know what we are doing. Meet me in the office, he says, and bends down to kiss my cheek. When he moves his head, he looks at me with his biggest smile. I'm so proud of you, Brooke. I smile back. He leaves and does what he set out to do. I turn around and pack a few things. I still don't have much, but I have gained some new clothes. I also stick my pencils and sketch pad in my bag. I looked around the room. This was the place that I started to become me again. You will be back to the way you were once again, says Willow. I smile at her. I know, I say, but suddenly she gets restless. We need to go to the office now, Brooke. I run straight down the hall with my rucksack on my back. The office door was ajar, and I run in to see a pained-faced-looking Joe, staring at the monitor. I run over to see. To my shock, there on the monitor was Madison and a few men entering Spain. When was this? I sign. Joe looks at me. About 10 minutes ago, they know you are here. I look at him. How? He shrugs his shoulders. We need to get moving. I have to take you somewhere. Far away, he says, and looks at his hand, which is holding like 2 keys. What are they for? I mouth to him. He has a blank expression on his face. He is obviously minding linking someone. A tear escapes his eye but turns to me. They are portal keys to my realm, he says. He wipes the tears from his eyes that I just realized that he just started to cry. Portal keys? I mouth. To where? But Joe grabs a bag and puts it on his back. He grabs a few other things. Brooke, he's not a wolf, says Willow. I have been trying to figure it out what he is, but looking at the portal keys, he is a fae. My eyes go wide at him. He looks at me. Willow figured it out. I nod at him. I am a fae. I am a prince of a kingdom. So I came here in search of my mate, and when I found him. My kingdom was in a huge war with another sector in the realm, but it recently has been at peace. My brother now rules and gave me 3 portal keys. One can open for many to go through, and the other one is to get back, he says, and looks towards the door. A guard comes running in. They are on their way here. What do we do? He asks Joe. Tell them that both their alphas are on their way back from business. No one is to enter, Joe tells him. He nods and looks at me. You need to leave now, Alpha. Joe nods at him. Adonis is on his way back, and he is notifying everyone of Brooke's pack as we speak. He will fly back out once they leave. Thassi is in hiding too. You, Adrian, are in charge. Adonis will be back soon, he says. Joe steps away and pulls out one of the keys. He twists it in the air like it was a door. The key is lodged in, and he pulls on it to reveal a door. He takes the key out and grabs hold of my arm. Without thinking, he pushes both of us through the doorway, and it shuts behind us. It is dark, but we move forward a few steps till there is a bit of light. Looking around, they look to be stones and a covering over us, and then it hits me. We are in a cave. It is damp and musty. Joe sighs. We can stay here for now, he says, and looks at me. I am too shocked to sign or mouth anything to him. He sits on the side and watches me. I wasn't lying about my father hurting me. My brother helped me escape this realm. Hunter is now in charge, he says. Hunter came to visit about 2 years ago to see me, and he loves it here, and even found his mate in this world. He took her back with him. Anna is her name. She is human. I walk over to him and sit next to him. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole fact that I am in a different realm. Is there anything else you need to tell me? I signed. He looks over at me and sighs. Yeah, I know what you and Willow are. I looked back stunned. I only figured out earlier what we are. Willow had a reason to keep it from everyone, and now we are in a different realm. Willow is close, she can feel my anxiety come through, but she doesn't show herself to him. You can trust me, Brooke. I will never hurt you. Neither will my people. You are safe here. We actually know more about your kind than you think, he says. I look at him. I know he is telling me the truth as I can feel it. You are not alone anymore, he says. I just linked with my brother telling him what has been going on and where we are. He will be here in a few moments. I yawn all of a sudden. He chuckles. Moving realm to realms is hard on someone's body, especially if they never did it before. You need to rest and sleep. I will carry you when he gets here, he says. I'm so tired that I can't even fight him on it. After a few seconds, my head leans against his shoulder, and I nod off. Brooke. I slowly move around, but suddenly I realize I'm lying on something really soft. Suddenly, like if my brain remembers, I recall all that happened, remembering where I was before I fell asleep. My eyes shot open, and I'm upright. I rub my eyes to focus, and I look around and I realize I am in a bedroom. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and Joe sticks his head around the corner. Ah, you are awake, he says as he opens the door wider to walk in. He has a big smile on his face. You have been asleep for over 24 hours. I look back at him shocked. I've never slept in before. I must have needed the sleep, but something catches my eye behind Joe. Movement. I soon realize that he's not alone. I can sense someone with him. Behind him is another man. He has the same features as Joe, but he has fairer hair and lighter eyes. Joe realizes that I'm looking behind him and smiles widely. Brooke, this is my brother Hunter. Hunter, this is Brooke. Hunter steps around his brother and smiles. It is nice to finally meet you, my dear. My brother talks a lot about you. You must have loads of questions for us, but I must ask you if I could meet your counterpart. I look up at him in surprise at his forwardness about Willow. I will deal with him, she says, looking through my eyes. He won't be doing that again in a hurry. I close my eyes and Willow pushes through. My eyes spring open to reveal black orbs looking back at them. Joe smiles, but Hunter is taken back. Next time you talk to my human like that again, I will tear your throat out, she says. I thought you said that Brooke couldn't talk, he says, turning to Joe. I have my own voice. I tried to save Brooke when she was attacked, when she was a young child, but my powers were not enough to heal her voice box, she says, glaring at Hunter. Hunter was taken back by her forwardness. Now that I have gotten your attention, you know what we are right, she says, and they both nod. She sighs. No one in the human world must know, not yet. Brooke has been sworn to hold it in. We nearly have all our power, and we will reveal ourselves to them soon. But after all the crap she has been through, she might not want to go back, she says. I don't know Willow, I say to her. Hudson and my father hurt me. I need to think about it all. Willow stares at them. Brooke was tortured by the people that we are here to hide from. They found out what we are somehow. We don't know how. I am certain of that part, but Brooke was also hurt mostly by her mate and father, people who were supposed to be her saviors. She finds it hard to forgive to them or anyone else, she says. Hunter's eyes look back in sadness. She doesn't need to fear us, or neither do you. In this realm, you are safe. There are many different kinds of shifters out there, and I think you might like to meet one in particular. She has been waiting for you, he says with a smile. Who is he on about? I ask Willow. I don't know, Brooke, she says. Who is this person? She asks him. Joe steps forward. I think Brooke needs to see for herself. Willow closes her eyes, and I'm pushed forward. I open my eyes. Joe smiles back at me. I think you need to see for yourself. Okay, I want to meet this person, I mouth to him. Both men look at me with huge smiles. Get changed, and we will meet the person. I get up off the bed and head into the bathroom. Joe helped me work out how to use everything, once I was showered and dressed. Both men waited outside the door. We walked down a long corridor that was filled with paintings of scenery and people. I'm in my element here with all of them. Joe can sense my happiness. I will tell you all about the paintings later. You need to meet this person, he says. I nod and follow them down the corridor. We entered a big, massive room. In the middle of the room, a woman pacing back and forth with her back to us. She was wearing a dress that went up to her knees. She had brown hair like me, which was long. She turns around and stares at me. I'm rooted to the spot as I see her. She can't be here. She died. She looks at me. She smiles. I can't move. She takes a step towards me, but I move back. She can't be alive. Due to my step back, she stops, her head to the side. Hunter and Joe look between us, not speaking. Brooke, she says softly. I close my eyes. A tear escapes my eye. Brooke, look at me, she says softly again. I open my eyes. She is still as gorgeous as ever. She is still the person who protected me from that monster even though he killed her. Mum, I mouth out as my mouth drops open at the sight of her. Brooke, my mum looks back at me and smiles. She is still a good few feet away from me. It's me, Brooke, she says as she opens her arms to me. I couldn't help myself. I ran straight into her arms. I let all my tears I held back all these years of thinking she was dead, but now here she is alive. After a few moments, she places her hands on either side of my face and looks at me. I can feel Willow coming close. She looks back and gasps. She is here. I look back at my mother, who has a smile on her face. I frown. How are you alive? How are you here? I mouth her. She looks at me and then towards Joe. She giggles and looks back at me. You always ask too many questions, but these questions I will answer you, my baby girl, she says. Hunter brings 2 chairs over, as do Joe, for us all to sit. We all sit in a circle in the big room. My mother holds my hand in hers. You see, when I died, I didn't come back to life straight away. I had to wait for a few weeks to reiterate when I did. I was underground. I never told your father what I was, as it is hard to come by. When I woke up, you were gone, and I heard all the stories. I hid well from the pack members, staying in the shadows, but Sassy knew what I was. She told me all about Adonis and Joe. They took me in. Adonis found out everything from Daisy when she came to stay when she was little. I hid and listened, she said, her eyes full of hurt and guilt. I never meant to leave you, Brooke. I thought I would be back, and we would live here in peace, but after that wolf killed me, he found out what we were. He wanted you and me for himself. He had someone working on the inside of the pack, waiting to find out where I was buried, but when that person found out, I was already gone, she says. She looks at my arms, scars going up to them. I never would have let them hurt you. I would have found you if I had known, she says. But when Daisy said that your father was with that awful woman, I knew I had to watch out. Your mother told me all about you. We sent her to the realm when my brother came to visit, Joe said. Why did they want us? I mouthed as I touched her to get her attention. They want us for our power, she says. She lifts my head up by the chin, but as soon as she sees the scar on my neck, Willow takes over. Leave my human alone, she says, her black orbs looking at my mother. My mother was taken back by Willow's presence that she moved away quickly from me. You are not supposed to be here, not yet, she says in shock. Willow scoffs loudly. I had to come forward. People have been abusing Brooke all her life. Them stupid wolves and humans have had it in for her, she says. As for the scar on her neck, when you tried to save her from that rogue, after he killed you, he sliced her throat. I had to come forward and save her, but I didn't have much power to restore her voice or repair her voice box. My mother looks at her, startled. You saved her. Willow nodded. She is my human. I will protect her, she says. I can feel her warmth wrap around me. My mother looks at her for a moment. You have your own voice. Can Brooke hear us? Willow pushes me close so both of us are to the surface, showing all 3 of them, one blue eye and one black orb. My mother gasps. You are as one, she says, but she smiles proudly at me. Not many of our kind can do that, but when we find our mates, we can become stronger, she says. I look back at her, but something registers in my head, something about our father. I didn't think about it until she mentioned mates. Willow can sense what I'm thinking. Brooke is wondering if you are still mates to her father, she asks. My mother looks back at her. Yes, why, she asks. I have his mark, but as I'm in a different realm, I can't feel anything. Willow, if she is still mates with my dad, then how the hell has he got a second chance mate? I say to her. Willow looks at my mother. She closes her eyes and sends me forward. She is still close, but not to the point where she can be seen. I look back at my mother and sign to Joe. He doesn't say it out loud at first, as he is also thinking about the whole thing. What did she say? Asks my mother. Joe looks at me and I nod to him to tell her. She just told me that your mate has a second chance mate, he says. My mother looks at me, shocked and hurt. Her emotions are raw at the mention of my dad. He can't have. When we mate for life with only one. We only have one mate who is our fated mate, she says as tears spring to her eyes. Brooke, we are phoenix shifters, a rare kind. There are not many of us left as we live a lifelong and meaningful long life. When our mate dies, all depending on what they are, we die with them, or we move on, but we will never have a mate to love, but our history is hard to work out, she says. I look at her. I'm stunned. Her saying what we outright make it more real. I look at my heartbroken mother. We need to get back not just for her, but for me. I now know what I have to do with Hudson, but I have to try and figure out how I can forgive him. Hudson, Daisy and Amy stare at each other. The tensions in this room are high, especially between these two. I think we should talk, says Amy suddenly. But can we do this in front of everyone, as I think everyone should be in on this so there is no confusion about anything, she says. Daisy nods. Amy walks to the side so she is in front of her. What is it you want to know? She asks. Daisy stares at her for a moment. I know you were not to blame in this, she says as her eyes dart towards me and then back towards her. But why did you put yourself through all this with having a baby and being with Hudson? I didn't set out to get pregnant with anyone. I wanted to leave that part for my mate. I was under the impression that humans could never get pregnant from wolves unless they were mates, but my uncle found it out to be a false. Any wolf can get a human pregnant if they want. She says, I knew when I found out about the baby that it would be put up for adoption, as I never wanted to have a child without my mate. Daisy looks at her and nods. It goes quiet for a little while. Everyone staring at each other, not knowing who is going to talk next. I have to say something, says Shane. Amy tenses with him as he comes closer to her. Shane has never spoken about any of this well since Rex and I cleared the air with him when we went drinking. I need to say what I need to say, he says. Looking between us all, he sighs. When Amy told me all about this situation, I was livid about it. I never wanted my mate to sleep with other men, or at least fall for other men. But Amy was honest with me when she knew she could trust me. It came as a shock, and I did react horribly towards her for a few days when I found out, even considered rejecting her. But after a night of being stuck in a room with her, all due to her mother's doing, I got to know her. He looks at Amy and places his arm around her waist. After a few days of thinking it over after that, all I wanted to get to know Amy, and after a few weeks, I learned she was the only one I wanted. I didn't care that she was human and had no wolf. I wanted her to be part of my life, he says. He turns to me then, to Rex. You should have been straight with Daisy from the start about Amy and the baby. Whatever happens in the future with that child, you both actually, all four of us, have to be on the same page, especially if the child comes searching for her parents. Rex looks at Daisy, who is looking back at him. But Shane turns his attention to me. As for you, Hudson, I know you are my new alpha, and I will work with you every step of the way, but you f***ed up. Whoever told you about humans was messed up in the head. Your mate suffered dearly for over a year, because you rejected her, or so she thought. That will never go away. But, he says and steps closer to me, I will help you in any way I can to help you win her back. No wolf should be without their mate. You have to do all the work, though, not us. You have to fight for her, protect her, be there for her. I mean everything, but I bet if she spoke to me beforehand, or even Amy, she might change her mind. I look up at him. This kid has some balls telling me all this, but I know he means well, and he is right. Asher stayed close and listened to everything that everyone was saying. Hudson, you need to come to the office now, says my father through MindLink. Also bring everyone else down with you. We need to tell you something. What do you mean we? I ask him. Adonis is here. He has news, he says. I look at everyone who now has been staring at me. We need to go to my father's office now. Adonis is here. Daisy shoots up like a bolt. Adonis is here. Something has happened. Brooke, she says with worry in her voice. She leaves really quickly with everyone else running after her. We all reach my father's office, and there on the couch with his head in his hands is Adonis. He looks up, startled. He looks tired. In the room there is only Austin, my mother, and my father, no sign of Alana or Jackson. Where is Jackson? Asks Adonis. He is in his room. Do you want us to get him? Says my father, but Adonis shakes his head. No, I need to tell you all a few things without him, he says, but stops and looks back towards the door. He stares at me as I walk in. Adonis growls at me. I stop short in my tracks. Why is he here? He says through gritted teeth. I look back at him. Adonis, please, my son knows he has done wrong. He wants to help, says my father. Adonis keeps staring at me but nods. I sit next to Rex, who is further away from Daisy. Please, Adonis, explain what you just told us, says my father, looking at him. Adonis sighs. Very well. A few hours ago, Joe contacted me telling that Madison had landed in Spain and was heading to my pack. There were a few gasps, but most of us knew that they were hunting for Brooke. Joe has got Brooke out safely. I had to return to get someone who is with me, he says as he looks towards the door. At that moment, a girl with bright pink hair appears around the corner and smiles. Sassy, says Daisy as she moves towards her and gives her a hug. After quick introductions, Sassy faces all of us. I would have been here sooner, but I got lost, she says, but she looks at me. So you are the mate that who hurt her. I tense at the statement. Oh, I know all about you. You didn't want her because she was human. I hope you have changed your tune, as she will be here soon, she says. I'm here for my mate. I want to win her over, I say, feeling confident about it. She smiles but turns to Adonis. You best tell them what is happening, as it will be harder to explain when they do come. We all look at each other confused. What are you talking about? Asks Austin. She smiles but doesn't say anything, but Adonis looks at each one of us. You see, my mate took Brooke somewhere, but only a few people can get there, he says. My mate is Faye. I knew his scent smelt weird when we were there. Daisy said, but turns to our mother, Did you know he was Faye? My mother nods. Yes, Joe told me when I was introduced to him by Adonis. Adonis wanted me to know, as we were always close growing up when we were kids, she says. Adonis smiles at my mother. Joe is a prince of a small realm and he has taken Brooke there, he says. A realm? There are no realms around here, says Rex, but Adonis shakes his head. Ah, young wolf, in history, when both I and Luna Sophia were in school, we were told about the Fae and where they came from. There are different realms for certain Fae. Joe is of a grass kind. His father was the king, but his brother Hunter took over when he passed away. But Joe was left in this realm by his father once he realized that Joe was gay. When we met, he was scared, but he has come accustomed to our ways in 3 years quite well. So you're saying Brooke is with Joe in his home realm? Says Daisy, looking slightly stunned. Yes, she went there to be protected, but also she has learned some things about her shifter side too, as someone over there has been giving her guidance, Sassy says, but her face turns sore all of a sudden. Where is Brooke's father and second chance mate? She asks. I thought it would be best not to have them here, especially with the surprise that is coming, says Adonis. What surprise? Says my mother. All of a sudden there was a breeze coming around us. Both Adonis and Sassy smile at each other. There is like an outline of a door forming in the office. Suddenly it opens as they both move. There is a bright light coming from the door that has opened. What the hell? Brooke. As we walk through the portal, I can tell we are back in the pack house. We are met with rows of eyes who are staring back at us all of a sudden, but also the look of shock across their faces. I knew my mother's appearance will make the whole situation be worthwhile, as both Luna Sophie and the Alpha are staring back at her with wide eyes, as if they have seen a ghost. Dan? Danica, says Luna Sophia, looking at her old friend. Is that really you? She asks quietly, walking up to my mother, who is smiling lovingly at her. It is, she says. How can that be? You died. She says, we buried you and… My mother stops her and pulls her into a hug. Luna Sophia looks shocked, but the tears she was holding back were now flowing down her face. Joe was in a huge embrace with Adonis, but I could feel eyes on me. I looked back at the person who was staring at me, Hudson. He stares at me as if I was not real, but I can't help feel someone else. There beside him was a woman who was the same age as me. That's the human girl, says Willow in a hiss. I move my eyes from them as it hurts to see them so close, but I'm instantly pulled into a big hug. It doesn't take me long to realize that it was Daisy. I can't help but breathe in her scent. She holds me. I am so happy you are back, she says. After a few more hugs and kisses off people, Austin is behind me glaring at Hudson, but ever since I have been back he has not taken his eyes off me. I think we should explain some things, says my mother looking around the room, but suddenly stops. Where is Jackson? She asks. Where is my mate? I look towards the Alpha and Luna Sophia, who feel slightly concerned and confused. My father, where is he? I sign. Joe translates for me. Jackson is in his room with his, says Luna Sophia, but stops herself quickly. My mother looks back at her. You mean his second chance mate, she says. I know all about her, but please don't send him here just yet, as I want to explain something to you before he comes. But I do have a question. Who is his second chance mate? She asks. Luna Sophia looks at her. Alana, she says, but when the name is mentioned, my mother's face looks angry and full of rage. My mother turns around and closes her eyes. Do you know Alana? Asks Joe, who can feel the tension coming from her. Yeah, I know her. She is not who you think she is, though, she says as she opens her eyes and turns around to look at us. Her eyes are full of rage. Alana was a friend of mine in a pack not too far from here. She had an eye for Jackson for many years and even tried to cause problems between us. When Jackson informed everyone that I was his mate, we all became friends, but Alana hated it. She says, looking around the room. Alana is known to work with some really powerful people in the sector, and also she has known some witches back in the day. She was bad news. My mother moved closer to me and looked at me. She places her hand on my shoulder and closes her eyes, but when they opened, they were black. Suddenly I close my eyes. I can feel her phoenix push through me as images of people from the pack. Willow watched as the images soon become like a movie, once she moves back and looks back at me with her normal eye color. I open my eyes. My mother just shared with me her memories, but there are people in that pack I never knew, but some seemed familiar too, especially one. I look around at some stunning faces. Willow pushed through and speaks to them. I think you all should sit down and listen to our mother. Alana is a traitor, she says. We knew we have a traitor, as someone has been feeding information to the family that took you, says the voice that I haven't gotten out of my head. I turn and look around to find Hudson. You knew about the traitor when? Willow asks, looking at him. We found out a few hours ago, but we never knew who the person was. He says and gets up from the wall he has been leaning, but our instinct kicks in and we step back, which causes him to stop and look back at us hurt. Willow, Brooke, we need, he tries to say, but he is cut off by my mother. Hudson, there is plenty of time for both Brooke and you to talk, but we need to know what you know so we can prepare for the war that is coming, she says and comes closer to me. By the way, you grew up to be a handsome man. Since the whole conversation, I haven't taken my eyes off him, and his eyes never leave mine either. My mother looks at us and then back to the Alpha and Luna Sophia, who has been watching us the entire time. I think we need to bring Jackson and his second chance mate, don't you? She says. The Alpha looks at my mother with a stern look. What we going to do about Alana? If she is with the humans who are behind this whole thing, then maybe we should have her placed in the cells, he says. I stare back at him and start to sign. I think she should come here first. I think make sure there is no word of my mother's appearance until she comes in, which Willow can deal with. Have guards here too, ready to take her to the cells and place her in silver chains. We need to make sure she doesn't have contact with them, says Joe as he translates what I am signing. Luna Sophia looks at me and smiles. I think Brooke is right. If she doesn't know about Danica, she won't be able to tell whoever it is that is after Brooke, that she is still alive, but how can you make sure she doesn't say anything through MindLink? She says. I smile at her. You will see soon enough. I sign. She looks at me confused. Willow smiles, knowing they are going to be in for a shock with what we can do, but I can feel the eyes that have not left the back of my head have been burning a hole in the spot, but I turn to face him. Hudson. He looks at me. After this, can we talk, please? He says quietly. I stare back at him. I kick my head to the side as a woman comes closer to him. Willow is looking through. I remember looking at her before out of the window. She is the one who Hudson prefers over me. I look away without answering him. I can feel his hurt as his emotions come through to me. I walk over to the chair by Daisy, who has been quiet the whole time. I take the seat next to her. She places her hand in mine and gives it squeezes as the alpha sends word for my father and his mate to come, Hudson. I can't help but stare at Brooke. She won't even acknowledge me. You need to give her space, says a voice by the side of me. I look down to see Amy looking at Brooke. She just got back and probably going through the emotions, especially finding out her mother is still alive. She looks at me. Both Shane and I will stay here, but I think it is best if we stay out of Brooke's way, for now, she says. But before I can say anything, I agree with my mate, says Shane, who walks up behind her and wraps his arms around her. Brooke, and you need to be alone when this is done, but also you need to talk to her alone after this. I look back at them both and smile, but I don't say anything, but I can feel eyes looking over here. I look back to see Brooke and Daisy staring at us with a blank expressions on their faces. I look at Danica, who is talking with my father. Mind link Jackson and Alana to come to the office. I will stay behind Joe and Adonis till they are here, but I do suggest that you get some guards here for when they arrive, as she might try to contact them through MindLink or something. My father nods and starts to mind linking people. She looks at me and smiles. Hudson, can I speak to you after this? She says, and I nod. Great, now I have to talk to Danica about Brooke. This is not going to end well. There are a few people talking around the room, but the knock on the door makes everyone stop, staring at it as Jackson walks in with Alana. I can see Danica looking over Adonis's shoulder at the man who's her mate, but it is the glare in her eyes of the woman who took her mate away from her. Alpha, you summoned, said Jackson as his eyes land on his daughter, whose face has changed from blank to anger as she stares back at him. Brooke, he says in a whisper. He moves closer, but Brooke stands up and moves away. She gets up and walks to behind Daisy, who has now stood up and growls at Jackson. I won't go near her. You will have to go through me first, Daisy says with a growl. Jackson looks taken back. Alana hasn't moved from her spot. She looks at Brooke. She looks like... crap! She looks like she's mind-linking someone. I walk over to her and grab her arm. I think you better stop doing what you are doing, or you might not live to see another day, I say with a hiss in her ear, which makes Jackson turn around, but he is confronted by a very pissed-off Danica, who has now stepped from around Adonis. Surprise, mate, miss me, she says. I'm so happy to see that a friend of mine has kept you company all this time. It's a shame that she was never your second chance mate, as my kind only as one mate. Alana tries to flee but struggles, but the grip I got on her tightens as she turns straight in my arms. I don't think so. Guards, I shout, and 2 guards walk in. They take Alana in each arm, but the third, who just walked in, has brought chains with him. I smirk. Put the chains on her. We will talk to her in a little while, and also make sure she is heavily guarded, I say to them, and all 3 nod. One guard puts the chains on, but Alana starts to laugh and looks at Danica. I loved every minute of him. I wish it was true, but you have a war that is coming, and trust me, honey, he will be soon mine again when you and that brat are dead, she shouts. I growl and step closer to her. She looks at me and smirks. You think because you are her mate that you can growl at me. We all know that you fell in love with a different human, and my memory serves correctly. You also had Madison, too. I can't see the appeal, to be honest. How are you going to talk? She says, but she is cut off by the sudden appearance of brown hair that stands just near my shoulders. Brooke is in front of me. I would shut up if I were you, she says. Willow is out and ready to kill. Judging by the way Alana is looking, Willow has just scared her half to death. How the... She starts to say, but Willow grabs Alana by the throat with one hand. I told you to shut it, she says. She squeezes her throat tighter, making Alana splutter. The guards are still holding her, but no one is doing anything, as we are all stunned that Willow could do such a thing. But after a few seconds, her hand removes and Alana tries to breathe. Brooke turns around and faces me. Willow's black orbs are through. Mate, please have this piece of crap removed. Her voice is getting on my nerves, she says. I can't help but smirk. I look towards the guards, but mind link Beta Logan. Can you take Alana to the cells and watch over her? Rex will tell you everything that is happening here, I said to him. Within seconds, Beta Logan comes and escorts Alana with the 3 guards out. I turn around to find Danica glaring at Jackson, who by now has sat down and is looking up at her. How? He says that's all he can say. What are you? He says again. Danica doesn't say anything. But Willow is still through and looks at him. You have no clue to what we are, she says to him, which him by surprise. He goes to open his mouth, but she stops him. Don't speak. I have something I have to say which is off Brooke, she says and moves closer to him. She lifts up her sleeves, revealing Brooke's scars on her arms, the one I saw at the hospital when we saved her. Look at your handy work, she says, but Jackson turns away and looks at the floor, which makes Willow more pissed off. Look at them, she shouts. Jackson doesn't look at her. Everyone in the room is too scared to move. You hurt our baby girl, says Danica. Why? She shouts. Jackson looks at her with tears in his eyes. I didn't know. I was a mess because you were dead, he says. Danica looks at him. That still doesn't give you the right to hurt her, she screams at him. Willow hasn't moved, but it's not Willow anymore. It's Brooke. She looks at her father. Suddenly, Brooke closes her eyes and starts to clench her hand into a moving it slowly. Light comes through as she lifts her hand up to reveal a floating ball. The ball is full of the memories. The memory she is showing us is Jackson being really drunk and staggering towards her. He was shouting at her, telling her that she should have died, not her mother. He wanted his mate. He was smoking. The only thing we pack members remember was Jackson only smoked was when he had a few drinks. But the memory continues, and he sticks each cigarette out on Brooke's arms. You can see the pain through the ball. Also, Austin ran down to stop him grabbing him and slinging him off her, and Austin yelled at him to get away from her. I can't help but look at the person on the top stairs, staring back, smiling at the whole situation unfolding. It can't be. He was banished. He was supposed to have moved away as agreement with my father. Why would he be still here? After the memory goes, there are loads of growls erupting through the room once everyone realizes what Jackson did. I glare back at Jackson. I mind-linked 2 guards to come to the office, and when they turned up, they took Jackson to the cells away from Alana and one on his own. We can let Danica and Brooke decide what they want to do. Everyone was riled up. I think we all need to rest and calm down, says my mother and looks at Danica. Dan, why don't we get you a room? Adonis and Joe, you both know where you are staying. It's the same one as last time you came to stay, she says, and they both nod. Joe looks at Brooke, who has now stood in front of the window, staring out. Joe looks at me and comes closer. I think you should talk, just the 2 of you, he says in a whisper. I nod. Everyone leaves, one by one, Daisy hugging Brooke, but she looks at me. She doesn't say a word to me, and Rex follows right behind her with Shane and Amy leaving close behind. My father grabs my arm and looks at me. You saw what I saw? He says in a whisper. They are working with him? So is Alana. He turns to look at Brooke, who is still looking out the window. Son, explain in great detail what happened back then. She needs to learn the truth. We might not know much, but at least let her understand why you were a jerk back then. He says as he stares back at me and smiles slightly. We will discuss or figure out what to do next in the morning. He says as he taps as he turns to walk away from me to go find my mother. There is no one left in the room now, only Brooke and me. Brooke? I had to show him the memory. He wouldn't look at me. He didn't want to believe what he did. I stare out of the window, but soon realize that everyone else has gone. But I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel someone behind me, Hudson. I could feel his eyes in the back of my head. Brooke? he says quietly. Can we talk, please? I carry on looking through the window. He moves closer to me and stands by the side of me but places his hand on my arm and turns me to face him. There is a slight tingle going through me, but I keep calm. Please, Brooke, I want to tell you something. I look up at him. I can feel Willow close by. Listen to him, Brooke, she says in a whisper. I nod for him to talk. Hudson smiles and moves his hand to point to the couch. I walk first and he follows, taking our seats on the couch. He sits next to me. He doesn't look at me, his head facing the front as his hands go to his lap. He looks like he is fighting with himself. He sighs. Before Jackson met your mother, we had a gamma here called Alfred, he says and looks over to me. He was our trainer and teacher in the school. He would always talk about humans, telling everyone that they were weak and useless. I believed him as he was the one who brought me up when my father was away a lot, especially when there were rogue attacks happening. He was like a mentor to me, if you call it that, he says with annoyance in his voice. I look back at him, but he sighs once again. Well, over the years, every human that was mated to a wolf within the pack, big show of how weak the human was. He would make an experiment that he knew a human couldn't do and make them try it. My father never knew this was going on as he was away a lot, and my mother was busy with making sure the pack was running well. Well, this happened a lot, but when your dad brought your mom back here and we thought she was human, we were stunned. I never talked her. I kept my distance. I touch his arm. What happened? I mouth to him. He looks at me. He drummed it into my head that humans were weak, so when you were born and you smelt human, I was disgusted. I didn't want anything to do with you. He says, I know I was always mean towards you. Daisy never believed in that sort of thing. She fell in love with you and was determined to make you her best friend. I sigh, but he carries on. I was a fool, but one day my father witnessed something that both Alfred and I did when he came back, which made him angry. I didn't take part, but Alfred made a human do something that was out of their element, which they got them seriously injured due to it. My father was furious and made us go to his office. My father told us that he had gotten word of the little stunts that Alfred was doing, and he banished him from the pack that night. Not only did he make humans feel unsafe, but he was also a traitor to the pack, as he informed him that he had someone spying on him, that he was the cause of the rogue attacks that were happening on the pack. He looks at me. Brooke, I was a fool to believe Alfred, but when he was banished, my father didn't like the way I was. He told me that he was going to send me away, as he was disappointed in me, which was hard to hear. He sent me to the pack where I trained, but when the Alpha heard of my actions towards the humans, he made me do paperwork with Amy, he said. I feel uneasy by all this. Let him talk, says Willow. I look back at him, and he turns to face me on the couch. I was a towards her, she would tell you. I made it clear that I never liked her, but one night at an event that the Alpha was holding, she was the only one that would sit with me and we talked. I only said a few words, but over the following weeks I started to notice how much there was towards humans. She made me see that, he says. I feel hurt by this, as it should have been me to make him change, not another woman. Willow is quiet in my head, but Hudson looks at me. Brooke, I'm being honest with you, he says and places his hand on my knee, which I move away. I look at him, but the hurt in his eyes makes it clear that my action hurt him. I look around and find some paper and pen on the desk. I get up and walk to the desk, grabbing the things. I took a seat on the chair behind the desk and started to write. I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. After a few seconds, I handed the paper to him. It read, I appreciate the honesty, but this is not making me feel any better. You should have trusted me. Even though I'm not a human, I would have wanted to change your mind, not her. But that explains how you got better. But why did you reject me when you were with Madison? You must have known who I was. He looks up at me. Brooke, I didn't fall for her because I wanted to. I fell for who she was at the time. As for Madison, it was around the time before Alfred was banished a few months beforehand. He introduced me to Madison and told me she was someone he met. He wanted me to seduce her and find out what she knew about Aubrey and Jackson. But when I was there with her, Asher only caught your scent, but it was very faint. He said, Mate, when I saw you, I didn't know it was you. I was ashamed that you were a human and you were skinny at the time," he says and moves closer to me. He kneels down in front of me. "Brooke, I didn't realize it was you until I saw you in the hospital bed. I didn't see your scar on your neck. The scent we smelt that night was so faint that it could have been coming from a dying flower in the house, but when I came to save you, your scent was strong. It was like it was calling out to me," he says, placing his hand on my hand. "Brooke, I never meant those horrible things I said as a child and back at that house. I was the weak one, not you. I want to make it right with you. I want to show you the true me as the boy and man I should have been back then." I don't say anything, but Hudson looks at me. "I know you need time to think about everything I just said, but I want us to get to know each other, work on being mates. I want to make it right with you," he says. I give him a small smile and nod. I think if I didn't, I think Willow would have jumped out and told him herself as she was watching everything. He smiles back and he gets up, stretches his legs out. "I will show you to your," he says, but I shake my head. "My mum's room." I mouth. Hudson smiles and nods. "Okay, to your mum's. I will show you where she is staying," he says and walks towards the door. I get up and take the piece of paper I wrote on earlier with me by placing it in my pocket. I follow him to the door. I need to talk to my mum about everything. Something doesn't add up on a few things, and I need to know if I'm imagining everything. "Brooke?" I follow Hudson towards my mother's room. We walk in silence and next to each other. It was completely awkward, but I think it might have been to do with the fact that he opened up to me about what was going on at the time, which must have been hard for him. We come to a door on the second floor, and Hudson steps in front of me. "Here is your mum's room," he says and points to the door, but turns around and points to a door a few doors further up on the same side. "That one there is yours. Mine is next to it," he says as he turns back to me. I smile. "Thank you," I mouth. Hudson looks at me. "Brooke, I meant what I said. I will make it up to you. Just tell me how," he says. I look at him, but I have to admit I don't know how he can make it up to me. I need to think about it. I shrug at him. "I will let you know." I mouth. Hudson smiles. "Okay, that's all I can ask for. Good night, Brooke," he says and turns on his heel. I turn to face my mother's room, but out of the corner of my eye, I can see Hudson looking back at me. I turn to look back at him. "Actually, I was wondering if you would like to have breakfast with me, and maybe I could show you around the pack. That's if it's okay with you," he says with a hint of hope in his voice. His eyes plead with me, but I know I want to know more about him, but I need to have the nerve about being with him. Willow comes closer and she smiles. "I think that will be a good idea, Brooke. We can see the pack grounds and maybe he can open up more to us," she says. I look back at him and smile. I stick my thumb up at him and he chuckles. "Is that your way of saying yes?" he says, and I nod my head with a blush forming on my cheeks. Hudson smiles at me. "Great, I will see you in the morning." I smile and nod at him. Hudson walks into his room and I knock on my mother's door. She answers it straight away. She does it, but her face is full of emotion and she looks like she's been crying since she has been in here. "Brooke," she says in a weak voice, "why are you here?" I walk into her room and wrap my arms around her. She is slightly taken back, but she hugs me back. I can feel her tears land on me as they are silent. After a few moments, I move back and wipe her tears away. "Why are you crying?" I mouth to her. She gives me a small smile. "I was trying to be brave down in the office, but when I came in here on my own, I was full of every emotion I could think of," she says and closes the door once I was inside. I take the seat by the window and she looks at me. "What's wrong, Brooke?" she says. She grabs some paper and hands it to me. I smile at her. "Joe handed me this before he went to his room with Adonis. He said you will probably be in here later, as you were still in the office when he left with Hudson." I take the paper and pen. I start to write what Hudson told me. I mentioned Alfred and everything about the pack he went to. Once I had finished writing, I handed the paper over to my mum. It took her a few moments to read it and she sighs. She moves the chair opposite me and sits. "You are sure he said Alfred?" she says. I nod. She looks at me. "Alfred was here when I arrived, and when you were born, he always did horrible things to humans, even tried them on me. My phoenix was pissed at what he was doing, so I was happy to prove him wrong, she says with a smirk. Hudson was always with him. He was his trainer at the time. He never once spoke to me, but now I can understand why he didn't. Hudson wasn't the only child he influenced. There were quite a few that he turned against humans. I look at her. Why was he against humans? I mouth to her. She looks at me with a stern face. There were rumors floating around that a human girl rejected him, or he was mated to a human girl, which he never liked. But there is one I heard. Well, your father told me that Alfred was targeted by a hunter when he was a pup. The hunter killed both his parents. The old alpha took him in as his own, brought him up with Hudson's dad, but Alfred never bothered with any of us, especially when I was around. Suddenly she stops and looks at me. Do you remember the night we were attacked? She asks. I nod, looking slightly confused. Well, that night before I argued with your father, I saw Alfred that evening by the lake. Alfred came to me and told me that he loved me. I was shocked as he never showed anything towards me except hatred, but when I rejected him because of your dad, he growled and told me I would be sorry. She says the fight between your father was due to the way the kids were being around you. Daisy would defend you, and you would try to fight back, but the ones that were against you had it in for you, and maybe they were the ones who were influenced you about your decision about staying. I shake my head and grabbed the piece of paper and pen and wrote back. No, my decision wasn't because of the nasty kids. I could deal with them. It was Hudson. Both Rex and he were hiding in the treehouse. I wanted to see them, but I overheard their conversation. Hudson told Rex that I was a pathetic little human, and he would never be caught dead with me. She read the paper and hissed. That little she said, but she looked back at me. I'm sorry. I thought Hudson would have known the difference about that, but he surprised me. Well, when you told me that you wanted to leave, we went through the forest clearing to get to the human town that we would have stayed in. I never told anyone this, but Alfred was there that night with the rogue. I could smell his scent there nearby. I scrunched my eyebrows up. Why didn't you tell anyone? I mouthed. I was away when he was banished. When he came to meet me, I thought he had been on some sort of business for the pack. He never smelt like a rogue, but the wild flowers around always did mess with my senses. I found out of Adonis when I met him and told him about my story, she said. Do you think he was working for them? I mouth. For who? She asks, but suddenly something dawns on her. Brooke, can Willow come forward? She asks with urgency in her voice. I close my eyes and Willow comes forward with me. Yes, she says. I want to ask you something. When you healed Brooke that night, did you use your essences by any chance? She says. Willow thinks back and hisses. You think he might have seen what I did? Willow says, and my mother nods. I have been trying to rack my brain why someone would go through all the trouble of being with Jackson and get close to you, even take you from him, she says. We both look back at her. She's right. Why would Aubrey take me in or even want me? My mother gets up and paces the floor. Brooke, Willow, can you show me what you remember that night? She says, I want to make sure it is true, and if it is, we need to plan on keeping you safe and work out what they know. Willow uses a memory ball. We watch it, and it makes it so much clearer to us that Alfred was there, and he had witnessed Willow using our essence to recover me. After the memory ball, Willow and my mum hiss. We need to talk to Alana, she says. I nod, but she looks at me. I will go and see Luna Sophia now. You take my bed and sleep. I cross my arms over my chest, and Willow, who is still through. We want to talk to her too. We want to know what they know, she says. My mother smiles. We will together, and tomorrow, but you have a breakfast date with your mate and Brooke, she says. Willow goes back and pushes me forward. You want to take your time with Hudson and have him make it up to you, that is fine, but he is your mate and the only one you have. He will make you happy. And if I must say he is one fine man now, he is definitely not the little back in your childhood. I smile at her. I will take it slow. No need to rush. I mouth and place my hand in hers. I know he is my mate and he is the only one I have, but he hurt me. I need time to process it all. She nods. Then just do that. You both need to like each other before all the mating anyway. How about being his friend first? I nod. I like the sound of that. My mum laughs. Good, go to sleep I will, she says, but there was a knock at the door. She goes to the door and opens it. Joe? She says, Adonis. Joe and Adonis walk in and smile at both of us. They were both holding hands. What are you two lovely beauties doing? Adonis says, looking between the both of us. My mom tells them both everything that we talked about, and they even looked at the paper I wrote on. After a few moments, both men growl and look at us. Danica, you and I will go and speak to my cousin and the alpha now. Joe will stay here with Brooke, he says. Mom and Adonis leave after they both kiss my cheek. I climb into my mother's bed while Joe sits on the side by me, looking down at me. Brooke, we will get to the bottom of this, he says. He brushes my hair out of my face and holds my hand. I can't help but feel safe when he's around. Even Willow is calm around him too. Hudson. Once I stepped into my bedroom door, I felt a sense of relief, but also sadness as I have a funny feeling that Brooke may not want anything to do with me. I know I have screwed up, but I want a chance to make it right with her. I'm not the boy I was back then. That's true, says Asher suddenly. He was quiet in the office as he was trying to suss out what was happening. You think I've changed? I asked him, as I make my way to the bathroom to get ready for bed. You have human. You made sure you did, even though it wasn't for our mate. You made the changes, but now we have to figure out how we're going to stop all the people that are after mate, and also make sure she knows we want her and no one else, he says, as he sends his hind legs staring at me, but he suddenly smirks. But I have to say mate looked really good. The time away helped her gain whatever it was she needed, and also she was showing off all her scars. I stopped by the shower as I switched it on, and the water flowed over the tiles. Asher was right. Brooke had the sense of being more herself, but also she looked amazing. Something had changed within her, but I think it was to do with the fact that her mother was still alive. I like it when you think I'm right, says Asher with a smirk on his face. I groan out. He has to listen in on my thoughts. I can hear his laughter as I block him out. I walk into the shower to let the water flow over me, but images of Brooke come flooding back in. I want to be with her so much, but I know I have a long way to go. I don't stay in the shower too long. I grab a towel and wrap the towel around my waist. I open the door and walk around to find a pair of sweatpants. Once I was dressed, there was a knock at the door. I sigh and walk over to the door and open it. On the side of it was Danica. She looks at me with a hard line. We need to talk, she says as she barges in and makes herself comfortable on a chair by my desk. I close my door and turn to look at her. What do we need to talk about? I ask as I sit on my bed and face her. Danica looks at me and sighs. Brooke wrote down what you told her about Alfred, she says. I look at her confused. What about him? I ask her. But she shakes her head and looks at me. I knew Alfred as he was part of the group of men that came to the pack I was living at when I met Jackson. She says, he wasn't happy about me then either, but when Jackson brought me back to the pack, he made me do one of those trails that he made you watch for humans, but I outsmarted him, which he didn't take kindly to. I didn't exactly see Danica do the trial, but I bet she did outsmart Alfred. He never liked anyone showing him up. Alfred kept following me around and even made a pass at me a few times, she says, looking at me, and she leans back in the chair. I never told Jackson, as he would have thought I was just being silly, but I knew he was trying to figure me out, which he never did. But Brooke showed me her memory of that night of the attack, she says and sighs. Alfred was there at the clearing when Brooke and I were attacked. I smelt his scent. I can't help the growl that escapes my lips. He was told never to come back onto the pack lands unless he wanted to be killed, I said. Danica looked at me with a scowl on her face. I know I smelt his scent, but Hudson, when Willow was healing, Brooke Alfred was watching her do it. Willow was young back then. She didn't know how to control herself. I can't help but look back at her. What are you both? I ask. Why would he want both Brooke and you so bad? Danica looks at me. I won't tell you, Hudson. Everyone in this pack will be in danger if they ever found out about us, she says. And besides, you need to win over my daughter, she says with a smirk. What do you have planned? I'm going to have breakfast with her in the morning and take her around the pack grounds, I said, and she nods but stays quiet for a few moments. One thing I will tell you about our shifters, Hudson, we only get one mate. Danica looks sad as she mentions it and looks at her hands. Jackson really hurt her, but her being away from here never helped her or Brooke. Why didn't you tell Jackson what you were at the time? I asked. It only made me realize that he never knew about what she was. Danica looked at me and sighed. I was going to, but we had loads of rogue attacks. Everything became so real when I had Brooke. But the night we argued, I was going to tell him if Brooke decided to stay here, I would have told you all. But when she told me she was a weak, pathetic human and wanted to leave, I had to think it was safe for us to leave, she said. I can't help but feel guilty about the weak and pathetic part, as I found out she overheard Rex and I talking that evening. Hudson, I can tell you have changed, but falling for another human that was not your mate was wrong. Not only that she is here at the pack, do you think that is going to be weird for Brooke? She says. I look back at her and shake my head. Amy has a mate. I made him my gamma when Brooke was away. Amy and I have no feelings towards each other, and Amy would like to meet Brooke to talk to her, I said, but she looks at me for a moment. I don't know. You still have to be careful. Brooke was broken because people were horrible to her, but she has a hard time trusting people now, too. Not only due to her father, but you too. I look back at her hurt. I never thought I would have made her not trust me, but I guess overhearing my rant with my father made her feel like that. And in all honesty, I don't blame her. I look at her and sigh. What are you going to do about Jackson? I asked her, but her face goes stern really quickly. I don't know, but I think Brooke needs him to admit what he did, whether he remembers it or not, but judging by the look on his face when she showed him her memory of the attack, he was clearly ashamed about it. She says and stands up. She starts to walk over to the door but stops and turns to look at me. Brooke will come around as the mate bond will start kicking in. She not long turned 18, Hudson. Jackson obviously didn't know her birthday during that time either. She smiles and turns to open the door and walks out, closing the door behind her. Danica is right, I need to work it out with Brooke, but also I'm more worried about Alfred's involvement in all this. He must have worked out what Brooke and Danica are. I sigh and I pull the block I had on Asher down, but he is snoring in my head. I move up from the bed to go to sleep. I can't close my eyes straight away as thoughts kept running around and I need to sort it all out soon. After an hour of tossing and turning, I finally fall to sleep with an image of Brooke in my mind. I woke up the next morning feeling like I've never slept. I still tossed and turned all night. I had a nightmare that Brooke was taken away from me and killed. My heart was beating wildly at the memory of the dream. I look around the room and quickly get dressed. I wanted to see Brooke. I needed to put my mind at ease, knowing that she was still here. I change quickly and do my business in the bathroom. I open the door and head to the great hall where we all have our food. I look around and realize that Brooke is not down here. I never told her a time that I would meet her here, but I will wait for a while till I see her. Even if she has had breakfast, we could just go straight on our walk around the packlands. I look around once again and grabbed a plate full of meat. Taking my seat at my usual table, I began to eat, but I was soon joined by Amy. "You look like a man on a mission," she says with a smile. I nod. "Brooke will be down soon. We are going to walk around the packlands. We need to spend some time together," I said. "That's a good idea," Amy says as she touches my hand. "I'm so glad that you are trying and accepting Brooke. That girl looks gorgeous," she says. I can't help but smile. "Mate," shouts Asher in my head. I look up to see a blank-faced Brooke, staring at Amy and me. She turns and runs away. "Oh no, I shouldn't," Amy says as she removes her hand. It takes me a few moments to realize that Brooke must have thought we were reconnecting or something. I jump to my feet, but I am slowly forced down by two hands. I growl. "Let me go. I need to go to Brooke and explain." I snarl, but I soon realize that it was Shane and Rex. Shane shakes his head. "I will go after her. I will bring her back." I think she needs to know from someone who also knows what it is like not to be the only one to have their mate fall for someone else, he says without looking at Amy. I can feel Amy tense by the side of me. Shane doesn't say anything. He just turns and heads the way Brooke ran. Brooke. I slowly move around in bed and stretch out, but I can't help but rub my eyes as I focus my eyes on where I was. I look around and realize that I'm still in my mother's room. I remembered coming in here and to talk to her. She left and Joe stayed with me. I don't even know when he left as I dropped off to sleep, but the sleep I had was amazing. I look around the room, but my eyes land on a dress that is placed over a chair. I can't help but smile. We have to meet mate for breakfast, says Willow suddenly in my head. Somehow, hearing her say mate makes me have butterflies in my stomach, but I shake my head trying not to think about it as I climb out of bed. Willow laughs. Brooke, he's our mate, she says. You are going to feel something for him due to the mate bond, but like your mom said last night, take it easy, okay? I will. I don't want to rush anything, I say back to her. I quickly get up from bed and grab the dress and head straight into the bathroom. I have a quick shower and wash my hair, which I leave to dry naturally when I come out, only towel drying it slightly, and get dressed. The dress is navy and comes up to my mid-thigh. My mum paired it with a pair of silver flats. I checked myself over in the mirror before I leave the room and head to the hall. Hudson and I never set a time to go down for breakfast, so I thought I will meet for him down there. The hall was packed with all pack members. I scan the hall, but I instantly regret doing it and coming down as I look at a table where Hudson was sitting and he wasn't alone. He was with the girl he fell in love with. I start to feel tears behind my eyes and eyes on me, soon realizing that Hudson has noticed that I'm in the room. He removes his hand, but I feel like the hall's caving in around me. I can't breathe. Willow hisses out at the sight. I can feel her anger building up. We need to get out of here. With that being said, I turn on my heel and ran out of the hall, straight through the pack house door, and run straight down the steps towards the clearing in the forest. I don't know where I'm going, but I ran, tears running down my face. He is never going to change. I'm always going to be second best to her. I trip over something and land face down on the ground. I move up slowly, realizing that I grazed my knee, and pull my both knees up to my chest. I let the tears flow down. Brooke, says Willow, but I can't answer her. I don't want to talk. Willow looks at me. Brooke, it's okay, she says smoothly, but suddenly a branch breaks behind me, and we quickly move and stand. But standing hurts me due to my knee, but to the side of me is a man, the man that I've seen with that girl. I'm sorry to startle you, he says and then smiles at me. My name is Shane. I'm Amy's mate. I nod. But he carries on looking at me. Brooke, I was wondering if we could talk, he says. I look towards the front of me and sit back down. I really don't want to talk to anyone. I can sense Shane moving closer to me, and he sits next to me. I know how you feel, Brooke, he says quietly. Amy told me everything about Rex and the baby, even falling for Hudson. I can feel his pain running through him. It feels like mine. Amy told me everything after finding out I was her mate a few days later. She told me she felt confused about how she was feeling, he said. I can't help but look at him. He turns his head to face me. She hurt my feelings. I was so mean to her when she told me everything, and I even slept with someone else, just get back at her for what she said. But one day we were forced to work together. The Alpha wanted us to get alone as she was his assistant, he says. The Alpha even locked us in the office for a full day. He gives me a small smile. It worked. We didn't talk for the first few hours, but we both kept glancing back at one another when the other wasn't looking. Typical high school stuff, really. He says, but Amy made the first move. We talked, and I mean seriously talked. Her life being a human in a pack full of werewolves was hard. I never knew that people degraded her for being a human. His disgust for what his mate flows through. But he looks at me. She told me that I reminded her of Hudson, so stubborn and stupid about humans thinking they were weak that she would gladly be human any day just so she can be normal and live a life with no regret, he says. But his eyes say more. We talked for ages, and when the Alpha finally decided to let us leave, I took her on a date with her that night. I had to get to know her not by what other people were saying about her, but for me, after all, she's my mate," he says as he looks at me. I look at him. "Do you feel hurt that she fell in love with someone else?" I mouth to him. Shane looks at me and shakes his head. "I did at the beginning, but as soon as I touched Amy, the mate bond was affecting me, and also my wolf. He wanted her too. But he was hurt more that she felt the same way for someone else instead, but also for having a baby with a completely different wolf too," he says with a sigh. He smiles back at me. "Hudson fell in love with someone who guided him through the dark times, and I have to say, you have guided yourself out of the dark times by yourself, which I must have to admit is very impressive. Not many people could come back the way you have, and also have the most gorgeous smile too," he says. "Brooke, he is right. You have come a long way, and you have done it all by yourself," says Willow proudly. I can't help but register what they are saying. I can feel the warmth coming from Willow and Shane's acknowledgement too. "I thought talking to me would be easy for you, as I have to say, you are not the only one that has been hurt by all this, and Daisy is in a rough place too. Ever since she came back, she hasn't been anywhere near Rex, which I can understand, but I think with everything going on, she just needs to clear the air with him," he says. I can't help but nod at him. "I think so too," I mouth. Shane and I sit in silence for a few moments, but I look back at him. I touch his arm to get his attention. "How are you and Amy now? I mean, being in the pack with Rex and Hudson." He looks at me and sighs. "When I first came here, I wanted to beat the crap into both of them, but they took me out for a few drinks, and we hashed it out over a few beers, and I have to admit I did punch the two of them. But then I heard Amy talk about you, and I knew I had to stay here. You are Hudson's mate, and I know you will be happy with him, but the second-guessing yourself about if this is going to work will always happen till you talk and clear the air with him. But I do have one suggestion, though," he says and gets up to stand. I do the same. "What?" I mouth back to him. "I think you need to talk not only to Hudson but to his wolf too, as his wolf can tell if he has changed too, but also talk to Amy too. But that's up to you. But I think having both sides of the story is better. It helped me more with everything when I came here, as I got to hear Hudson's side as well as Amy's," he says. I don't know if I can talk to Amy yet, but I might give it some more thought later. But Willow hisses in my head, "Brooke, talking to her might be a good thing. There is always two sides to every story, and once we listen to Mate, we can talk to her when you are ready," she says, but her face becomes stern and hard. "I will speak for us when we do if you want." I can't help but smile at her. Willow has been protecting me my whole life and still is now. I look back Shane, who has an amused look on his face. "You were talking to Willow," he asks, and I nod. Willow comes forward with me. "We will think about talking to your mate," she says, which startles him slightly, but he quickly recovers and smiles. "That's all I can ask for," he says and looks to the clearing where we run through. "I think we should head back. Hudson wants to know if you are all right," he says and smiles at me. I nod, and we walk back slowly. As we come closer to the clearing, where the pack house stands, I touch Shane's arm to make him look at me once again. "Can I talk to you again?" I mouth, and he smiles wide at me. "Brooke, we are friends now, and I'm not leaving your side," he says. I smile back. We both head back up to the pack house with Hudson walking towards us. I can see Amy on the pack steps waiting for Shane. I sigh as we stand in front of Hudson. Shane looks between the both of us. "I will see you around Brooke and Hudson. Take the girl around the pack grounds, I think," he says with a smile. And then he turns running straight to Amy. Hudson and I look at each other. "I think we should talk," I mouth, and Hudson looks at me and smiles. "Yeah, that'd be great. Shall I take around the pack grounds?" I nod. Hudson turns, and we head in a completely different direction to where I ran off to earlier. Daisy. I watch as Brooke runs towards the clearing. I have been ignoring Rex since I have come back, as I have seen him with that human girl a lot. I walk out of the hall, but I know someone is behind me. He does this every day. I walk, but all of a sudden, I am grabbed from behind and shoved into a small room. The door closes, and I turn around to see Rex standing in front of the door. "Daisy, please," he says, pleading. "Talk to me." I move to one side and moves with me. I move to the other side and he follows. We must have done this dance twice already. I huff out in frustration. "Leave me alone, Rex," I say through gritted teeth. He grunts as I slap his chest. "I'm not letting you go anywhere. I want to talk to you, and I miss you like crazy," he says. I turn around and walk into the room and try to ignore him. He stays by the door, obviously afraid that I would run out of the room the first chance I get. "Daisy, I want us to talk about things," he says quietly. I sigh. I might as well get this over and done with, but I don't turn around. Why her, Rex? Why is she here? Why are you around here since she has come to the pack? I say, frustration taking over. Rex is quiet for a moment, but sighs. "I was drunk when he says, but as I turn around and he looks at me, he breathes out. "I knew you were my mate for 2 years, Daisy. I wanted to be your first of everything. But the night I got with Amy, I received a photo of you kissing someone at a party," he says, and walks over to a chair that was by the side of him. He sits down. I was heartbroken. I was made to go with Hudson as I was his beta, and I had to make sure that he wasn't out of line, especially when the alpha learnt that there was a human working for the pack. He looks at me. "I was a mess. I was in pain that you would be with someone else," he says. I can't help but growl. "You Amy, Rex," I shout. "I didn't even have sex with anyone till you. You know that. I may have kissed boys, but I never gave my virginity away, as I was keeping that for my mate. Now thinking back, I sometimes wish I hadn't especially heard all this." "I know I messed up," he says as he keeps looking at me. "I was holding the photo in front of me when Amy came over to me. She was in a mess as Hudson had a complete meltdown that he was working with a human. We were both caught up in a moment. We didn't even know what we were doing till we woke up the next morning, and we both regretted it. I only spoke to her once after." I sigh. "When did she tell you about the baby then?" I ask. His eyes were on me. "She didn't tell me in person. She sent me a letter when we came back home, after the first time we left there when the rogues attacked. That was the year you realized that we were mates," he says, and slowly moves towards me. "Daisy, I don't want Amy or anything to come between us," he says as he moves closer to me. "I'm rooted to the spot. I want you, Daisy," he says as he stands in front of me. I look up at him. I can feel his heat coming from him. I know my body will react if he touches me. I don't want to touch him. I close my eyes. "What if the baby comes looking for you? What do we do then?" I ask as this question has been playing on my mind since finding out. He looks down at me. "I don't know one thing, though. We will deal with it together when it comes, and Daisy," he says as he leans down, his hands by the side of him, but his head is in the crook of my neck. I can feel his hot breath on my neck. "We are mates. We can deal with anything, and as for Amy, I have no feelings for her whatsoever." He had to bring her up. I push him away from me. "Fuck, Rex. Why have you been hanging around her then?" I ask with a scream. "Both you and Hudson are morons. You don't realize her being here is hard on both Brooke and me," I say with my back to him once again. Rex sighs. "Hudson thought they could stay here. He didn't realize that this was going to be an issue as it was in the past, before Brooke. I wasn't all too keen on it," he says. I can hear his footsteps behind me, but before I can react, Rex turns me around and holds my waist as he pushes me against the nearby wall. I'm pinned between Rex and the wall. I growl. "Get off," I start to say, but Rex slams his mouth on mine. He kisses me hard, but as soon as he moves away, I was too slow to react. I glare at him. "Why would you do that?" I shout, but his finger goes to my mouth and stops me talking. "Daisy, you are my mate. I don't want anyone else. I will stay away from Amy, and I will prove to you that you are the only woman I want, baby," he says as he leans over me. His mouth hoovers mine. "I've missed you to goddamn much. I wanted to talk to you as soon as you got back, but you have been ignoring me." I glare, but his eyes change. I can see Sid, his wolf, comes through. My wolf hums inside my head as she sees her mate through my head. "Human mate, we love you," he says and places a kiss on my mouth, which when he leaves my lips, I'm left panting. But Sid moves back. "Stupid human was an at," he says, but he changed for mate. With that, Sid goes back, and Rex is pushed forward, looking back at me. "Can you forgive this stupid babe?" he says, which makes me laugh. "I promise I won't go anywhere near Amy unless I am with you or Shane. I promise," he says, pleading with me. I look at him and sigh. "I will give you this one chance, Rex. But you f up once and I will rip your throat out, I say. Rex looks back at me. Well, I will make sure I listen to my mate, he says and places his lips on mine and moves his hands to my waist and lifts me up. I wrap my legs around his waist. He moves away as he pushes me up against the wall, panting for breath. I will make sure I don't do anything, baby, but one thing, he says and kisses the corner of my mouth. Please, don't leave me again. Someone was mind-linking him. When he comes back to me, he has a worry look on his face. We need to go now. Hudson can smell rogues. It's just Brooke and him. They went for a walk, he says in a hurry. We both make sure we get out of the little room as quickly as we could and run straight out of the pack house, heading in the direction through the forest that Hudson left with Brooke, with Rex leading the way. Suddenly, a mind link comes through to both of us. You need to hurry. We are outnumbered, roars Hudson. We run as fast as we can to get to them both. I hope we are not too late. Alfred, I watch as border patrols walk around the grounds of the pack. They have stepped up the patrols up. I wonder why. They never did this particular part before. Over the years, I could still make my way in and out even when I was banished without being noticed. There are secret tunnels that run around the back to get in and out without anyone noticing if you have to know where to look. More border checkpoints too. Says a rough voice, I want to go in there and kill that pathetic young alpha. I smirk. I never thought Hudson would be such an improvement. I thought I trained him well, but obviously Daddy wanted him to change for the better. Well, it was your own stupid fault for letting that stupid human mate of yours to go in there? I snarl. I told you that Alana would get the information we needed, and I would have told you everything you needed to know. Damien glares at me. I might not have liked my mate due to being a human, but she kept us both well and fed. Also, she made sure you had that girl in our grasp too for years, he says. I have to admit the human did come in handy when it came to that pathetic Jackson. Just to think he thought I was helping him settle, but all I wanted was his little brat so I could have her for myself. But that little brat never spoke after Damien slit her throat, but what I witnessed was truly amazing. I wanted to know more about her. I wanted her. I wanted her like I wanted her mother. She was the same. She smelt of human, but never came across as one. She outsmarted me at one of my trails. I need to know more about her. I walk towards the clearing, and Damien follows me. What are we going to do now? He says with a growl. We need to know what's going on in there. I look out, and I know he's right, but I haven't heard from Alana since earlier this morning saying they were having a meeting, but nothing has come from her. Alana's my mate. She has been since Jackson has been with her. I have people in high places who help me pretend that Jackson was her mate. He never cared for Alana, but when I suggested that she become his second chance mate, she was willing to do it. Alana has been following the cause for many years, but never met Brooke. She had to stay away, but we very much met regularly in the motel in a town over from here, just to make up for lost time. We need to send people in, I said to him and turned around to look at him. Send Madison in with 10 rogues. If they see guards, tell them not to kill them. But they will have to walk around the territory to find a way in. And also if they spot the girl, to use the injection that I provided for her. It will look like that pathetic little brat she is dead, but in fact she would be stuck in her body while we torture her to find out what she is. I say with a smirk. Damien nods and mind links Madison, who recently turned into a werewolf due to her mate. She was happy too, but then she rejected him, as she wanted Hudson, which will never happen unless he thinks he can change me from this horrible being I am. Then I will kindly kill him myself. After mind-linking Madison, Damien turns to me. We need to get out of here. We can stay at the house where they used to live. No one has been there since they left, he says. I nod and follow him. Heading back to the house that Aubrey had that little brat in was the pleasure of my being, especially when she was torturing her. She loved doing it. It was shocking how a human would react if they wanted to hurt someone. The house was in darkness. It's not grand, but it will do for now. We walk in. Send word to the rest of the followers, I said to Damien. We need to be prepared that they might know about us being local. Damien growls but doesn't say a word and grabs his phone out of his pocket. He dialed his number 2. After what seemed like forever, Damien has a smirk on his face. Well, my daughter is good for something, he says. They found a way in and are now looking around, but she has caught on to the scent of the young alpha and a human girl. I can't help but smirk. Make sure they kill the alpha. Bring the girl alive. We need to find out what she is, I say. His face goes blank as he mind links her. I lean against the counter and look at him. But my mind goes back to trying to find out what that brat and her mother were. I even looked in the Library of History about all the different shifters around. I also noticed that Hudson and Aubrey's pathetic son were there too, looking, but by the look on their faces, they never came up with anything like I did. I even threatened that elder that worked there to find out if he knew any type of shifter that could do what that brat did. I will have her. I will make her tell me what she is. Damien looks at me with a huge grin. She has found her, she says. She is in her sights, and guess what? He says, it's just that pathetic young alpha and her. They are on their own. I can't help but laugh. This is going to be amazing. I will get the brat and also kill Hudson at the same time. I never cared about him, but he was so easy to manipulate when he was a boy, it was fun to do. Make sure all the followers come here. We will leave when we have her in our grasp, but we might have to be quick as they might come after us if your daughter gets caught, I say with a snarl. Damien glares at me. Well, if she up, she will be killed, but not at the hands of the pack. It will be by my hands. He says both her and her mother were useless. I couldn't agree more. We just have to wait now till we know that Madison has the girl and that Hudson is dead. Hudson. Brooke and I walk away from the pack house and head straight into the forest. There is no word said, but I can sense her looking at me from the side, but she walks ahead of me. We need to make it right with Mate, says Asher. I know, but how? I say. He grunts as he looks back at me. Well, stop walking and start talking, you fool, he says. I stop suddenly. Brooke notices and looks back at me over her shoulder. You okay? She mouths. Yeah. I say, I want to talk to you, but I'm trying to find the words. She looks at me but gives me a small smile. How about we sit? She mouths as she moves closer to a log that is on the ground and sits down. She stares at me, but I don't move, as I think it's best I stand so she can see me. Brooke, what happened back there was nothing. I said, Amy came over to me as I was smiling like an as I was thinking about you and our walk, but I didn't think it would affect you the way that it did. I say, but instantly regret what comes out of my mouth. She looks at me but stares, but suddenly her eyes close and Willow comes through. Brooke wanted me to talk to you, she says. Willow, I didn't. I start to say, but she cuts me off with a hiss. You knew what you were doing when you asked that human girl to stay, she says. I look back at her. She thinks I did this on purpose. I can Asher come closer to the surface, and he wants to come forward. I let him. Asher is with me. He uses his voice. Human was stupid and not thinking about Mate, but he is trying, he says and steps back. I look at Willow, who has no expression on her face. I have to say I would like to meet my mate soon, she says. I look back at Asher, who has a smug look on his face. Down boy. Asher is right. I didn't mean to have Amy here. She had information about Madison and Austin contacted her about his brother. I wouldn't have asked her to stay, but she has been helping with the children, and also her mate is a very good fighter, I say, and walk closer to Willow and Brooke. I kneel in front of them. I won't go near her, if that's what you want, but I have changed from that stupid boy years ago. I want to make it up to you and show you that. I sound like I'm pleading for my life, which technically I am, as Brooke is my mate, my soulmate, but I know I have to make sure she knows that. Brooke smiles, but Willow speaks. Brooke is willing to try. She was going to this morning, but she would like you to not be near that girl till she feels comfortable. But Shane and her talked. She has someone who knows what it feels like, but she is slowly coming around, she says and smiles. Brooke wants to know if you want to be friends first, and we can go from there. I smile. I will take whatever she gives me at the moment, even if it is being my friend. I can feel the hurt run through me, but like everyone has said before, I need to take my time with her, as she has not only been through so much, but also I hurt her. I would love to be friends with her, I said, which earns a smile off Willow. Willow closes her eyes and opens really quickly to reveal Brooke, staring back at me. "Friends," she mouths. I nod. She gets up and holds her hand out to me. I look at her confused. "Friends don't hold hands," I say, but she smirks. "Girls do, but I want to hold your hand." She mouths, "I want to work on this," she mouths, pointing between the two of us. "I only have one mate, it's you, but I want to be myself around you, and maybe in a few days we can go on a date once we are comfortable with each other." I stare back as my mouth drops wide, but I quickly close it, which makes Brooke her head to the side to look at me. "What's wrong?" she mouths. I smile. "Nothing. I wasn't expecting you to mention date in the same sentence as friends, but we can start off as friends and we can build up to that," I say. She nods but looks at me. "No, Amy, for now," she mouths. "I will talk to her first, but I want to work it out with you." "No, Amy," I say and smile. I place my hand in hers. Tingles shoot up through our hands. I can't help but look at her. The surprised look on her face tells me that she felt it too. "Mate likes us, but you need to make sure you don't f*** up," says Asher as he looks through my eyes. She is amazing, isn't she? I couldn't agree more. We walk hand in hand for ages around the pack grounds. There are loads to see. Brooke takes everything in and even remembers a few places that we went as kids. Her face widens as we come to the clearing. This place is where we all used to go as children. Even though I never liked Brooke at the time, I could tell she loved it here. We are at the lake, where the border crosses into the human side of town that is over 3 miles away. We don't claim the land in between. Brooke smiles. "I remember this place," she mouths as I stare at her. "Daisy and I used to swim in there when Rex and you would jump in off the rocks over there. I can't remember the last time we were here but it was about when we were kids." We sit on the ground not too far by the lake and look out, but I can't help but stare at Brooke. Her scars are on show, but she seems so content at the moment, but probably sensing that I'm looking at her, she turns to look at me. "What?" she mouths with a slight redness spreading on her cheeks. I smile. "I love how you are in your own skin," I say. I can see her tense, but I shake my head. "I don't mean anything by it. You are amazing, Brooke," I say and place my hand in hers. She smiles. Suddenly the smell of rotten eggs and death wafts towards me. I can't help the growl that escapes my mouth, which startles Brooke, and she looks at me. "What's wrong?" she mouths, looking slightly worried. I get up off the ground rather quickly and help her up, watching every corner of where we are. "Rogues," I say quietly, but suddenly a scent I know all too well. I growl as I stare at the location where it was coming from. "Hudson, baby, I've missed you," she calls out as she walks closer between the trees. She's not alone. There are more of them. I can see human and wolf forms appearing around us. I pull Brooke to my side. I can feel her tense beside me. Asher is on edge and growling like mad in my head as he wants to protect Brooke. Madison looks between the both of us and starts to laugh. "I think I'm going to enjoy this. You need a proper woman, not a pathetic little like that," she says. Brooke tenses beside me. I growl loud. "She is more woman than you are," I say through gritted teeth, which make her and a few others laugh. I open a mind link. "Rex," I say, "you need to get to the lake as quickly as you can." I say, "Where we used to swim as kids, there are rogues, and I'm here with Brooke. We are on our own." I know he can hear me. I soon realize that we are completely surrounded. There are 10 or more rogues surrounding us. "You need to hurry." I shout through to an open mind link to everyone now in the pack. We are outnumbered. "Brooke." I can't help but tremble beside Hudson as I stare back at the girl who tormented me alongside her mother for the last few years of my life. "Let me out," says Willow with a hiss. "I will kill her." "You can't show yourself. She will tell everyone who we are," I say back to her, feeling slightly uneased. Hudson pushes me behind him, which makes Madison laugh even more. "Why be with someone like that when you can have someone like me?" she shouts. I look behind me as I realize we are completely surrounded. 2 rogues slowly creep towards Hudson and they lunge at him, but he takes one of them clean out, but the other one shifts into his wolf and bites on Hudson's leg, which he lets out a grunt and pulls him off him. He throws him like nothing towards the lake. Hudson lets out a loud roar, a powerful one, and shifts into Asher in front of me. More rogues come closer, and Asher runs at them as they come straight towards us. "Brooke, move," say Willow as I remember that I've been rooted to the spot. I run, but I am grabbed by the arm with such force and thrown towards the clearing. I land with a thud and look up to see Madison stalking me like I'm her next meal. "I'm going to enjoy this," she says with a snarl. I look over to see Hudson surrounded by rogues. I need to do what I can. I need to use what my mum and Joe taught me back at the realm. I smirk slightly, knowing that she doesn't realize that what I'm going to do. Madison lunges at me and grabs me, but I duck and punch her straight in her stomach, which makes her bend over and grunts out, but that doesn't stop her. I dodge everything she gives me, but I hear a snap of a branch behind me, and I realize that we're not alone. She takes the opportunity and punches me square in the face, which makes me fall down on my knees. "Stop about," the one from behind shouts. "The boss wants her alive," he says, snarling. I look up to see Madison stalking me again, but the man from behind grabs me. He holds onto my arms as she comes closer with a needle high up in the air, but in slow motion, I notice someone running in between us. Hudson. The needle hits him squarely on the shoulder, and he instantly falls to the ground. The man moves me away as the remaining rogues start to tear him apart. They bite down on his flesh, but there is no sound coming from him or movement. "I want out," hisses Willow. I close my eyes as she pushes forward to be with me. We learnt this in the realm. When we become one, our power magnifies. My eyes fly open to reveal one black orb and one blue eye staring back at Madison, who stares back in shock. "What are you?" she says. But we don't talk. We can feel something burning up deep inside of us as we watch the rogues attack Hudson. The rogue, who has been holding me, suddenly screams out. We turn to face him and place our hands on him. Within an instant, he turns to ash. As soon as the power ignites within us, we know what we have to do. We turn around and aim everything we have towards the rogues. I can sense people are here, but I need to keep Hudson safe. He protected me from whatever they wanted to inject me with. "I'm talking to you," screeched Madison. We look back at her. Our hands ignite with fire. We look towards the rogues, and with one swift of our hand, we burn every single rogue that descended on Hudson. They all scream in pain as the fire takes them, but after a few seconds, every single rogue turns to ash. Someone grabs my arm and turns to face us. We can't help but smirk as we cock our head at the person who is going to die next. "I want to know what you are," she says through gritted teeth. "Eat, says Willow, which makes Madison's eyes pop out. "How can you talk?" she says in a whisper. Willow smirks but doesn't say anything. Madison looks blankly at me. She's mind-linking someone. I say to Willow, as I remember a few times when other people have done it. Willow places her hand around her neck, and Madison comes back, trying to gasp for air as we squeeze tighter. "We have Cody," she says through each gasp of breathing she takes. I look back. They have Cody. I can feel the fire ignite once more within us. The fire takes over our hands, and Madison screams out, but within seconds, as in a puff, she is sent into ash. I close my eyes as Willow steps back into my mind, and when I open my eyes, I'm surrounded and stared at by pack members who look on in disbelief at me. The Alpha and Luna stare back at me as they crouch down beside Hudson, who has not moved a single movement since they injected him with whatever it was. Joe and my mother come running over to me with big smiles on their faces, Adonis not far behind them. "You learned how to use incineration touch," my mother says in a surprise as she pulls me into a hug and pulls back, searching my eyes. "It took me years to master it, but you, my darling daughter, done it in a day." I look back at her, but my eyes still fixed on Hudson. My mother looks to where I'm looking at. "He's okay, but he has serious injuries," she says softly. A tear slides down my face as I look back at him. I can feel everyone's eyes on me. "You didn't hurt him, Brooke," says Joe, who comes to my side and places his hand in mine. "Your power will never harm Hudson, as he is your mate," he says quietly. I can see 5 people kneeling down and picking him up. They carry Hudson back to the pack. I can't move. The faces that look back at me, Daisy, Rex, Alpha, and Luna Sophia, are stunned, but I can sense fear all around me, and there is enough coming off the 4 of them. They turn and walk away, whispering. I wait till there are only a few people left and I slowly walk back to the pack. I know they have taken Hudson's to the pack hospital, but I need to see Austin. He needs to know about Cody, but my mind is racing as I want to make sure Hudson's all right. The walk back was deadly quiet. Joe and Adonis walk ahead of me as my mother walks alongside me. "Brooke, you okay?" asks Willow quietly. "I don't know," I say in barely a whisper. "There is so much going on right now, and I'm worried about Hudson." She nods. "Mate saved you?" She says, "He took whatever they were going to inject into us." I don't say anything. I still can't believe he saved me. "You know, I think you can say he has changed," she says. "If he still hated humans, he won't even have protected us like he did, or even step in front of that bog, too." "Brooke, are you okay?" asks my mother suddenly, pulling me from my conversation with Willow. We were coming closer to the pack hospital. I nod. "You know we can go and see Hudson? See how he is," she says. All I could do was nod my head. We head up the hospital steps and walk inside. Everyone is outside a room. I stay in the corridor away from everyone. I can still feel everyone's eyes on me. "I will be out as soon as I know more about his injuries," says the doctor to everyone. I lean on the wall and slide down till I hit the ground. I don't want to leave, not till I know how he is. Tears are now flowing freely down my face. Hudson, I had to save Brooke. This injection has locked me inside my body. I couldn't move. It was meant for Brooke. But watching my mate save me made me realize how foolish I have been. I know what she is. There has never been any like her around for centuries. That means Danica is one too. How has she been hiding for long? But I do realize why they don't want to tell people. I watch as Brooke sets all the rogues on fire. It skims over my body, but it doesn't affect me. It just feels like I am lying on a sun lounger on a hot summer's day. I'm sure some of the fire healed some of the wounds I had. I also watch Brooke and Willow kill Madison, but who the hell is Cody? Why would Brooke look concerned about someone? "You concerned about mate liking someone else," says Asher with a slight smirk. Whatever they gave me pushed me back further, so we are side by side like a man with a wolf. It's so weird being this close to Asher. "I'm not," I say, sounding slightly jealous. Asher chuckles. "You are," he says. I grunt out, "Why aren't you?" He looks at me. "I'm not the one who hurt mate," he says, sounding proud. We stare back through our eyes, everyone rushing around. The hospital is so loud. I can hear every whisper, and everyone is talking about Brooke. But it is not out of love or support. They are afraid. They are afraid of my mate. We need to get out of this. We need to make sure she's okay. Asher can feel everything too and growls out, "I will kill anyone who goes near mate," he says. I can see my mother and father huddled together, but the doctor is calling them over. "He is in some sort of coma," he says. "We don't know what happened or what was given to him," he says. "Ask Brooke," says my father with a snarl. He did not just snarl about my mate. Both Asher and I are getting pissed. The pack doctor looks between the both of them. "I don't need to. There is a needle mark in his shoulder," he says and shows them the mark. I assume he is. "They stabbed him here. Whatever it wasn't for Hudson. It was for Brooke," he says. My father growls. "Why didn't they stab her then?" he says and walks away from my sight. Asher and I growl. "What can we do?" asks my mother. "We have to wait and see," he says. He says a few more things and heads out of the door. Suddenly, the door opens. In walks Danica and my father growls at her. "What the hell was that?" he roars. Danica glares at him. "I am not telling you what we are," she says. I can see anger and rage fill her eyes. "By the way, you are judging my daughter. I will never tell you," she says. "I think Brooke should come in here. She may be able to help him heal since they are mates." My father shakes his head. "No way she stays," but he is cut off by Danica with a hiss. "Once we know and Hudson is better, I am taking her away from here," she says. "Your kind are never going to accept us," she says. I can feel anger rise through me, but I can't do anything. Why the hell would they want to inject? Suddenly, like a bell going off, it registers with me. They were going to inject Brooke with this injection to torture her into submission, to tell them what she is. I say through gritted teeth to Asher, who growls loud. "Mate needed protecting and we saved her, but now everyone wants Brooke," he says. "I can understand why they don't tell anyone what they are." I nod. They are magnificent creatures. They are up there with dragons, I say, and he nods. I sit next to him as he lays down next to me. We need to find a way of getting out of here, I say. Suddenly the door closes to the room, but I can sense someone is in the room. I step forward and look through my eyes and see the blue-eyed beauty, my mate. Brooke, I breathe out. Asher looks at her too. His tail wags behind him at the sight of her. But Brooke looks broken. She's been crying. She better not be blaming herself. She touches my hand as the tingles ripple through us, her surprise as she feels them. She closes her eyes but opens them. Black orbs are through Hudson. Willow says quietly, "You definitely proven to Brooke and I that you have changed," she says. I see a tear slip down her cheek. "I wish you were here," she says as she looks up towards the door. "We will come back later when no one is here. I'm ordered not to be here," she says. She leans forward and kisses my forehead. The tingles hyperdrives into our body as we can feel the tremors ripple through us. I can feel a tear land on us. It sweeps through like a light to us. Willow moves back, but it is now Brooke. It was Brooke who kissed me on the head. I can feel something deep within us, but Brooke looks towards the door and quickly leaves the room. I want Brooke here, but we can't move. We are still stuck. We just have to wait. Alfred. That had one job. She had to keep Hudson busy and grab the girl. She had to inject her, which would have made her stuck in her own body till we got further away. I had the antidote here ready. I was going to torture her repeatedly till whatever she was came forward and told us what she was. "Stupid humans," roars Damien. I can't help but smirk. "Actually, telling Madison to tell her that we have Cody here was a brilliant idea," I said as I look back at him. Damien looks slightly confused. "What do you mean?" he asks. "I deal with stupid people. Surely I do." "I mean, the girl may come to us. We can get prepared and wait a day or two," I say as I get up from the chair and head straight to the door. "I'm going to be somewhere for the time being, but if she does come, inform me," I say. Damien grunts. "Where are you going?" he asks. I smile. "There is a man that I know that might know what she is," I say to him. "I will let you know what I come up with." He nods. "But what if you don't know what she is?" he says. I place my hand on the door handle and look over my shoulder to him. "We will descend on the pack and take her ourselves." I say, "Make sure all the followers are here when I get back. Whatever the outcome of this, we will attack the pack soon." He nods. I walk out of the house and head straight to the SVU. I will get what I want soon enough, and no one will stop me. "Brooke!" I can't believe the growl that came from Hudson's dad. He even told everyone that I was not allowed to go anywhere near his son. I can see the doctor come out, who huffs out his frustration, but he sees me around the corner and walks over. "I'm sorry if you heard all that," he says. I can't even look at him. More tears flow freely down my face. He kneels in front of me. "I will let you see him," he says as he looks over his shoulder. "Stay here for a little while. Visiting hours will be ending in a few minutes, and I will let you in." I nod. "Brooke, you are his mate. Your mate bond can help heal faster," he says and sighs. "Everyone is just caught up in what they think they saw. No one has asked you what really happened yet, have they?" he says. I nod again. He pats my knee and gets up. "Stay here. I will be back to get you," he says and turns away. I close my eyes, but I can hear shouting coming from Hudson's room. My mother is completely angry at them all. "I think you all need to leave now," says the doctor. "Hudson needs to rest, and all this is not going to help him." I can hear footsteps leaving the room. I slowly get up as the pack doctor comes closer to me. "You can see him now, Brooke," he says. I walk around the corner and enter the room. Hudson looks pale and so vulnerable in the bed. I walk over to the side of the bed. I place my hand in his, and I can feel the mate bond working between us. The tingles run through me like electricity needing to be free. Willow has been on edge and wants to get out of the pack due to the way everyone has been treating me. But I don't want to leave. I feel like I have a home. Well, I did before all this started, even though it has been a few days of dealing with stuff. But after this morning, I honestly thought I was getting somewhere with Hudson. I also reconnected with Daisy too, but that seems to have gone down the drain since a few hours ago. The scared look on her face said 1,000 words. Thinking about it, I still haven't seen my father. I'm assuming that he is still in the cells. Also, there is Alana too. I want to know what she knows. I check the clock on the wall and notice I have to leave, but the door opens to Luna Sophia, who looks back at me startled. "Brooke, what are you doing here?" she asks quietly. I let go of Hudson's hand, but I close my eyes to let Willow come through. She hisses at Luna, who takes a step back and feels slightly scared of us. "We are here to see Mate," she says. Willow looks back at Luna. Sophia and gets up. She leans over to Hudson, pushing me through as I place a kiss on his forehead. A few tears escape my eyes and land on him. I look at his face and promised I would be okay and I would make sure I help him somehow. I move away and walk out of the room, only to stop by the side of the Luna and only mouth, "I'm sorry," to her. I walk out through the door and head back to the pack house, but I don't go to my mother's room just yet. I head to Austin's. I knock and he answers the door to me. He looks slightly stunned to see me. He steps out and looks in both directions to make sure no one has seen me. Well, that's great, even he doesn't want anything to do with me now. "Brooke, what are you doing here?" he asks in a whisper. "If Tasha finds you here, she will." I cut him off by touching his arm. "I need to tell you something about what happened. Madison mentioned Cody to me." I mouthed to him. His eyes grew wider at the mention of his brother's name. He pulls me in and closes the door behind me. "What happened?" he asks. "Why would she mention Cody for?" I looked towards the notebook that was sitting out, which I assumed was free and sit at the table to write. It didn't take too long to write everything. Austin read the notebook, but he sits on the bed and looks back at me. "You gained a power which made everyone turn to ash," he says in astonishment. "It is to do with what Willow and I am," I mouth. He looks back at the notebook and then back to me. "What was in that injection?" he asks. All I could do was shrug, but mouthed. "It was meant for me," I say. "Hudson got in the way and Madison stabbed him with it instead." Austin stays quiet for a moment but glares at me. "Madison lied to you about Cody being with them. I found him when you were away." He says, "I would have told you this, as I know you looked after him while my mother was doing whatever she was doing, but all this and that happened." I frown, but hold my hand out to him for the notebook back as I write something else. "You could have told me earlier." Austin reads it but looks back at me. "You need to leave. Tasha will be here, and she is not too happy with everything that has happened." I look back at him and mouth, "Are you going to ask me what happened?" Austin looks at us, but a frown forms. "Why?" he says. "I don't need to hear any of this. I want to know, but I know my mate will be here soon, and she will not be happy if she sees you," he says. I can feel the fear running off him. He is afraid of me. It has nothing to do with Tasha. He is scared of me. I can feel tears prick at the back of my eyes. "I'm your sister," I mouth. Austin doesn't look at me. He just turns his head. I walk out Austin's bedroom and head to my mother's, but no one is there. I get up and leave his room, closing the door behind me. The tears I have held back are now flowing. I have had enough of this. I need to stretch my legs. I can't go to my mother's like this. I knew where I wanted to go. I wanted to see Hudson. I head to the hospital. I know he might have visitors, but even if I can see a glimpse of him through the window, I know I will be fine. As I walk into the hospital, I walk closer to the door, but it is ajar. There are voices inside. "She was here," says the Alpha in an angry voice. "Yeah, she was," Luna Sophia says in a shaky voice. "She scared me." "Brooke scares me too, Father," says Daisy as my eyes go wider and more tears slide down my face. "They were all afraid of me." I can feel Willow come closer to listen in. "We need to know what they are," says Rex. "This pack is in danger, and it's all because of them." "We should make Danica and Brooke tell us what they are," says the Alpha. I can't take any more. I turn around, but I see my mother looking back at me. She heard everything they had said too, her face angry and full of rage, but I can feel her phoenix trying to come through. I walk over to my mum and wrap my arms around her. I need my mum. My mother wraps her arms around me and holds me tight. "I got you, baby girl," she says into my ear. But she moves slightly and lifts my head with her hands on either side of my face for me to look at her. "You are not alone in this," she says and looks over my head. "Let's go to our room." I nod, not looking back. We walk back to the room, and once we were instead, my mum closes her door. "Brooke, "Have you seen Hudson?" she asks. I don't have to say anything, as my face must have said it all. She gives me a small smile. "Your tears are healing him," she says suddenly while taking a seat on the bed. "I overheard the doctor saying he is making more of a recovery, but I assumed that he was healing by himself. But now I know it is from you," she said. I look back at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" I mouth to her. She pats the bed next to her, and I walk over to sit next to her. "Our tears can heal people, but whatever was injected into Hudson has him stuck inside his body. I can feel him, but he seems to be locked," she says. I look at her. "Can I help him?" I mouth. She stares at the door for a moment and then looks back at me. "I think you can. Joe and Adonis are going to speak to the Alpha and Luna Sophia while we go and see if we can heal him." After a few moments, there was a text coming through on her phone and she smiles. "We can go now," she says. We leave her room and head straight back to the hospital. I hope we can do something. I want Hudson to be all right. Brooke. We arrive at the hospital and slip into Hudson's room. There was no one around. We look at Hudson and Willow comes up with me as we become one. "What do we do to help mate?" she asks my mother. My mother places her hand on Hudson's hand and closes her eyes. After a few moments, she opens them and smiles. "I think you need to cry in a few more tears. He has been waiting for a while to come back and you are close to bringing him forward. He can feel you," she says. I walk over to the bed and look at Hudson's face. I can feel the urge to cry just by seeing him. I lean over and my tears drop onto him, a few of them. The beeping on the monitors picks up more, and a few seconds later, once I move as there were no more tears to cry, Hudson's hand moves slightly. I look back at my mother and she has a big smile on her face. "Well done," she whispers. Hudson stirs and opens his eyes, looking straight at me, which are bright. He smiles at me. "Brooke," he says in a croaky voice. I smile. He sighs. "Next time you can get stabbed with the needle, okay?" he says with a slight croak again. I can't help but giggle. I move closer to him and place a kiss on his forehead. When I move away slightly, but for him to see my face, "You need to sleep," I mouth to him. He nods. "Sleep sounds good. I was stuck in my head with Asher a few hours," he says. "I liked the bonding we did, but I'm so happy to see my mate," he says and takes my hand in his. He moves it to his mouth and places a kiss on it. The tingles magnify through me. He looks at me with something in his eyes. "We should let you rest," says my mother suddenly. "Brooke needs her sleep too." Hudson smiles and nods. "Come back in a little while. I want to talk to you about something," he says. I nod. Both my mother and I leave the room to head out of the hospital, but my mother stops the pack doctor to tell him that Hudson was awake. The pack doctor's eye grew wide but looked at me. He smiles and walks into Hudson's room. We head straight to my mother's room, but I stop and touch my mother's hand, realizing I need to have some space. Everyone is afraid of me, and I need to figure out what my next move is. So I told her I would stay in my room for the night. My mother looks at me and smiles. "Have a good rest, darling," she says. Once my mother was in her room, I headed to mine and opened the door, but when I walked in, there was someone there waiting for me on the chair. "Amy." Amy looks up at me and smiles. "Brooke," she says quietly. "I think we need to talk." I close the door with my hand, but my eyes never leave her. I walk into the room and sit on the chair opposite her. She watches me. "Shane told me what you talked about when he found you when you run off," she says. "What do you have to say?" I ask her, as I can feel Willow stir inside me. She leans back in her seat and sighs. "I never meant for any of this," she says as she looks at me. "I wanted my mate. I never wanted another man's baby or to fall in love with someone." I can hear a hiss from Willow in my head as she comes closer to hear what Amy has to say. "Suddenly, I know what you are," she says quietly, which makes my mouth drop open. "How?" I mouth. Amy looks at me and smiles. "I know Willow is close. Your eyes go slightly darker even when she is near." She says, "I didn't realize until I watched you turn Madison into ash." I close my mouth, but she shakes her head at me. "I won't tell anyone if that's what you worried about. And the way people reacted towards you is disgusting," she says with disgust in her voice. I give her a small smile. I close my eyes as I can sense Willow wants to come to the surface, but I need her to, as I need to talk to Amy, and it would take ages to write it all down. When I open my eyes, Willow is front and center. Amy looks at her. "You must be Willow," she says. "And you are the human that our mate fell in love with," Willow says in a hiss. "I want to know why you would think being here is a good idea." I didn't want to stay, but when Shane came to collect me from here, there was a rogue attack a few miles from the gate. He helped in the fight and even saved Hudson. Shane put 2 and 2 together when I told him who he was, which didn't end well, she says. "I thought I would make amends with you and Daisy. I spoke to her before you arrived, and I wanted to clear the air between us." Willow cocks her head to the side and looks at her. "Would you not go near mate if we asked you not to?" she asks. Amy nods. "I won't go anywhere near Hudson, as I also made a promise to Shane that I won't go near neither of them." Willow smiles, but she frowns again. "How do you know about our kind?" she asks. "My uncle works in the Library of History. I went there myself, and he has a section on Fey culture in the back room, which no one knows about," she says. "I read up on your shifters. You are magnificent beings and immortal too." She looks back at me. "There was a section that you only have one mate in your lifetime, and it would be unlikely you ever get another one." She says with sorrow, but something else shows. "Willow, can you bring Brooke forward with you, as I know you can be as one?" I move forward and Amy smiles. "When and only when you and Hudson mate, and he marks you, you both will be joined as one," she says with a sense of happiness sweeping over her, and we can feel she's telling the truth. I suddenly feel slightly off. I never have been with anyone before, not in any sort of way. My face must have said something as Amy looks back at me with a concerned face. "What's wrong?" she asks. "Brooke is a little scared about being with mate," says Willow. "She has never." I cut her off. "Do not say that last part. I swear to God, Willow, I will kill you myself," I say through gritted teeth. Willow closes our mouth, but smirks. "Okay," she says. "I'm not telling the person my mate fell in love with that I never been with anyone. Do you know how pathetic that makes me?" I say. I look towards Amy, who is staring back at me. "I know Brooke," she says quietly. "I know you haven't been with anyone." I just stare at her, not saying anything. Amy takes my hand that has been resting in my lap and smiles. "I'm not going to judge you. You were held captive by monsters," she says. "Just talk to Hudson about it. He will understand anyway," she says and moves her hand away. I best get going, but before I do, Brooke, I never meant to fall in love back then with Hudson. To be honest, I think it was more or less lust on both parts, as I was the only human in the pack. I was born without a werewolf, but they kept me on to help look after the kids," she says as she moves to stand up, but she looks down at me. "I would never go after Hudson, as he is yours, Brooke. He always has been. He was lost due to a stupid man who thought humans were weak. He was lost when he came to the pack. He never spoke to me when he realized that I was a human, until my alpha made him work with me for a few days. He never opened up to me until after he spotted I was crying one night. A pack of she-wolves were hurling insults at me as normal, but some things they said got to me. Hudson actually listened to me and even gave me some advice." She smiles and sighs. "I never meant to cause anyone pain, especially towards you or Daisy. I wanted to find Madison as she killed my family looking for someone, but we never knew who it was," she says. I get up out of the chair and hold my hand out to her to shake, which she does. Willow is still close as one with me. "We will try to make this work," she says to her, "but for now stay away from mate until we are ready." Amy nods and she heads out of my room, closing it behind her. Hudson. As soon as Brooke and Danica leave, my eyes open. I wasn't tired. I was pissed at what I have been hearing over the last 24 hours. Both Asher and I were mad. Everyone was blaming Brooke for what happened to us, and I know no one has spoken to her as her face gave it all away just now when she was in the room. Her tear-stained face gave it all away, but when she looked at me when I opened my eyes, her relief hit me. Brooke saved me, and I am truly blessed to have such an amazing and truly magnificent mate. The door opens, and in walks the pack doctor, who looks both startled and stunned to see me awake. "Brooke healed you?" he asks. I smile and nod. "Yeah, she did," I said, but suddenly I frowned. "How did you know?" The pack doctor pulls a chair up to the side of the bed and sits down. He sighs. When she was here after you rescued her, I noticed her blood was rare, so I ran some tests. He says, I know what Brooke and her mom are. I was going to inform your parents, but they won't even listen to me, he says with a slight growl. I can't help but raise my eyebrow at him, which pulls his face into a stern look. I didn't mean anything by it, he says and sighs. I watched that poor girl cry her heart out quietly and hide from everyone. Everyone's afraid of her, especially your family and best friend. I glare back at him. Oh, I heard everything that they were saying, I said, which makes him look back at me really confused. I sigh. The injection that Madison stabbed me with locked me in my body and I was stuck there, I said. It was meant for Brooke. They wanted to lock her in her body, and I dread to think what they would have done to her if I didn't step in the way. The doctor's face looks on in shock, but quickly recovers, but the anger was written all over his face. I dread to think, too, he says and looks at me. The injuries Brooke had were horrible, and the scars still haven't gone away. I nod, but I turn to him. I will explain everything, but you think you need to inform my family that I am awake, I say, but snarl slightly. I need to have a word with them about the way they treated Brooke. The pack doctor nods, and he mind-links everyone to tell them that I'm awake. After about 10 minutes, my door bursts open to Daisy, my parents, Austin and Rex walking in with huge smiles on their faces. But I glare back at them, which startle them. Before anyone could say anything, how dare you blame Brooke for all this? I say with a growl. My father frowns. We saw, he says, but I growl at him. You saw the end, and I bet you no one never once asked Brooke what happened, did you? I shouted at him. He glares back. We thought she hurt you, says my mother, who stands next to my father to calm him down and looks back at me with a stern look. You don't know anything, I said. I heard you all talking. They all look at each other, confused at me. That needle that Madison stabbed me with was meant for Brooke. It locked me inside my body, and I could still hear and feel everything that was being said. I said with a snarl escaping. I glare back at all 5 of them. There is a reason why Danica and Brooke, even Willow, don't tell anyone what they are, and I have to say I'm not surprised that they would hide it from us all, said I. You know what they are, Austin says, looking back at me with wide eyes. I nod. I figured it out when I was locked in my body. Not only did I have to endure the rogues attacking me, and I couldn't do a single thing about it, I said, and I looked between each one. Brooke saved me. She turned all the rogues, and even Madison, into ash. They all look back at me in stunned faces, but my father furrows his eyebrows together. What kind of shifter can do that? He asks. I was about to answer when Shane, Amy, and the pack doctor walk in. A phoenix shifter, says Amy, who closes the door behind them. She looks back at me. I figured it out. There was a section on fey creatures at the library. I went back to the Library of History and researched about creatures from the fey realms, she says with a smile. Everyone looks dumbfounded, but Amy smiles at me but glares at my family and friends. You hurt Brooke's feelings? I won't be surprised if Danica takes her back to the fey world to live after the way everyone has been acting and treating her, she says. I can't help but feel slightly hurt at the thought of Brooke leaving here. Daisy growls. And how would you know this? She says, glaring at Amy. I went and talked to Brooke before Shane got the mind link to come here. I wanted to share my findings as I know Brooke was hurting, and to be fair, Willow is one pissed of Phoenix too. She says. Everyone looks at each other, and then their faces change to guilt. We didn't, says Austin, but he stops. I can see the guilt in his eyes, but also tears forming too, saying that they are feeling the same. Amy looks at me. I promised Brooke I would not go near you, but I needed to tell you that I saw what she did, but also there's a few things you need to know, she says and sighs. Phoenix shifters have only one mate in their whole lives, but when they do find that mate, she says and looks towards me, then to Shane. Once she mates and you mark her, both of you will become one. She can keep you living for a long life, Hudson. She looks back at me as a tear slips down her cheek. The only thing is she can die and come back, but if you die, she will also die, she says. She won't come back from that. I look back at her stunned. Amy moves to Shane and wraps her arms around him. I never want to hurt her again, but I want to make sure she is safe. There are not many of her kind left. she says. No, there are not, says a voice from the door. I turn to see Adonis and Joe come in. Their faces say 1,000 words. Phoenix shifters are meant to be in the Fey world, says Joe, and he looks at me. I knew instantly who Brooke was when she came to us. I only met one in my whole lifetime, he says with a small smile. But his face turns serious. If those men find out what Danica and Brooke are, we are in a whole load of problems. He says, we need to prepare for whatever they have coming. Adonis says, but he turns to face my parents with a glare. I knew what Brooke and Danica were. You treated both of them harshly. I think you have some apologizing or even begging to do, he says to them. My parents don't say a word, but I can tell they are sorry. I move and get up out of bed. Where do you think you are going? Says my father, coming towards me. I shake my head. I am not staying here one more night. I want my bed, and I want to be close to my mate, I said. My father looks at me. I'm sorry, Hudson. We shouldn't have acted the way we did, he says. I look at him. It's not me you should be apologizing to, as I say. I move, and everything in my body feels stiff. Rex and Shane help me out of the room with no more words being said. They get me to my room an hour later. I walk past Brooke's bedroom and make the boys stop. She's in there, says Asher. I move again and head into my room. Rex and Shane make sure I'm comfortable and leave the room. After sitting up in bed for what seemed ages, I looked towards the side door where it conjoined onto Brooke's. I wanted to see her. I slowly move out of bed and walk slowly to the door. I take a breath and open it, but I was startled by what was in front of it. Brooke. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling as sleep never came to me when I heard movement outside my room, then it moved to the next room. I noticed the door by the side to me. I noticed it when I was in here before, but never bothered to look to see what was behind it. Willow comes closer to the surface and smirks. I think we should see what is behind it, she says suddenly. I move out of bed and had my hand on the doorknob, but it turned and opened to reveal a very startled Hudson staring back at me. He looks at me, but soon recovers quickly with a smile. Hey, he says, I wanted to check to see if you were okay after earlier. I looked at him. I thought you were in the hospital. Why are you here? I mouth. I wanted to be in my room, but I wanted, he says and takes a step closer to me. I wanted to be closer to you. I can't help but look up at him and feel slightly nervous. Hudson moves his arms to either side of mine, running his fingertips up and down my arms, which send tingles straight to the core of my stomach. Brooke, I want to be close to you. I want to make sure you are safe, he says as he leans down but misses my face and places his face into the crook of my neck and sniffs in my scent. Brooke, I don't want to be alone tonight, he says as he places his lips on my neck, which sends shivers down my spine. I can't help but gulp. Willow is close by and can sense my emotions. Brooke, he's not going to hurt you, I promise, she says in a whisper. Hudson moves back slowly and looks down at me. He searches my eyes. Do you want to come and lay with me? I mouth, feeling a little confident. Hudson smiles. I would love to, he says in a husky voice. I move back as Hudson walks inside my room. He closes the door behind him when he steps in front of me once more. I quickly blush and turn towards the bed, as I haven't got a clue what is happening to my body. Hudson watches my every move. I sit on the bed and he moves to sit next to me. I feel so uncomfortable that I move away and look out of the window. Hudson sighs. Brooke, he says, but he stops. I close my eyes and let Willow take over. She's scared, she says as she turns around to face him. Hudson looks back at her. I stay back and look back slightly, but I can hear everything. She never been with anyone, she said. You will be her first of everything. Hudson looks back and stands to move closer to Willow. I won't do anything that will hurt her, and Willow, he says, and moves closer. Tell Brooke, I want her to come forward. I want to talk to her. With that, Willow pushes me back but stays where she can see what's going on, but she has this funny smirk on her face when I look back at her. I come back and stare back at Hudson, who smiles down at me. Brooke, I won't do anything you don't want me to do, but I do want to do one thing, he says, and he leans down slightly. I want to kiss you, he says quietly, looking at my lips. I don't know, I mouth, and he smiles. Just follow my lead, he says, his lips lower onto mine. The warmth of his breath before sends tingles in places that feel weird. His mouth lands on mine and he skims his tongue over my bottom lip, which I move slightly as he pushes his tongue into mine. He moves his mouth around mine and I start to do the same. The kiss deepens and I can't help the noise that comes out of my mouth. Hudson moves away, leaving both of us panting for breath. Wow, I just had my first kiss with a boy and I liked it. Willow giggles in my head. Hudson looks at me with a smirk. You liked it, he asks. I can't help but blush. He chuckles. There is no need to feel embarrassed, Brooke, he says. I really enjoyed it too. Hudson chuckles again, but he comes up behind me and places his hands on my waist. That's a good thing, he says as he leans into my neck and places a kiss on my neck like before. I can't help but lean into him. Why don't we just cuddle up and have some sleep? He says as he looks at my reflection in the window. I don't want to sleep just yet. I turn around in his arms and look up at him, and I search his face. Brooke, he says quietly. I think, he starts to say, but I cut him off as I go on my tippy toes and kiss his mouth once again. I move my mouth and slide my tongue in as his grip on my waist tightens slightly. Hudson pulls me into him and moves away. Brooke, we need to stop or I'm going to have to control Asher. He already wants to claim you, and I know you are not ready. I look at him and smile. Let's go to bed. I mouth to him, and he nods. I walk to the side of the bed, but Hudson walks over to the other side. He adjusts his sweatpants as he walks. We both climb into bed and face each other as we lay next to each other. Hudson places his face close to mine and smiles. I like this, he says in a whisper. I can't help but smile. The warmth of Hudson is helping calm my nerves down. Hudson moves closer, places a soft kiss on my nose, and moves back. Thank you for saving me, Brooke, he says as I can see his eyes slowly close. After a few seconds, Hudson is asleep. I can't help but stare at him for a moment. He has changed from the horrible boy back in the day to this man who saved my life from Madison and the rogues. I can feel my eyes slowly getting heavy as I drift off to sleep. Willow is as content as she snores softly in my head. Sleep takes me, but I feel safe and calm, which is the first time in my life. Hudson. I slowly open my eyes, but I can't quite believe the sight before me. Brooke snoring silently by the side of me. I can't help but smile. That was the best night's sleep I have ever had. I can't help but touch my lips where Brooke left hers. Asher moves in my head. Mate, he says as he yawns but looks back at me. Mate was brave last night, he says looking dreamy-eyed. I turn my head to look at her and smile. Yeah, she is. That was her first kiss. I say to him, we let her make the first move. He nods, but he lays back down. Mate is waking up, he says. I look at Brooke, who slowly wakes up and looks at me with wide eyes but smiles. Hi, she mouths. I can't help but smile. I turn back onto my side. Hi, I say, how did you sleep? I slept better, she mouths. I can't help but notice that she is looking at my lips. I move closer and place my hand on her hip. I want to kiss you too, I say in a whisper. Brooke moves closer to me and places her mouth on mine. She slides her tongue in. I move my tongue around her mouth, but I can't help but pull her slightly to me. But suddenly she breaks away slightly, looking at me with a confused look. I told you last night, I said to her as I move her closer to me. I want you, but I will wait, I said as I place my mouth on hers again. I move away slightly and notice that Brooke is panting hard. Then it hits me, her arousal. She's turned on. This is not going to help. Brooke looks at me. I'm sorry, she says and turns to get up from bed. But I move quickly and grab hold of her, moving her back onto the bed. She was startled with wide eyes. I hover over her. You don't have to be sorry, I say as I lean over her mouth and look between her eyes and mouth. Do you trust me? I ask her suddenly. She bites her bottom lip and nods. After a few moments, I look down at her as she looks up at me with a smile. Thank you, I say with a hard, wavy breath and place a kiss on her mouth. She kisses me back. Let me wash, I say after recovered. I wipe away all my cum off her and wash her. Her skin is so smooth. I move slightly as someone is trying to get through on MindLink. Hudson, says my father, where are you? You're not in your room. I slept in Brooke's. Asher was restless and wanted to see her to make sure she was okay, I say, lying through my teeth. My father stays quiet for a moment. I can feel the smirk on his face when he says, "Well, once both of you are ready, we are meeting in the office. We want to apologize and make amends to Danica and Brooke for the way we acted, and also, we need to come up with a plan," he says. "Also, I think Brooke should confront Jackson, and we may as well sort out Alana too, as it has been a few days." "Yeah, we will be there in a few minutes," I say, shutting down the mind link. I come face to face with Brooke looking up at me. "Who was that?" she mouths. I smile. "There are a few people who want to apologize for the way they treated you yesterday," I say. Her face goes blank and she shakes her head. "I don't want to see them," she mouths. I look back at my mate. They hurt her feelings. I sigh. "I will be with you, and your mum is going to be there too, and I bet she will have enough to say to them," I said, and I lean down, placing a kiss on her lips. "I wouldn't let them hurt you." She looks up at me and smiles. "Okay, let's finish up," she mouths. We quickly wash and climb out. Brooke walks into her closet while I head back into my room to dress. Once we both are ready, I walk in and stop in my tracks. I can't help but check my mate out. She is in a black lace-type dress which covers all her scars on her arms, but her legs are on show. She looks absolutely stunning. She turns to me and frowns. "What?" she mouths. I smile and walk over to her. I place my hand on her waist and pull her into me. "You look stunning," I say as I place my lips on hers. I move away and look down at her. "Let's go and make sure everyone grovels," I say. "They were in the wrong for how they treated you, and I will make them realize that." Brooke doesn't say anything but smiles. She takes my hand and we head out the door together. We walk straight to the office, as I know everyone is there. After this, I will make some food for her, and I want to spend the day with her. Brooke. I was walking with Hudson towards the office, but I couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. Everyone's scared and afraid of me. I didn't know how to react to everything. Hudson places his hand in mine, which makes me look up at him. But when I do, he smiles. "It's okay, Brooke. No one's going to hurt you. I'm by your side," he says. I smile back, but my thoughts wander to what happened earlier in my bed and the shower with him. I can't believe that I did that, but the most shocking was I couldn't believe how Hudson made me feel. Everything felt amazing. His touch on my skin, even when he placed kisses along my scar on my side, I was in heaven. He showed me what he felt towards me. There was something in his eyes, but I didn't know what. "He wants us," says Willow in my head as she comes closer. "He wants to be with us." I know he does. But my anxiety was kicking in, and I know Willow could feel it. "What's wrong?" she asks me, looking at me with concern in her eyes. "Nothing. I am happy about Hudson and me, but I am worried about this meeting in the office," I say back to her. There was no doubt I was worried about it. We were closer to the office, and I could see my mother hovering outside the doorway, probably wondering whether to go in or not. She looks over at me and smiles, but she looks at Hudson's hand in mine, which makes her smirk. "I'm going to be close by, and trust me, I will make them now what we are capable of," says Willow in a hiss. "I will be your voice when you need me to be." I can't help but smile back at her. I know we are shifters, but Willow has been the only one that has protected me in my whole life, even when I never knew she was there. As I stand in front of my mother, she looks between Hudson and me. "Is there something you want to tell me?" she says with a smile. I shake my head. "Not yet," I mouth. Hudson squeezes my hand and I look up at him. "Let's go in. I know everyone is waiting for us," he says. My mother looks at the door, then back at him. "I'm not happy with how they handle this," she says with a hiss. "How they made my—" But I stop her by placing my hand on her arm. "We will deal with it," I mouth at her. She closes her mouth and smiles. Hudson opens the door and walks in with both my mother and I walking in behind him. Hudson was right. Everyone was there except for Shane and Amy. They all looked at us. They all had guilt written all over their faces. Willow was close and could feel the atmosphere in the room. She hisses but doesn't say anything. Hudson moves closer to me and places his hand on my lower back. He clears his throat. "Well, who would like to start first?" he says. Luna Sophia looks at us and smiles, but when she looks at my mother, her face drops. I couldn't help but look over at my mother, who was glaring back at everyone. "You have some nerve," says my mother before anyone could say anything. "You all do. You broke my daughter. You treated her like a villain in all this, even though you all knew about the people that were after her." We didn't see the others, we just saw, says the alpha, but my mother hisses. What you saw was the end of something was clearly not my daughter's doing. You should have told us what you are. We would have. He says through gritted teeth, but my mother glares back. Willow has had enough of this, even though we have only been in here for a few moments. Willow steps closer, which makes me close my eyes, but I open them to reveal both of us as one, which startles most of everyone in the room, except Joe, Adonis, my mother, and Hudson, but even Daisy doesn't look surprised to see Willow. I think that's enough, says Willow. You all messed up. There's a reason why we didn't tell you what we are, she says in a hiss. We step forward, but Hudson stays close. I can feel his warmth. We didn't tell anyone because of what people may know. Our kind are sacred creatures for a reason. We are not from this realm, she says, and she looks at my mother, who is smiling back, but she turns back. We don't tell people because of the reaction that Brooke got. You only caught the end part, but if you must know, we are slowly getting into our power, and they are coming fast. I guess you all know what we are, she says. Every faces in the room nods, but no one says anything, and Willow sighs. We would like to keep it between the people only in this room due to the threat that is on our lives, she says. Hudson growls. I still don't hear any, he says, but Willow turns to him. We place our hand on his chest. He looks down at us and stops. We look back to some stunning faces. Willow says, a phoenix has healing gifts and we are immortal. We can die, but we can self-resurrect, but it does take time to come back, she says. But we do have one flow. Our tears can not only help someone to heal, but it could also help someone to become more powerful when we die. There are some confused faces looking back at us. What do you mean? Asks Luna Sophia. It means that we sometimes don't know when our actual time is up. But if we cry before we die, someone can take the tear and make it into a potion to make them more powerful than the highest person in witches' history. They could be deadly, and there would be no way in stopping them, my mother says and sighs. That's why I never told any of you what I was. I was planning to the night of the attack, but obviously that didn't go to plan. How does Damien know about Brooke, though? Asks Daisy as she looks at me. I think Alfred is helping them, says Hudson suddenly. A few growls erupt through the office. What do you mean, Alfred? Asks the alpha with anger spreading across his face. I can't help but stare at him. I think everything that happened with Hudson's behavior of not liking humans had more than the effect on him than I realized. Alfred tried everything to find out about what I was, says my mother from the side as she walks around the room and stops beside Joe, who has had a frown on his face since we came in here. He kept asking me random questions and even wanted to take me on a date, she says with a shudder. He was here that night in the pack, she says, before the attack. The alpha growls, he was banished. How the hell has he been getting onto the pack grounds? I think I know, says Luna Sophia suddenly. She has a blank expression on her face, but she looks at all of us. There are tunnels leading into here. They were part of the old land back in before our kind came here. She says, I was at the Library of History when I was a child. My mother would always take me there to learn about the history of our kind, and there is a book about what the pack grounds used to look years ago. They showed the tunnels leading in and out of here, she says. That makes sense, says Daisy. Alfred would have known about them because he was into that type of thing, as he was a history teacher to us. Hudson growls. We need to protect Brooke and Danica, he says. We will, son, says the alpha, and he turns to my mother. Willow and I, please, Willow and Brooke, please accept this old alpha's apology for the way I acted towards you. I was afraid for my son's safety, and I was also scared at what I saw. I think I speak for everyone when I say this, but it is a complete honor to have you both here with us. Well, 3 of you, he says and turns to my mother. Danica, I am so sorry, he says. His guilt was sweeping in. Both my mother and I could feel it. Willow slowly goes back slightly, letting me take control, and I look towards Joe as I start to sign. We accept your apology, and we want to make this pack safe for not just us, but everyone. Once Joe tells them what I said, Joe looks back at me and smiles. I think we should, says Luna Sophia, but my mother cuts her off. We need to decide what to do with Jackson, she says suddenly. I look back at her with wide eyes. I forgot all about my father. I tense, but Hudson comes closer and starts to rub circles on my lower back. I don't know why, but I feel slightly calm by his touch. I turn to see the Alpha and Luna staring back at my mother, but before they could say anything, I turn to Joe and start sighing. Once I sighed, Joe's eyes look back at me with mixed feelings, but he looks at everyone. "What did she say?" asks Hudson from behind me. "Brooke just said," he says as he stares back at me, not looking at anyone else. "She wants to not only talk to Jackson, but she wants to find out what Alana knows. She was the mole within the pack, that we should at least find out what she knows." "Is that?" Rex says, but Joe glares at him. "I wasn't finished, young wolf. Brooke also said she wants to talk to Alana on her own, as she might open up to her, but she wants most of us to stand near ready to hear everything," he says. Joe looks at me and walks up to me till he is in front of me. He stares down at me. "You are one brave girl, you know that, but I think you should at least have someone in there with you." I look back at him. "I will think about it." I sign to him. He nods and smiles, but turns to Adonis. "I think we should go to our room," he says, and looks towards the Alpha and Luna. "You have guests coming. You might want to inform them about what is happening," he says. Adonis and Joe leave, but before they do, they both give my mother and me a hug. Once they both left, I look up to meet Hudson's gaze. His eyes are saying so much, but his face is blank. "Who's coming?" I ask him. Hudson looks at me then, to his father, but back to me. "Alpha Josh and his brother Todd," he says, and places his hand in mine. "They wanted to help, and they are bringing some help with them." I nod. "When are they coming?" I mouth. Hudson smirks. "They just arrived," he says, but he turns to everyone. "No one mentioned to them what Brooke and Danica are. We need to know if we can trust them first." Everyone nods, but there was a knock at the door. "Come in," shouts the Alpha. The door opens, and in walks Alpha Josh with his brother Todd. Hudson. I could feel the atmosphere in the room change slightly after the talk, but when Alpha Josh and Todd walked in, everyone had blank expressions on their faces. The last time they were here was when Kelsey was here, causing her usual "Sorry for interrupting," says Alpha Josh, and he looks at everyone but settles on my mate. "Brooke, it is so nice to see you once again." Brooke nods at him with a small smile. Alpha Josh walks in and takes a seat in front of my father and mother. "When we were coming in, we could smell rogues. They are around, but they are everywhere around the outskirts of the territory," he says. I could feel Brooke tense slightly by the side of me. Alpha Josh looks at her. "Don't worry, Brooke. They ran when they spotted us coming, but I think they are closer to the pack than you know," he says, and turns to my mother. "I did what you asked, and the old man gave me the documents of the old pack grounds. There were a few rogues posted at the entrance of each tunnel entry," he says. I can't help but growl. "What is he talking about? What are we going to do?" I ask, turning to face my father. My father looks at me. "I told your mother about Alfred coming in and out of the territory," he said. "She mentioned to me about the tunnels from back in the day, so I asked Alpha Josh, as he was on his way here to check them out for us. Your mother emailed over the plans of the grounds to him. Your father wanted us to search and make sure they were in no use," said Todd from the side of me. "We killed the rogues that were guarding the entrance and also placed 2 of our men at each entry point." Todd looks at me and then at Brooke. "You are one special lady," he says suddenly, which makes Brooke move closer to me. "I think you are scaring my mate," I say through gritted teeth. Todd looks between the both of us and smiles. "I might be a ruthless wolf, but I would never separate a special bond, but she is special. I can sense it within her," he says. Alpha Josh smiles. "You see, after our encounter here, we got talking about a few tales that our mother used to tell us about her home," he says. "She was a fae who was mated to a wolf." I can't believe my eyes. They are part fae. Alpha Josh looks at me and smiles. "We are part fae, but I am more my mother's side than my brother. He followed our father more," he says, but his eyes go back to Brooke. "The stories of the Phoenix used to be our favorite most of all." I can feel a slight shift within Brooke, and I know instantly that Willow is forward, which makes me smirk slightly. "You have some nerve mentioning that in front of us," she says in a hiss. Alpha Josh and Todd stare back at Brooke with wide eyes, but Alpha Josh recovers quickly. We won't say anything about what you are. We came as soon as the Alpha told us what was going on. Todd remembered about the stories that were told about your kind. Our mother loved telling them, as she always thought many of her kind never met their true mates because they were in their own world instead of being here in this one. Your mother sounds wise, but we would like to keep it in this room about what we are, says Willow. Alpha, Josh, and Todd nod, but they look towards Danica, who has been quiet throughout the whole thing. We didn't know about you, though, Alpha Josh says, with wide eyes. It is very rare that two of you are together, unless you are, he says, but Willow hisses, Will you rein yourself in, or I will do something that will make you hurt extremely? Alpha Josh looks back startled. I have no intention of hurting either of you, he says. You're her mother, I take it. Danica nods. I am, but as Willow said, stop talking about us, please. We never know who could be listening, she says. My father clears his throat. I think we will all take our leave and come at this with fresh eyes later, as we all need to have a plan in place, he says. Everyone slowly disperses out of the room one by one. A few made apologies to Brooke before they left, but I could see my sister holding back slightly. Can I talk to Brooke? She asks, but turns to me. I mean just the two of us. Brooke nods, but she looks up at me. I will see you back at my room, she mouths. I can't help but smile. Daisy and Brooke leave, then followed by my parents and Alpha Josh. Hudson, can we talk? Says Todd from the side of me. There was no one left inside the room now. Yeah, what about? I ask him as we both take a seat on the couch. Todd sighs. Kelsey has been in our cells since we left here until 2 days ago, he says. I feel slightly uneasy by this conversation, but Todd continues. That buck had the baby and it's mine, he says through gritted teeth. He looks over at me. She changed after the baby was born. She won't be coming here to do any more damage between Brooke and you, he says and sighs. I was telling her all about the tales my mother told us about the different shifters in the Fae world. Todd gets up off the couch and walks to the window. Kelsey did some reading up on some things, he says. I didn't think anything of it until she wanted to leave the territory. I didn't allow her as I was still learning to trust her, but through the mate bond, I could feel she was hatching a plan of some kind or holding back, he says. I don't like where this is going. I can sense something. I turned to face him. I could see his cold eyes through the window reflection. He looks back at me. I told her that I was leaving to go somewhere, not telling her about this trip that we were leaving, but I told my brother that we needed to wait for a few hours as I wanted to know what she was doing, he says. His wolf is coming through the surface, says Asher with a growl. Something happened. His wolf is angry. I can feel Asher stepping closer, but Todd carries on as his eyes flicker to his wolves and then back to his own. We followed Kelsey, he says. She met up with a man. I never met him before, but there is a photo of old pack members on the wall here as you walk into the pack house. I instantly recognized him, he says, and turns to face me. She was talking to him, and I heard her tell him about Phoenix shifters, he says. I can't help the growl that slips through my mouth. What man? I asked him. Without a word, Todd walks to the door with me, following him straight to the photo, and he points straight to the man who made me believe in something that was a hoax tale about humans. I couldn't help but snarl. Alfred, I say through gritted teeth. Todd stares at the picture and growls. Phoenixes are magnificent creatures. They are pure but powerful, he says next to me. I killed my mate. I turned to look at him, but his face was blank. I am ruthless as they say, but I do have beliefs about my mother's living and everything about their world which is sacred from everyone, he says. I killed her because of that, but now I am a single father to my son. You killed her because of Brooke, I say in shock. Todd looks at me and gives me a small smile. I did. There is not many of her kind left, but I knew she was special when we came here the first time. I nod. I looked behind him to see Amy walking down the stairs, and her face was blotchy. She had been crying. Alfred was the one she spoke to, so he knows about what Brooke is. Todd says to me, which makes me look at him once again, I want to stay and find the son of a buck who made my mate the way she was. I nod once again and walk towards Amy. She looks at me and gives me a weak smile. "What's wrong?" I ask her as she comes closer to me. I can see Shane running down the stairs straight to us. "Amy, you need to rest," he says as he reaches us. I could feel Todd near watching and listening. Amy's eyes glisten and her tears come. "I just had a phone call of my uncle's boss at the library," she says in a weak voice. But she started to shake and lose it. Shane pulled her into him, but he looked at both of us with a grim look. "Someone found her uncle dead. There was a mess, and the room with Fae culture has disappeared," he says with a snarl. "They murdered him for information about something." I growl loud. "F***," says Todd and looks at me. "It has to do with that man that my mate was with. He must have found something." I can feel my anger grow inside me. I want Alfred. I want him found, and I want him dead. Daisy. I walk out of the room with Brooke following behind me. I feel so ashamed of myself for the way I acted, but when I saw her turn Madison to ash, we could feel the heat of her power from the side. It scared everyone. It scared me. I didn't know how to react like everyone else. I should have asked her. She's my friend. Well, I hope we can still be after this. I open the door to a room nearer the staircase and head inside. It is a little office area for Beta Logan. I turn around and watch as my friend walks into the room. She was looking at the floor. "She's nervous," says my wolf, who was looking through my eyes. Brooke didn't look up from the floor. "Please, Brooke, can you look at me?" I ask her. Brooke slowly moves as her eyes meet mine. She has tears in them. "Why would you be scared of me?" she mouths. "I never gave you any reason to." She's right, she never gave me a reason to be scared of her. Brooke was always talking when she was a child, but after everything that happened, she went through so much, and when we came to save her, she trusted me even enough to travel with me. I still looked at the photos of that trip. "I'm sorry, Brooke," I say quietly. "I only caught the end part of what happened," I said. She frowns at me but sighs. "I didn't even know I could do that. It was my first time," she mouths. She closes her eyes and I know instantly who is coming forward. So Willow. Brooke opens her eyes. Willow and her are as one, different colored eyes looking back at me. "You hurt Brooke the most," says Willow, but she cocks her head to the side. "I know you are sorry, and Brooke can feel it. That's why we came with you to talk, but we wanted to make it clear that there was a whole reason why we never mentioned what we were to anyone." I nod. "I can see that. I can't believe how stupid we were," I say and walk towards Brooke and Willow. Placing my hand in hers, "I promise to be a better friend, and I will never get scared of you again." Brooks look at me. "I know we can tell you are telling the truth, but I think Brooke pushed me forward as she needs advice about something," says Willow suddenly, which takes me by surprise. "What about?" I ask her, giving her a questioning look. Willow stares at me but sighs. "Brooke wants you to look after Hudson when she leaves," she says. I stare back at her, confused. "What do you mean to look after Hudson? Where are you going?" I ask, which came out more like a demand. Willow cocks her head. "Brooke has been thinking of leaving the pack, especially after the meeting with Alpha, Josh, and Todd. She thinks if Alfred tells anyone about her, they will keep coming to the pack," she says and looks at me. "She doesn't want to be the cause of anyone's pain and suffering, all because of what we are." I stare back at her. I can get why she wants to leave. We didn't exactly give her a warm reception, and also the people who are after are lethal, especially after all the abuse she went through due to them. Brooke and Willow look at me. "I will, but I have to say you should mate with." I say, but Brooke shakes her head. "No, we need to leave. We want to protect the people we care about," she says as a tear slips down her face. I can't help but stare at my friend. This must be the hardest thing to ever go through, knowing people would want to kill you for what you are. I don't say anything and wrap my arms around her, pulling her into me. I hug her. I can feel the tears landing on my top, and I guess she can feel mine. I have to tell Hudson. He needs to know about this. I move back and stare at my friend. "I know you want to, but I really don't want you to go." I tell her I will miss you. Brooke gave me a weak smile, but we suddenly heard a loud growl coming from outside before we could say anything else. We both move to the door and open it to find a crying Amy being held by Shane, with Hudson and Todd by the side. I listen in, but suddenly I gasp. Alfred killed Amy's uncle to get the records to Fey creatures. That's not good. How would he have known where to look? But I carry on listening in, but I can't help the growl that slips through, which makes Brooke jump. She stares back at me with a worried expression on her face. What's wrong? What's wrong? She mouths. I tell her everything, even the last part of Alfred Amy's uncle for information. Brooke stares at me, but I can feel Willow. I need to see my mother, mouths Brooke. I look at her confused, but she smiles. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I need to tell my mother what we just found out. There is not just one phoenix here. There are two, and we both are in danger. I nod and wrap her in a hug. We smile, and I watch my friend leave to head to her mother's room, heading away from Hudson. Alfred. I hate dried blood. That was useful after all. I can't help but smirk. I knew Kelsey back in the day, and I knew I could get her to work for me, as she wanted to be with Hudson, really badly. I freed her from that other pack and send her on her way to get the girl, but I never thought the Alphas would go and collect her. The word was she was sleeping around with other men, not her mate. I look at the dead body before me and step over it. I looked at the young wolf who was crying by the side of the old man. I kneel down and place my hand under his chin. Now he should have told me everything instead of holding out on me. I said letting go of him, but the boy sobs even more. One of my followers was unloading all the documents and old books about Fey creatures. I returned to him as I asked Kelsey to find out what Alpha, Josh, and Todd knew, and she played them really well till the end. As we came here, we learned that her mate killed her after what she did. I was running out of time and needed to get back to the camp. We need to attack the pack. We needed to get that. Suddenly, one of the followers drops a piece of paper on the floor. It looked like a drawing. I bent down and picked it up. I open it up and I smile. That's it. That's what she is. I need to get back. We need to get her now. Brooke. I ran straight to my mother's and barged in through the door where I found a startled Adonis and Joe with my mother. Little one, why the rush? Says Adonis, but I start to sign really fast. Joe shakes his head. Brooke, you not making any sense, he says and strides up to me in 2 steps to stop my hands from moving. He places one hand on my chin to lift it up for me to meet his. Slower, Brooke, he says with a smile. I move out of his grip. We haven't got time for this. I close my eyes and let Willow come through to speak. We need to see that wolf Alana now, she says with a hiss. Amy's uncle, who works in the Library of History, was tortured by Alfred, and he stole the books about Fey creatures. Joe's eyes go wide. How would he have known about? He says, but he stares at Adonis, who has a stern look. Alpha, Josh, and Todd, someone that they know, must have told Alfred where they could find the books. If he knows what Brooke is, he is coming for her, and he will try to take her, says my mother in a worried voice, and she looks at me. Joe turns to me. We need to talk to her, but we need. But he stops as the door opens to find Hudson and Daisy walking in. We are coming with you when you talk to Alana, say Hudson as he walks over to me. I stare back at him in shock. How? Why would? My face must have said thousands of words as he smiles. We will talk once we talk to Alana, he says. I don't say anything. Hudson looks at Adonis and Joe. Both of you come too. Danica, you need to be there too, he says. I will let everyone else know what we are doing. Todd is telling Alpha Josh and our parents. I also told Beta Logan that you all will be down the cells, says Daisy, but she walks up to me. Please don't do anything just yet, okay? She says as she wraps me in her arms. I can feel Hudson's eyes on us. I know he wants to know what she meant, but it's not the place to talk. Alfred and his followers are coming, and we need to know a few things first. I lean back and smile. We all leave my mother's room and head straight to the cells outside. As soon as the door opens, the smell of blood and vomit hits me straight away. We walk down to the steps and head down a corridor. Everyone followed Hudson, but my mother stopped right outside a cell gate. There was my father, who looked like he had aged 100 years in a few days. Brooke, he says in a whisper as I come closer. I carry on walking and I hear him sigh. I remember, he says, which makes me stop in my tracks. Hudson stops and looks back over his shoulder at me. I stare at the floor. I don't make a move. I remember what I did. I was a stupid fool and a horrible father towards you. I was blind to what was happening as I kept drinking and drinking, so I couldn't feel anything. I didn't want to feel the pain of losing your mother over again. I could feel tears run down my face. I could feel everyone staring at me. Willow was close, but I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't know what I should be feeling right now. I am so sorry, Princess, he says in a whisper. I should have been there for you. I should have protected you. I can't take much more. I take a step forward, but Hudson blocks my way. I stare up at him. He searches my eyes. Not now. I mouth to him. He takes my hand and guides me away from my father to the furthest cell in the corridor. I pull Hudson back, and he looks at me stunned. Brooke, what? He says in a hushed voice, but I shake my head. I go in on my own. But you said one, he says, but a hand touches Hudson's shoulder. Joe and Brooke will do this, says Adonis in a quiet voice. You will need to hear everything, and if you are in there, Alana isn't going to talk. Hudson stares at me, but I move closer to him and place my hand on his cheek. He moves his hand to mine and closes his eyes but opens them in a second. I will be fine. She will be dealing with Willow anyway, I say with a smirk. Willow is coming closer and she wants Alana dead. Hudson lets go of my hand and places a kiss on my palm. He lets me go and Joe walks with me to the cell with Alana in. Alana looks a mess, but she is staring out of the barred window looking at the moon. I wondered when you would show up, she says as she turns to look at both Joe and me. Alana shakes her head at both of us. Not who I was expecting, she says. I think I was invited, but I needed to sort something out first, says my mother as she walks in and takes one side while Joe leans on the wall. Alana stares between all three of us. This has nothing to do with you, little girl, she says with a snarling at me. But I use my speed and wrap my hand around her neck, which takes her by surprise as she gasps for a breath. My eyes change color before her, which makes her scream, "What the hell are you?" She yells. Willow hisses, "Your worst nightmare," she says, but she loosens her grip. "You mention anything about my human again, and I will gladly kill you. But I guess you have some things you have to say, so how about you spill?" Willow says as her hand leaves her neck. I stay close to listen in on everything. Alana holds her neck and glares at me, but turns her attention to my mother. "I knew you were not a human, but I had no way of finding out what you were. You honestly think I wanted to be your friend," she says, but she starts to laugh. "Also, I never wanted Jackson. Hell, I'm not even his mate." She smirks. "Alfred was my mate. He wanted me to help him get you and that pathetic brat away from the pack, and I did," she says with a smirk. The tension was heavy in the air. Willow hissing at her, which makes Alana look at us. Willow smirks. "You won't guess what we are. We never tell a soul," she says. "Besides, you are scared of us, and we can feel it." That was no word of a lie. Alana was scared. I looked towards my mother, who was smirking. "You call my daughter a pathetic human because you thought you all could find out what she was due to your mate watching our deaths," she says as she walks closer to her. "You hurt my baby. You took my mate away from her." "I never hurt Brooke. I was never at that house." Alana stutters, but she looks at me. "Cody, they have Cody," she says. I was about to ask her, but someone walks into the cell. Well, 3 of them, and one of them was supposed to be in a cell. "You lie," snarls Hudson. "We know where Cody is, and funny enough, Austin collected him a few days before Brooke came back to the pack house." I look over to Hudson, shocked, who walks up to me and stands behind me with his hand on my waist. "Austin found him, so we know you are lying about that," he says. "Now we know about Alfred, but I wonder if he ever mentioned about the Library of History to you." Alana stares at him and doesn't say anything. "You know something," says my mother as she walks closer, but then she stops like something just clicks, and she smiles. "You know that Alfred went there to look, but he came up empty." My mother looks at Hudson. "She knows shit," she says. "I can tell." She was right. Alfred must have kept quiet about his plans to her. But Alana looks at me. "I have to say one thing, though," she says. "I know one thing tonight that will happen. Both of you are going to die," she says in a scream. I stand in front of Hudson, and Joe stands in front of my father, and Adonis, as my mother comes, starts to come alight with flames, covering her entire body as she gets closer to Alana. Alana screams, but my mother grabs hold of her arms. "Have fun in hell," she says in a different voice. As soon as the flame touches Alana, she starts to burn, but seconds later she disappears into a puff of ash in front of all of us. My mother calms down and Willow takes a step back, pushing me forward. My mother turns around and Joe smirks. "Hellfire," he says. My mother smiles at him and turns to me. "I think we should," she starts to say, but all 3 wolves that are in the cell with us start to growl. "Rogues," they shout together. Without any words said, we run straight through the corridor and out through the door as we get closer to the packhouse steps. There have to be over 1,000 or more rogues charging through the forest, heading straight towards everyone. Every man and woman can fight, but there are children still out there. There was no warning. "Hudson, there are too many rogues." I can't help but look around, but Brooke is standing by me. "You need to go inside," I say, but she shakes her head. "No," she mouths. "Brooke, it's not." I started to say, but her eyes closed, but when she opened them up, "Mate, as much as we might want to kiss or argue with you right now, we will be all right," she said and smiles back at me. "Brooke and I have this, mate." I can't help but smile. But did she say kiss? Suddenly, there is a loud growl coming from the center of the rogues. I look over my shoulder to see the ugliest-looking wolf I have ever seen. I turned away from Brooke, but I noticed every single ambled body, whether in human or wolves, are fighting the rogues as they came. "That's the one that tried to kill Brooke," says Willow suddenly. I look over my shoulder to see her. Willow has ignited Brooke's hands with fire. She wants action. I can't help but feel proud of our mate. Asher is itching to get out and tear rogues apart. I turn back around, letting out the loudest roar, and start to run towards the ugly-looking wolf. I charge straight towards any rogues that come my way, taking them to clean out with my wolf claws coming through, ripping out throats and killing every single rogue that gets in my path. I can see rogues surrounding Beta Logan, Shane, and Rex. One of them is trying to attack Rex from behind. I run faster and kick the rogue who falls right into Beta Logan Wolf's mouth as I use the rest of the rogue's body to leverage myself to jump on his back and shift midair into Asher. I land with a thud in front of Rex, who is covered in blood but looks pissed off. He shifts into his wolf. More rogues come, but we rip every single rogue apart as they come toward us. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see a wolf stalking nearer to us. Asher lets a loud growl and runs straight for the wolf, Damien. He tries to take me out, but he's weak. He has been attacked by loads of our warriors. There are loads going on, but I need to kill him. I want to get rid of everything that tortured or affects Brooke. Asher aims for his neck, but he uses his hind legs to kick out, and they catch me straight in the side, but Asher skids and charges back at him. His wolf uses his canines and catches onto our shoulder. We roar, but we fight back and flip him over us, and he flies straight into a few more rogues. But the black wolf shakes himself off, starts charging straight for us. Still, we dodge but latch onto his neck as we use all of our strength to dig in and connect. But all we hear is the sound of ripping as Asher pulls Damien's throat away from his body. Throwing it away, and he lets out the biggest roar, which causes us to use our alpha aura. I can see loads more rogues coming towards me, attacking pack members at every possible angle. There are too many of them, everyone is surrounded, and there is no way of getting out of this alive. They drive all warriors and pack members into different circles. They have us surrounded. We are like sitting ducks. Every wolf, man, and woman are growling, snarling loud. Any rogue that comes close to us, we rip them apart. Alpha Josh and Todd are in a circle with Jackson and my father, but another circle has formed, which has Danica, who has been using a silver blade in human form to kill the rogues, Joe, Daisy, and Adonis. I can't see Brooke anywhere. But all of a sudden, there comes a bright light from the corner of my eye. As I turn, it is Brooke, who is covered in flames. "Brooke is shifting," shouts Daisy through the mind link. Every single wolf that is on the battlefield has stopped whatever they are doing as the fire ignites around, engulfing her. The fire is hot as hell, and I wouldn't be surprised if it came from hell itself. All of the sudden, the huge flame takes hold and lifts Brooke up, and with one huge flap, Willow is here. Willow is in her true form. Her whole body is orange, but the fire that has come out of her tail and around her is huge. She lets out a piercing screech which makes all the rogues shudder and some pack members, but every single one here is in complete awe of the magnificent sight before us. But suddenly there was a loud roar coming from behind me. I turn and all I can see is something shiny out of the corner of my eye. Alfred, that stupid rogue I will. I stop in my tracks as I watch the magnificent creature before I appear. I want her. If I can't have her, then no one will. I just arrived when Damien shouted that they were attacking the pack now. All our followers were charging at them. We had over 3,000 who wanted blood from this pack. They will crumble right before me. I will rule over this land as I was meant to. Boss, we found what you were looking for, says one of the men that came with me. I turn to look at him, and he hands me the sword which is laced with potion and wolfsbane. I smirk. Everyone thinks I want to kill that girl. I don't want to do that. Well, not yet at least. I will make her submit to my whim, and I will have her destroy every pack known to man with her power, once I have everything and more. I might even make her my mate. The sword I am holding is for one person in particular. I thought I trained him well in the charge against humans, but that pathetic alpha banished me. I am going to kill his precious son and make every single one of those pathetic members beg for mercy, and even make my prize pet watch her beloved mate die right in front of her. I will have what I want. I walk into the forest, following all my followers. They have all the pack members surrounded. I can't help but smile. I notice my prey, but suddenly the firebird screeches loud in the sky and swoops down and takes one load of rogues that have circled some pack members, but the flame ignites the rogues who roar out in pain, but suddenly they turn to ash right before my very eyes. I need to be quick. I need to kill Hudson. I charge straight towards him as my followers let me through. Brooke. I watch as Hudson takes charge and starts taking out rogues. My hands are ignited with a flame, and I can feel more energy rippling through me. A rogue comes charging towards us. Willow takes control, moving our arm in a circle, and a swirling fire takes hold of the rogue, and it sets him on fire, which turns him into ash. Willow and I look around. Everyone is fighting in either human or wolf form. Adonis is in his wolf form, ripping rogues apart if they go anywhere near Joe. Joe and my mother are using silver blades on each rogue that comes close, slicing through either their legs or throats. Daisy is protecting my mother. There are a group of rogues going after a huge black wolf that looks like Asher, but it's older. There are too many of them. Willow and I start walking towards them. Every time a rogue comes near us with one swift of our hand, they receive the flame, which instantly sets them alight and turns them to ash. Once I am close enough, the black wolf looks back at us with wide eyes, but Willow shouts, "Duck!" The black wolf does what we say, and we move our arms around as the fire swirls around us, and we aim for all the rogues that were surrounding him. All the rogues that were set alight are now turning to ash. The black wolf gets up and looks at me, his head to the side. We stare back at each other. I smile, but the wolf bows to us. I think we were in shock, but suddenly a wolf lets out the loudest roar I have ever heard in my life. I stare back and see Asher. He is letting off an aura that is meant for an alpha. "Mate," says Willow. But suddenly there was a loud scream coming from the side. We turned and can see Amy getting chased by a wolf. She has a baby with her. Willow uses my senses and we run straight towards the rogue that is chasing her. "Hey," shouts Willow, "I think you might want to get me." The rogue stops in its tracks and turns around, snarling at me, but licks his lips, but all Willow does is smirk at him with her head at him. The rogue charges at us, but as soon as he gets closer, we jump and land on him. With one touch, he turns into ash. We land on our feet, but we are facing Amy. Willow cracks our neck, letting off energy. There is more building up inside us. It feels like we need to let it all out. Willow and I look at Amy, who is smiling back at us. "Thank you," she says, but her face turns white and she screams again. I turn around and see a lot more rogues surrounding us. The fire inside me ignites once more, but it feels more intense. Willow looks over her shoulder to Amy as we become one with the flame. "Hide," she yells, and Amy's face goes wide, but she quickly listens and runs behind a tree, holding the baby tight to her chest. I can feel a change deep within us. Something is happening to us. Willow closes our eyes. Breathe, Brooke, she says softly. I have no clue what is happening to us. I suddenly feel like I'm floating on air. I can see we are still one, but we definitely not in human form anymore. We have shifted into our phoenix form. The change was painless. I look through Willow's eyes. I have no clue what we look like, but we are definitely floating up off the ground, and everyone, including the rogues, are staring back at us. Willow lets out a loud screech. We will kill all the rogues, she says to me. She flaps her wings, and the energy of the flame within us burns brighter as we move towards the sky slightly. But suddenly we can see all the rogues have all our loved ones cornered in separate circles. We need to kill the circles and end where Hudson is, I tell her. Willow nods as she lets out another screech, and the flame around us lights up as we fly straight around the first circle of rogues. We glide around and touch every single one of them with the tip of our wing, setting them alight. The rogues howl in pain, but within seconds, every single one of them is turning to ash. I can see my mother using hellfire on the ones that are running away from the scene. We fly straight over to the next circle doing the same. Everyone in the circle is running towards any stray rogues that we have missed killing them. The fear running from the rogues is strong, but something shiny catches my eye. Willow, we need to save Hudson now, I scream as I watch the man hold a sword over Hudson's head. There was one more circle to do, but suddenly there was another charge of light coming from the side of me. My mother shifted into her phoenix. Willow flies straight towards the circle that's holding Hudson, but before I can do anything, "Don't touch my followers," snarls the man. Change back into human form, he shouts as Willow hoovers overhead as there are 5 men holding Hudson, and more are holding Beta, Logan, Rex, and Shane back. They are trying to get to Hudson. "Come, child, we haven't got all day," the man snarls as he pulls a sword from behind him. Willow hisses. "If that sword goes anywhere near mate, he will die," she says to me. I can feel tears prick behind my eyes. I watch as the man edges closer to Hudson. "I will kill him," he says. "Willow, would the sword kill us?" I ask her softly. Willow stares back at me. "No, why do you ask?" She asks with a questioning tone. "Do you trust me?" I ask her. Willow stares back at me, trying to figure out what I'm thinking of doing. I know what we must do. All this is because of us. We are never meant for this world. I look towards the clearing where everyone is trying to get to us, but more rogues are coming through the forest. We can sense them. I sigh. I look at Willow and tell her what we are going to do. Willow stares back. "We might not be able to heal much quicker, and we don't know how long it will take for us to resurrect from that," she says, staring back at me. "I know, but would you rather know that Hudson is alive waiting for us?" I tell her. Willow's looks startled, but then a smile forms on her face. "Let's do this," she says. We start to descend to the ground and close our eyes. I land on the ground with my feet firmly on the ground. I open my eyes and stare back at the man who has a sword to my mate's neck. I walk to him as there are growls, but some pack members are shouting and screaming as more rogues are holding them back. "Well, my child, you are a sight," he says. "To think I was making them pathetic humans torture you to get you to reveal yourself to me." I don't say a word but look at Hudson. His eyes are on me. They never leave me. I stand right in front of him but stare at the man. Willow comes through slightly. "You want us," she hisses at him. "Let mate go." The man laughs loud. "No can do, sweetheart. He is the key to you." We cock our head to him. "Why do you care about him and want him dead?" she says. "He is your mate, isn't he?" We nod. "Well, he must die," he says and holds the sword up. "I was wondering if I could talk to mate first," Willow says. The man looks back stunned. "You want me to kill him," he says, but his face turns sore. "You lie." Willow hisses more. "We don't want mate," she says. We can see the look of hurt in Hudson's eyes. "We will kill mate, and we will leave together." I can hear loads of growls at what we just said. I can see Joe looking back at me with concern. I use my fingers to communicate with him. He looks at my fingers as Willow keeps this nut job at bay. Once I finish what I have said to Joe, I take one last look, and he looks upset and starts charging into the rogues. He must have told Adonis as he is trying to get through the rogues as well. Willow takes a closer step closer to Hudson and leans into his ear. "Wait for us," she whispers in his ear to him. With that, Willow moves to the side and grabs the sword from the man who now startles. He moves back in shock and shifts into a huge brown-matted wolf. We hold the sword as he comes charging towards us. Willow's screeches come through as we grab hold of the wolf, but the sword is too heavy for us to pick up. The man shifts back into his human form, and he drives the sword through us. I gasp for breath as the sword hits through my body. There was a roar coming from behind, but Willow, in her final attempt to make sure every single rogue is killed, she bursts into flames and takes every single rogue, including the man with us. No one will hurt my family. Hudson. There were too many rogues surrounding us. They separated me from everyone. Well, trainee, says Alfred in a gruff voice. I turn around and glare back at him. I can sense Brooke is over the second circle. Hold him, he shouts suddenly. Rogues hold me down. I try to fight them off, but there are too many of them as more grab hold of me to hold in place. I can see Willow flying straight towards the circle that is holding me. Don't touch my followers, snarls Alfred, looking towards her. Change back into human form, he shouts to Willow, who hovers overhead. Come, child, snarls Alfred as he pulls something from behind him. Willow hisses. If that sword goes anywhere near Mate, he will die, she says to him. Mate wants to protect us, says Asher in my head. Alfred leans forward and closer to my ear. I will enjoy taking your mate mine, he says, feeling his smirk on his face. She will be all mine. I can't help but snarl as Alfred pulls me back. He leans closer to my ear. Why do you think I made sure you never liked humans? Huh? He says as I can feel his smirk still on his face. Once Danica told me to go to hell, I went after that beauty instead. She had such a big crush on you, he says with a laugh. Suddenly, Brooke starts to descend to the ground and closes her eyes, landing firming on the ground a few yards away from the rogues and me. She opens her eyes as Brooke stares back at me. She is an image of perfection. I am so glad the flames never burned her clothes, though, as I would be finding it harder to control Asher. But she walks towards us as growls are erupting around us, but some pack members are shouting and screaming as more rogues are holding them back. Well, my child, you are a sight, he says. To think I was making them pathetic humans torture you to get you to reveal yourself to me. Brooke doesn't say a word but stares at me. I don't take my eyes off her for 1 second. Brooke comes straight in front of me but stares back at Alfred. Willow comes through slightly. You want us, she hisses at him. Let Mate go. Alfred laughs loud. No can do, sweetheart. He is the key to you. They their head to him. Why do you care about him and want him dead? She says. The man looks at them. He is your mate, is he not? They nod. Well, he must die. Well, he says and holds up whatever it was high above my head. I was wondering if I could talk to Mate first, Willow says. The man looks back, stunned. You want me to kill him, he says with confusion in his voice. After a few seconds, he growls, You lie. Willow hisses more. We don't want Mate, she says. Why would she say something like that? What doesn't she want us? I can't help but look at her, feeling hurt. We will kill Mate, and we will leave together. I can hear loud growls at what she just said, mainly from the pack members. Something doesn't feel right. Willow takes a step closer to me and leans into my ear. Wait for us, she whispers to us, which sends a shiver down my spine. With that, Willow moves to the side and grabs whatever Alfred holds above my head. He moves back in shock and shifts into a giant brown matted wolf. I need to save Brooke. I use all my strength and get all the rogues off me, only to look up when Willow's screeches come through as Alfred drives a big sword straight through her. I let out a roar of pain as I could feel the pain she was in. In her final attempt to make sure every single rogue was killed, Willow bursts into flames and takes every rogue, including Alfred, with her. Screaming and ash are flying everywhere. Another screech as Danica changes into her phoenix and takes out the remaining rogues, chasing them away. I fall to my knees as I feel like my heart break and the pain take hold of me. I let out a loud, thundering roar. Everyone trying to get to me was in front of me. Everyone shifted back into their human form, submitting to the roar I let out. There is silence, but suddenly, she's gone, says Daisy in a quiet voice, which I can hear. She falls in front of me and whimpers. Rex kneels between us, pulls Daisy into him, and places his hand on my shoulder, comforting us. I can't help the tears that flow down my face. My mate just died, and she saved me once again. Suddenly, there is a loud, flapping sound overhead and soft wind, Danica. She lands in front of me. I can't help but look up at her. She stares back at me. She saved you, she says in a whisper. She moves closer to me, kneeling in front of us. Did she say anything to you? She asks, looking at me. I nod. Wait for us, I say to her in a whisper. Hudson, I don't know what she was thinking, says Danica, staring at me. She used proportion. She sent herself somewhere. I stare back at her. What do you mean? I asked. She means Brooke could be anywhere right now, and if she is dying from that blade that was in her, says Joe as he joins me. He has been in Adonis's arms. She told me that she will be safe, and she will find us soon. Danica looks at him confused. She did. How do you know? She asks. She signed to me using her fingers before she did what she did, he says as a tear slides down his face. Danica places a hand on my shoulder. Hudson, she will be back, but there is one thing you must know about us Phoenix shifters. We take time to resurrect, she says with a smile. You are her mate. You felt everything that she felt just now. I nod. Well, you will start to feel better, and something will change within you. You will feel like something is calling out to you, and you will want to go to it, she says, staring at me. Danica stands and holds her hand out for me to take. I get up, taking it to stand. Daisy and Rex move as well, but take a few steps away. Rex comforting my sister as she softly cries into his chest. I take in my surroundings. There's ash flying everywhere, but I can see many dead warriors lying on the ground, but everyone near me surrounds me. I look towards my father, who is giving out orders, and everyone does what they are told. Do you know how long I have to wait? I ask Danica, who is looking around at the sight before us. She sighs. No, Hudson, I don't, but we should make sure everything is ready for her return. I look at her, and she smiles. The last time I died, I came back to life after 4 months. Brooke did something which I am hoping will not be the end of her being, but Willow is one magnificent creature but more powerful than my phoenix. She gained all her powers within a few weeks. I can't help but give a small smile. Hudson, my father calls to me. I turn back and watch him walk towards us. I can feel Danica stiffen slightly, but I soon realize that my father is not alone. Jackson's walking next to him and heading towards us. Dan, why don't you make amends with Jackson? I say to her quietly. She never looks at me, her eyes watching Jackson's every move. I mean, when Brooke comes back, she will need your support in reconnecting with him as they left on bad terms, plus he is going to be in a mess too. I think you are right, she says in a whisper. My father and Jackson stand in front of us. Jackson has tears streaming down his face, but Danica startles him by placing her hand on his cheek. I think we need to talk, she says quietly. All Jackson does is nod, and they both walk off. Your mate saved my life, my father says softly. I can't help but look at him. I was surrounded, and she told me to duck when I did. I watched and felt the power radiating off of her, he says and turns to me. I think, son, we will make you the alpha of this pack soon, whether you want to wait for your Luna or we start now. But one thing is for certain, he says. Your mother is right. I'm getting too old for all this. I can't help but chuckle at the statement. I want to be alpha dad, but not just yet, I say after I compose myself. I think once we can make this pack safe for everyone, I have a few ideas I would like to do and change. Would you help me? Also, I want to make it safe for Brooke's return. I'm going to wait for my Luna. My father looks at me with a big smile and nods. I'm so proud of you, Hudson. Of course I will help. We will arrange everything, and you can tell me everything that you want to do with the pack. I will help in any way that I can. We will help you with whatever you need to, says a voice from behind us. We both turn around to see Alpha Josh and Todd walking towards us. Brooke was magnificent, says Alpha Josh, but Todd looks at me. You are scared she may not return, aren't you? He says. All 3 men stare at me. I sigh. I have not been the best mate to her. I listened to a crooked man about something that everyone here knew to be false. I rejected her because of first glance, even if I didn't recognize her straight away, I say, looking between them. I want to make this pack safe for all, including other shifters and humans. I want everyone to feel safe here, especially Brooke. Todd smiles. Well, at least you admit that you were wrong, he says and looks around. Why don't we draw up plans? My brother and I will be allies in the same fight with you. We can follow whatever it is you want to do. You would do that, I ask, but Alpha Josh smiles. We would. We may even know a few other packs who would like to join too, he says with a smile. I think we should sort out here first, says my father. We can discuss everything tomorrow. We all agreed and walked around, helping people who needed help. We need to get everything ready for Brooke's return. Amy, she saved me. She saved everyone. I look towards Hudson. He's talking to his father, Todd, and Alpha Josh. Amy, says a voice I love so much. I look up to see my mate, Shane. He sits next to me, my sister sleeping in my arms. How is she? He asks, looking at my sister, then back at me. Rose is okay. I was trying to get to safety, but a rogue chased us. But Brooke, I say, but I had to stop as my tears started to fall from my eyes. I sigh. Shane wraps his arm around my shoulder. I know, baby. She saved everyone, he says. After a few moments, I'm going to go and help people. I think you both need to go inside for rest, he says, looking between the both of us. He places a kiss on my lips and gets up to move. I watch him as he goes to help Rex and Daisy with a few members who need treatment. I can't help but think. I never gave much thought to the situation when I came here. I was in love with Hudson, but as soon as I met Shane and I knew we were mates, it changed. My emotions were everywhere when I came here to the pack. I knew seeing Hudson would bring back some memories of our time together, but I also knew that I was to blame for everything since I came here when I stayed. I was selfish, but I needed to find my uncle, the only family member I had around me, especially when it came to my baby sister, and now he was dead because of a madman's beliefs. I stare past all the dead bodies and see a girl walking towards me. She was covered in blood and looked like she was numb. Can I sit, please? She asks. All I could do was nod, my sister snoring in my arms. I knew I needed to go into the pack house, but I didn't want to move her just in case she woke up. I can't believe what happened, the girl says. When I turned to look at her, she was crying but no sound, just raw tears falling down her face. I lost my parents and brother tonight, she said in a whimper. I feel for her more. I'm so sorry, I say in a whisper. She doesn't say anything but stares out. I didn't know what else to say. I know when people lose someone, no one knows how to talk to you, as that's what happened to me when I lost all my family. I was born a human in the werewolf pack. No one liked me except my family. When my family was killed, everyone left me alone, and I was left to take care of my sister all by myself. After Madison and her father killed them, I wanted revenge for my family, but I knew my pack would not help me. That's why I found Austin on social media trying to find his brother. I look to the girl who has been silent for a few minutes. What's your name? I ask. She looks at me. My name is Annabella, she says with a small smile. Would you like to? I start to talk, but someone snarls. I look to see Alpha Josh looking straight at us. Annabella's eyes go wide. Mate, she whispers. I look between the both of them. They are mates. I nudge her. Go to your mate, I say in a whisper. She looks at me with grief and sadness in her eyes. What if he rejects me, she says. But suddenly Alpha Josh is standing right in front of her. He kneels down in front of her, placing one of his hands on her cheek, lifting her face to look at him. Annabella didn't say anything. I cleared my throat. Alpha Josh, this is Annabella. She suffered great losses this evening, I say. Alpha Josh looks at me, but I carry on talking to him. She lost her family this evening. I think her mate should be with her, don't you? I say with a small smile. He looks at me and nods, but turns to Annabella. I want to look after you, mate, he says softly. As soon as Alpha Josh stands up, he picks Annabella into his arms bridal style, and she begins to sob. My heart breaks for her. I never thought I would ever get to witness Alpha Josh find his mate, says Hudson, as he stands next to me. I stand up with my sister still attached to me in the wrap. I don't say anything to him. Are you ignoring me or something? He asks. I can feel his eyes on my head. I sigh and look down at my sleeping sister. I think I should leave the pack, I say quietly. Why would you? He begins, but I turn to look at him with a glare. You knew it was wrong of you even to suggest for me to stay here when you did. I wanted revenge on the ones who killed my family, but this whole mess, I said, pointing between the two of us, This shouldn't have happened ever. You were a mess at the beginning when I first met you, but we both agreed that it meant nothing. You now need to think about Brooke, and I'm being honest, I made a deal with Brooke and Willow that I would not go anywhere near you, I said. Hudson looks at me but sighs. I know, I wasn't thinking straight when I saw you by the gates. I didn't even think about Brooke in any of this, he says. She's gone, and I'm on my own. I think this is the moon goddess's way of punishing me for the way I treated Brooke all those years ago. I move from one foot to another. I can see Shane looking at us and even listening in to our conversation. I don't think the moon goddess is punishing you. I think she is giving you time to make sure you don't f up again, and also to make sure everything is ready for Brooke's safe return, I said. Hudson, you know I'm right that I need to leave. I mean both Shane and me. This was all about revenge for me. I never wanted to cause harm between you and your mate. I liked you back then, and even watched you grow into the man you were supposed to be before you came back to save Brooke. Hudson looks towards the house. I knew where she was all those years ago. Before I came to your pack to get my ass handed to me by you, I found Brooke. Well, at the time, it never registered it was her, but I was hooking up with Madison, he says with a grim look. I told her if I ever saw her again, I would reject her. But after being at your pack for the next few months after, I changed dramatically, and when I rescued her, I knew I wanted her from then. He looks at me. I understand you want to leave, and I won't stop you, he says, and looks over his shoulder and motions for Shane to come to join us. When Shane comes close, he wraps his arm around me and looks at my sleeping sister, but back towards Hudson. I think Amy's right. We should leave. I only followed her here as I knew she wanted to kill the people that killed her family, he says, smiling. I loved being one of your men, but I have to think about my family too. Hudson smiles. An already made family is the best, he says, but Shane smiles wider and looks at me. I nod. There was a reason why Amy has been around here more than just revenge, he says, and Hudson looks between the both of us. I smile. I'm pregnant? I wanted to find my uncle when I got here, as he would have helped me with Rose, but now I have no family left except her and Shane. I wanted to keep safe until all this was over, but also I found out that my uncle left me some money. He set up a few weeks ago to help look after my sister and me. Hudson smiles. Congratulations to you both, he says. I can't help but smile. Hudson takes Shane's hand and shakes it. He looks at me and smiles once again. I am truly happy for you both. I think I know somewhere where you can call home, says a voice behind him. Hudson moves away and looks at the man who was smiling at us. I heard what you said. My brother is the one who just found his mate. I think you both would make a great assets to our pack. And not only that, but you can also come to visit Hudson and the rest of his pack any time, he says. He comes straight up to us. I'm Todd, Alpha Josh's brother. We smile. We would happily accept the offer of moving to your pack, says Shane. Todd looks at me and smiles. I hear that you have a great way with children. I have a son myself, and I was wondering if you would like to help me with him. I haven't found anyone I can trust, but seeing you with this sleeping beauty in your arms is amazing, he says as he looks at my sister in my arms. I smile. This is my sister Rose. I have to raise her as my own, I say with a hint of sadness sweeping in. Shane's arm that's around me tightens slightly. Todd smiles. Rose and my son Beau will be best friends, he says and looks at Hudson. We will stay and help with the clear-up and leave to go back to our pack, Todd says as he looks towards where his brother left. My brother has finally found his Luna, he says with a grin on his face. I smile. Annabella, her name is. He might have to be gentle with her for a little while as she lost her whole family in this war, I say. Everyone's face turns into sadness. Poor child, says Todd. Well, I think we all should rest in Hudson, he says and looks back at him. Brooke will turn up soon. Her kind always come back to where they call home. How do you know that? Asks Hudson. Todd smiles. Ah, Hudson, as you know about my family, I will state I will be sending a gift to you when we go home. You may want it to know more about your mate, he says. Hudson looks slightly confused. Something inside me hits hard. I look at Todd, who is looking at me with a smile. You know, don't you? He says. I knew what she was while reading in the Library of History, but there was nothing that told me about what her kind can do. I said. He nods. There is so much no one knows, but I think all the information I have and around us should be in Hudson's hands, especially when his mate comes back, he says. I look towards Hudson. He seems to have something on his mind. What's going on in that head of yours? I ask. He shakes his head. Asher is happy to know that we can find out more about Brooke and Willow, he says in a weary voice. I can tell he is hurting and missing her. Shane walks up to him and pulls him into a man hug. Dude, she will come back, he says, pulling away from him. You need to be prepared and ready for when she does. I smile. My mate is right. Get this place ready for her, I say. Become the alpha you are meant to be and show how much she means to you, I say. Hudson smiles. Yeah, I will. Well, when you become alpha, we will all be here celebrating with you, says Todd. None of us know when Brooke will be back, but we need to ensure it is all set and ready for her. I can't wait to start my new life in my new pack, but I still want to see Brooke's safe return home. I hope we can be friends in the future. I never wanted to hurt anyone, even though my actions said otherwise, but I never wanted to make anyone feel like they never were loved by their mate. Hudson is not the same man I knew when he came to my pack, but I never did anything to help him, and all this will be to do with Brooke. She's his light, and I know she will be so proud. I'm sending prayers to the moon goddess for her safe return. Hudson. 2 weeks later. After the attack on the pack was dealt with, and we even killed any remaining rogues that came close to the pack, who were known to be Alfred's followers. We all thought he was still alive until there was a burnt-out body which we confirmed was Alfred's, was found in the forest clearing where Danica and Brooke were attacked years ago. How ironic you might think that he would end up there. There was still no sign of Brooke. I've been keeping myself busy looking after the pack. My father has been giving me more alpha duties and letting me be more hands-on when giving out work to other people. Beta Logan has also been training Rex to become my beta. Amy and Shane left the pack with Alpha Josh, his mate Annabella, and Todd 4 days later after helping out with the damages. I was so stupid ever to have thought about having Amy here. We're just friends. Nothing else, and that's how it will be forever. About a week after they left, Todd sent 4 huge books with loads of information about Phoenix shifters. I have them ready in the room for when Brooke comes home. Daisy and Rex are slowly getting back to the way they were before all this crap started. Since the whole situation, Daisy and I still haven't talked. I want to. I miss my sister, who used to annoy me at times. There was a knock at the door to the office. Lately, this is where you will find me, whether it is in my office or bedroom. I don't eat with other people, as I find it weird to be around everyone who has mates when I know my mate is not back, so I have taken up eating in either room. Come in, I shout. The door opens, and in walks my sister. She was carrying my food on a tray. She placed it on the table by the window and looks at me. I think we need to talk, don't you, bro? She says as she walks back to the door to close it. I watch her as she walks back and takes the seat in front of the desk. How are you? She asks suddenly. I look back at her and sigh. I'm okay, I just wish Brooke would come back, I said. Daisy gives me a small smile. I wish she were here to Hudson, she says in a small voice. There was silence. This shouldn't be hard to talk to my sister. Suddenly Daisy clears her throat. Well, I best, she starts, but I cut her off. I didn't mean for anything like this to happen with Brooke, I said, which made her close her mouth and look at me. I was a fool back then when I was younger. I believed in the whole lie that Alfred fed us to believe that humans were weak. I wanted to be the best, and I wanted everyone to like me, I said. I was a jackass to everyone. I was the alpha's son, and I was treating everyone with disrespect. I look at my sister. I never thought Brooke was my mate when she was 5, and I was hell-bent on making her pay as everyone was horrible to her except for you, I said. But I never thought I would have this third chance to have her by my side. You are right, she says suddenly, making me look at her. You were a jackass to everyone. I know I deserve everything she has to say. I was her friend, best friend Hudson. You made her leave the first time, which resulted in her getting attacked by a rogue. Brooke told us that she knew about you and what you said that night. She wanted to stay in the pack, but when she overheard you and Rex talk, she thought, if that's what you think about her, then that's what everyone else thought about her. I can feel the pain sweeping in at what I caused my mate that night. She looks at me. You Madison, and even when you found out you had a mate, but when you left, you fell in love with a human girl, she says with a snarl. You are a complete Hudson. I thought my brother was better than that, she says. I want to forgive you, I truly do, but Hudson, you need to do it for yourself and Brooke, but mainly for yourself. Daisy stands up and walks towards the door, but stops to look over her shoulder at me. I want my brother back, but at the moment you need to make sure you know what it is you want before she comes back. No women and no more secrets, she says. Make this a fresh start, clean slate with Brooke. Show her that this is where she belongs with you, and she is the only person you want. With that, she leaves the office, and I have to admit Daisy's right. I need to make sure Brooke knows that she is the only one for me. Ever since Brooke has been here, I have never looked at another woman. I don't want to. I push back on the chair and walk over to the window. I stare out. The rain from earlier is back again, and it pours down. I can see a figure on the steps, and I can't help but smile. I grab my coat and head to the front door of the pack house. As I open it, I could see the figure stand to the side and look towards the forest clearing. Still no sign, she says. I walk up to her and look at her. Danica and I have been doing this for the last 2 weeks, every evening until the sun up. Sleep comes, but not a lot, as we both want Brooke back. I look towards the clearing, but Danica clears her throat. I spoke to Jackson again, she says, and I can't help but turn to look at her. Her eyes say more, but her face looks blank. I found out more about the situation he was in, and I also did some research about some things too. I didn't say anything. Danica thought it was weird that someone would let a stranger keep a child that wasn't theirs. She went to a friend and mentioned it to them both. Both my mother and her went into detective mode and started looking into it all. What did you find out? I asked her. Jackson can't remember much due to the drinking he was doing. He remembers that there was a woman who was a legal representative that he had. He was given her name by someone. He cannot remember who even gave him the number. He kept it all, so when he handed it to me, and I was a little surprised to find out who she was, she says and looks directly at me. She was Todd's mate, Kelsey. She pretended to be his legal counsel. There was something else that caught our eye. Alfred had someone on the inside of the council to be the judge. I stare back at her in shock. What would Alfred have gained by doing all that? Why Brooke? I asked, feeling slightly confused. Well, Jackson with Luna and me to meet the judge, but when we got there, the main head of the council told us that he died, brutally killed by a woman, she says and pulls out a file to hand to me. I opened it, and there were photos of the 2 people in question. I couldn't help but growl. What is it? Asks Danica. I turn the photo over and show her. This is Kelsey and her scheming father, I say through gritted teeth. Her father was banished the same time as Alfred, as he was a true follower of his beliefs. Kelsey was sent away a few weeks before they were banished to Alpha Josh's pack due to her behavior towards me, where Todd found she was his mate. Her father was bad news, I said as I skimmed over the folder. He became a council member and under a false name? I ask her. Danica looks at me and nods. Well, they were not too happy with him. Luna Sophia phoned Todd and told him what happened. Let's just say the council members there do not like to deal with Todd due to his furious mood, she says with a smirk. They called him in, and now he is placed in the cells for his pending death. Jackson also found out that Aubrey was drugging him during many events. That's why he can't remember anything, she says. I don't say anything. I know they are trying to sort it out, but I can also understand why Danica is so reluctant to get back with him. After everything that happened to her and what he did to Brooke too, she also wants Brooke back. I know she will be coming soon, Hudson, and I think you should agree to what your father has asked of you and become the alpha to the pack, she says. I can't help but look at her with a small smile, but she carries on. We can have many celebrations. You becoming alpha will be the first one. She says, everyone here needs a celebration after what happened here, whether Brooke is here or not. We need an alpha who is willing to make changes, not just for werewolves, but for everyone. We all need to feel safe here, including humans and other shifters. I look at her. She has a few tears running down her cheeks. Make this a haven for all kinds of shifters and humans. I bet many will find their mates when you do. I smile. Danica and I stand in silence for a further few hours till she gets up to go inside. But she stops by the door. Hudson, become the alpha of the pack, and Brooke will be here soon, she says. I look out at the clearing. I promised my mother I would try and sleep more, but I can't leave, knowing that Brooke should be here with me. I have been putting off being alpha, as I wanted to do all that with Brooke, both of us becoming Alpha and Luna together. But I don't know when she will be here. But I know Danica's right. Our pack needs a celebration, something to look forward to. I open a mind link to my father. Dad, can we arrange for my alpha ceremony soon? I ask him. Hudson, are you sure you want to do it? What about waiting for Brooke? He asks. I can feel his happiness sweep in and take hold of me. I think we need some sort of celebration for the pack, and handing the pack over to me, we can start doing everything to make everything ready for Brooke before she comes back. And Dad, I say as I get up from the top step of the pack house, how about we do it in 3 weeks? My father chuckles. Very well, son. 3 weeks we will make you the alpha of the pack, he says. I close the mind link down, head back inside the pack house, and head straight to my room. Once inside my room, the window blows open and something comes inside. I quickly run over to the window to close it. I looked around but couldn't find what came into my room until I looked at my bed. Something landed on my bed that caught my eye. A feather. I looked at it. It was orange with streaks of gold running through it and some purple. Asher comes closer to the surface and sniffs the air. He whines slightly. Mate, he says in a whisper. I can't help but walk over to the window to look out. I hold the feather up and stare at it, but close my eyes to concentrate on the scent that surrounds the feather. My eyes flew open and I stared at it. The feather smelled like Brooke. I stare back out of the window, but there was still no sign of her. Asher looks back at me. He hasn't moved, but as soon as I go back to the bed and sit down, he starts to pant a little in my head. What's wrong with you? I ask. Asher lays down with his paws stretched out in front of him, and his tongue hangs out. Mate will be here soon. I can feel it, he says with a smile on his face. I can't help but feel slightly calmer knowing that. I wish it were sooner. Hudson, 5 weeks later. Hudson, calls my mum. Are you ready? We don't want to be late for your alpha ceremony. I stare at my reflection in the mirror. My mother has gone way overboard with my alpha ceremony, and I am not even in the mood for it. I catch a glimpse of the feather on my bedstand. I can't help but sigh and walk over to it. I sit on the bed and place the feather in my hand. It has been 3 whole weeks since the feather came through my window, and there's still no sign of Brooke. I twirl the feather between my fingers. Her scent comes straight to my nose. This feather is unique. Brooke's scent never fades away when I hold it. It helps Asher and I calm down when we miss her. I showed Danica the feather, and she was amazed that it appeared, but she believes it's a sign that Brooke is coming back. We both had high hopes, but with all the planning of my alpha ceremony for the last week, everyone is happy to have something to look forward to and enjoy. As for me, I'm happy to become the alpha. Todd and I have been in talks about introducing some new shifters into both of our packs. Todd has been looking after the pack while Alpha Josh has some mate time with his mate. His words, not mine. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Come in, I shouted as I stared at the feather that had been in between my fingers since drifting into my thoughts. The door opens. I know instantly who it is by the scents, Joe and Adonis. Hudson, we thought we would come in, says Joe, but stops suddenly as he looks at the feather in my hands. He looks at me, and I can't help but look at him. Our Brooke will be here soon, he says in a whisper. I don't know what Danica has told both of them, but both men have been here at the pack every other day, with one going back to their pack while one stays here. I smile at him. I had this 3 weeks ago, but there is still no sign of her, I say in a whisper. I can feel Asher move around in my head slightly. Willow used a lot of power to do what she did, to save us all, And also, we don't know what Brooke's injuries were after what that man did to her, says Adonis in a gruff voice as he takes the chair by the window. Still, he looks at me. I'm so happy that you are taking over the pack. It will be cool to work together. I can't help but chuckle. Yeah, I know, but you do realize that my parents will be staying more with you out in Spain. They will end up retiring out there if you don't watch out, I said. Adonis chuckles, but Joe is quiet. I can't help staring at the man. He hasn't been himself ever since Brooke disappeared. He has even grown some gray hairs, too. Adonis looks at me but sends a mind link through. Joe is taking Brooke, leaving so bad right now. He asked his brother from the other realm to locate Brooke, but he came back to us this morning with no word of knowing where she is, he says with a sigh and sadness. Hudson, Brooke was like a daughter to him when she was staying with us. They had a connection with each other as they both dealt with abuse. I look back at him in disbelief at what he said. I knew Joe went through some serious things as Daisy explained more about their trip to me when we started talking more. She mentioned that Joe took Brooke under his wing and helped her love herself. Adonis gives me a small smile. His father abused him for loving a man, he says, but looks at Joe, who is still looking blankly into thin air. He will be all right. I know we might have outstayed our welcome. He wants to be here when she comes back. I smile but shut down the mind link to Adonis and look at Joe. I knew what I wanted to ask him, and I was in talks with my father about this, which he thought was a good idea. Joe, I ask as I touch his arm. Joe looks at me while he shakes his head to clear his thoughts. Sorry, Hudson. I'm sorry for zoning out, he says. This is your night. We should be, he says, but I shake my head and cut him off. I know I wanted to ask both Adonis and you something, I ask him. They both look at me with questioning looks. I clear my throat. I have been talking with my father. I want both of you to work here with us in our pack, and I know Adonis is the alpha of your pack, but I wanted to pose something to both of you, I say, looking between both men. I know that you have many kinds of shifters and people at your pack. I was wondering how would you feel about keeping your pack as a holiday and retirement home for old shifters, and both Adonis and I could work together here as alphas. We both would take on the role. We can even look for a closer territory for you to set up, but I would love for you both to hear, I say. Brooke would want it, and not only that, we can make both packs a haven for all shifters and humans. Adonis looks at me with his mouth wide open. I think I made him speechless. Joe has a grin on his face. I think that would be a wonderful idea, he says, but chuckles at Adonis's face as he looks between the both of us. I think my mate needs to think about what you just asked us. I know what my answer is. I smile but turn to Adonis. I want you to accept. I think I can learn a lot from you as an alpha. I know my father agreed to help me, but I think having you with me as well would help me run this pack smoother, I said. I turn and open a drawer to my bedstand and pull out a folder to hand it to Joe. Here are some nearby territories, I said. You can have a look at them and decide which one you would like to live at. Joe beams back at me. We will have a look at it all and get back to you, says Adonis, who now seems to have gained more composure. I chuckle. Let me know what you want to do, I tell him. The feather in my hand was still there. I placed it back in the pot on my bedside table. Both men only stayed for a few moments, then left me. I am ready for the alpha ceremony. I take a deep breath, opening the door only to be greeted by my mother, who has a smile on her face. Wow, you look handsome, she says. I smile. Thanks, I say and walk out of my room. Let's do this, I say as we both take to the stairs together. The ceremony was being held in the grand hall of the pack house, held by many grand leaders of the Werewolf Council. Everyone was here. People who I never knew showed up. I was nervous, and I hated that I had to do this on my own. I wanted Brooke here with me. I walk to the stage, but I hear some whispers. You think his mate would be here, one woman says to another. The other one looks at me. Maybe we can try our luck and make him, she starts to say, but I can't help the snarl that escapes my lips. Both women look at me, stunned, but go bright red. Daisy moves closer to them. If they both stop thinking with your for 5 minutes, you both would know the stories of his mate, she says and explains to them everything about Brooke. After the 10-minute talk, both women look at me as I am now standing on the stage in awe and quietly apologize. I nod to them. My father gave his big speech, and then the elder announced me as the new alpha by slicing my hand, which made an alpha tattoo appear on my chest. The tattoo of Asher is a sign that we're the alpha of the pack. After more speeches and talks were made, everything was underway and the party started. I walked around talking to alphas and elders from outside the pack. So I looked around, but I knew I was not enjoying any of this. I needed to get outside for a moment to breathe. I excused myself for a few moments and head to the front door. As I opened the door, the cool night air touched my skin. I couldn't help but close my eyes. I get to the top step and sit as I open my eyes to look out at the forest clearing. Like most nights, it was a clear night, but tonight the moon was bright with loads of stars staring back at me. "Can I sit with you?" someone asks, and I look to see Jackson sitting next to me. "I thought you might need some company for a little," he says as he looks ahead. "I was wondering if Brooke would have shown up today, he says, but stops himself. "How are you doing?" I ask him after a few moments of silence. Jackson clears his throat. "I'm okay. I am trying to work through things. Danica is giving us a chance, but I can see she is holding back. The mate bond is slowly coming back into play," he says and looks at me. I can see tears brimming the edge of his eyes. "Hudson, I need my baby girl back," he says as tears escape. "I never would have done all those things if I was in my right frame of mind." I stare at him. "I know," I say. "I have been doing a lot of soul-searching, too. I was a jackass to her not once but twice. I don't even think I deserve a third chance to be with her." Jackson places his hand on my shoulder. "It's okay. We both got a lot of making up to do with Brooke," he says. Suddenly, the door opens. A woman starts to walk down the steps but stops at the bottom. She has a red dress on, and her hair is pinned up, which is also a fiery red color. "Hudson," she says as she turns to look at me, "I would like you to join me for a walk." I stare at her, but before either Jackson or I could respond, "I think it is in the best interest of Brooke that you do," she says with a smile. The mention of Brooke's name makes me stand up and walk down the steps to the woman. "Tell my father I have gone for a walk," I say to Jackson through MindLink. I look over my shoulder as the woman starts to walk to the forest clearing. Jackson nods but stays where he is, watching both of us walk away. There were a few moments of silence as we walked, but I couldn't help but look at the ground. "Brooke will be here soon, I can feel it," the woman says as she comes to a stop. I look around and realize where we had headed, the forest clearing where it all started years ago with the attack of Danica and Brooke, but finding Alfred's burnt body here too. The woman sits on the log and looks at me. I stand. "My name is Sassy," she says. "I was here a few weeks ago when Brooke came back from the Fey realm." I look back at her and slowly remember her face appearing in my mind back to the day in the office. She smiles. "Many call me a witch, but I have a sense of upcoming events, and Brooke's life is the main feature," she says with a smile. "I know you have been waiting for her, and I am also relieved that you are making a huge effort in storing the pack to be a haven. I am even coming to live here too." I look at her with a small smile. She nods her head and looks at me. "You have changed so much over the years. You may think everything you have been through is the moon goddess punishing you, but I have to tell you it is not. You have been punishing yourself enough," she says as she stands up and walks up to me. "You are someone who, too, is feared when you are angry, but also you would protect the ones you love more than anything," she says. She places one of her arms behind her back and closes her eyes. After a few moments, she opens them and moves her arm from behind her, but I am shocked to see another feather. The scent from the feather is like the one that I found in my room. She holds it up for me to take. She smiles. "She is nearly healed and will be here soon, Hudson," she says, but looks at me. "You may want to mate and mark her before everyone sees, because when she is in front of you, she will be the woman that should have been there, not the quiet mute mate," she says. I look back at her, confused, but she giggles while hands me the feather. "It seems Willow may have healed her more when she appears. You may be surprised what you will find. But Hudson," she says, "make her yours." I smile and place the feather under my nose to breathe in the scent, my mate's scent. I close my eyes as the scent takes me away for a few moments, but when I open them, Sassy has disappeared. I looked around, and there was no sign of her. I start to walk back and head to the pack house to return to the ceremony, but something tells me I might not have to wait much longer for my mate to come back to me. Brooke, I can hear movement. I feel weird. I open my eyes and try to adjust to the brightness of my surroundings. I look around, but I am in a white place. There is nothing here except a bed. I look around and move slowly. I feel like someone's watching me. I turn to my side and notice an enormous bird resting on what seemed like it was perched on a white branch of some kind, sleeping. I couldn't help but stare at the magnificent creature. The bird has colors like flames, loads of purple, orange, and golds running through its feathers with a crimson breast and a long tail. "You know it is rude to stare," a voice says to me. I jump slightly. That voice. "Brooke, you okay?" repeats the voice. I look towards the giant bird that is now awake as the black orbs stare back at me. "Willow," I say quietly. The bird nods its head, and I can't help but stare back in amusement. I was looking at my counterpart. "I asked if you were okay," she asks again. "I know this all seems strange, but this is the only place we can recharge after what we did." I stare back at her, but stay quiet. I move the covers off the bed back and realize that I am in a long white dress. I slowly move off the bed and sit on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, Willow flaps her wings, stretches them out, which I only realized was that they were prominent as her. "Willow, you look amazing," I say to her. I can feel her warmth and love sweeping over me. She nods her head to me. I slowly get up out of bed and walk towards her, but I stop short and slowly move my head, but her tail gently touches my leg. Her feathers are smooth and soft at the touch. I place my hand on her to stroke her. "I am sorry we had to do what we did," I said to her. "I wanted to protect the pack, Hudson, and my family." I can see Willow look at me, but she is not unhappy. She shows support when she had to be my voice before. "You are definitely a beauty, my child," says a voice from behind me. I turn around and notice a woman as gorgeous as a supermodel standing in front of me. I can't help but gap at her. She has flawless features and is wearing a dress as long as the one I have on. "I am sorry for disturbing you both," she says with a smile. "Who are you?" I ask. I can feel Willow's tail on my skin. The smoothness calms me, but also feels warm. The woman smiles brightly. "My name is Celine," she says. "I am the moon goddess of the werewolves." I stare back at her, slightly confused. "I don't know you, sorry, but why would you be meeting me?" I asked, feeling somewhat confused. "She is here to make sure you are safe and resting, Brooke," says Willow in a soft tone. Celine smiles. "You are one magnificent being, Willow, and I am in the presence of a god," she says and tilts her head slightly as if she bows to the both of us. Celine moves her head, looks back at me and smiles. "I have been checking up on you, my child. You did an amazing thing sacrificing yourselves like that, not only for your mate, your family, but for my children." She walks closer to me. "That man was evil right to the core. What he did to you as a child was unforgivable, and I have sent him somewhere that he has to deal with his issues," she says. She stops in front of me. "Why don't you both join me?" she says. "I would like to walk you to where you need to go. It would be my honor." Willow takes flight and flies overhead. "Where am I?" I ask Celine while looking around the garden. She places her hand out for me to take. I take it, and we walk slowly to what looks like a door, but once we step through it, we are out in a magical-looking garden. There are so many different types of flowers around, some I have never seen before. The grass feels like cushions underneath my feet as we walk. "This place, my child, is a dream place for those from another realm," she says as she looks at me with a smile. I stare back. "What do you mean?" I ask. "Well, your shifters are from the Fey realm. They have a dream state for the ones who are immortal such as yourself. But my child, I wanted to talk to you about something," she says, sounding serious. We stop, and Willow lands on a boulder right in front of us. I look at her and she sighs. "I know my children are not the easiest of creatures to trust, my child. There is some good in them. I want you to stay with them. Don't leave. Teach and show them what it is to be different. But not only that, show them being different is a powerful thing," she says. "Alfred was wrong for what he did, even turned your mate into something he never was. You were both meant to be mates sooner, but Alfred was greedy in wanting to figure out what you were. He wanted to use you for his gain. Willow hisses. I am happy we did what we did, says Willow. I want us to have a better start now when we get back. Celine smiles at her, but looks at me with a wider one. Someone has been waiting for you very patiently. My child and I think you should go to him, she says and looks behind me. I can't help but look over my shoulder as I know the place coming into view. Willow looks at me. I will see you on the other side, my darling Brooke. With that, she flaps her wings hard and flies into the sky. I stare at her for a moment till the garden I was once in has now disappeared, and I am back at the forest opening. Celine is still standing with me. This is where it all happened for you, my child, the day that made you forget the real purpose of what life is. I look at her. This is where both my mother and I lost our lives that day, and I lost my voice. She nods, but she smiles. I think you have rested long enough now, Brooke. Willow has sent word to someone to find you, but I would suggest using your voice when you see them. I look back at her, confused, but she touches her nose. I wanted to give you something, and it is a token for saving my children. You will be one powerful Luna. Celine leans forward and kisses my head. Her kiss was like a mother's kiss for a child. Even though I was not her child, she treated me like one of her own. I will be watching my child, she says as she walks backward. You are going to be amazing, both Willow and you. She disappears into the night. I look around and notice the clearing as it was like the day of the attack. Celine said I had to wait. Well, I am, but I want to. Suddenly, I can hear footsteps behind me. I turn around to be face to face with the one person I asked to wait, Hudson. Hudson, I said in my voice. Hudson. I started heading towards the pack house. Suddenly, there was a light breeze, and I couldn't help but catch a scent. I breathe it in. It can't be. I stop in my tracks. I look around and start to move quickly back the way I came. Asher panting in my head. Looking everywhere for the scent, I sniff the air and know instantly where I am going. The scent is familiar, and it has to be. We reached the forest clearing, but I was stopped in my tracks as I stared at the sight in front of me. In front of me is a woman, the most beautiful woman I have ever laid my eyes on. She looks so familiar to me. The woman looks back at me with bright, wide eyes. Hudson, says the voice, which looks more stunned than me at hearing it. I walk closer, thinking that this is a dream. It can't be. Brooke, I say in a whisper as I stand in front of her. She looks stunning. She smiles at me and moves her hand to my cheek. She lightly touches my cheek with her fingers, and as she does, the tingles of the mate bond explode with me. Brooke is back. I can't help but wrap my arms around her and lift her, swinging her around. You're back. You finally came back, I say. Brooke wraps her arms around my neck and smiles back. I did. Her voice sounds like an angel to me. I didn't care if she never talked again, but to hear her now is sending shivers through me. You have your voice back, I say. She smiles. I know, she starts to say, but stops and looks blankly at me for a few moments. Brooke, I say. I still got her wrapped in my arms. Brooke suddenly comes back and looks at me with the biggest smile on her face. Willow's back, and she just said that we regenerated for longer after all the abuse and everything that happened to us, but someone thought I should have my voice back, she says. She looks at me and stares. She moves her hands from around my neck and places them on each side of my face, but suddenly her mouth lands on mine. The electricity of the bond ripples through me like a tidal wave. I can't help but move my mouth with hers. She slides her tongue into my mouth. My goddess, she tastes fantastic. Brooke hoists herself up further and wraps her legs around my waist, her lips not leaving mine. This is so nice. Brooke moves back slightly and hoovers over my lips. She stares into my eyes. She says, licking her lips. Her heart rate spikes a bit. I want to know what she's thinking. Brooke, I started to say, but she moved her mouth back on mine, which I couldn't help moan against her. This needs to stop. Asher is panting in my head as he wants to claim her so badly and make sure she never leaves our side again. I move away slowly, panting hard. Brooke, we need to stop, I say in a raspy voice as she looks back at me, her lips swollen from the kissing. Hudson, she says. She places a finger on my mouth to stop me talking. I want us to be in the moment. I don't even know anything, and all I want to do right now is be in your arms and kiss you. I can't help but smile. I want that too, but can we go somewhere? I can tell you everything, I said. She nodded and was about to unravel her legs from me, but I shook my head. Hell no, you are not leaving my arms. You stay here, I will carry you, and I know exactly where we should go, I said as I walked to where I was taking her, as she still had her legs wrapped around me, but her arms went back around my neck. I carry Brooke to the lake, but I still don't put her down even when we get there. The silk dress she is wearing against me keeps riding up slowly. I sit on the boulder with Brooke sitting on my lap. Brooke rests her head on my shoulder. I felt her warmth sweeping in. It felt just right having her in my arms. I place a kiss on Brooke's head. You okay, Brooke? I ask. She moves her head and turns to look at me. She stares at me. Her eyes roamed over my whole face, trying to figure me out. How long have I been gone? She asks. I sigh slightly. Nearly 2 months, I say, which makes her mouth drop open. That's a long time, she said. I can't help but nod to her. It was. Everyone has been waiting for your return, Brooke, even your mother. She smiles at me. How is she? She asks me. She's okay, but you can find out later, I say with a smile. What about Daisy? What happened after the attack on the pack? What? She starts to ask me, but I place my finger on her lips to stop her from talking. I can't help but chuckle. I will answer all the questions you got, I say. This is something I need to get used to. When she was at the pack as a child, she used to ask so many questions. She wanted to know everything. She frowns at me. What do you mean? Something you have to get used to? I look at her. You're talking, I say with a smile. I have to get used to it. She looks back at me blankly. I didn't mean anything bad, Brooke, I say as I place my finger under her chin to make her look at me. I love your voice. It is so sweet, and I can't wait to hear more. I can't help but look at her lips. I move closer to her and place my lips on hers, kissing her passionately. She smells amazing. Once again, the tingles shoot through me like a bolt. Our mouths move together as our tongues move, fighting for dominance. I can't help but deepen the kiss by placing both of my hands on her waist. I need to stop this. She doesn't say anything. She stares at me. I can feel Asher coming close. I want to talk to Mate, he says firmly, and with that he pushes me back slightly so he can see her. I close my eyes, but I know they are black when I open them. Mate, says Asher. Mate looks good. Brooke looks at us. Asher, she says. Asher has a huge smile spread across his face. Mate, all better, he says. Asher was worried Mate would leave him and Human as the human was stupid. I can't help but glare back at him, but Asher ignores me. Brooke looks back at us and places her hand on our cheek. I would never leave Hudson or you, Asher, she says. Before the attack, I was going to, but now, she says, searching my eyes for some answers. As long as you think Hudson wants me, he wants me as his mate, and he is happy to be with me. She says, I will stay. I want her to stay, I say to him. I want to prove to her that I have changed. Asher's smiles widens as he looks back at her. Asher wants Mate to stay. Asher loves Mate, he says, and places his lips on hers hard. It was a very passionate kiss, but Asher pushed me forward to take control. I open my eyes and stare back at Brooke. I hold her waist tightly. Brooke, I was a fool back then. I believed such stupid things. I have changed for the better, I said to her. I'm alpha now. Tonight is my alpha ceremony. But you know what? That makes you my Luna. I have waited for 2 months for you. I made sure our pack was ready and waiting for its Luna Brooke. Brooke looks back at me, stunned. She doesn't say anything, but her cheeks look bright red all of a sudden. Asher laughs in my head. Willow sent an image to Brooke what she wants to do with us, he says, but looks back at our mate. What are you thinking about, princess? I ask her with a smirk. Brooke. Hudson smirks. I know what I want. I always knew I would come back to him. I need his reassurance that this is what he wants, me. Not just the shifter side, but the human side, too. The side he hated for so long when he was younger. I search his eyes. I know he has spoken the truth about changing and even missing me, as I can feel everything he feels due to the Phoenix side. I can tell Willow wants him as our mate. He is the only mate we will ever have. I wrap my arms around his neck and place my head on his. Hudson, you promised me before that you would mate me when I'm ready, I say to him. His eyes go a little wider at my words. I'm ready. He moves his head away from mine and looks back at me, searching my eyes also for the truth in what I said. I smile. "Make me yours," I say, and place my lips on his mouth, slowly moving away along his jaw. But as I get to his ear, "Make me yours, Alpha. Make me your Luna." Hudson holds me closer to him, his arms wrapped around my waist. "The pack have their Luna. They know you are back, and they now know that you are mine," he says, and places his mouth back on mine once more. Daisy. Hudson was gone for a few minutes. We knew that he wasn't into this, as he wanted to do all this with Brooke by his side. It has been a long 2 months. The Alpha's ceremony was still underway even if Hudson wasn't here. Everyone here needed some celebration. We all wanted Brooke here, but the other pack members lost so much over the last few months due to a man's beliefs. "What are you thinking about?" asked Adonis as he came to the side of me. I turned to look at him and smile. "Just thinking I might go looking for my brother since this is his celebration." Adonis smiles. "Ah, you can't blame him for not wanting to celebrate without his love next to him," he says softly. His eyes leave mine, and I can't help but follow his gaze, which lands on Joe, who is dancing with my mother. "How is Joe?" I ask him. I smile. "He misses Brooke. She was like his little sister. He wanted to protect her as we all did, but he is trying to accept that she will be back when she is ready," he says. I nod. "We all miss her," I say. There's a few moments of silence between us, but Adonis clears his throat and turns to look at me. "Did you know what Hudson was going to offer us?" I stare back and smile. "Yeah, we held a meeting a few days ago, and I think it is perfect," I say, which makes him smile brightly. "I think having Joe and you here will be amazing. You have become family over the last few months, and you both also helped not just Brooke but myself heal when we needed it," I said, taking his hand into mine. "Please stay, work with Hudson. I know he loves Dad, but I think, and we all agree, that Hudson could learn a lot more from you. We found many territories close by that would be suitable for you both to run, and everyone in yours will have the same protection as ours." Adonis smiles at me. "Well, I had no worries before, but you confirmed everything for me," he says with a smile on his face. I step closer to him and wrap my arms around his waist to hug him. "I want you here, and I know Brooke will want both of you here too." Adonis places a kiss on my head and pulls back with his arms on either side of mine. "We will stay. We will arrange everything in the next few weeks," he says. "Shall we dance?" I ask him, and he chuckles. "I would love to, but be careful as I might dance on your feet." I nod and smile. I can't help but laugh out loud as I hold my hand out to him, and he takes it. I lead us to the dance floor towards my mother and Joe. Joe looks at us, slightly stunned to see Adonis dancing. Joe looks at him blankly. Adonis smiles as Joe jumps up and down, screeching "yes," which takes a few of the other dancers entirely off guard as they jump. I giggle, and my mother leans into me. "What just happened?" she asks, looking slightly confused. I look at her. "I think Adonis told him that they are planning on moving close by," I said. My mother's eyes grew wide, and so did her smile. "You are moving here," she says to them both, who are nodding widely at her. We all danced together until I needed to get some air outside. I left a pleased Joe, Adonis, and my mother, who was joined by my father, who was also happy to hear their news. I walked outside the pack house and spotted Jackson staring at the forest clearing. I haven't spoken to him tidy as he has been dealing with everything and working everything out with Danica. I sigh and walk over to sit next to him. Jackson looks up at me. "Daisy," he says in a surprise, "are you enjoying yourself?" I nod. "I am Jackson." I look at him, his eyes never leave mine, but I clear my throat. "I know you want Brooke back, but you have to be patient with her," I said to him. "She showed you what she went through. We all know that you had a problem with drink back then, but we didn't realize that you were drugged too." He stares at me. "Daisy, how can I tell her that?" he starts to say, but I place my hand on his arm. "You tell her the truth. Jackson, Brooke needs to know the truth, and you need to tell her that she is the most important person in your life like Danica is. You tell her you will make it up to her every day till she believes you." Jackson has tears running down his face, but someone clears their throat behind us. We both look over our shoulders to see Danica, who smiles back at us. "Am I disturbing you both?" she asks. Jackson moves quickly and stands to her side. "No, darling, you never will disturb me," he says. I can't help but smile back at both of them. I move off the top step and start to head back inside with Danica as Jackson goes back to the top step, but I look towards where he is looking, and that's when I see Hudson walking towards us. Hudson was holding another feather. I can't help but smile. There is still no sign of Brooke, but the feather means so much to us. But suddenly, Hudson stops and turns to run back to the forest, the way he came from, I assumed. What the hell? I walk back to the steps, but Sassy smiles wide at us as she stares at us. "I think we need to get inside," she says and turns to Jackson. "I think your mate wants a dance," she says. Jackson looks concerned as he looks towards where Hudson runs off too. "Where is who?" he starts to say, but Sassy shakes his head, still holding the same big smile on her face. "He will be back soon." Jackson stares back at her but moves away from her slowly and heads inside. I look back at Sassy, who is staring at the forest clearing. "She is back," she says quietly, only for me to hear. I stare back at her in shock and move closer to her, wanting to take steps to head to follow Hudson, but Sassy stops me and looks at me. "You can't go and see her just yet. They need some time for together." I stare back at her and smile. "When will they be back here?" I ask her. Sassy smiles. "You will know soon enough, Daisy. Patience is not a wolf's best quality," she says with a laugh. I can't help but frown at her. "Thanks, I think." She stops laughing and smiles once again. "You can stay here with me," she says as she sits on the steps. I sit next to her. Brooke is back, but we have to wait. Sassy starts talking about her moving to the pack to be closer to Brooke and help her with anything she needs. Suddenly I felt something come through the pack line. It was like a shock that sent a shiver right through the whole pack line to everyone. It happened earlier that evening when Hudson became the new alpha, but what the hell was that? Sassy smiles but doesn't say anything, but people inside the pack house started to come outside. I stand up quickly as I can feel the connection. We not only have a new alpha, we have a new Luna. Brooke is our Luna. As soon as everyone feels the connection and realizes it, we all let howls into the night sky. Joe and Adonis run out with Danica. Jackson looks at us all white as a sheet. The realization set in for him that his daughter was back. She is now Luna. That may be too much for him to handle. "What's going?" asked Joe as he came towards me. I can't help but smile back at him. "We have a new Luna," I say, which both Adonis stare around confused, but soon realization sets in and their faces change from shock to happiness. "Brooke, she is back," I say. "Hudson." After mating and marking Brooke, howls were going around the whole pack grounds. They know I have finally mated with my Luna. "Brother," screams Daisy through Mind Link. "Brooke is back. She is back." I can't help but chuckle. "She is, sis. Tell everyone we'll be there soon." I lean on my arms as Brooke looks up at me with a smile. "Mine," she says and places a kiss on my lips. She moves away. "I think we might want to move, or someone is going to find us like this," she says, going a little redder. "I don't care," I said. "But I know there are loads of people waiting for you back at the pack house, and if we don't leave now, I think they will send a search party for us." Brooke moves off and stands. I put back on all of my clothes. She smiles. She grabs her dress, placing back over her head. She smooths the dress down and looks at me. I put my hand out to her. We both walk back to the pack house as she takes it. As we get closer, everyone is out, and they start to cheer as soon as they see us walking towards them. Daisy comes running towards us and wraps her arms around Brooke. "Brooke," she says. Brooke hugs her back but moves slightly away. Looking back, her best friend Daisy, she says aloud, making everyone gasp. I can't help but chuckle as everyone's faces are stunned. No one has ever heard Brooke's voice, not since she was 5 years old. Daisy's eyes go wide with wonder. "You have your voice back," she says. "How?" Brooke smiles, but before she can say anything, she was resurrected because her body was healing everything that should have before, says Danica as she walks up to her daughter with a massive smile on her face. "Brooke," she says, and wraps her in a big hug. When she moves away, she places her hands on Brooke's face. "My brave girl, we all waited for you." Brooke smiles at her mother. Everyone comes around us. Everyone wants to greet Brooke. "Brooke," says Joe as he wraps his arms around her, lifting her and swinging her around. But when he put her on the ground and hugs her, I can't hear what he says as he whispers into her ear, but Brooke giggles, making me smile more. I love the sound she makes when she does that. "You had us worried, my darling child," he says and smiles, but he looks at me with a smirk on his face. What the hell is he playing? "Thank Goddess you came back when you did. Hudson would have made one grumpy alpha," he says as he nudges his head my way. I groan, which makes some people laugh. I look toward the steps and see Jackson standing back. He stares at his daughter. He blames himself for everything, even for the attack when Brooke was a child. When she was gone, he and Danica talked and were on good terms and were even mates again, but his emotions were not right. I walked over to Brooke, wrapping my arms around her waist while I placed my face in her neck and sniffed in her scent. "I think you need to talk to someone," I say, nodding towards the steps. Brooke tenses in my arms. I can tell her eyes are on Jackson. He stares back at her, but Brooke turns in my arms and looks at me. I know I have to talk to him, but I don't want to, yet I need to process first. I only just come back and I need to figure out everything, she says. I look at her, confused. "What do you mean?" I asked her. "You not going anywhere. You are here with me. I won't let you go. I won't," I say, feeling slightly worried. Asher has been panting with needs since she has been back, but even he was worried about what she said. "Hudson, I'm staying, I promise," she says with a smile. "I won't have had you mark me if I didn't, but you have to remember I only just come back from the dead, and all I want right now is to go inside and spend some time with you. But also I need to assess everything." She walks up to me. "I need to talk to my mother first before I talk to my father. Also, I want to see Adonis and Joe," she says. "But I want to know what I missed around here, since I was gone for so long, and if I remember, we didn't do much talking earlier," she says, which makes her go slightly redder. I smile. She has a point. She only just got back to us. She hasn't even had food, showered, or talked to people. I know everything will fall into place, but I also know I have to speak to Alpha Josh and Todd to let them know about Brooke's arrival, as they have been ringing every week without fail. They wanted to come to my Alpha ceremony. Still, they were coming here tomorrow. Instead, something happened, which they wanted to talk to me about, as there was an issue with something which we needed to discuss when they get here. Todd also told me on our last phone call that he has something to give to Danica and Brooke, as he thinks it should be in their hands. Whatever it was owned by their mother. After the attack, we went hunting for Alfred's hideaway. We found loads of remote areas with many of his followers. We were busy taking every single rogue out. I was in charge as I needed to keep busy because Brooke was not around. "How about we all go to bed? We should let Brooke rest up," says Danica. "We will all have some time with her. Well, if Alpha Hudson will let her go," she says with a smirk. I can't help but growl. "No, where Brooke goes, I go," I say. She smirks but nods. "That's fair enough, Alpha." We all head inside the pack house. Everyone says their goodbyes to us. I pick Brooke up bridal style, making her squeal slightly in delight. "You know I can walk," she says. "I know, but I want you," I say into her ear. "I want you in our bed now." She blushes hard. I reached our room and opened it, but kicked it shut using my foot to close the door. Brooke looks at me. "You know I should." She starts to speak, but I place my mouth on hers. I need her. I walk over to the bed and place her on the floor, moving my lips from hers. She bites her bottom lip. "Hudson," she says quietly. Sleep was not far behind. We were both sleeping soundly within seconds. I finally have my Luna, Brooke. All I can feel is a heavy arm holding me in place and close to a hard chest behind me. My eyes flutter open and the room is still in darkness. I sigh out slightly, trying not to wake Hudson up. I need to go downstairs, but I don't know why. I move slightly, lifting Hudson's arm off me and sit up slowly in bed. I swing my legs over the side and land my feet on the floor. I grab one of Hudson's t-shirts to put and a pair of his boxers. I slowly walk over to the door to the room, but I look over my shoulder at my sleeping mate, who is snoring and in a deep slumber. I open the door quietly as I can and head downstairs. I walk straight to the kitchen, where I'm greeted by Sassy, who has 2 mugs in front of her. She looks up at me with a smile on her face. "I knew you would want something to eat and drink," she says as she gets up off the stool to grab a plate of sandwiches. The sight of the sandwiches makes my stomach growl louder than usual. I can't help but go red in the cheeks. Sassy smiles and points to the stool next to her. "Sit. Eat, Brooke," she says as she takes the seat she was sitting on before. I walk over and pull out the stool to sit. Once I sat down, I grabbed a sandwich and took a bite. I can't help the moan that slips from my mouth at the taste of it. I closed my eyes and continued to eat. But when I opened my eyes, Sassy was looking at me with a big smile. "Better now," she says as I take another bite. "Yes, thank you for these," I said to her. I nod, but something inside me knows she needs to talk to me about something. Willow has been sound asleep since I woke up. There is no movement from her. Sassy looks at me. "You knew I wanted to talk to you about something," she said, and I looked back at her without saying anything. "Yeah, how is that?" Sassy smiles. There is a bit of magic in both of Willow and you. You can feel things just like she can. I know she is asleep, but I also needed to talk to you about some things that I found out about your kind, but I think Willow may already know. I think you need to be prepared yourself just in case something happens in the future. I nod at her but don't say anything. Sassy watches me. Brooke being a Phoenix shifter is an honor, but it is also an honor to us, the people, to be in your presence as you are one magnificent being. Phoenixes are known for being in the Fae world, as they needed to be protected, but they have never been in the realm of the Fae for quite some time, she says with a stern look on her face. I think you are safe for now. Well, for a while at least, especially as you have your mate next to you, but I believe there is something that will happen, and I don't know when. Her face becomes serious all of a sudden. I told Joe and Adonis that I will be part of your pack. I want to make sure there is no threat to your life, she says and looks at me. I made a promise to someone that I would look after you and make sure you were protected at all times. I stared back at her. Who did you promise that to? I asked her, but she smiled. But I heard a voice behind me. That would be me, says the voice. I turned around and noticed both Joe and my mother walking into the kitchen. I couldn't help but smile at them. They both took seats on opposites of us. I asked Sassy to watch over you. She knows more about our kind than anyone. I have been trying to locate information about our kind, but there has been nothing, says my mother with a stern look. Alfred found information about you, didn't he? Says Sassy, but Joe shakes his head. I know Hudson and Todd went to all locations to find all of Alfred's followers, which I believe they did, but there were no books or anything. If they were there, either they destroyed them or someone took them. I look between all three of them. I can feel Willow move in my head and come closer to the surface. What's going on? She asks in a sleepy voice, but stares at Sassy, who turns to me with a smile on her face. Willow is awake, she says softly. I nod to her. Joe looks at me with a smile. I have to say, Brooke, it is so nice to hear your voice finally, he says. I smile at him. My mother smiles at me. I sigh. I am happy to be able to talk loud. It will give Willow a rest and break, I say. What is wrong? Asks Joe. I lean forward slightly as I place my arms out. Both my mother and Joe stare at my arms. The regeneration took away all my scars. I am finding everything weird. I haven't let anything sink in yet, especially as I mated with Hudson. Joe places his hand on my arm, uses his fingers to run over my skin, and smiles. Brooke, Phoenix shifters are amazing creatures. When the first attack happened, you were a child, and so was Willow. Due to the abuse, she lay doormat for a while, but the rest helped heal you more now. Your scars may have been everything, especially after everything you went through. And that will never change, but this is a fresh start for you, my dear. Joe holds my hand and moves it to his mouth to kiss it. I can't help but smile. Brooke, you won't forget anything that happened to you, but now you can move slowly on and even have a happy life with Hudson, but it starts when you are ready to move on, says my mother. I look back at her and she smiles back at me. Brooke, we all are here for you. Yeah, your mother is right, says a voice from the doorway. Leaning on the doorframe was Hudson staring back at us. I was wondering where my mate had gone. I woke up alone in bed. Hudson moves away from the doorway, walks around to be behind me. He leans over me, and his face comes to my neck and sniffs in my scent. His hands go to my arms to touch. I can feel everyone's eyes on us. I look to see all three of them smirking at us. You know Brooke will be back to bed soon, says Joe with a smile. Well, you best get to bed too, mate, says Adonis in a sleepy voice, which makes Joe's smile wider. You know next time you want a midnight feast, make sure you invite all of us too, he says as he wraps his arms around Joe. Hudson, when you found the followers, was there any information regarding what Brooke and I are? Asks my mother. Hudson looks over at her. There were papers everywhere on the floor, but no books. Whatever he had from the Library of History, it was gone, he says, but he moves slightly. Todd also told me that Alpha Josh and he will be here tomorrow, as they have something that needs to be in Brooke and your possession. It is yours. My mother looks curious at him, but nods. I know he found books about the Fae kind and all the different kinds of beings that are there who are willing to move to this realm, she says, and looks back at me with sad eyes. But there was not much about our kind in them. I think we all should go back to bed and see what Todd will bring us tomorrow, says my mother. Hopefully, it might give us some ideas of what we can do, she says, but she stops as she turns to look towards the doorway. I couldn't help but notice that my father was standing there staring at us all. I can't help but tense under Hudson's hold on my arms. Hudson leans down and whispers in my ear, Brooke, he won't hurt you, he says, but when I stare back at my father, the look on his face says it all. I hurt his feelings. He turns and walks away. I move off the stool. I don't know what to do. I can feel everyone's eyes on me. I turn to look at Hudson. Can we go back to bed, please? I ask him. Hudson, without a word, nods. I place a kiss on everyone's cheek as I wish them all good night. Hudson and I walk away from the kitchen, heading to the bedroom in silence. As we step inside, Hudson places his hands on my waist and turns me around to face him as he closes the door with his foot. Brooke, he says as he stares down at me. You okay? I nod without saying anything to him. Hudson places his lips on mine, which is heaven, but something makes me hold back. Hudson can tell something is up as he moves back. Brooke, talk to me, he says in a worried voice. I look at him. It's not you, Hudson, I say to him and look towards the door behind him. I can feel Hudson looking at me. Brooke, you need to talk to him. You don't have to decide anything right now, but maybe hearing him out. He found out a lot when you were not here, and he needs someone to talk to, he says. I look back at him. What do you mean he found out a lot? I ask him, but Hudson shakes his head. It's not my story to tell, babe, he says. Hudson's face goes blank suddenly and comes back after a few moments when he looks at me. Come with me, he says as he turns around and opens the door. He holds his hand to me, which I take straight away. Hudson leads me out through the door and back down through the pack house, but we head into the garden towards the back entrance. There standing was my father, who was staring out overlooking the pond. My mother looks back at me and places her hand on his arm, and then she turns to walk towards us. As she approaches us, she stops in front of me. My eyes never leave my father's back. Brooke, he is hurting. He knows he hurt you severely, but he wasn't in the right frame of mind, she says. She places her finger under my chin, making me look at her. Brooke, he wants his daughter, but it will be on your terms with what you want to do. But you both need to talk, she says with a smile. Hudson, who was still holding my other hand, squeezes it slightly, making me look back at him. He smiles. You both need to talk. Your mother and I will be waiting for you both back in the kitchen. Hudson leans down and kisses my lips. He moves away. Both my mother and Hudson walk away, leaving me standing there. I look back at the man I know I need to talk to, but I need this. Everything will be up to me after all this, but I need to know what he has to say. Brooke. I slowly walk towards my father till I stand next to him. I can feel Willow close by, but she doesn't say anything. We both stand there in silence. I can feel my father's hurt running off him. I clear my throat. Dad? I say as I turn to look at him, his eyes closing as a tear escapes. I don't know what to say to you. I have so many feelings about everything. You left me with Aubrey and the abuse, but it was hard what happened with you. I had to relive that all the time, and I have to admit I was happy that my memories were gone. He doesn't open his eyes, but I can tell he is crying more. I sigh. We can't stand around here all night, I said, turning to walk away, but suddenly, you are right, I left you with them, he says. I look back at the side of his face as he continues. I was a mess, Brooke, and there is no excuse I can give you of how I acted when I thought your mother was dead. Her death tortured my heart more with every waking day, and every time I saw you, you reminded me of her," he says. He turns to look at me. "I never thought I would hurt you, Brooke." My father looked at me. His eyes were glassy. "I found out a lot when you were gone. Your mother and Luna Sophie helped me," he said. I look back at him. "What did you find out?" I ask him with a small smile. "I want to know." My father looks at a bench to the side and nods towards it. "Let's sit," he says as he walks over to the bench. I follow him and sit next to him. My father looks back out at the pond. "I found out that Aubrey lied about everything. She even drugged me the times I was supposed to have hurt you. That's why I never made the connection about the scars on your arms. You had a right in the hospital when we didn't want to have me anywhere near you," he says as he turns to me. "Aubrey made claims that I was an unfit father, so she had custody, but that was a load of bull crap. She had someone in on the werewolf council, which we found out who forged documents making her your legal guardian. She moved you away for a while but came back to the house you lived in when we last were here, but she never let me anywhere near you." My dad turns to me. "I never stopped fighting or looking for you. I never knew about your kind, as your mother never told me anything, as she was scared about people in the pack judging her and you, or even harming you both, which I can understand, but I would have moved wherever you both went, as you both are my world and still are," he says. "So you were drugged, but how did Aubrey know what drug to give you?" I asked. "She had Damien. Her mate gave her everything that she needed," he said. "Austin found me and kept tabs on you as he made sure I knew everything that was going on, but after Cody was taken away, they shut him out." "How is Cody?" I asked as I turned to look at the pond. Fishes were swimming close to the surface. "He is doing okay. He moved and is part of the pack. He says he will want to see you too. You were the first person he asked for, which surprised everyone." I smile. "After Aubrey had him, I was forced to watch him all the time. I only looked after him for a few months before he went away. I had no clue what happened to him till Austin told me when he came home one day that his mum didn't want him anymore." My dad growls lowly. "I have to say that I am so glad that she is dead. Well, all of them," he says. "We figured I was drugged every time Alfred was around. They didn't want me to go back and tell anyone in the pack about him being around. I would go back to the pack with no memory of what happened, or even seeing you at times." I can feel his sadness sweep in once more. "Your dad is telling you the truth, Brooke," says Willow quietly. She was listening in, and I knew he was telling me the truth, but I needed to know something that I needed to know, which is a make-or-break question for me. I turned to look at him. "I need to know something," I said to him. He looked back at me and nodded. I clear my throat. "I want to know if you never got drugged or met Aubrey, would we still be in the pack? Also, are you sorry for what happened?" "Brooke, I am more than sorry for what happened. I wish with my whole heart that I never hurt you, even laid a finger on you, and I will make it up to you any way I can. But one thing I would have done more differently would be never to have met that horrible woman. I would have done anything for you, Brooke. I would have either stayed there or even lived in a human town. Whatever you wanted. I would have done, but I know my drinking was bad back then. I know Luna Sophia would have taken you in and thrown my ass in rehab." He looks at me. "She did try that before, you know, throw my ass in rehab," he says and sighs. "I was a fool back then. Both my wolf and I were in pain, but we never thought I would do anything to hurt you. We love you, Brooke," he says. I looked at my father. He seemed to have aged so much over the last few months. You can tell all the gray hairs are more prominent now, and his skin looks worn. I look at his hands, and I place my hand in them. He takes it and squeezes it. He looks back at me. "Dad, I am willing to make this our second chance. I want us to start again, but I do want to take it slow, though, as I need to process everything. I only came back not even 20 hours ago, but I think we will get back to the way we were when I was a kid, but in time." My father smiles at me. "That's all I ask," he says. He leans over and places his lips on my forehead. "I love you, Brooke. We will take it slow, but I am never leaving your side, honey." I smile. We sit on the bench for a few more minutes before my father sighs. "I think we need to go back to bed, don't you?" he says as he gets up slowly. I move with him, and we move away from the bench to head back in the pack house. "Your mother will be happy that we talked," he says with a smile. "I have to ask, how are things between you both?" I ask, but as I look up at him, he has a smile on his face. "We have been working on things too. She needs to trust me once again," he says, but looks down at me. "She hasn't made it easy on me either, mind, but I would do anything for her and you." I smile back. He opens the back door and lets me walk in first, with him following behind me. Once we were inside, both Hudson and my mother looked back at us with smiles on their faces. "I am so happy you both have talked," my mother says as she moves towards us and places her hands on both of us. "My family is back as one, but when Brooke is ready, but I am so happy you both made a move to talk." I smile, but I can feel Hudson's eyes on me. I look back at him. He smiles, I place a kiss on my mother's cheek, and I place one on my father's, which startles him, but he smiles back once I move to the side to look at him. I walk over to Hudson and place my hand in his, looking up at him. "Thank you," I mouth. We all say our good nights and head back to our bedrooms. Once we were back in our bedroom, I pushed Hudson inside and closed the door behind me. He looks back at me with a smirk. "What is my Luna doing?" he asks as I move him to the bed, pushing him with my hand on his chest as his legs hit the back of the bed, which makes him sit. One thing, little mate," he says, which makes me look over my shoulder at him, and he smirks back. "Never leave me again. Wake me as I felt you left me again." I notice the hurt in his eyes, and I turn to face him, moving up slightly. We were face to face with each other. "I won't be leaving you, mate," I said, and Willow comes forward with me, which startles him slightly, but we say together in both voices. "You have us. We are your mates," we say. Willow looks back to see Hudson place his lips back on mine and pull me closer to him. "Hudson." I woke up with the sight of my mate lying on top of me. She was lying on my chest. I was so happy. I didn't want to move. Brooke moves slightly off me as she finds her pillow. She must have sensed I was awake, but I know she is still asleep. I move out of the bed and head to the bathroom. I do what I need to do and walk back in to come face to face with my mate sitting up in bed staring back at me. "I thought you left me," she says quietly. I smirk and use my speed to get to her. I climb over her, trapping her within the blanket as I hover over her while placing both my arms on the side of her head, holding her in place. "I will never leave you, Brooke," I say before I slam my mouth on hers as I kiss her hard. I moved back and stared down at her. "We best make a move. Alpha, Josh, and Todd will be here," I said to her. I move off her and she slowly moves up the bed. I walk into the closet and throw on some clothes. As I come back into the bedroom, I can hear Brooke in the shower. Damn it, I could have had one with her. I was about to get out of the clothes till a mind link came through. "Hudson, Todd, and everyone are here," says my father. "We will meet you and Brooke in the conference room." "Sure, Dad," I say as I open the door to the bathroom. Brooke switches the shower off and wraps a towel over her body. I can't help but growl. "I missed you going in there. I would have joined you," I said. Brooke smiles. "I would have called you in, but I think we have visitors," she says. I look back at her, confused. "How did you—" I ask her, but she smiles. "The look you had when you walked in here was blank, so both Willow and I thought someone was mind-linking you, telling you that people were here." I smile at her. "We have one amazing mate," says Asher as he comes closer to see Brooke. "I agree," I say to him. I move out of the way as Brooke walks past. She walks into the closet and puts on a pale green dress. She looks stunning. I can't take my eyes off her. When Brooke was dressed, she looked at me with a smirk. "You like what we see," she says, which in 2 strides I was in front of her, slamming my lips on hers, wrapping my arms around her waist, pulling her closer to me. Brooke moves back slightly, panting for a breath. We need to go," she says quietly, but I can smell her arousal. I don't let her go, but I move my head to the crook of her neck and breathe in her scent, but I move my mouth to her ear. I smirk once more. "I will have you, my Luna, and I want to fill you with pups," I say. I move back and look at her. Her eyes are wide as she stares at me. "You want to," she starts to say, but I think she is having trouble forming the sentence. I smile. I want as many pups as you can give me, Brooke. I want everything with you. I mean, we are already marked and mated, but I want a family with you, I say. When we both are ready, I don't want to rush you. She looks back at me and smiles. I want children, but at the moment, can we just enjoy being us for now? She says as she wraps her arms around my waist and she hugs me. I am happy she said that she wanted children. Since Brooke was gone, I have been thinking about having children. How many we would have, and would they look like her? I think we should go, she says suddenly, pulling me from my thoughts. I smile and take her hand in mine as we head out of our room and straight to the kitchen to have some food. I know everyone is in the conference room, but Brooke and I need food. Once we grab some food and place it on the plates, we head straight to the conference room where everyone is waiting for us. We all greet each other. Both Brooke and I take our seats at the head of the table as we are the Alpha and Luna. Both Alpha, Josh, and Todd stare at Brooke in amazement. Once we are all seated, "It is so nice to have you back, Brooke, finally," says Alpha Josh. "We have been waiting on your arrival." Brooke smiles at him. "Thank you. It is so nice to see you both again." They both stare back with their mouths hanging open after she speaks. I can't help the grin. Someone forgot to tell them that she had got her voice back. "You can talk," says Todd, clearing his throat. "Willow and I regenerated for a long time. We needed to heal. The healing we should have had when we were first attacked should have happened, but due to everything and Willow being young, it had to be like it was," she says. Todd nods. "I have to say, you are one amazing woman, Brooke," he says. He moves out of his chair and bends down to pick something up. He places what looks like a book under his arm and heads to her. "Alpha, Josh, and I were looking through our mother's old things, and we came across this," he says as he places the book in front of her. "This book is yours," says Alpha Josh. "It is all about your kind." Brooke looks at the book, running her hand over it. It looks ancient. I look back at Todd. "I thought you told me there were no records of Phoenix shifters anywhere, that Alfred destroyed them or something. How did your mother get this?" I ask him. I can sense everyone in the room, especially Danica and Joe, wondering the same thing as I did. Todd looks back at me and smiles. "My mother was given the book as a gift and was told as a child never to give it to anyone, but only to give it back to someone who is in the book," he says. "People thought our mum was crazy for believing in such things, but we were looking through it, and it has a section about Brooke and her Phoenix side," says Alpha Josh as Todd sits back next to him. "As for the books Alfred had from the history library, we have no clue where he had taken them. They have seemed to have vanished into thin air." Brooke hasn't taken her eyes off the book, but she turns the page. "Where is it about us?" she asks. "On page 100, Brooke," Todd says with a smile. Brooke flips the book to the page, and as the book opens, it lands on a page with a gigantic phoenix staring back at us. Brooke leans over and starts to read. "Phoenix are rare creatures and shifters. There are never more than 2 at a time. They are mighty and have many powers." She stops and looks at her mother, but looks back down and skims over the page till she comes to a paragraph on something. "It has the prophecy that Sassy was on about last night," she says. I look over her shoulder as she carries on reading. "It is told of a prophecy where a phoenix will once again form in numbers, but evil does rear an ugly head. Once people know about phoenix shifters, they can find the one thing that can kill them," she says, and looks back at me. I move closer and take the book from her as she stares at me as I carry on reading, as everyone wants to know, even I do. "There is a place in a realm where a beast guards the colt which can kill a phoenix. The beast is the protector of every living creature, but it is said that the creature only wants a phoenix as its pet. He protects the thing that kills them until he knows there is more alive. He would come and collect his pets. Anyone close to them will die a painful death, but also will never see the phoenix again," I say. I look up to see some slightly stunned faces of the prophecy. "What creature does it say?" asked Sassy, breaking the silence in the office. "It doesn't say," I say, but I turn the page. I skim over it and shake my head. Brooke leans back in the chair by my side and places her hand on my leg. I look at her, but she seems to be having a conversation of some kind with Willow. I stared at the page in front of me. There is more, I said, not knowing what was going to be in the next part. I held Brooke's hand in mine. The creature has never been seen, but there is a place in the Fey realm where he sleeps. He sleeps, and won't be able to leave under any means. But if someone knows the spell to free him, they would be rewarded greatly, I say and squeeze Brooke's hand. The creature has no mate, but if it has a fascination with something, it will take it as his own. It can have up to many mates. But also there is a way to kill the creature if needed. I looked over the next page, but the page was missing. The page is missing, I said. Todd gets up as I slide the book over to him. He grabs it and looks at the pages we just read. Todd drops his nose to the book and sniffs, but he growls suddenly. We might have a problem, he says in a snarl. The scent left on here is of Amy, he says. I stare back at him in shock. What do you mean, Amy? I ask him. Brooke looks between both of us. What's going on? She asks. Amy left the pack as soon as you sacrificed yourself to save us, I tell her. I didn't get around to telling you everything, but Amy and Shane decided to leave the pack as they thought you would not be happy if she were here when you got back. Brooke looks at me. Why would she think that? I saved her and the baby from the rogue, she says. I smile, but I look towards the men before us as they shift slightly in their chairs. What's wrong? I ask them. Alpha Josh cleared his throat. Shane has settled well in the pack. He has become one of the head warriors. But Amy, he says as he turns to look at Todd, who carries on, well, she was supposed to help me with my son. She was going to help with the children. But when Amy found out how much money her uncle had left, she changed dramatically. She didn't want to be around anyone. She even bought a house in the human village not far from the pack. Something doesn't add up here. Amy moved into a human village. Why? I asked. Brooke moves her hand away from me. I look back at her, but she turns to Todd, who is staring between us. She moved into a house which is closer to the territory to us. We didn't mind. But something happened one evening. Shane came running into the pack house, asking to speak to us. When he got home, there was no sign of Amy anywhere. Her baby sister was still sleeping in the cot when he got back, he says. I stare back at them, but Todd shakes his head. After about 2 days, we found her. Amy looks all drugged up and doesn't remember anything, he says and looks at me. Hudson, she is fine, but she doesn't know what happened to her. It is like someone wiped her memory. So how the hell is that human scent on then? Says a voice. I look towards Brooke, 2 black orbs staring back at me. She looks pissed. Willow. I will deal with you later, mate, she says in hiss, but turns to Todd. How did her scent get on the book? We didn't know about the book. We only recently looked into our mother's belongings, but I remember telling Amy about my mother having loads of things stored away. She must have looked through the stuff, says Todd. I don't think so, says Sassy. She stares at Willow. I think she was made to look for something about Brooke. Something is happening, but whoever it is are hiding from my forces, she says. I have no clue who it is, but they are clever. There is one thing I know, though, she says as she turns to Willow. They are looking into everything that happened over the last few months before you sacrificed yourself. I think it is to do with that uncle of hers. He might have put a word into the wrong people. But there is one bright side to all this, she says with a smile. I think we should hold a Luna ceremony for Brooke, show united in all of this. I stare back at her, but Willow hisses, We will decide when that will happen, but I want to know something. Your foresight may not tell you who it is, but do you know how long it will be? She asks. I mean, I can tell there is a long period as they might be trying to find the creature that can kill us. Or is it all a myth, everything and people don't believe in the tale? Sassy stares at Willow and sighs. I think we have years till anything happens, she says and looks at me. I think we should take a break and let you both have some food. With that, she moves and leaves the office. I look around. Some disappointed faces are going, but they all look at me as if I did something wrong. Everyone leaves, which leave Brooke and me. Brooke has now walked over to the window to stare out. I stare at her. I know she can sense me looking at her, but she doesn't turn around. Brooke. I can feel his eyes burning a giant hole in the back of my head. I can't believe I forgot about Amy. She left. I thought she and Shane were doing their own thing. She wasn't on my mind at all since I returned. When I heard she left, I was shocked, but slightly relieved to listen to it. I wanted time with Hudson, get to know him, but when Todd told us everything about her, Hudson showed more care for her than he did before. I thought I would be over this, especially since we mated and marked each other, but I don't know. Willow took over as she could feel my anxiety kick in and hear everything. He was just worried about her as a friend, she said to me as I was pushed back forward. Hudson has changed. He should have told us about her, but also we are his mate. Nothing will come between us. Brooke, Hudson says, pulling me from my conversation with Willow. Please talk to me, he says. What have I done? You don't know what you did, I asked. You showed more affection towards Amy still. You were in love with her Hudson. How am I going to? I say, but I can't finish my sentence as Hudson moves in such speed towards me and places his mouth on mine. He moves back and places his head on mine while his hands hold my waist. Brooke, Amy means nothing to me, he says. I was just concerned as that she never acted out like that before. I knew something was wrong. She is just a friend who I will happily never see again. I move away and look at him. I know he is telling the truth, but I was hurt by all this before. I believe you. I do. But Hudson, I say as I move out of his grip slightly and place my hand on his chest to make him sit on the table in front of me. I told Amy before the attack started that I didn't want her anywhere near you. I wanted to get to know both of you in my own time. I never thought that she would leave the pack and move. I feel bad for not asking, but also, I say to him, taking a step closer to him, I am happy she isn't here, I say as I stare at his eyes. I want us to work. I told you I will never leave you, but one thing I want to make clear. I say, moving slightly more closer to him, you are mine. We knew we had to come together, says Asher. Willow smiles. Good mate, she says. I think our humans can have more fun after, but one more thing. She says and pulls him close to her as she plants her lips on Ush. Is hard. She kisses him. We pull back as Asher looks back at us, panting hard. Mate, he says in a low growl. Willow goes back with a big smirk on her face. Talk to Asher before he goes. I think he has something he wants to tell you, as our human mate can be an it at times. I look back and stare at Asher with a smile. He places his hand on my cheek. I can feel Hudson close by, but Asher is more in control. He smooths my cheek with his thumb. Little mate, our Luna, human is a poo head, he says, which makes me snort a laugh out. He is, says Asher, who looks serious but with a silly smirk on his face. He shouldn't be caring for a stupid human girl, but he does care a lot more about mate. I smile. Human will make it up to you, he says, but smirks. Hudson chuckles and leans on the table. Willow and I can't mark you. When you and Asher came together as one, we felt more of a connection with you both. Hudson smiles, but something warms my heart slightly, and I cock my head at him. You are happy, I ask him. You are confused, he says with a smirk and pulls me closer to him, placing his arms around my waist. I can feel your emotions, Brooke. I can now feel everything you can. We needed to be marked together as one, says Willow. We needed to know how they felt about us. How did you know that? I ask her, and she smirks. The book, she says. I skimmed over it when you were reading it. We have to be together as one with our mates to feel the full mate bond and his emotions too. Plus, they can feel everything we can feel too. I look back at Hudson, who smiles at me. Willow is telling you what she read, he asks, and I nod at him. Brooke, he says, I will never hurt you. You mean too much to me. I can feel something inside him, an emotion I only feel towards people. I look back at him. Do you love us? I ask quietly. Hudson looks at me with wide eyes. How did you? He says, but stops but smiles. Brooke, I love you, he says and moves me closer to him. Please be by my side forever. I smile, but it goes slightly. What about the prophecy that was in the book? How are we going? I ask him, but he places his finger on my lips to stop me from talking. I just told you I love you, he says. As for the prophecy, we will deal with it. Like Sassy said, it may be years away, but at least one thing I know, he says as he places his lips on mine as he peeks them. I will save you. I will protect you. I will make sure we are all safe, and we. He says, placing another peek on my lips, we are as one. I will know everything when you are scared, fear, love. I stop him as I place my lips on his. I moved slightly away. Hudson, I said, I love you too. Hudson smiles at me and kisses my mouth once again. His hands on my waist tightens. I pull back and smile. There is one thing, though, we must do, I said to him. He looks at me and smiles. What's that? He asks. Do you think we can do a Luna ceremony in a few weeks? Say 2? I ask him. His eyes go wide. You want to have your Luna ceremony? I thought you would want to hold out a bit longer for it, he says. I shake my head and wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him slightly towards me. Willow and I want to be your Luna. Also, I think we can come up with some plans on how to make our pack more secure and safe for all, too, I say. I place my mouth on his once more. He moves back. I will ask our mothers to organize it all. Everyone can help, and not only that, he says, placing a kiss on my lips once more. I can't wait to make it official. I smile. I want this. I want to be his Luna. Now to conquer my fear of being in front of loads of people, making my stomach funny. Hudson looks at me with an off look. What's wrong? He asks. I've never been in front of a large group of people before. I'm scared, I said in a weak voice, looking down, but he placed his finger on my chin and moved it for me to look at him. I won't let you fall, Brooke. We will do this together as mates and as one. I smile and move closer to him as I place my mouth back on his. Hudson. After a few minutes of kissing Brooke, she steps away and stares at me. I think we should go and tell people, she says and places her lips on mine once more. I kissed her back but pulled away. Okay, babe, I said. We both sort ourselves out, making sure our clothes are back in place, and we head to the door. Brooke takes my hand into hers and smiles at me. As soon as I opened the door, I noticed we were not alone. I had a hunch that people heard everything we just did. There were some smirks. I couldn't help but look at Brooke, who looked confused. Why is everyone looking at us like that? She asks in a whisper. I smirk, but it is Sassy who speaks. Ah, finally, you and Willow can feel what Hudson feels, she says and walks closer to Brooke, leaning into her ear. We heard everything, dear, she says, which Brooke stares back but instantly turns red in the face and looks at me. You knew, she says in a squeak. I pull her to me and lean into her. I knew, but I don't care, I say and place a kiss on her neck. She moves back and stares at me. Well, I think... she says, stuttering but turning to the side and looks, but her face turns into a small smile. I looked over my shoulder to see Tasha and Austin walking with a young boy. I knew they wanted to see Brooke earlier. I turn around and watch as Austin braces Brooke into his arms. Brooke, he says as they hug. Tasha smiles at her when they move back, but Brooke's eyes move to the boy. Brooke, he says quietly. Brooke nods and smiles at him. Hi, I used to look after you when you were a boy before you were, she says, but stops. The boy looks at her with a smile. My brother told all about you, and I wanted to meet you as I wanted to thank you for looking after me when I was born. Austin told me what you are, he says. He moves closer to her and holds his hand out to shake. Brooke smiles at him and takes his hand. I hope we can get to know each other better, and it is pretty cool to know I have another brother, she says. The boy's eyes go wide. You want me as your brother, he says. Austin chuckles. Cody, Brooke is our sister, and she is a huge part of our family. She is our family, he says and smiles at her, but he turns to me. Cody, this is Alpha Hudson. He is Brooke's mate, he says. Cody looks at me and smiles. It is nice to meet you, Alpha, he says and holds his hand out for me to shake. I smile and take it. I am so happy to have met you, Cody. Finally, please, you are family, and I hope you will be happy here in our pack, I say to him. He looks at me and smiles while shaking his head at me. Thank you, Alpha. I won't disappoint you, he says. You won't disappoint us, says Brooke with a smile. Just be a kid for now, and when you shift, we can talk about what you want to be then. I can't help but smile at my mate. She is fantastic, and even taking to her Luna's role already, even though we need to tell people. After a few more words with Cody, both Brooke and I turn around and realize that everyone has left. Brooke looks at me. I think you are right, she says. I think we should have a plan in place about any sort of prophecy regarding me or even my kind. We need to make sure that everyone is safe here. I sigh. I think we should talk to everyone about doing your Luna ceremony soon, but also I want to find out one thing, I said to her. I smile at her. We looked in the conference room where we found them all. Everyone looked at us and smiled. My father looks at me, but mind links me. "Hudson, we need to sort," he says. But I shut the mind link down and look back at him, shaking my head. I move to the top of the table with Brooke by my side. I look down at the book and sigh. I think we need to make a plan for such events as a prophecy which could lead to my mate and her kind being targeted, but we need to make this pack as safe as possible for everyone, including new shifters, I said. Everyone looked at each one, but when I looked towards Alpha, Josh, and Todd, "Do you both still want to be part of the alliance with us as we decided in previous meetings?" I asked. Both men smiled. "We are happy with the alliance with you," says Alpha Josh. "We are willing to help in the new forward of having different shifters here, as well as in our pack too." I smile. Brooke looks at Joe. "Do you think Hunter and Anna will want to join in the alliance too?" she says. I look at him. "Who are Hunter and Anna?" "Brooke is on about my brother and his mate from my realm. I will ask him." Joe smiles but looks at me with an amused look on his face. Brooke smiles but turns to me. "I want us to become Luna and Alpha soon," she says. There were some surprised faces at her announcement. "My Luna wants to have her Luna ceremony soon," I say. "Mum and Danica, do you think you can arrange the whole event?" I ask them. I smile and look back at everyone. Both of them smile and nod. "We can get it ready in. How long and when do you want it?" asks my mother. I was about to answer her, but Brooke speaks. "As soon as possible. I don't want to wait. And we can invite other shifters too," she said as she placed her arms around my waist. I can't help but smile at her. "We can make it happen. I will let you know when, but Brooke," says my mum, "all I need to know is what colors do you want me to use for the ceremony?" "I think orange, gold, and purple," I say, but everyone looks back at me stunned. But I chuckle. "I think we should have the colors of the phoenix. They will be the most magical colors. But also everyone can see how gorgeous my mate is," I say. Brooke blushes by the side of me as I can feel her cheeks burn through my shirt. I look at everyone. "We need to get everything in motion so that we will hold more meetings over the next few weeks as well, and we have another celebration too for our packs," I say. Another hour later, we all have moved away from the conference room. Brooke and I have some food in the kitchen, but I can see Brooke looking slightly off. "What's wrong, Brooke?" I ask her as I place her hand into mine. Brooke sighs and looks at me. "I want everyone to come but Hudson," she says and looks at me. "I don't know about Amy coming here for the Luna ceremony. It's not just me I am thinking about here. I think it is best for Daisy and Rex too." I look at her, but she carries on talking. I notice that Daisy is still holding back with Rex. She needs to have time, and if Amy is here, I think it will cause more problems for them. And I am also not comfortable with her being here as it's too soon for me to accept her as a friend or anything as of yet, she says. Thinking back over the times I saw Rex and Daisy, they have been arguing more, but I know my sister still hates Rex and Amy having a child together. I agree with you. Amy is not invited, I tell her straight away. I do think I need to help Rex and Daisy as well as you. It was my fault for keeping Amy here, but now I am only thinking about you, I say. Brooke smiles at me. "Thank you," she says and moves her mouth to mine. She kisses me passionately. "I will do anything for this woman. I was an before, but now I am her mate. I want to prove to her she is the only woman in my life." "Brooke." I stare out of the window to see the decorations around the packed garden. My Luna ceremony is in 4 days. Everyone has been working their asses off for the last week. You heard right? A week. Luna, Sophia, and my mother have arranged my Luna ceremony in a week. They planned it all. I have been concentrating on a few things regarding it, but I have also been helping Hudson with pack duties. He told me my role as Luna would be... I have started a few duties, but not many. Luna Sophia has been teaching some things too, but I have been helping new shifters move into the pack, especially when they have moved from the Fae realm. They have made a new home for themselves here. Everyone who has come from there has known about who I am and have wanted to see me. I can't help but sigh. "Are you Brooke?" asks Willow suddenly. "Yeah, I'm okay," I say. "I think we should spend some time with Daisy today." I overheard another argument between Rex and her again. I am worried about them. Willow stares back at me. I know, they woke me up, she says in a hiss, but stares back at me. I think you should show her what you found. I smile at her. I think I will, I say as I turn on my heel and grab the folder from the table. After the conference meeting, Hudson and I talked. We decided to look into Rex and Daisy's whole Amy and child situation. We found some startling news. I walk out the door and head to Daisy's room. I knock on the door and Rex answers. Rex looks at me, startled, but recovers. Luna, he says, but I can hear some muffling in the back, and he glares back at whatever was said to him. I'm sorry, Luna. I need to leave, he says through gritted teeth. He pushes the door open as I move out of the way. He heads out the door and straight down the stairs. I look in and see Daisy standing by the window. Daisy, I say softly, can I come in? I did some digging, and I wanted to tell you what I found. Daisy turns around, her eyes glassy as she wants to cry. I walk over and wrap my arms around her. As soon as her head is on my shoulder, she starts to cry. I hold her like that for a few minutes until she moves back. She wipes her eyes with the back of her sleeve. I'm sorry, Brooke, she says. Rex and I. She starts to say, but I shake my head. No need to say anything. I say and move her to the chair. We both sit. I stare back at my friend and place the folder on the table. Daisy looks at the folder and then back at me, slightly confused. What's in there? She asks. Hudson and I did some digging as some things never felt right about Amy and Rex, I said. We wanted to, I start to say, but Daisy shakes her head. You both didn't have to do anything of that. We are fine, we just having a few bumps in the road. I look at her. My friend has been trying to forgive him, but the whole baby comes up, especially when everyone talks about Amy. We found out the baby is not his, I say, which makes Daisy looks at me stupidly. You must be mistaken, she says, but I stop her and place my hand in hers to make her look at me. Daisy, Hudson, and I went to look for the child. Due to being Alpha and Luna, we were able to locate the child with the help of Alpha Josh and Todd. Hudson took Rex's toothbrush with us and demanded DNA on the child. I smile at her. Hudson is telling Rex now, but I wanted to tell you, the child is not his, the child is born a human. We ran the DNA against Amy's pack system when Todd searched for it. They took all blood tests of every living werewolf there. The child is a werewolf, but her father is very much alive, I say. Hudson was livid with the result and even told Todd Amy is not allowed here due to her lies and discreet. But we both wanted to tell you now so you both can work on being mates again. Daisy stares back at me with a shocked expression written over her face. Why would she lie? She asks suddenly. Willow hisses in my head at the comment that Amy made when Todd asked her. She told Todd that she wanted payback on Rex for leaving her for you, I said, which made her growl. She says, she is not allowed in the pack unless we invite her, but that will never happen, and also Hudson has placed a kill on sight if she ever comes here unannounced again, I said. Before Daisy can reply to what I said, the door burst open to Rex panting for breath. Did Luna tell you? He says as he goes straight to Daisy and is on his knees. The baby was never mine. Amy lied, he says. I move up out of the chair and head to the door. Thank you, says Daisy. I turn around and look over my shoulder with a smile on my face. I wanted to help, I said. I will leave you both alone, but Daisy, can you help me get ready for my Luna ceremony? I am going to need a lot of help with this. Daisy smiles. I will, Brooke. We will go shopping tomorrow for a few essentials, she says. I nod back and say my goodbyes to them both while I close the door behind me. As I close the door, I notice Hudson leaning on the wall on the opposite side. He pushes off and comes straight to me. You told Daisy, he asks as he leans into the crook of my neck to sniff in my scent. I say, yes, I did, and even asked her to help me get ready for my Luna ceremony. I can feel his smile on his face as he kisses my neck, which sends flutters to my core. That will be awesome, he says. But we don't have long, babe, and you will be part of this pack fully. I can't help but be nervous and excited at the same time. Sensing my feelings, Hudson moves back and looks down at me. Why are you nervous? He asks. You are going to be amazing, and I know you will do great. I sigh. I don't want to mess this up, I say and smile, but I am excited too. Hudson smiles and smirks. I think we need to go. I don't need to hear that, he says with a grim look. I look back at him, slightly confused, when all I can hear is a loud moaning coming from Daisy and Rex. Hudson looks like he wants to be sick. I quickly grab his hand and drag him away. I need to find something to distract, he says, but I pull him to me and place my lips on his. His mouth moves on mine, he deepens the kiss, and his tongue slips into my mouth with ease. After a few moments of our makeout session, both of us move back, panting hard and wanting each other. Suddenly, Hudson's face goes blank, but when he comes back to me, "We will have to wait till later, baby. My mother and yours want our opinion on something, but the sound on my mother's voice, I think they just argued over something again." I sigh. I think we need to finish everything ourselves, or they are going to lose their friendship over this, I say. Hudson chuckles. We both leave in search of our mothers. Brooke! Today is the day, my Luna ceremony. Everyone is coming from all over to see me become the Luna. Everything has been set up for the last few days in the Grand Hall. Both Luna Sophia and my mother have done a fantastic job of getting everything together. The color scheme has all come together, and even my dress is amazing. Everyone has been pulling together and putting out all the stops. Daisy found a dressmaker to make my dress. With help from Joe, they found someone from the Fey world who created it, and it looks fit for a princess. Hudson and I have been kept away from each other for today. You would swear that we were getting married, but if you think about it, this is like a wedding celebration, just not humankind. Full of werewolves and different shifters. I sigh as I look towards the mirror. I will be getting ready soon, but I feel slightly off about some stuff. Willow can feel my emotions running through us. "What's wrong, Brooke?" she asks. I sigh again. I don't know. I feel off. Do you think? I start to say, but she cuts me off. "No, Brooke, you will make a good Luna. Look around you. You have brought many people here. All different shifters are here. Not many people would believe to be true," she says. "Also, what about our mate? He would be disappointed." I stare back at the mirror, looking at my reflection. Everyone has anxiety about stuff, so why the hell am I freaking out about this? A knock on the door brings me out of my thoughts. "Come in," I shout. The door opens, and my mother and father walk into the room with Daisy. I place a smile on my face to show nothing is wrong but the look my mother gives me. She knows that I'm having issues. "Can you two wait outside, please?" she asks them. "I need to ask Brooke something." They both look at her confused, but my dad walks out, assuming that it is to do with getting ready. But Daisy looks at both of us, but her eyes stay on me. "What's wrong, Brooke?" she asks. My mother smiles, but they both sit on my bed. I stare at the mirror once again. "Do you think I will be a good Luna?" I ask them quietly. "Where is this coming from?" asks Daisy. "I don't know. I just woke up feeling slightly off about this whole thing, but I can't put my finger on it," I say to her. "It's just nerves. Once you get ready and the whole Luna, everything will fall into place," says Daisy. But I look at my mother. Her face was blank, but she suddenly opens her mouth. "You keep thinking about the prophecy, don't you?" she says. Daisy looks at me, but doesn't say anything. I look down at the floor before I speak. I have been thinking about it a lot lately. It makes me scared that someone would unleash something so evil to capture one of us, but it also makes me nervous about having children. What if I give birth to another phoenix? I say, I would die protecting that child, and I mean it, but it makes me scared to think that there could be that type of issue to deal with in the future. Everyone is quiet, but my mother clears her throat and stands up. She places her hand on my shoulders while she leans in, placing a kiss on my head, which I can't help but close my eyes when I open them to see her face. My mother smiles. "Brooke, there is no need to worry or fret. We will put something in place for that, but you should never have to think about such things. You have loads of people who love you, people who would follow you, and the pack will die trying to protect its Luna. Not to mention a mate who is an alpha who dotes on you and would kill anything that would cause harm to you." I smile at her at the thought of Hudson. Things between us have been amazing. He has been fantastic with meeting all the new kinds of shifters here, and even wants to hold a class in the local school about everyone, so all werewolves know about them. "Your mother is right, Brooke," says Daisy. "We would all protect you." I smile back at both of them, but Daisy shakes her head. We best get you ready for the ceremony, she says. I nod. What seemed like all day, after being plucked to an inch of my life and waxed, I have my makeup on and also my underwear. My mother and Daisy took a total of 3 hours to get me ready. They helped me get into my dress, and now they are both getting ready for the ceremony. I'm currently standing in my room, looking out the window, when a knock on the door pulls me out of my thoughts once again. I look over to the door when it opens. My father walks in, but as soon as he sees me, he stops. His mouth drops open, but he quickly recovers. "Brooke," he says. "Brooke, you look stunning." I smile. "Thank you," I say. Things with my father have been good. We have been taking some time out of the day only for an hour to talk and get to know each other again. We recently found out that we both like the same things, and he has even been helping me train. I move, and my dress sways slightly, which makes his eyes go wider. "Wow, this dress is gorgeous," he says as I walk up to him, placing my hand in his. As I said, a fae made my dress. The dress is mainly all gold, but it is made of silk with a split up to the thigh with straps. But it also has see-through sleeves which are slightly orange with a hint of purple, but gold runs through it. The back has feathers like willow. They are tied together to make a train that touches the floor slightly when I move. I smile at my father. "Thank you. Is it time?" I ask him. He nods and places his hand in mine to give me a slight squeeze. "We are all ready for you. I thought I'd come and bring you down to everyone, but you will have to walk the aisle on your own to get to Hudson, who is waiting for you." As he moves, he can't help but chuckle. "Hudson has been on edge all day, even got angry when he couldn't come to see you, but we managed to calm him down," he says as he opens the door to me. I frown at him. "Why was he acting like that?" I asked, but my father turned to me and smiled. "He felt everything you felt, Brooke," he said. "He wanted to come here to make sure you were okay." I nod but feel slightly guilty at what my father said. I keep forgetting that Hudson can sense how I'm feeling. We walk in silence till I get to the giant doors to the grand hall where 2 guards are standing outside. My father moves closer to me and places a kiss on my cheek. When he leans back and looks at me, "You got this, Brooke," he says, smiling. "You will make an amazing Luna." My father walks into the room as the guard lets him in. I wait for a few moments, but one of the guards clears his throat. "Luna," he says. I look back at him with a smile. "Yes," I say. The guard smiles. "You are amazing," he says quietly. "I know this is a big important day, but I wanted to tell you that, also to tell you that it is an honor to stand by your side. You saved many people during that attack, and you even saved people who probably never thought would have the honor of such a thing, but also you opened everyone's eyes to the possibility of meeting new shifters alike." "He's right, Luna," the other guard says with a smile. "You made this pack a safe place to be. Even with all the other shifters, everyone feels safe, especially in your appearance." I smile back at them. "Thank you so much for your kind words. They mean so much to me." I say, "I guess I better become Luna then," with a bit of giggle. Both men smile and open the door to the grand hall. As the doors open, the guards stand on either side of me and nod. I stroll down the aisle. The color scheme looks fantastic. All the colors come together nicely. Even all the guests are wearing the colors. I smile as I walk alone, but as I get halfway down, I spot the most handsome man I ever laid my eyes on, Hudson. He has a 3-piece white suit with a gold tie. His hair is gelled back with his bright eyes staring back at me. His mouth drops slightly as he watches me, but as I get nearer, Hudson takes a few steps closer to me with a few strides and holds his hand out to me. I take his hand, he smiles at me. "You look," he says in a husky voice, "stunning." I smile as we both walk up to the stage where Hudson's father and mother, the Alpha, and Luna. We stand next to each other. "Welcome, everyone," booms the Alpha's voice. "We are here to celebrate and announce the new Alpha and Luna to you." The ceremony went without a hitch. We told our vows for the pack and the speeches. Everything went well. Hudson had his hand in mine all the way through. He was amazing. At this precise moment, everyone is having a ball and are dancing. There are a lot of very merry people around. I think I danced with everyone. I walked towards the ladies' restroom so that I could have a breather. The air coming from the open window hits me as I get inside, and I breathe in slightly. I lean on the basin and stare back at myself. I can't help but notice the glow on my face from the event that just happened. Willow has been humming along and even singing to a few songs in my head. The door opens and I can hear someone comes in, but they lock the door. I look up to see Hudson, who wraps his arms around me. I frown slightly. "You know this is the ladies' right," I say to him. Hudson smirks. "I know, but I wanted to check on my Luna," he says as he places his head in the crook of my neck and his hands go to my waist. The electricity that flows through us, the mate bond, ignites inside me. I have wanted Hudson ever since I first laid my eyes on him at the beginning of the ceremony. "Is my Luna horny?" he says as he places a kiss on my shoulder. I stare at him in the mirror, our eyes meet, and I can tell he feels the same as me. He pushes his body into me, but his erection is in my back. Hudson moves one hand and gently slides it up and down my side, sending tingles right through me. Our eyes never leave each other. He places another kiss on my shoulder. "Well, Luna," he says in a raspy voice, "should I take you right here, right now?" I push my backside into his erection. He grunts. "Brooke, words," he says. His hand lands on the slit of my dress, caressing my thigh on the outside. "Hudson, please," I say. I can't say any more. Hudson smiles and kisses my shoulder again, but the kisses don't stop. I watch as he kisses all alone my shoulder, up my neck. I have to admit, and I am so turned on by watching him do all this. I move my head slightly and Hudson kisses up to my jaw, but when I turn my lips to touch his, we are in a full, passionate kiss. His hand on my thigh slowly moves between the silk of my dress and he touches my core. I have every little underwear on due to the material. But as soon as Hudson feels me, he growls lowly. "Naughty Luna," he says as his breath goes to my ear and he breaks the kiss. "Brooke," he says as he pushes a finger inside me. I moan slightly as his finger starts to push deeper inside me and my head falls back on his other shoulder. He adds another finger inside me as he pumps in and out of me. He watches me in the mirror as he moves his fingers. I moan out, but he keeps the movement gently but deep. "Hudson, please," I say, begging. "I want you." Hudson smirks and places his lips on my neck. "I'm going to take my Luna now." I can feel Willow stir inside me. She is humming. She wants our mate too. Hudson moves his fingers from inside me, which causes me to whimper at a loss, but both his hands go to my dress to lift it over my ass. Hudson rips off my flimsy underwear. I can feel how hard he is erection. He leans into my ear. "Brooke, I have wanted you since I have first seen you in this damn dress, but I can't wait now. Bend over." I do as he asks, and I can feel the absence of his other hand on my waist move away. I hear a zipper, and his trousers and boxers fall onto his thighs as the other hand glides over my bare ass and keeps my dress above. I bend over till I lean on the basin, but I can still see his eyes on me. Hudson slides his hard inside me with one hard thrust. I moan out. Hudson starts to pump inside me, in and out, hard and deep. I moan out loud, not caring who hears. The bathroom is filled with different sounds, with skin slapping and moaning. "Brooke," grunts Hudson as he places fiery kisses on my shoulder. "Harder," I moan out. He pounds in and out of me as I can feel my p clench around his cock, but suddenly Hudson pulls out of me and turns me around. He lifts me as my legs wrap around his waist. His lips smash on mine hard. He leans me up against the wall and slips his hard back inside my pussy. He pounds inside me once again as he holds me in place, sliding me up and down on his cock. "Brooke," he says as his lips leave mine, and he slows the place. "My Luna," he says and kisses my chin, but he stares into my eyes. I am completely in love with this man. I haven't told him, but he has told me. "I am completely and utterly yours. You have my heart," he says as he thrusts up hard inside me, which makes me moan out loud. "Hudson," I moan out. "I love you with all my heart, and I will protect you till my dying breath," he says, which makes me look at him. "Don't say that," I say with a groan, but he thrust up inside me harder, which makes me moan louder again. "I love you too," I say, which makes him stop suddenly. He looks at me. He smiles at me. "Did you just tell me that you?" he says, but I cut him off with my mouth on his. I move away slightly. He looks back at me with the same smile, but I lean forward and start to move on his as he looks at me. "I am completely yours, Hudson," I say. "I love you too, and now that you know, can you finish me please so I can come?" He He smirks and makes me lean back against the wall he has had me against. He starts thrusting inside me and holds me in place as his thrusts get harder and faster. Hudson leans into me and places his mouth on my neck, grunting out as I can feel his throb inside me. He pounds into me, his eyes never leaving mine as I moan out. My paki starts to clench around his as I come. His lips get to my mark as he sucks on it. I can't help the loud moan that escapes my mouth as I come all around him, and with another thrust up, Hudson grunts out loud. "Brooke," he roars as his seed mixes with mine. We are both left panting hard, but I don't unravel myself from him. He places kisses on my neck and then on my jaw. Hudson slowly pulls out of me, placing my legs on the ground as my dress falls back over my bare skin. Hudson pulls his trousers and boxers up. He places his head on mine once they are up. "Brooke," he says, but I move back slightly, but I place my finger on his lips to stop him talking. "Hudson, I love you," I say. "I was going to tell you before, but everything has been hectic here, with the ceremony and the new pack members, but I wanted to tell you tonight, as it is special to me," I say to him. I smile. Hudson smiles down at me. "I am so happy to hear you say it. I love you too," he says as he places his hand on my waist, drawing circles on my hip through the dress. "I didn't want to rush you in saying it. I wanted to tell you how I felt, as I wanted you to know that you are the only one I have eyes for," he says and places a kiss on my lips. As he moves away, "I think we best get back to the party, or people are going to wonder what we were up to," he says, but I frown and blush slightly. "I think they heard us, Hudson. We weren't exactly quiet." Hudson laughs but looks at me with a smile. "Let's go," he says as we both move. I walk in front of him, but his arm's around my waist and his head is in my neck as he sniffs in my scent. "I want you all night, Luna. I don't care if everyone hears us," he says as he places his lips on my shoulder. As we stand outside the bathroom, I turn in his hold and wrap my arms around his neck. His eyes flicker between Asher and his, but I lean in close, placing my lips to his ear so no one could hear me. "By the way, my alpha, I have no underwear on now," I say. He growls lowly into me. I lean back slightly, looking at him, but I can't help the smirk that comes across my face, but his mouth is on mine hard. He moves back and places his head on mine as he tries to control Asher and his breathing. "Brooke," he says in a raspy voice. "You shouldn't have said that. I want to take you again and again." I still have my arms around his neck, and I move closer as his hands go to my ass. I look into his eyes. "I think we should call it a night and head to bed. I want my alpha. I want the love of my life to make love to me all night long," I say. Hudson didn't need to say anything. He looked over my shoulder with a blank expression on his face. But when he came back to me with a smirk, "My father has already told everyone to have a lovely night, and that the new Alpha and Luna are going. They need," he says. Still, I place my lips on his to shut him up. Hudson picks me bridal style and heads straight to the stairs as we kiss. He carries me up to our room and slams the door behind him. I have my happily ever after, but I don't know what the future holds. A prophecy looms over my head, making me worry, but I know I have my family and pack to help protect me. I also have my mate, who might have been a jerk at the start, but has shown me time and time again that he has changed. He even waited for me when I died. I know I will try my best as his mate, Luna, but most of all, I'm going to prepare myself for whatever is out there, waiting for us. No prophecy will stand in my way. Unknown, I looked over the field. The pack house was in full swing. She is now the Luna of the pack. I can't help the smirk on my face at the thought. "Why are you smirking at me?" asked Trey, my number 2, who was now standing by my side. "I think it is funny that they are celebrating the fact they have a new Luna," I said. "She might be powerful, but we now know there is a way to kill her. We just have to take our time to find it." Trey frowns. "I still don't understand why we must wait for a long time. Why not retake the pack?" "Your father knew what he was doing," he says. I turned and glared at him. My father was a pathetic piece of shit. He and my mother. They wanted to torture her to get her to bend to their whim, but they never knew what she was. Even when they found out what she was, they didn't realize how powerful she was till it was too late. I told my old man, but he was not having any of it, I said. He looked at me. "But why do we have to wait to kill her?" he asked. I sigh out loud but still stare at him. I want to wait until we have many more followers. We can even add some new friends to the mix once they find out they have many fey creatures. They are all in the books my father found in the history library. We will place a spy in the pack to get close to the Alpha or Luna, and we can learn more that way. Also, we have that little human who helped us locate the map in that book she found, I said. Trey smirked. Nice touch using magic on her. She may not be in their good books now, he said, chuckling. I can't help but chuckle. With what I learned from that she-wolf last night, that human is not welcome either way, as they found out about the baby she had 2 years ago. She thought the child was the Beta's, but it wasn't. She had another wolf's child. It will all be up in the air for her, I said and looked at him. Her mate will never forgive her for the discreet. I believe he only moved due to the rumors. We both turned towards the pack house. The music blares in the background. After a few minutes, I turned around and walked away, with Trey following close behind me. Another follower runs up to me. Boss, the books, and everything is packed up. We are ready to leave, he says. I nodded to him. So we are leaving now. We have a spy in mind for the pack, Trey says, and I look at him over my shoulder with a smirk. We will send the twins in. They know more about the situation than anything, I say. He chuckles. Bria and Bradley, he says. I nod. Good choice. They are true followers of our cause, he says. Bria and Bradley were twins my father saved from a rogue attack, and they were loyal to him. They promised me they would follow the cause if I carried on with what he believed. The twins hate wolves and other shifters, but they despise humans after hunters kill their parents. I need to check the house, I said to Trey. He nods. We walked in and looked around the house, ensuring nothing was left behind. The stupid pack searched all the places Damien and my father had, but they never looked for this one under my mother's maiden name. I want payback on the pack for what they did to my parents. Their deaths are on their hands. My father was a crazy bastard and even made my mother mate with that Phoenix's shifter's father. He wanted her. I knew why due to the whole situation with Damien's family torturing her. They were trying to bring the shifter side out to find out what they were, all because my father saw how the shifter side helped save her human counterpart. We all thought he was crazy until he showed us the video he got. He was videoing it to send it to Jackson for revenge on him. I still have it. After checking the house, we all turn to leave. I stand on the doorstep with Trey while the rest, mainly followers, climb into the SUVs to go to another state. We will be back soon, I said and looked at him. We are giving them time. We are going on an adventure to find the creature that is guarding what can kill the Phoenix, I said, but I started to smirk. You never know. They might have pups. One might even be Phoenix like its mother. Trey looks at me, slightly confused, but then recovers. You are waiting for them to have pups. If they have a Phoenix shifter, the creature will know that there are more Phoenixes around, and he will claim them as his pets, he says with the same smirk. I nodded. I plan to get more followers. Revenge will come when they least expect it. I want them to forget about the prophecy. But with spies in the pack, we can also place spies in that small pack and Alpha Joshes too, making sure they are true followers of the cause, like the twins. Trey nods as we both descend the steps of the house. I walked to the SUV car door and opened it. We both climb in and take our seats in the back seat. I give the driver the nod to leave, and every SUV we have roars up to life and follows us. Do you know what the creature that guards the thing that can kill a Phoenix? Asks Trey as he looks at me. I read some stories about it. Alpha Josh and his brother still don't know about the book. That human will place it back in the house where she found it. But when they have it, it won't tell them anything about the creature, I say, but I pull out a piece of paper from the pocket of my jeans and hand it to him. He opens it and looks back at me in shock. This is what is guarding that thing, he says. His eyes grew wide. The creature is hideous. It is also considerable. It could make all demons from hell look like angels if it wanted. I smirked. You not afraid? I asked him. Trey's face goes white, but when he looks at me, that thing could eat us if it wants, and yeah, I'm afraid, he says. I chuckle. That's okay. We will send some people in when we find him. I think he will be happy to find out that there are phoenix shifters that live here in this realm, I said. The driver who was driving, I could sense his fear at the thought of meeting a demon. He saw the picture I had when I picked the picture up. I smirked. Don't worry, boys. We might be years away from finding the demon, and that pack may have more of her kind. If that is the case, we will be ready and have more followers when our spies let us know about it, I said. Where to, boss? Asked the driver. We are going to the airfield north. There is someone I need to meet, and then we will be out of here, I said. The driver follows out and heads in the direction of the airfield. Do you think we should be with these guys? Asks Trey, who I can feel looking at the side of my head. We need more than wolves to attack that pack. My father never wanted to ask anyone else to help, but this guy came to us. He was someone who looked after me, while my father was so fascinated with that girl and her mother, while my mother was mating with that pathetic wolf because my father made her. The man made me feel wanted more than my father did. He wants revenge on his son for being an alpha to a pack with his gay mate, I said, knowing more about the story. I'm going to sleep for a while, I said to Trey. I need to rest before we get there. I closed my eyes. There were no more words said between either of us. I need to be ready. The man knows that the creature needs more phoenix shifters to choose which one to be his pet, but something tells me there is more to the story of this prophecy than meets the eye. Hopefully, we will learn more soon. The end.